Hello, my friends. I am the Letterhack, aka Matt Strackbein. It is good to be with you on this Thursday, June 22nd at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Uh, Apologies, DJ exclusive James Williams should be here. He's without internet at the moment. And that brings me to a point I would like to make as often as possible. The reason why we have a working class collective here is to support each other in every way that we possibly can. And so if one of us can't make it, somebody else will step in. That's just how we're going to do things here. We support each other through and through, and we always make it happen one way or another. So thanks for hanging out with me. I was on here quite a bit last night, and I'm back again. Don't worry, we've got a little bit of focus. We're going to talk about some articles. We're going to talk about the Democratic meltdown that's going on, and we're going to talk about censorship in terms of the spiral of silence. This is self-censorship, but I do have to admit that I am kind of groggy, and it's not because I was up late. It's because I was plagued with bad dreams all night. I kept having this dream where I would have a nightmare, then I would wake up and I'd go back to sleep and I'd have the nightmare again. And it was about I was being attacked by a bike. Yeah, it was like I was caught in a vicious cycle. But anyway, it reminded me that just recently I actually called a bike store and I wanted to talk to somebody, the manager or whatever. And instead they put me in touch with a spokesperson. But so I haven't been riding my bike much lately. Instead, I've been driving around, and I actually got a compliment on my parking the other day. Somebody left me the sweetest note that said parking fine. And I was like, well, that could be worse. So maybe you don't have James Williams today, but you sure do have the bad jokes. Anyway, let's get into this. I want to talk about how trust among Americans is on the decline. And that's American to American. Political polarization is leading to so much disdain that many people won't befriend or live near those with opposing views. Now, I think personally, this is debatable. Okay. A lot of people are moving to red states, no matter their politics. Red states have a lot of deregulation. They're not as safe as they could be, but they're affordable. And someplace that makes them affordable. Now, that's not to say I'm not justifying it. I think that you can have regulations and affordability. I do think that. But the places that are safer attract a lot of people who just buy everything up. They already had a lot of money, and you get to a point where you're living somewhere and you realize, wow, if I wanted to buy a house right now, I wouldn't be able to afford to live here, but I already live here. So people are moving around. I don't necessarily think that trust of your neighbor comes into play in all cases, but what do I know? We should be relying on experts. And so in his research, James L. Gibson, a political scientist at Washington University in St. Louis, finds that this distrust is worse than it was at the height of the McCarthy era Red Scare. So I guess bad enough. He describes how it causes a spiral of silence. I keep wanting to say a spiral of science. I don't think there is such a thing. And that is a term that is coined by German political scientist Elisabeth Noel Neumann back in the 1970s. The spiral occurs when individuals who express a view or a controversial issue on a controversial issue are met with vigorous criticism from an aggressive minority, quote unquote. As people begin to self-censor, they're less likely to encounter support from those who may privately agree. They may also come to believe that they are in the minority when, in fact, they're part of the majority. To Gibson, this dynamic distorts political debate. As more people hold back their views, it allows the aggressive minority to dominate. We also call them the vocal minority. These are the people online hiding behind the anonymity provided by the internet, who are trolling, flooding the zone, being reposted and retweeted by politicians and people like Donald Trump Jr., using them as attack dogs in a sense. And they sound a lot louder than they are in numbers. Okay. There's less to be afraid of. Their bark is worse than their bite. But it allows them to, in a sense, dominate when we self-censor and go quiet because we don't feel like debating, we don't feel like arguing. Now, we're going to read an article by Gibson, but I just want to let you know, after the article, I do have my own opinions about debating or not. Okay. And I have personal advice because I am one of those people who will engage, but will not debate. I feel no need to provide evidence for my stance. More and more, we live in a world where I personally believe if you don't know what's going on for real, buddy, that is on you. And the burden of proof is not lying on my shoulders. But Gibson writes, true public opinion and expressed public opinion diverge. But above all, the free-ranging debate so necessary to democratic politics is stifled. Now, again, I love this article. There are things that I may take issue with, so I'll stop every now and then to do that. But, and this is not the only article we're going to look at. Stick around for the Democratic Party meltdown because of the New York mayoral primary that just took place, where Zoran Mandami emerged victorious on the night of. That's still pretty cool. But I'll talk along the way about how, is this really up to the voters? Is this really up to you and I? Is it up to us to like, okay, yeah, maybe we shouldn't self-censor, but what's the opposite of that? What's the expectation of us? Are we supposed to be in the streets, like, beyond the protesting that we're already doing? I mean, I don't think the recent protest is a form of self-censoring. If you're talking about sitting around the break room at work, that's probably more a matter of priorities. If you're talking to a good friend who keeps saying they're independent because they don't want to admit they're a Republican, okay, then, I mean, maybe you want to have that conversation with them, but does it need to be a debate? Does one person need to be dominant? Can't you both be heard? Can't you say, okay, I hear you. Let me say what I think. And why does it have to be somebody comes out on top? So I kind of take issue with that stance that self-censoring is a means of losing. But if there is a silent majority, maybe it shouldn't be so silent. And so thank God for the votes that we're seeing, and thank God, I don't believe in God, but thank goodness for the protests that we're having. But anyway, let's get into this article so that we can, as I was saying, rely on the experts. So we're going to theconversation.com. This is one of the greatest websites on the internet for your news and information. These are ad-free articles, essays, excerpts from scientific studies by the academics, the professors, the scientists themselves, okay? They always provide transparency. It's right there under the byline, so you know if they have any sort of, like, there should be no question that the person providing this information to you doesn't have a conflict of interest. There should be no question. And if they are somehow related to the industry, not just the field, but the industry that they're talking about or promoting, you should know that. And the conversation does an excellent job of doing that. I'm going to continue my little ad for theconversation.com here because I read a lot of stuff, and this is one of the best. You can curate what they provide in your inbox. I have the conversation giving me all the AI articles in one email. I have the conversation giving me all the politics, all the international politics, all the cultural and arts. You can curate how they provide articles and essays to you. So I highly recommend it. All right. This one, self-censorship and the spiral of silence, why Americans are less likely to publicly voice their opinions on political issues. This is by James L. Gibson. For decades, Americans trust in one another has been on the decline, according to the most recent General Social Survey. A major factor in that downshift has been the concurrent rise in the polarization between the two major political parties. Supporters of Republicans and Democrats are far more likely in the past than in the past to view the opposite side with distrust. Now, I will be commenting on that specifically. Okay, I just want to put a pin in that right now. That political polarization is so stark that many Americans are now unlikely to have friendly social interactions, live nearby, or congregate with people from opposing camps, according to one recent study. I could comment on just about every paragraph in this, but I just want to point out that this isn't a new dynamic to politics. It may be happening more and more in relation to politics, but there are lots of things that divide us. There are lots of things that keep us from congregating. For instance, congregation is a word that I associate with churches. You could say that denomination is segregation. Okay. We all break up into our little groups or whatever. There's lots of reasons to do that. It's just becoming more polarized with politics than ever before. Okay. But I think what we need to be addressing here is that social dynamic of not letting that happen versus, and looking at why it's happening is part of figuring that out, how to prevent it. But I choose to believe that we can communicate and that we can keep our so-called differences from being divisive. Our differences, as long as somebody's opinion isn't, rooted in racism and bigotry, yeah, we can probably hear each other out and say, you know what? We don't have to win a debate here. I'm going to think about what you said. You think about what I said. If you ever want to talk about it again, we can do that. Meanwhile, what do you want to do today? This whole idea that the only reason people hang out is to bitch and moan at each other is a little silly, right? And I'm not saying the article is making that case, but if it's true that we're afraid to be around people that we disagree with, then what you have literally nothing else in common with those people. It's like I always point out, my right-wing neighbor from back in the day loved Star Trek. That's a little weird because there's nothing right-wing about it except for the bad guys. So, at least we could talk about our favorite actor on Star Trek without our politics coming into it. Social scientists often refer to this sort of animosity as effective polarization, meaning that people not only hold conflicting views on many or most political issues, but also disdain fellow citizens who hold different opinions. Over the past few decades, such effective polarization in the U.S. has become commonplace. There's lots of links in this. I would love to give you the link so that you could hit all of those sublinks. The one downside to the conversation is their links are massive and it will not fit in the description. So if you want to know about this, feel free to email me, theletterhack@gmail.com. That's theletterhack@gmail.com. That address is also available in the description of every one of my personal YouTube videos and live streams on youtube.com/theletterhack. You can also join my Discord. Links to that in the description of this live stream or, yesterday's live stream. You can find my information. I'd be glad to share this article with you. Polarization undermines democracy by making the essential process of democratic deliberation, discussion, negotiation, compromise, and bargaining over public policies difficult, if not impossible. Because polarization extends so broadly and deeply, some people have become unwilling to express their views until they've confirmed they're speaking with someone who's like-minded. I'm a political scientist, and I found that Americans were far less likely to publicly voice their opinion than even during the height of the McCarthy era Red Scare. Now, I get that. If you're just in public, if you're just around somebody and you don't know them, they're total strangers, and somebody's talking about their politics, I'm not sure I would engage with that person. They feel a little too comfortable talking about what they think around people, right? But if you were going to do that, like let's say it was a fairly harmless situation and somebody was just saying something kind of off the cuff and you wanted to counter it, maybe have some prepared responses instead of going silent. But I understand why somebody would go silent in that way. Comparing it to the McCarthy era in the Red Scare is a little bit like, that's more like there's a threat that you're going to be reported. It's more like there's a threat that, ICE is going to transcend immigration and just be like a legit Gestapo they are, but like they would make a new logo and have a new name for that department. But like this makes the case that people are living in fear of something that isn't exactly happening right now, as if you could be reported as a commie, right? Or as if you could be reported in some way just as a Democrat or a lib, and they would come and get you, or they would find ways to censor you, or suddenly you're paying more in taxes, or your personal groceries are more expensive. I don't know, whatever it could be. I think that what we're actually talking about here is this fear state that we live in. And again, that has less to do with me saying what I think and more to do with living under American fascism, a regime that is apparently willing to go to great lengths to suppress our right to free speech. The muting of the American voice, according to a 2022 book written by political scientist Taylor Carlson and Jamie E. Settle, fears about speaking out are grounded in concerns about social sanctions for expressing unwelcome views. And I love that an unwelcome view could be, I think we all deserve health care. I think we all deserve better wages. Like, who in their right mind is like, hey, your views are unwelcome here. I don't get that. It's like, why does rent always go up, but the apartment or the house that I rent doesn't improve? Right? How come the value's gone up, but I don't see any evidence that it's more valuable? Why is that? Hey. Those views are not welcome here. If that is the case, there's other dynamics at play. And this withholding of views extends across a broad range of social circumstances. In 2022, for instance, I conducted a survey of a representative sample of about 1,500 residents of the U.S. I found that while 45% of the respondents were worried about expressing their views to members of their immediate family, this percentage ballooned to 62% when it came to speaking out publicly in one's community. Nearly half of those surveyed said they felt less free to speak their minds than they used to. About 3 to 4 times more Americans said they did not feel free to express themselves. Excuse me. And that's compared with the number of those who said so during the McCarthy era. Censorship in the U.S. and globally. Since that survey, attacks on free speech have increased markedly, especially under the Trump administration. There you go. Issues such as the Israeli war in Gaza, activist campaigns against wokeism, and the ever-increasing attempts to penalize people for expressing certain ideas have made it more difficult for people to speak out. The breadth of self-censorship in the U.S. in recent times is not unprecedented or unique to the U.S. Indeed, research in Germany, Sweden, and elsewhere have reported similar increases in self-censorship in the past several years. In the 1970s, Elizabeth Noel Neumann, a distinguished German political scientist, coined the term the spiral of silence to describe how self-censorship arises and what its consequences can be. Informed by research she conducted on the 1965 West German federal election, Noel Newman observed that an individual's willingness to publicly give their opinion was tied to their perceptions of public opinion on an issue. The so-called spiral happens when someone expresses a view on a controversial issue and then encounters vigorous criticism from an aggressive minority, perhaps even sharp attacks. A listener can impose cost on the speaker for expressing the view in a number of ways, including criticism, direct personal attacks, and even attempts to cancel the speaker through ending friendships or refusing to attend social events such as Thanksgiving or holiday dinners. This kind of sanction isn't limited to just social interactions, but also when someone is threatened by far bigger institutions, from corporations to the government. The speaker learns from this encounter and decides to keep their mouth shut in the future because the cost of expressing the view are simply too high. Now, if you're expressing a view and you get attacks from somebody, maybe kick them out of your social event. Maybe tell them they're not invited to Thanksgiving next time instead of unilaterally disarming. Instead of saying, well, if that's how it's going to be here, I'm not going to show up. They go, fine. No. No. Don't take the high road. You be aggressive. You go, hey, man, if you're just going to be a dick every time somebody tries to have a difference of opinion, how about you don't come here anymore? Nobody has to be here. If you're so unhappy, I'm not unhappy. Well, you sound pretty unhappy. How come nobody can talk without you getting mad? Well, I'll talk more about how I personally deal with that in a moment. This kind of sanction, make sure I didn't read that. This kind of sanction isn't limited to just social interactions, but also when someone is threatened by far bigger institutions, from corporations to the government. The speaker learns from this encounter and decides to keep their mouth shut in the future because the costs of expressing the views are simply too high. This self-censorship has knock-on effects as views become less commonly expressed and people are less likely to encounter support from those who hold similar views. People come to believe that they are in the minority, even if they are, in fact, in the majority. This belief then also contributes to an unwillingness to express one's views, like at all. The consequences for democratic deliberation. The tendency toward self-censorship means listeners are deprived of hearing the withheld views. The marketplace of ideas becomes skewed. The choice of buyers in the marketplace are circumscribed. The robust debate so necessary to deliberations in a democracy is squelched as the views of a minority come to be seen as the only acceptable political views. Now, this is where, the anonymity of the internet comes in handy. This is where you can rely on social media. This is where you can go on Twitter and say your views and retweet things that align with your views. But we're talking about in public here, I guess, in face-to-face, in person, which is good because we have to get offline. No better example of this can be found than in the absence of debate in the contemporary U.S. about the treatment of the Palestinians by the Israelis, whatever outcome such vigorous discussions might produce. Fearful of consequences, many people are withholding their views on Israel, whether Israel has committed war crimes, for instance, or whether Israeli members of government should be sanctioned, because they fear being branded as anti-Semitic. Many Americans are also biting their tongue when it comes to DEI, affirmative action, and even whether political tolerance is essential for democracy. But the dominant views are also penalized by this spiral. By not having to face their competitors, they lose the opportunity to check their beliefs and, if confirmed, bolster and strengthen their arguments. Good ideas lose the chance to become better, while bad ideas, such as something as extreme as Holocaust denial, are given space to flourish. The spiral of silence, therefore, becomes inimical to pluralistic debate, discussion, and ultimately to democracy itself. Don't debate. That's my advice. Instead, go into interview mode. Ask someone who's, just spouting what they believe. Just imagine the scenario. This probably happens to you pretty frequently. Let's just say it's someone you know. It's at a family gathering, a barbecue. It's summer. It's barbecue. I personally love springtime. I get so excited for springtime. I wet my plants, but it is summer, so let's just stick with that. So, you're at a barbecue. There's family there. Here's your right-wing uncle. He's trying to engage you in debate. Go into interviewer mode and ask him, where did you hear that? You ask him that enough, and you'll realize they are parroting Fox News more often than not. You'll realize that all the things they're saying are just talking points. Okay? Where'd you hear that? Where'd you hear that? Well, if they're annoyed by you asking that, why are they talking? You say, no, I want to know. Where did you read that somewhere? Where'd you hear that? What's the source? One, you better have one. Two, is it the same one? Because now they're exposing themselves. And if they start to back away, well, good. Let them have a spiral of silence. And then you can start talking about what you want to say. And if they want to debate, go, look, I'm not here to debate, but I got this from this article. Here's where I heard this guy, the Letterhack's on YouTube. Check him out. Right? Just pass the buck. Here am I. Let me stand in your path, right? Let me take over from here. Give them your source. So look, don't hesitate to ask them to elaborate or provide evidence. If you know them well enough, ask them flat out if they have any original thoughts on the topic at all, or if they're just going to keep repeating what some millionaire talking head told them was the truth or the facts. And go, really? So now it's okay to believe whatever they say on the news? Give me a break. There's one outlet. There's only right-wing news. Only conservative media is worth listening to. None of it's worth listening to. How about that? How about all mainstream media is horseshit? And you shouldn't be paying attention to any of it, much less picking up where they left off. And they tout how many people watch their shit. They don't need you out there doing their job for free. Okay, what are you, an unpaid intern for Fox? Get a grip. Make it personal in that way. Give them a little bit of humility. Give them a chance to go, yeah, I'm sitting out here trying to sound like some sort of political scientist, and all I did was watch Fox News all day yesterday. And one thing I'm always doing is pointing out the very talking points some use are specifically meant to divide us, to make us argue instead of starting a conversation based on common ground. So if somebody wants to offer their quote unquote views, let's say on politics, and that's something that you want to talk about as well, but now they're attacking you for it, go, okay, look, the difference is I'm talking about what I would like to be actual policy. What you're doing is talking about why no one on my side should be allowed to have policy decisions. That is only divisive. You are using talking points that are meant to keep us arguing and keep us divided and keep us on different sides. Why don't we start the discussion, our conversation, with common ground, what we agree on? Why do we start with what we disagree on? And that's where I like to use the term from the bottom up. Ultimately, what separates progressives or true leftists from everyone else is that we read articles like this and that we take our own actions into account, especially when interacting with the other side. The right is told that your worst fears are justified. We're going to exploit your anxieties. You should walk up to somebody with a mask on and tell them they're the same as a pedophile. This is what they actually say. It's horrible. But they embolden the people on their side to be attack dogs, basically. And I'm not saying I'm not comparing people to dogs. It's how the right-wing media utilizes their viewers. And here we are on the left going, well, should I be quiet in certain moments? How should I engage with somebody on the right? Whereas the right is like, go get them. And we are more introspective. We're more thoughtful about it. We want to make a case. We don't just want to argue endlessly. We don't want to appear dominant. And so what this article absolutely nails is that the voters and the people have become more divided in reaction to the political parties becoming more divided. See how that works? What is that division really? The way I see it, it's one side, the Democratic Party, is highly motivated to maintain the status quo at all levels and preserve their privilege as members of Congress as opposed to actual public servants in government. And then, of course, there's the Republican Party and their rise and current status as American fascism. In that way, it's less about parties having different policy platforms and voters choosing who to align with or not, and more about one party becoming authoritarian, which gives their supporters the chance to show their true colors as well. Fact is, either people are constantly voting against their own best interest or they just want the country to be fascist. They like it that way. And so those people won't be included in the groups you'll find scattered throughout the left who think there's still a fighting chance within the Democratic Party. You won't win the fascists over. You can only defeat them. And so if you find yourself talking to somebody who's, clearly saying, I don't care if we're deporting people who didn't do anything and were American citizens, there's not a lot to argue with there. It seems like that person is willing to lean into all the horrible things that are going on. My hope is that they are a minority, but I'm not sure that it's my personal job to convince them that's not how they should be. I think there's a lifetime of circumstance that's different from person to person that made them the way they are. It gave them the views they have. And I'm not here to argue with them about it or lead by example. I think in that case, what you do is, without forming an echo chamber, you do something like this, where you fire up your webcam, you start a podcast, and you talk to people on as broad a scale as possible about how to make your case without debating, without having to win an argument. What we truly need is more politicians and actual public servants creating alliances from the bottom up. It should never be left or right, as much as it should be workers first, the needs of the people first, taxpayers' money going to services that benefit taxpayers. It should be more obvious than ever to everyone that the Trump administration is the epitome of corruption. January, February, and March, Donald Trump personally made $1 billion a month. Okay? And then he gives an unofficial State of the Union talking about how much of a badass he is, how much he's accomplished, and that's what his supporters go out and talk about. He made what president? You shouldn't be allowed to make $3 billion as the president because you're president, okay? Pump and dump cryptocurrency scams, come on. They allow him to get away with it. It should be obvious. And if it's not, that's not on us. It's just not. Anyway, moving on. Again, thanks for being here. If you're just joining us, DJ Exclusive, the Beard Bonnet Chronicles will be back next week. James Williams is without the internet. What are you going to do? And so here we are at this space, a working class media collective where we step up for each other. We show support for each other at all times, especially when someone can't be on air. Yeah, we could have just as easily said, hey guys, sorry, we'll start at 2:00. Hey guys, sorry, we will be off air today. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We will be here for you as much as we are here for each other. And we're adding more people all the time. Jeff Wiggins of We Gonna Be All Right is now providing content to the channel. You will see that randomly. And there, I'm in talks with other people today and tomorrow about providing content for the collective in one way or another. So it's going well. We're doing well. We're making it happen. And yeah, sorry about the jokes, the dad jokes. I was gonna make another one about jump roping, but I think I'll skip it. Okay, let's go on to our next article. Let's talk about how the Democratic establishment is melting down over Mamdani's win in New York. You know, I really, really do think that the activism led to this win. I really do. Yeah, you know what's funny? I heard somebody the other day saying that we need I was confused. I had asked for clarification. They were like, we need to start protesting in space. We need to have we need to be organizing activism in space. I was like, you mean like outer space? And they were like, yeah. I was like, well, how would you do that? And they said, you just have to plan it. I was like, okay, I mean, let me know when you have more details than that, but I don't know, that sounded a little weird. So anyway, let's look at this article from Axios. Axios, not the best outlet. I have a lot of disagreements with them, but it's concise. It's all they put just enough in there for you to get what's going on and then form your own opinion, and that's not bad. This is by Alex Thompson and Andrew Solander. Many Democratic leaders and donors are panicking about Zoran Mamdani, the 33-year-old Democratic socialist who won the party's nomination to be the next mayor of New York City. I say let them panic. Here's why it matters. Establishment Democrats looking to recover from 2024's losses fear Mamdani could hurt the party's brand nationally, while young progressives believe his formula could spread beyond New York. Now, let's not forget what happened less than a year ago, because I'm old enough to remember the 2024 presidential election and general election. And the loss that this article refers to had nothing to do with the things that just won. Look at this. This is gaslighting at its finest. This guy wins the votes. He wins the election. He did it without big donor super PAC money. And they're saying that they're worried this is going to cause them to lose the election like they did in November. It wasn't the same campaign. They did not run the same campaign at all. They didn't have nearly the platform and policy proposals that Mamdani had that would serve the people. They weren't touting billionaires, never Trumpers, Republicans, Beyonce. I'll say what you want about the music. You got to pay for that appearance. So why is it that we're worried that what they're worried about is that they're not going to get paid as consultants, because they get paid win or lose. The strategists and the consultants make millions of dollars. The reason why their consultation and their strategy amounts to taking big donor money is because that money is how they get paid. This is not hard to figure out. This is exactly what happens. So I kind of take issue with the fact that Axios wants to have an article about how they're offended without pointing that out and how they're panicked because, and when they say Democratic leadership, who? Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, have they not been exposed as completely useless, i.e., worthless in terms of presenting any kind of opposition? These are the politicians that are telling us the consultant class is the way to get things done. Really? This guy's getting things done without them. And so who's freaking out? I mean, we really do have to point that out. Democratic leaders largely rallied behind former Governor Andrew Cuomo in New York's mayoral primary, and Mamdani's shocking victory Tuesday was the latest example of the party's establishment being disconnected from many of its own viewers. What's shocking about it? I was shocked because finally, I was like, oh, finally, the voters didn't screw this one up too. What else is shocking about it? That he did it without super PACs? Is that really so shocking? That he did it without AIPAC? That he did it without the same millionaires and billionaires that are donating and voting for Donald Trump? Is that what's shocking about it? That shouldn't be shocking. It should be relieving. It should be a relief. Driving the news. On Wednesday, many Democratic lawmakers and officials either denounced Mamdani or notably declined to rally around him. Republicans, including President Trump, crowed about Democrats embracing a Democratic socialist who called for reduced police funding and sided with Palestinians in the Gaza war. And there you go. Democrats are going to be called socialists and pinko commie scum by the Republicans, no matter what they do. So, what do the Democrats say? We can't embrace socialism because they'll call us socialist. Well, how about when you don't embrace socialist, whether they win or not? They still are going to call you that. It's lose-lose. If it's not obvious now that the only strategy and the only consultation they should take is to lean into the DSA policy and platforms, then what are you doing here? Except just trying to maintain your opportunity to do insider trading. The top two Democratic leaders in Congress, Senator Chuck Schumer and Representative Hakeem Jeffries, both New Yorkers, declined to endorse Mamdani, even as they applauded his victory. So they came out and were like, oh, yeah, ignore the fact that we didn't do shit about this yesterday and that we're happy today. New York Rep. Laura Gillen from Nassau County called Mamdani the absolute wrong choice for New York. But, just ask the New Yorkers. Rep. Tom Suzy, also from Nassau County, said he had serious concerns, quote unquote. And excuse me for coughing, but, I've been on air talking quite a bit this week. Reps Pat Ryan, Josh Riley, Richie Torres, who went so far as to say he wouldn't run for governor if Mamdani won, all dodged reporters. Rep. Dan Goldman asked if he had any thoughts on the results, told Axios, not right now. Come on. What happened to get behind the nominee? What happened to supporting the incumbent, supporting the nominee? What happened to that? Major Democratic donors who poured tens of millions into a super PAC for Cuomo were having private discussions Wednesday about whether to back an independent run for Cuomo in November's general election or rally behind unpopular incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who's also running as an independent. I don't think that officially makes him the incumbent in terms of who the Democratic Party should back. He is in such bad shape with Democratic voters that he's running independent. That's why. And so if the Democratic leadership are going to back him as an incumbent, as an independent, okay, we are showing our cards now. Everything is on the table. Now, you want to talk about, that's the most transparency you can hope for government. They just told you everything you need to know. And who are major Democratic donors, and who did they vote for? I mean, what is really going on here? They're like, okay, we need either to get Cuomo back in here or just get behind Eric Adams. We can't have that. No, this is your Democratic Party nominee. You know who said? The people. But here they are already trying to make it so that the people who didn't vote for him absolutely won't vote for him come the election, which will more than likely be a bigger turnout. So there's all these people that, you got to split the difference here a little bit. You got to find the people who didn't vote at all. You go, well, why didn't you vote? Look at what this guy stands for versus these other two people who are now running independent because they didn't get the Democratic nominee. Like, are you voting party line or not? Or are you just voting against somebody who you think will lose even though they're winning? Because that's the next line you're going to hear is there's no way they can win, but they are winning. Some Democrats see the young, energetic Mamdani as a breath of fresh air in a party full of elderly, out-of-touch leaders. And by some Democrats, I hope that would mean all of us. They also see him as an unapologetically progressive voice who speaks to the anger among voters whom elites have been slow to recognize. Slow to recognize, also said another way, ignoring. They also see him as Mamdani's platform, particularly his emphasis on affordability in one of the world's most expensive cities, also appeared to resonate far beyond the activist class of Democrats, according to election returns. I take issue with, maybe this isn't like a negative term to all you guys. I take issue with being referred to as activist class, as if we're just like this part of the No, these are people going Democrat or not. We're standing up for our rights. We're standing up for our needs. We're standing up for policy that translates to basic human rights of survival. Rent is too damn high and always only going up, and we can't figure out why, except that all the rich people bought everything up and they're just raising rent because. Why are all the people who can't afford to live in New York forced to leave New York? While it currently contains more millionaires than any other city on the planet. What are you trying to turn that city into? So don't call us activist class. Like, at no point do they call them the voters, the people. Other Democrats see Mamdani, a state assembly member with a history of controversial comments about Israel and policing. Why is it controversial? They seem as politically toxic for a party whose national success depends on its ability to attract voters in less progressive places nationwide. Here's what they're saying, and I know I'm running out of time. I could rant about this forever. Here's what they're actually saying. We can't win elections as Democrats without Republican votes. And so we're going to now say that certain topics are controversial. What topics? Progressive ones. There's no debate over what is a genocide. They just go, hey, if you're talking shit about Israel, that's bad. Well, isn't it a genocide? Oh, you are, Stephen Colbert said it, whatever his motivation was behind this comment, he said, there is a real fear out there among Jewish voters in New York City that if you win, there will be a rise in anti-Semitism. Why? What is that fear-mongering? This man does not represent anti-Semitism. He represents anti-war, anti-genocide. Those are peaceful things. That's not controversial. That's not the same as saying somebody doesn't have a right to exist. A nation doesn't have a right to be a nation. It's saying, no, look, that government is clearly messed up. Let's all not forget, this guy was facing huge charges before he stole the election and then began conducting this genocide in retaliation for something that doesn't require a genocide. Here's the zoom in. Some New York Democrats think that establishment leaders sleepwalked their way into this situation by backing Cuomo, who had significant baggage They're playing that down. They play other things up. They play other things down, and can risk and ran a risk-averse campaign. The full-on freak out by the establishment is entirely predictable. They do no introspection or soul searching and instead just lash out, said Liz Smith, a longtime Democratic operative who used to work for Cuomo but has become a critic. Good for you, Liz. This is an outcome of their own creation, Smith added. If you don't want to lose to a socialist, don't run a fatally flawed candidate like Andrew Cuomo. Democratic luminaries such as former President Clinton, Michael Bloomberg, Rep. Jim Clyburn, Democrat from South Carolina, endorsed Cuomo in the campaign's final weeks. Mamdani gained support from progressive insurgents such as Senator Bernie Sanders, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Flashback, Mamdani repeatedly called for defunding the New York Police Department, a position he tried to add nuance to during the campaign. We don't need an investigation to know what the NYPD or that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to defund the NYPD. They say he dodged questions about whether Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. He did not. He, in fact, said that if no matter what I say, it will be skewed as negative. They go on to talk about that more. They go on to talk about how he did denounce anti-Semitism, but some Democrats aren't convinced, i.e., unwilling to be convinced. They said that he demonstrated a deeply disturbing pattern of unacceptable anti-Semitic comments. Where and when? Let's see them. Do you have receipts? Then they go on to compare what he did, his accomplishments, to a Pickett's Charge, which was a battle in the Civil War, which I think is just a little too silly to really go into detail and share. But there's a link that it's a gifted link to the New York Times detailed map. If you want to look at it deeper, if you want to look at the numbers a little bit closer, it is all there. Check it all out. And, you know, it's just a way to take like a deep dive and see what really went down during the election. See, you know, where people stand according to borough and neighborhood. One thing that nobody is pointing out, though, that I want to share with you with the and look, I mean, everyone knows the Letterhack firmly believes that the number one best thing about the internet is that, you know, is a good interactive map. I mean, it's so fun to be able to click around and get different stats. But one thing nobody is sharing is something I want to share with you all now. Assembly member Mamdani celebrates historic taxi medallion debt relief deal. This is one of his major accomplishments that nobody has been talking about. I want to see a show of hands. Put a number 1 in the chat right now if you knew about this. The program allows owner drivers to restructure the taxi medallion loans with a maximum principal balance of $170,000 after a $30,000 grant and a fixed interest rate of 7.3% or less. Each loan also has a city-funded guarantee, ensuring that lenders cannot pursue drivers' assets to settle outstanding debts. Go to New York City. If you're not on the subway, tell me how the fuck you're getting around. Okay? What does New York City need? Whether it's full of millionaires or not, what's it need? Taxi cabs. And so now imagine if it had free buses on top of it. Come on. So that's one thing that isn't being pointed out at all by any of these people who are supposedly outraged. It's all just, It's an insult to everyone who's reading and watching the news when it's reported in that manner. When you give all of the voice to the people who are unfair critics and obviously motivated to maintain the status quo. Representatives and senators have made $3 million in the first 6 months of this year, 2025, by buying stocks in the pharmaceutical industry. Why don't we have universal health care? Why do they give tax subsidies to pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies? Because, they use those tax subsidies to pay lobbyists to lobby Congress for laws that help their industry make more money so that the Congress people can turn around and buy stocks in those companies that benefit from those laws. I could just keep going around. Your taxes go to them. It's supposedly to bring prices down, but instead they use it for lobbyists to get the lawmakers to pass laws in their favor. They say, oh, no, yeah, there'll be trickle down. Don't worry. There'll be more jobs too. Yeah, if we have more business, there'll be more jobs. Of course, we need people to deny claims. No, they're using AI to deny claims. They're not even using people. There aren't more jobs. And then these Congress people invest in that. So why do they stay in office till the day they die? Because that portfolio is only getting better every year. They look so good. If you want to quit your job and invest in stocks, I recommend that you take a look at Nancy Pelosi's portfolio and try to replicate that as closely as you can. She obviously has some insider knowledge and tips that we could all benefit from. Or we could just vote them out and create a government full of public servants who actually give a damn about us and who actually want to make policy that create a better way of life for everyone. The money is there. They don't even need to do it just with taxes. They're lying to us at every step of the way. And when you see articles that say we're being divided, are we being divided or are we being denied? And should we continue to act divisively, or should we agree that we are being denied a society and an existence that would make things better? There would immediately be less argument about who's right and wrong and which politician is going to get our backs. And it would be more about, well, hey, I mean, now that I have health care, we should be arguing about whether we're going to go to the movies or play golf. We should be arguing about whose turn it is to decide what movie we're going to watch, because we work a lot less now that we're all healthy as fuck. And that's what they're afraid of, losing the slave labor. I'm Matt Strackbein, a.k.a. The Letterhack. You can check me out every Monday night, youtube.com/The Letterhack. This Monday night, Casper Sender will be on the show from ABO Comics. Those are queer zines and comics made by inmates only, about abolishing the prison system. Don't miss that. That's at 9 p.m. Eastern this Monday night. Then at 9:30, Boston Brian joins me, and we'll hang out and talk about whatever the heck is going on that day, because it's always something, folks. James Bubba Williams, a.k.a. DJ XXXCLUISIVE, will be back with Beer Bonnet Chronicles next week. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for supporting this space. I will see you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, as you all know, Donald Trump dropped several bunker bombs on Iranian nuclear facilities on Saturday. Iran just retaliated today. So, I have updates to share about that war that Trump just started. We also have knowledge now and proof that he is totally lying about the reason for this war. I have news about why it looks like this could escalate to U.S. military boots on the ground in Iran. I also have some very interesting feedback from MAGA land figures, some of whom are opposed to what Trump is doing. Others are totally falling in line, like the cult members that they are. They are proving just how hypocritical they are. And I absolutely have the receipts to prove it. So I'm going to share all that with you. I also want to talk about what could happen next, what has happened, how this will absolutely tank the economy. And this may all be for nothing because it is now sounding like the US achieved absolutely nothing with this bombing. Like this did nothing at all. It's also tanking Donald Trump's approval rating. So there's that silver lining. I will get to that as well. But before I get into all these details, please do me a big favor. Please hit the subscribe button below this video. Really, really helps the show. I greatly appreciate it. So here is the latest on this new war that Donald Trump has just started in the Middle East. Iran and Israel have been exchanging fire after the U.S. struck the Iranian nuclear facilities. The AP had reported that Iran launched about 40 missiles at targets in Israel. That was as of yesterday. 23 people had been injured in Israel as a result. And Israeli Air Force struck targets in 4 different Iranian cities. They hit command centers, missile launchers, and they hit an Iranian prison where they say that there are like political prisoners there, people that they're using to hold over the heads of other countries. Here's the thing. Donald Trump is now saying, oh, well, there's a ceasefire. Right before I jumped on to record today, he put out an announcement, he put out a statement on his failing social media site and said there's a 24-hour total, a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Well, guess what? That appears to be bullshit as well, because the Iranians have put out their own statement. One of their top officials put out a statement as well immediately after that went public and said, no, we have not been offered any kind of ceasefire agreement. We don't know what the hell you're talking about. So here's where things stand with our government. JD Vance is claiming we're not at war with Iran. Billy, you go bomb a country. We're not at war. And Republican lawmaker Thomas Massey, he's kind of persona non grata right now in the MAGA party because he's basically a libertarian. And so he is coming out hard against this. He is totally against it. And he issued a statement saying, when 2 countries are bombing each other daily in a hot war and a third country joins the bombing, that's an act of war. I'm amazed at the mental gymnastics being undertaken by neocons in DC and their social media bots to say we aren't at war so they can make war. He's amazed, you guys. Really? How is he amazed by this after all these years? We've seen this. This is like same song, different verse, right? How many times have we seen this over and over again? And then Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's defense secretary, he said, quote, this mission was not and has not been about regime change. In fact, a bunch of Trump's allies have been coming out and saying, oh, no, this isn't about regime change. But regime change addicted neocons are cheering this on. So take a look. This is what John Bolton had to say on Sunday shows.
Well, let me say this unequivocally. I think President Trump made the right decision for America to attack Iran's nuclear weapons program. And I think we're on the verge of potentially seeing regime change in Iran as part of that. I think this is a huge change in the Middle East. It was a decisive action. It was the right thing to do. I thought somebody should do it for a long time, but better late than never.
Yeah. So John Bolton, cut from the same cloth as Lindsey Graham, has never met a war that he didn't love. And so I was like this many days old when I realized and discovered that the J And Donald Trump's name, we all thought it just stood for John. No, it stands for John Bolton. Yep. Donald John Bolton Trump. That's what we should call him from now on. I mean, America first, right? What happened to that? And here's how we know that Trump is lying about the impetus for this bombing. Because yesterday, Donald Trump posted again on his failing social media site, and he basically hinted that, yeah, regime change is an option. It's on the table. He wrote, quote, "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? MIGA or MIGA, I don't know how you would pronounce it, MIGA, I don't know, MIGA, make America or make Iran great again." So Trump is making a liar out of his defense secretary and all these other people who, quickly got on to all the shows on Sunday to try to soothe the nerves of the MAGA crowd to say, oh, no, we're not doing regime change war. And then to make matters worse, we may not have accomplished a damn thing. So Vice President J.D. Vance just hinted at the idea that, yeah, actually Iran moved their uranium before the attacks. So we didn't actually take out their nuclear capability. We didn't actually destroy their nukes and their ability to create nukes as we claimed and as Donald Trump claims. And an Israeli source kind of confirmed this. They said that the Iranians had 800 pounds of uranium that they moved to a different location, which was not one of the ones that was struck. So what was the point of this? We now have Americans in danger for a war started by Israel, and Russia just posited the idea that, well, even if the Iranians can't make their own bomb, they could just get them from another country. I mean, Russia has nukes, right? They're aligned. Iran is aligned with several countries with nukes. North Korea, Russia. So MAGA is split. They are very much split on this issue. Republican lawmaker Marjorie Taylor Greene posted on Twitter, quote, "Every time America is on the verge of greatness, we get involved in another foreign war. There would not be bombs falling on the people of Israel if Netanyahu had not dropped bombs on the people of Iran first. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. This is not our fight. Peace is the answer." I have to say, she's making sense. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I'm taking crazy pills or if she's taking like antidepressants, but she's making sense. And she was on Steve Bannon's show today and she was fully went off on this. Now I'm going to play a portion of it for you. This video went on for like over 5 minutes. I mean, she was just going off. The one thing she doesn't say, the one word that doesn't come out of her mouth is Trump. She does say this administration, but as usual with all of these people, all these Trump pumpers, no one actually blames Donald Trump specifically. So take a look at this.
I didn't sleep better after neocons and warmongers talked this administration into entering a hot war that Israel started, because all of a sudden we now have threats on our homeland. We now have warnings from our State Department for Americans overseas. Qatar put out a warning to Americans to shelter in place. Americans in Israel are terrified for their lives, as well as the Israeli people are terrified for their lives because bombs have been falling in Israel. I represent MAGA far more than Mark Levin or any of these other neocon suck-ups ever will and ever do, because MAGA is not for foreign wars. Yep. We are not for regime change, and we are for America first. A lot of these people are going to be dead in 10 to 15 years, but my kids' future matters to me, and right now their generation can't buy a house, they can't afford insurance, they can't get good paying jobs, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford to buy a car, they can't afford gas. They don't know if they're ever going to be able to save money for their retirement because they're barely making it paycheck to paycheck. And I am so angry about this. So all of them have crossed my line. And you want to know what I have that Mark Levin doesn't have? I have a voting card, Steve. 6 months in, Steve, and here we are, turning back on the campaign promises. And we bombed Iran on behalf of Israel. Yes, it was on behalf of Israel. We're entering a nuclear war, the World War III, because the entire world is going to erupt. And you want to know the people that are cheering it on right now? Their tune is going to drastically change the minute we start seeing flag-draped coffins on the nightly news, on Fox News that brainwashes all the baby boomers, and on CNN that brainwashes all the Democrat baby boomers.
I mean, I never thought in a million years I would agree with this nut. I never thought I'd agree with this nutcase, but here we are, right? Strange bedfellows. I mean, she didn't say anything wrong there. She didn't say anything that wasn't true. And yeah, I mean, for anybody on the left who's watching CNN, you need to turn the channel, because I am now rebranding them. They are now Constant Neocon News, because that's what they're doing. They're bringing on everyone and anyone who is on board with this, and you're not going to hear anybody telling the truth. MSNBC is a little more mixed from the coverage I've picked up from them. Some are for it, some are telling the truth. But yeah, the fact is they did not have nuclear weapons. And they were not close to having nuclear weapons. And our own intelligence agency told Donald Trump that. So here's what I think this is really about. I think that this was the perfect excuse and cover for Netanyahu and for Trump, right? The heat is being turned up on Netanyahu because people are just disgusted and beside themselves about this horrific treatment of the people in Gaza, of the Palestinian people, and of this genocide that they're perpetrating with our help. So it's not looking good for Netanyahu and Israel. It's not looking good for Trump on multiple fronts. He is also going along with the genocide. He's no different than the Biden administration. If anything, he's given Israel even more of backing and ability to do what they want to do and turned a blind eye. His poll numbers are down. His numbers on immigration and inflation are horrific. People are turning on him on the two biggest issues that he's known for, that he always did great on in polls. And his presidency is flailing. He doesn't have a single confirmed, in writing, actual negotiated tariff deal. After all of these months, you know, they said 90 deals in 90 days. They don't have a single one actually in writing, signed, sealed, and delivered. So his presidency is in tatters. It is a complete and total shit show. And so I think this was the perfect way for both of them to distract from their, you know, what's going on domestically with them on a political level. And you know, here's the thing. Trump humper MAGA influencers are turning against him. Some, like I said, are going along with this, but others are not. So the Hodge twins, I've mentioned them before, they keep posting about this issue. And in one of them, they wrote, quote, "Nobody cared about Iran's nuclear program until Israel attacked them. But we can't say that because we anti-schematic." Now, these two, I don't know. I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know if they honestly think that that is the way you say it, because they're not the sharpest knives in the Henkel's holder, I'm just going to say. So I don't know. I don't know if they actually realize that it's anti-Semitic. But anyway, many other MAGA minions immediately did an about face. They're pretending like they're totally on board with this bombing and, oh, this is so great. And, you know, we can't let them get nukes and blah, blah, blah. They're getting nukes either way. Like I said, Laura Loomer is the biggest hypocrite. So she is now posting support for this. Here is what she said, though, in the past on this very topic. Quote, Today, Nikki Haley went on CNBC and called for the U.S. to bomb Iran. Nikki Haley wants more war in the Middle East, which means more dead U.S. soldiers. The only person who has proven that he won't create more wars is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the pro-peace candidate. So, yeah, I guess Loomer now is okay with more dead U.S. soldiers. You know, as long as it's her apricot antichrist who's causing their death, she's totally cool with it. She's going to champion it. And think about what this means. Donald Trump is now aligned with Nikki Haley. You know, the same Nikki Haley that his supporters called a neocon and said she's a war hawk and she will get us into war and she never met a war she didn't like and blah, blah, blah. And that she's no different than, you know, the neocons of the past, of the Bush and the Cheney, you know, and all these other people. So think about that. Donald Trump is now Nikki Haley. He is now doing what Nikki Haley would have done. And here's the really important thing is what comes next, right? We've already seen retaliation. The Iranian government voted to close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, they have not done it, but their parliament has approved it in case they want to do it. That means oil prices are going to shoot through the roof if that happens, because about 20% of our oil is transported via that waterway. Also China. So now Trump is pressuring China to get them on board after what he just did to them with the tariffs. So, like I said, oil prices are going to spike. Our gas is going to spike. The stock market was already reacting to this on Sunday. The stock futures for oil and gas went through the roof because everybody was like, yeah, prices are going to go up. Woohoo! Time to make money, time to cash in. And Iran just launched missiles at 2 of our U.S. military bases. So one in Qatar and then one in Iraq. And, now Trump is playing it off, and there is some reporting that, this was all staged and they gave him a heads up and he knew that they were going to strike these bases, blah, blah. I don't know if that's true. But we do have tens of thousands of military members within striking distance of Iran. So if they want to do this, if they really want to retaliate, they can. And remember, after Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, they did hit one of our bases. They severely injured some of our military members, some of our service members. They ended up with severe head trauma. And here's the thing and what this means. If you zoom out, why would any other nation trust us? Why would Iran ever trust us again? Even let's say Donald Trump is ousted, in 2028, he actually leaves office, whether, by force or just because he does, or, because he's no longer with us. Look forward to that day. But why would they ever think that they can be safe trusting the USA again? And I don't just mean Iran, but any country. Because Trump lied to them. He said, we're going to negotiate. We're going to continue with negotiations. He broke that promise. Israel started bombing them. We're going to wait 2 weeks. And then we're going to make a decision. He broke that promise or that, went against that statement. So every country now has to be looking at this and going, okay, well, even if Trump is out of office, let's say a Democrat wins next time and we get everything back on track. Who is to say that once again, with the United States having this archaic, ridiculous way of electing their president, with our electoral college system, that we're not going to end up with 35% of America electing another crazy maniac, another unhinged, unwell person. And then we're going to be right back in this situation again. Why would they ever trust us going into the future? And every country is now going to want nukes. Every country is now seeing this happen. They've seen what happened in Iraq. They saw what happened in, Libya and all these other countries. And they're going, well, dang, I got to get some nukes because that's the only thing that's going to save me. That is the only thing that will keep America from bombing our country. And, now we, as Marjorie Taylor Greene said, now we have to worry about more terrorist attacks here on American soil. They're now saying, oh, there's sleeper cells. Now, whether that's true and they're just trying to make people aware, or whether they're using that as an excuse to crack down and, put us in a state of more militarization, more of a police state, I don't know, but that's what they're saying. And as I said at the beginning, the only positive is that this is destroying Donald Trump's approval rating, because a Reuters Ipsos poll was conducted over this past weekend after the strike, and Trump dropped to 41% approval rating. So that is the lowest for this Reuters Ipsos poll. In other polls, as you guys know, recently, he was down in the 30s. He now has a 57% disapproval. So that means some Republicans are on board and disapproving. And a plurality in that same poll, 45%, said that they disapprove of this bombing of Iran. So we are in danger now. We were not in danger before. They did not have nukes. Now they're going to rush to get them. Now they're going to hide it. We will not know. They're going to absolutely hide whatever they're doing from us. And now they absolutely have the impetus to create nuclear bombs. So, but don't worry, guys. I have some comforting news for you, really. We don't have to worry, because Trump's crackpot team, they're on it. They're going to protect us. Like this guy I'm going to show you. So this guy here is Thomas Fugate, I think is how you pronounce it. He is 22 years old. He just graduated from college a year ago. He has no experience in terrorism, no experience in law enforcement, no experience in national security. He was recently employed, though, as a gardener and as a grocery store clerk. And he is now leading the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships. That is a division of the Department of Homeland Security that is in charge of overseeing terrorism prevention. So don't worry, guys. We have 22-year-old, no experience, grocery store clerk, whatever the hell his name was. This kid, he's on it. He's going to protect us. What could go wrong, right? What could possibly go wrong? Anyway, I will let you know when I hear more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have special Trump regrets for you today. This is because MAGA is in meltdown mode over Donald Trump's bombing of Iran. So their meltdown was just totally epic. I will say Twitter users were far more pissed off than the cult members on Truth Social. But I even managed to find a couple over there in the Kool-Aid Central. So in any case, you are definitely going to enjoy these comments. They have plunged straight into the freezing waters of Find Out. So first up is a man who wrote, quote, "Convinced Israel has some kind of blackmail shit on him. Never seen him bitch out like this." Another guy named Bryce tagged Netanyahu in his post and said, quote, "This is not what I voted for. I voted for Trump to maintain peace and not be Netanyahu's bitch boy. Once again, I regret my vote. Once again, I see that everything Trump promised was a lie. He isn't America first. He is Israel first." Next up is a woman who posted a video on TikTok, and she thoroughly regrets her vote. So check this one out.
I think the hardest part about all of this is that middle-aged, I didn't think I could get fooled again by politicians, not after W, which I voted for. I voted for peace and independent parties every election since then. And I'm still processing the fact that I've part of the demographic that ushered this into power. Now we're sending our kids to die in war again. Over nukes. Not weapons of mass destruction. That was never going to work. It's full-blown, maybe potentially nukes this time. I hate myself.
So, yeah, I mean, she at least gets it. This next person is literally begging for forgiveness for his vote. He posted, quote, "There is literally no way out of this now. We are in, and that's it. I did not get what I voted for, and I repent of my horrible decision to vote for Donald J. Trump. God forgive me." And then a woman posted on Twitter, quote, "He's a fucking disgrace, and MAGA is now a punchline. I regret all my votes for him. Just voting for local elections from now on." I mean, glad to hear she's going to stop voting for Republicans, and he is a disgrace, but, you know, who wants to tell her MAGA has always been a punchline? When has MAGA not been a punchline? Anyway, I also found numerous calls for Donald Trump to be impeached, and these are from his voters, remember. So a guy named Sal, he wrote, quote, "Impeach this traitor. I regret voting for this idiot." A man named David posted, quote, "Now I regret voting for Netanyahu's bitch, just waiting for the midterms and your impeachment now." Another guy said, quote, "It's time to impeach Donald Trump and get him out of office. He's a lunatic madman. I totally regret voting for this man. He is a fucking nutcase." There were also a bunch of tweets I saw with people turning on the MAGA movement. Like this next guy, Brett, he posted, quote, "Anarcho-capitalist here. I regret voting for dumb Donnie. It won't happen again. MAGA can F itself." This next person also slammed MAGA, and they said, quote, "I'm ex-MAGA. I regret voting for Trump 3 times. MAGA and Trump is a big lie. I feel devastated by Trump and his poor foreign policy decisions. I and others are not blindly loyal to Trump MAGA." And then another person replied to a tweet posted by Laura Loomer, and they told her, quote, "I voted for him. I'm not afraid nor embarrassed to say I fucking regret voting for him. I can guarantee Trump will lose more than half his voters/supporters. Laura, you're happy because you know your country, Israel, stood not a chance and needed us." And a lot of people were tagging Trump in their posts and cursing at him. So this next guy posted, quote, "Fuck Trump. We didn't vote for this. You just created instability in the Middle East, not peace. I regret voting for you. Fuck you." Another said, quote, "You backstabbing fuck. We voted for you to focus on America, not get us into another endless Middle Eastern war for Israel. I regret ever voting for you." And then another guy tagged Trump's official POTUS account and told him, quote, "I regret voting for you. Fuck you and your MAGA BS. You are nothing but a lying Zionist little bitch, POTUS." This next guy replied to a tweet posted by Eric Trump, and he said, quote, "Your dad's a bitch-ass puppet. I regret voting for him. Fuck you too. We don't want to fight a war for a bunch of pedo Jews, you fucking loser. There's nothing to be proud of, moron. Sincerely, one pissed off conservative." And a man named Nate wrote, quote, God damn it, I fucking regret voting for your narcissistic ass. Hashtag voting blue, hashtag fuck you. Almost like a poem, isn't it? Voting blue, fuck you. That should be our mantra in the midterms. This next person's post didn't rhyme, but it was still music to my ears. So they wrote, fuck you, you piece of shit. Your legacy will be in shambles, you fucking war pig. I regret voting for you, you disgusting piece of shit. And then check out this video. I'm not familiar with this guy, but I think he's like an online day trader or something. So here's what he had to say about Donald Trump screwing over and betraying his supporters.
I'm starting to think, was Elon Musk right about you, Donald J. Trump? Oh, wait, you did say, hold on, Donald J. Trump did say one thing. I'm sure he kept at least one promise. He said world peace. He didn't keep that promise. I'm sure he kept at least one promise. He said we're going to get tired of winning, that we get tired of winning. Yo, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Kamala, I should have voted for you. I'm not even, like, I'm damn near not even trolling at this point, though. That's where it's starting to get bad, though. Like, I was trolling when I said this last month. It's damn near becoming not a troll, bro. Because if Kamala Harris won, we would be having brunch right now. Facts!
Didn't know they liked brunch, but okay. So some of them are catching on to the fact that Trump conned them on every issue. And I found a bunch of posts of Trump voters promising to either sit out the next election or to vote for Democrats. So this is really bad news for JD Vance and his future because, you know, he's rightfully going to get the overspray of Trump's shit show. One person posted, quote, only showed up to vote because of Trump. I left the R party after 2012. I'm all out of magical escalator rides and miracles at Butler. It was a fun ride, and I don't regret voting for @real Donald Trump. That said, there's no getting me out to vote again. Good luck, JD Vance. Another said, quote, I'm so fucking done with Trump. I regret voting for him, period. I'm so fucking done with him. I will never forgive this. He is a weak, spineless leader. He couldn't even control his own side. Neocons won the day. He just lost half his base. The Republican Party will regret it. And a guy named Joshua tweeted, quote, I now officially regret voting for Trump. I will do literally anything legal to get Israel out of the White House. Petitions, calling representatives. I'm about to join up with the Democrats. Fuck Netanyahu's little bitch. And then another person posted, quote, how can they disarm weapons that they don't possess? You people are sick and you just blew the midterms, you fucking idiots are about to get cooked at the ballot box. I voted Republican down ballot for my first vote ever and now regret it. I'm voting blue all the way down ballot. And a man named Tyler wrote in part, quote, I regret voting for Trump and will never vote for another Trump-endorsed candidate again. MAGA candidates just lost hundreds of thousands of non-interventionist votes unless they denounce this madness. This next person posted something similar and said, quote, Trump is a disgrace. I regret voting for him now, and come midterms, I'm out. Fuck the Republicans, not getting my votes anymore. Another Twitter user responded to a tweet where someone likened Trump to Churchill. This is true. And they replied, quote, STFU, so shut the fuck up, clown. Enough with this Churchill bullshit. He is none of anything. I regret voting for this orange moron and looking forward voting Democrat straight down the ticket. And MAGA influencer Candace Owens, she posted, quote, a full payload of bombs was dropped, followed by now is the time for peace. Utterly deranged. If we had raised the 100 million Adelson gave him on GoFundMe, maybe he would have kept his promises. Guess we'll never know. So for those who don't know what she's referring to, she is talking about billionaire Miriam Adelson, who is a Jewish woman. She gave Donald Trump's campaign $100 million, and she believes in this, rapture BS in the Bible, like what's his face? It's now the, Israel ambassador, Huckabee. And so, yeah, she's like pushing him. Her and Huckabee and others are pushing him on this. So these people are hysterical. They're like, oh my God, look what's happening. It's exactly what the Bible said. No, you're causing this. You are causing what was written in the Bible. Like you are following it to a T. So anyway, back to the post, back to the MAGA rage. One Twitter user actually apologized to Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks. So this guy said he replied actually to one of Cenk's tweets, and he told him, quote, "I remember watching PBD when Trump was elected and laughing at you saying that we would regret voting for Trump. What a fool I was. For this, you have my deepest apologies." So PBD is Patrick Bet-David's show. So I guess Cenk was on the show after the election and said, you guys are going to regret it. And this person's like, yeah, you're right. Another Trump voter admitted that he should have voted for Kamala Harris. He responded to a Donald Trump tweet and he said, quote, "I seriously regret voting for you. I should have gone with Kamala, and I can't believe I'm even saying that." And then this one's funny. A woman who referred to herself as traditional posted, quote, "There is nothing he can say to make up for the fact that he became the very thing he sought to defeat. No new wars," he said. "Iraq was a mistake," he said. "Yet here we are. And now I have to face the irrational Trump-hating liberals in my life and admit I regret voting for him." There were also a number of people questioning if Elon Musk was right about Trump, finally catching on that Israel might actually have some compromising material on Trump. And quite a few MAGA influencers are out taking the temperature of the room. They're, holding their finger in the wind, and they're asking things like, oh, what do you think about the US bombing Iran? So, people like Kevin Sorbo, Charlie Kirk, Terrence Williams, they are such cucks. Like they have no opinions of their own. Their opinions are whatever the majority of Trump voters want them to think and believe, because that's the only way they make money. And that's all it's about for them. They're total grifters. They don't give a shit about the country. They have no ideals, no morals, no moral compass, no standards, no beliefs of their own. I mean, they're just going to go along with whatever whatever the group think is. So anyway, guys, I know there will be more. Actually, there were a ton more. I just, I'm not going to do a 3-hour regret video, but there were so many. I retweeted a bunch more on Twitter. If you guys follow me over there, you can see them there. But yeah, I will have more of these for you in the days to come. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have news for you that just broke today. This is kind of what we already suspected was going on, but now we have actual evidence. So a whistleblower has come forward and claims that a Donald Trump ally told the Department of Justice attorneys, someone who works in the Justice Department, that he planned to defy court orders. So these details were revealed in a complaint that was filed with members of the Congress. Also, it was filed with the Justice Department Inspector General. And this was leaked now to the New York Times. Now, before I get into the details, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button below this video. It's free for you. It really helps the show. So here's the deal. As you guys might recall, there was a Trump administration attorney who was terminated. His name is Erez Ruveni, I believe is how you pronounce it. This was a couple months back. This happened after he told a judge the truth about the government's case against Kilmar Obrego Garcia. Reveni had admitted in court that the DOJ had mistakenly deported Garcia, and he admitted that, yeah, we don't really have the evidence to support all of these allegations against him. So he was put on leave the very next day, and then ultimately he was fired. It was like a week later, they fired him. Well, now Reveni has submitted this complaint, and he's making allegations against a Trump appointed official. So he told the lawmakers and the IG's office that DOJ official Emil Bove had discussed his plans in advance to ignore court orders so that they could deport migrants without or without any or very little notice, and so that there would be no recourse, so nothing could be done. For those who don't know, Emil Bove he was Trump's personal attorney. He represented him in private cases. He also is a current acting DOJ official, and Trump has nominated him to be a justice, to be a judge, a circuit court judge. According to Reveni, top officials at the Justice Department and the White House sought to defy federal court orders through lack of candor, deliberate delay, and disinformation. In fact, Reveni's complaint says that Bove told Department of Justice employees that the courts might try to stop them. So he was very well aware that the courts might step in and try to halt these deportations. But Bove told them that the, quote, DOJ would need to consider telling the courts, fuck you, and ignore any such order. And the complaint goes on to say, quote, Mr. Reveni perceived that others in the room looked stunned, and he observed awkward, nervous glances among people in the room. Silence overtook the room. It also says, quote, no one in DOJ leadership in any administration had ever suggested the Department of Justice could blatantly ignore court orders, especially with an expletive. Mr. Reveni was in disbelief. So this is a guy who has worked in the DOJ for 15 years, this Reveni guy. He has worked under Democrats and Republicans. In fact, he worked in the Department of Justice during Trump's first term, and he was praised for his work back then. So this isn't some never Trumper. This isn't some lib who just hates Donald Trump, and just doesn't agree with what he's doing. And even though Reveni said a lot of the DOJ attorneys looked stunned during this whole thing with Bove, he also said some of them expressed their willingness to go along with this. He said that they were ready to, quote unquote, stonewall judges and lie. And his filing says, quote, discouraging clients from engaging in illegal conduct is an important part of the role of a lawyer. Mr. Reveni tried to do so and was thwarted, threatened, fired, and publicly disparaged for both doing his job and telling the truth to the court. The New York Times said Reveni's complaint, quote, describes 3 instances in which senior Justice Department officials engaged in wrongdoing by ignoring court orders, presenting legal arguments with no basis in law, misrepresenting facts to the courts, and in one instance, directing him to misstate facts in violation of his legal and ethical duties as an officer of the court. So one of these 3 instances is Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act to justify deporting all of those Venezuelans to the El Salvador prison. Another of these 3 instances involved a DOJ attorney named Ensign. So you guys might recall Judge James Boasberg is presiding over the case of Kilmar Obrega Garcia, or at least he was, and the deportation of all of these migrants, everybody who was sent to this El Salvador hellhole of a prison. So he had asked in court if Ensign knew, are any of these deportations imminent? Is anything going to happen within the next 24 to 48 hours? Ensign replied to the judge and said, quote, I don't know the answer to that. Well, Reveni said that was false. That was a complete and total lie. So you have an attorney for the Justice Department flat out lying to a judge. And Reveni's complaint states, quote, Ensign had been present in the previous day's meeting when Emil Bove stated clearly that one or more planes containing individuals subject to the AEA, which is the Alien Enemies Act, would be taking off over the weekend no matter what. So he knew from being in that meeting the day prior that they were imminent, that they were planning to fly these immigrants out that weekend, and he flat out lied. And the Trump administration claims that Ruveni is, he's just some disgruntled employee. He's just mad because he got fired because he doesn't do a good job. Well, Ruveni has receipts. The New York Times wrote, quote, the filing, however, suggests a copious trail of emails, texts, and phone records that would support Mr. Ruveni's version of events. It notes that he was recently promoted and had diligently defended controversial immigration policies of the first Trump administration. So again, this is not a never Trumper. This is a guy who agrees with Donald Trump's mass deportation and went along with what he did in the first administration. And when Reveni sent emails to his superiors, because he was trying to warn them, he was like, look, we can't do this. We can't fly these people out. We're going to be in violation of the court order. We are going to be subject to contempt. We can get a contempt charge against us. They didn't even bother to respond. And Bove's Senate confirmation, by the way, is tomorrow. For him to be appointed to a lifetime appointment as a circuit court judge, they are still holding that tomorrow. In any normal circumstance, his nomination would be pulled, and the Department of Justice would be investigating him and anybody else who was going along with this. But here we are in an authoritarian regime, a fascist regime that doesn't give a damn about due process, doesn't give a damn about the rule of law, and is just going to bulldoze and bully their way into submission. So if the Democrats do not get it together, when they take power again, when we have a Democratic president again, that person better be ready to brawl. That person better appoint an attorney general that comes in. I want brass knuckles and I want skulls cracked. I want everyone from Emil Bove to Pam Bondi in prison. I want them in shackles. I want them in shackles on camera, like these immigrants who were completely innocent. That's what I want to see. And nothing less will suffice. All right, guys, I will let you know when I hear more. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have some really juicy Trump regrets to share and stories of Trump voters slamming headfirst into the find out phase of their journey. So this first one comes from a recent focus group podcast with Sarah Longwell's organization. And as I mentioned last week, these are swing voters. These are people who went for Donald Trump in 2024 after they voted for Biden in 2020. Before I share this clip with you, though, please do me a big favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It really, really helps the show. I greatly appreciate it. So this first person, this is not your average Trump voting bear. He actually did his homework in regard to Doge and all these claims that Elon Musk was making about the so-called savings, waste, fraud, and abuse. So take a listen to what he had to say.
Their wall receipts is just all lies. I mean, from the very start, Being a technical person, I can see there used to be able to inspect the website and see the contract numbers. And all you had to do was look them up and see that they listed like the same contract 3 times. Each one was $80 million. And they claimed, oh, we saved $240 million. No, that contract only paid out 100,000. So you didn't save anything. You didn't save anything at all. So everything they're doing is all BS and all lies. And they haven't found any like corruption. Now they're focusing on getting rid of people's Medicare and stuff. Because they don't have anything else to go with. I was hoping that they can fix the military paying $20 for a 10-cent bolt, but that's not going to happen with HEXF in there.
So there you go. At least one of them gets it. And speaking of not your average Trump voter, a man posted on Twitter and said he supports whatever decision Trump makes regarding Iran. And then he asked others how they felt. And another person replied, quote, negative. I voted Trump too. I didn't vote for the Israel PAC or Israeli PAC. I also have a story to share about a Trump voter who might lose all of her retirement money because of Trump and his big butt ugly bill. Her name is Michelle Santamaria, and she's worked for the Social Security Administration since the 1990s. Or since 1990, I should say. And Santa Maria was counting on a program that provides, I guess, supplemental retirement funds for government employees under the age of 62. Well, the Republican budget bill eliminates that program. And Santa Maria will lose about $110,000 in retirement money if this bill passes because she took the government out. She took, when they were making all these requests of government employees and saying, well, we're going to give you X amount of money if you get out early, if you just take the deal and leave. She took it. So Santa Maria told NPR she voted for Trump hoping he and Elon Musk would upgrade her department. That was her reasoning. Now she says, quote, when you have someone who's been there for 34 years and then just to pull the rug out from under you, that's devastating. I have another story to share about a California long-haul truck driver named Omar. Not only did Omar vote for Trump himself, but he told the New York Post he convinced his wife, his grown children, and his father-in-law to all vote for Trump last year. But now Omar says that Trump is a, quote, or I guess the way he framed it to them, the way he got them over to his side, was he said that Trump is a, quote, businessman and everything was going to be better because he was going to be good for the economy. Well, Trump's tariffs have now caused parts and service for his big rig to completely skyrocket. Omar said that he used to pay $360 for an oil change. That's now $480. He also said his tires used to cost $390 each. They are now $600 a piece. And Omar told the Post, quote, he's doing things that are making the economy worse. Tariffs are hurting everyone. And this, boys and girls, this is what happens when your only source of news is what your friends think, Trump propaganda channels, Fear News Network. Next up is a Trump voter with a tiny amount of compassion. I know, very rare. Again, like finding a unicorn. They do exist, though. A man shared a video of a mother who was being arrested by ICE in a school parking lot. I shared that with you guys yesterday. And yeah, she was screaming, she was crying, pleading with them to stop. Another man, guy named Dwayne, he commented on the video and he wrote, quote, I voted for deportations, but I didn't vote for this scorched earth policy. And a farmer posted on Twitter under a video of Trump saying that the U.S. has a lot of open land and we're going to build housing on that land. And the farmer wrote, quote, I didn't vote for this. Trump lost me forever on this one. I mean, who could have predicted that Trump doesn't care about the environment and maintaining open space for U.S. residents, right? I mean, not like we dealt with this before last time. There's also a ton of Trump Trump voters, they're pissed off about his rhetoric regarding Israel and Iran. And a bunch of these, I will say up front, these were before we launched our or dropped bombs. I shouldn't say launched missiles, before we dropped the bombs in Iran. So a man named Sean responded to a Trump tweet and told him, quote, "America doesn't want to be involved in Israel's war. This is not our war. We don't want it. You were elected by the people. Listen to the people who we elected you. We do not want this," 4 exclamation points. That last sentence was in caps, by the way, for people on the podcast. This next one, this is a two-parter. In October of 2024, a man named Philip posted on Twitter, quote, "Donald Trump is literally right about everything." Yeah. Fast forward to June of this year, 2025, and Philip now says, and here comes one of my cats. Philip now says, quote, "Donald Trump has completely failed us." Unbelievable how misinformed and uninformed so many of these people are. Another Twitter user posted, quote, "Trump seems owned by Israel. Never thought I'd say it, but I feel duped and regret trusting him." This last one for today comes from none other than January 6th convict, the QAnon shaman. Remember him? The horned guy? So I don't know if he is regretting his vote. I don't know if this is all, part of his imagination. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, he said that this is Jacob Chansley, for people who don't know. But QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, he was arrested for January 6th. He was convicted. He was sentenced to prison. He was in prison for quite a while. Anyway, he apparently called Trump a shill for Israel. And now he claims that someone in Trump's camp has threatened his life. Chansley posted on Twitter, quote, "Doing this for my safety. These people are fucking crazy. They think I am their pet. That is how sick and fucking twisted these people are. I am fine and will continue to fight and give Israel the finger. Let the Amazon move as one." Don't know what he's talking about. Anyway, and along with that post, Chansley shared what appears to be text messages between him and someone else, and they're talking about shooting the hostage. And then he shared a lengthy note that I think he wrote on his own phone in case something happened to him. And it describes these meetings that he had with this person. And it says in part, quote, "I knew that the Trump admin had my phone tapped, so they would likely see the message I sent myself. That was also an insurance policy, just like they see this message now. They are continuing to threaten me and my life. I am just letting you all know." I mean, you never know with this batch of crazies, who's telling the truth, but it's fun to watch them all start turning on each other, isn't it? Anyway, I will have more for you. There are lots more where this came from. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Gave us Black History Week. Now, almost 100 years later, many of us are still stuck in the month of February. But our legacy, it doesn't just fit into 28 days. The Black Heritage Day app is here to change all of that. It brings Black history to your fingertips every single day of the year. Based on years of research by Dr. Carl Mack, our historian, our griot, just 3 minutes a day. That's all it takes to read, learn, and listen to an oral narrative of your history.
Indeed, The Southern states went to war over the rights for each of the 11 Confederate states to own our ancestors.
To connect with your roots, to teach your children the truth they won't get in school.
In total, he is credited with 28 other inventions. But as a black inventor, he struggled to gain.
Learn why New Year's Day was once considered the most dreaded day of the year.
Parents were separated from their children, siblings separated, and spouses separated from one another. And today, America has the nerve to lecture us about the status of the black family.
Understand the political journey of black America from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party.
It marked the beginning of blacks' departure from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. And here's why we switched.
Dive into culture and triumph like Sidney Poitier's blockbuster film success. And so much more. From heartbreak to triumph. From January 1st to December 31st. This app is more than a download. It's a movement. It's a community of black families raising their kids on truth and on legacy. Download the Black Heritage Day app for free in the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. This isn't just an app. It is a daily celebration of who we are.
The work we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like It or Not starts now.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, and welcome to Like It or Not, where we're free to tell the truth.
Not care who doesn't like it.
Oh,
What in the hell was
okay. Did my mic work? Was my mic working just now?
No, it was
Yeah,
fine. No, you talking about me.
Talking about me.
No, but it was orange, so that's so crazy. I didn't think it was
Uh-oh.
working. All right, let me.
Becca?
Happy birthday, Rebecca.
It's
Uh,
my
Be-
birthday.
David, bring in the other channel, David, so I can give Becca some air horns real quick. It's her birthday. It's her queen birthday today. Hold on.
It's my birthday.
It's
My birthday. Today's my birthday. Today is my birthday.
How 9?
I am 35 years old officially.
35.
Wow.
35.
Just a baby.
I'm
can't-
35.
35. Oh
It's
my gosh.
birthday.
It just seems like you were like 30 last year.
I literally turned 30 on the show. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my, that's crazy.
Yeah. And now I am 35 years of age on today. Because y'all know I don't be showing up to work on my birthday. But this year, I said, you know what? It's like, I'm not trying to be outside. I'm not really trying. I mean, probably this weekend because it's Haitian flag weekend, May 18th.
Mhm.
Wait
Wait a minute.
Thank you so much. Haitian Flag Day weekend. And so I really, really wanted to just make sure I get the time to spend with you guys. I say, you know what? Like, that's how you know I'm getting older. First of all, I went to the store and bought my own cake.
Oh, see,
I know,
that's
I
stuff
went
that
to-
I be on.
I bought my own cake for myself. You know, it's like you get to that place in life where it's like all of that hoopla, all them friends, all that. It's just you at
Yeah.
the end. Well, once Ben got the opportunity, and you at some point, Bubba, where you guys had partners, husbands, wives, those type of things. And I haven't experienced that just yet, but I soon hope that my person comes and I get to experience birthdays, babies, all those things with them. But as for right now, me and my house, I said I want to do things a little bit solo today, little slow pace.
Okay.
I ain't got no weave in today. Okay, no weave. Just did my hair, washed it. I wanted to just look clean, fresh for 35, and still be me at the same time.
Amen.
Amen.
You look
amen.
damn good, sister. You look
Thank you so
damn
much.
good.
You listen. Thank you so much. And I'm really happy to be here. Look, to be here with you guys today. I don't want to thank anybody, but I want to first thank the Lord.
First, giving unto the Christ, who's the head of my life.
Our Lord and
Giving
Savior
the glory
Jesus
to
Christ.
God.
And for all of you guys out there, I didn't write anything, but I wrote a little something. And I just wanted to start with to all my subscribers. I am just 700 away from 10,000, and I want to thank you because I
All
started this
right.
channel, or I started utilizing this channel when everybody was encouraging me to go independent. And I just want to go ahead and there were labels that was trying to steal, kill, and destroy me. But
Death row, baby.
death row, baby.
Put on death row.
I will not, and so I just want to thank God. I want to thank y'all. I want to thank myself for just sticking it through. And y'all watched me turn 30 during the panoramic. And here I am, a full 35 years old, full grown. And I just want to thank y'all for rocking with me from the good and bad, even when it was hard. And here I am, and I just wanted to give you love. Even though it's my day, it's your day too. And that's for everybody in the audience, the haters, the lovers, everybody.
Is that your acceptance? Keep that channel open.
And for those of you who are watching right now, also, if you want to support me in my life and how I sacrifice my jobs and being with y'all each time, you can support me on Cash App, Becca's Voice, BeccasVoice. If you want to send me a birthday message, any birthday love, you can do that over there. Super chats are open, but I can get Cash Apps on today. So I thank you guys. I just, for seriously though, I really thank you guys. I really wanted to be. I know it's so weird because usually Rebecca's out, on her birthday, but I really wanted to spend it with you guys. I said we're growing a brand. I'm growing my brand, and in this past year, you guys have all really motivated me to stay on it. And I've seen what can happen in such a short amount of time. Now, if we stay put and we stay here, just imagine what it's gonna look like. Just another year from now, before the year ends, even. So I'm grateful for you guys. Thank you so much. Claps. The claps.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Not if we have them, we're going to use them.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Well, happy birthday, Rebecca. Lord. Wait a minute.
Wow, isn't she amazing? Ladies and gentlemen, Rebecca Azor.
Hey, wait, run the clock. Y'all ain't got no sense. No sense whatsoever. No sense whatsoever. Hey.
We play too much. Anywho, how are you guys doing? I'm sorry that I took the moment, but how are you guys doing? How are you guys?
Just another day.
Another dollar.
There you go. It could have gone either way, James.
Either way.
Another day, another dollar, or just another day that the Lord
Okay.
has blessed me. Rebecca, we can't do it.
Ben.
What happened?
She ain't even paid us attention. That's
Oh no, because listen,
she got used to it now.
I ain't hear nothing y'all just said, but I got a message from how people on my birthday sending me notifications about a bill. That's what I was looking at just while I was reading it. I said, "Now come on, y'all! It is the day of my birth."
It's either gonna be Apple or one of these streaming services. They're gonna say, "Oh, it's your birthday. Hey, how about you give me that $25 real quick?"
It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Then they don't even ask. They come like a thief in the night.
Y'all, please excuse me. It's hot over here. I got my menopause fan going on.
That's what's going on. Where them fans at?
That's what's going on.
This one won't snap. It's wooden, so it ain't gonna snap like I'm on it. It's just hot.
Okay, so talk to me, guys. How's your week been going other than the fan? Are you still on your weight loss journey? Because I still see you slimming down. What's going on?
I am. So
Okay.
I haven't done my shots probably in like 2 weeks because my free program ran out. But I joined the gym on Sunday. Saturday. I joined the gym Saturday last week. Still eating healthy and still doing what I'm supposed to do with a couple of cheat days here and there. But I'm feeling great. I went to the zoo a couple of like last week or so, week before, and I was able to walk y'all without having any back pain or having like stop and sit
Oh,
down.
God, look
So
at God.
I'm like, Jesus, and I'm like, I'm so proud of myself. I
I
really
love
am.
that. I love that for you. I love that for you. See, progress from when you first
Progress.
started, what, in January?
Yep, January. Yep. Looking real swole. When I went back and looked at some pictures, I was like, ooh, I look bloated.
Not you look bloated. Not you look bloated. Now, Ben, how's your week been going?
It's woke. It's going.
Nice, woke.
I know this is woke.
Yeah. Well,
Are we claiming that word back again?
yeah. Well, I never let it go,
Okay.
right? You know, I know that there was
Right.
some less or non-melanated people in our orbits that were like, oh no, we shouldn't say that word. But I never let that go. But nah, the week is going. The week is weekend. It's what's today? Wednesday. It's another
Yeah.
day. You know. It's all, I
Thursday.
know. Sorry,
Another
Thursday.
day's journey. Yeah, yeah.
That's
yeah.
me and mine. But what are your plans for your birthday? Is the question.
Right.
I wanna
I
know.
have none, to be honest. I don't have any plans. I'm just here with y'all, and I really like have no plans. Like I said earlier, like life changes, you changes things, changes. It's I think I'm at a place where I just want to relax. And when I do want to go and do things, I get the option to do that. I don't feel any pressure to celebrate or to plan or to do
Yeah.
anything like that. I'm okay with it. I just want to simply be, especially with the year that I've actually had that has not tore me up. I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? With the circumstances, everything, imagine, having to go take care of your parents, you know, literally it just makes you understand that dang, time is really passing by. I got to go take care of both of my parents, plan their surgeries for them, for their health, do their healthcare stuff, make sure that everything that they got going on at home is just fine, and then have some situations of my own, job loss, those type of
Yeah.
stuff, and you just kind of come to a place where it's like, what you gonna do? I gotta live my life, and I'm grateful that I'm able to just be living, breathing. So I honestly like the stillness. I'll probably go maybe take a walk after the show. I will be on Leftist Mafia tonight. Like I'm okay with that. Like I think I'm at a place where it's just I just don't want the stress of nothing, right? Your
Everything.
birthday should
Right.
be
You're
something.
coming. You're coming on over. You're out of this. You're no
Ben's like, girl,
longer
shut
in.
up. You're
No,
getting
let's just
old.
be real. You're no
That's
longer in the out in the streets stage
yep.
of life. You're in the
Yeah.
I might need to stay inside kind of
See,
Yeah.
stage.
and that was me. I had my 40th birthday party. It was a huge shindig. I was happy with it. Now that I'm older, it's just like, you know what? Like having celebrating birthdays through the pandemic,
You're
it
older
really
than
changed
40?
me.
That's so nice. That was so
I'm,
kind.
I love you. I love you so much. See, it made me
James,
feel
if I'm
good.
not mistaken, you and me both, we closer to 50 than we are 40.
Yeah, I'm 46. I'll be 47 this year, girl. Ooh.
Yeah,
3 years from Jesus, 3 years from 50.
no.
But yes, when I tell you now, it's just like my birthday plans every year from probably now on to the Lord see fit is gonna be my trip to Disney World. That's to me, that's my happy place. I don't care if I'm with somebody or by myself. Now, when I get there, I'm like, oh, I wish such and such was here. But then after I start drinking and walking around and doing whatever, I'm like, okay, I love it and I'm happy. This is what I want for my birthday. Just to chill, be still, and just do me.
I love that. I love that because um I didn't know that you were 46. But at
Really?
the same time, I did not know. I think I missed that. But you are 46 years old. You don't look it. But I don't know what 46 looks like these days because we all look
Child.
all kinds of ways now, baby. Because I'm like, am I ever gonna get to that stage where you put on one day you put on that one outfit that makes you look like a church lady every single minute, every single day, and that is the outfit you choose to go to? Am I ever gonna put that on and never look back? Because one day you put down your last grown and sexy outfit and you never put it back on. And I don't think I'm one of those people in my life.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to be one of those people. I honestly don't believe that for me. I don't. I don't think that I'm going to put down. I will elevate the styles, of course, to match, age appropriate, but I don't think I'm going to put those ill-fitted skirts on my rectangular frame. I don't think, I just don't think that with these shoulders of mine, I can add more pads, unless it's like in a blazer, but more pads to what I got going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious.
That's what-
I just don't see that as for me in my house, because the when I always walk over to those sections in the department stores, it just, I put it on, nothing fits. It's like,
mm,
to me, a equivalent to Fashion Nova, because I
yeah.
am shaped like a rectangle, a beautiful rectangle, but because I am shaped that way, where I'm just up and down, those clothes don't fit me. And when I go to the ladies department, those clothes, they just don't fit me. You know, you say, you ever see a kid try on your clothes, your shoes and all that, and everything just hanging off? That's what I look like when I try on the ladies department clothes. They just don't fit.
Rebecca.
They just don't fit.
But I feel you though, because I'm just like, now I'm like a Sheen person a little bit, because I'm like, okay, these clothes actually fit me pretty nicely. Like if I go somewhere else like Macy's or somewhere else, I'm like, I don't like this fit. But Sheen fits me well. And I'm like, let me work on my closet a little bit after I buy
Yeah,
all my
no,
Legos.
it's the time to elevate, elevate your style, elevate those things like that. I think this is the year where I want to put on more colors, because I feel
Yeah.
like we've been mourning so much, and I don't want to mourn no more.
Mm, amen.
I don't want to mourn no more. But we have a lot to talk about, and I actually wanted to start with. I know it's my birthday celebration, but because it's my birthday celebration, I would be remiss if I did not drag the people on the internet
Mm,
who
please, because there's a lot
are
of them. Mm,
literally online and being nasty to victims of abusers. And not only is it that I'm triggered, but it's not that, simply that, because I've been through that. You guys know I've been very, very, transparent about how I was raised, what kind of household I was raised from. And I know that there's been abuse, long periods of time abuse, stretch, what I know, what I see. And that's why the moment I felt into something of that sort, I backed out of that. I had to leave it, had to run from it. Um, but if any of you guys know right now, and if we can get some B-roll for that, some of the paintings or the drawings that they have from the current trial that's going on, from
Diddy.
Diddy
mm,
and Cassie.
Cassie.
And
Yeah.
Cassie, I want to be clear as I start this conversation. Cassie is not on trial.
right.
I
Yes,
want to
right.
repeat that to
Come on.
you guys right now. Cassie is not on trial.
Rebecca, can I interrupt you just real quick? Because I don't know
Absolutely.
how far you're gonna go with it, but can you also lump in Megan Thee Stallion? There's new information on
Yes,
Tory
On
please.
Lanez,
Tori, I
as
was
well
gonna go
as
down the list.
Holly
Please.
I was gonna hold
Holly
on, listen.
Bailey.
Hallie,
We're gonna talk about
please.
Hallie.
Okay.
We're gonna
Yes.
talk about
We all on the
Megan.
same
We're gonna
board.
talk.
Let's
So
move
they're
Yeah.
on.
all, yeah. We're going. So that's basically why I really wanted him come on today. Because I'm gonna do a separate video, of course, with just a quick monologue. Nothing about the case, nothing about that. But I really, really want to get into Diddy and this current trial. So right now, Sean Combs, who we know went by Puff Daddy, who also went by Diddy, who changed his name legally to Love, is on trial right now. And he's not even, and here's the thing, even what he's on trial over, I'm about to pull it up so I can make sure I have that information in its correctness. But he's not even on trial for what we thought he would be on trial for. All the things that we saw, abusing Cassie, those things. He's not on trial for that per se. They're talking about these freak offs, and that's what they're really called. I know it sounds funny, but to be honest, it's
It's not.
very
Yeah.
it's actually very scary.
Yeah.
But Diddy has been on trial for the past few days. A lot of people have been covering it. Cassie has been testifying within these trials, and speaking. Some of the people who were the escorts that were in these so-called freak offs, these parties where Diddy would have drugs, have sometimes in videos, these parties where they would engage in sexual acts, and Cassie said at those times she was involved in those things. Diddy would utilize the escorts to do sexual things to her, and then bring bodily fluids to the escorts in other rooms, or the Diddy in other rooms. The details are very, very descriptive, and people are so focused on that, calling her every kind of something in the book. So she's on stand right now. This is happening right now, and the cross-examining they're cross-examining her, and they are basically, this is a federal criminal trial for him right now. So this is expected to stretch into Friday. So this has been going on since the beginning of this week. Yesterday her testimony described the physical abuse that she had, and she testified about the drugs and everything like that. And he literally labeled these parties the freak off. So that's why when we say the freak offs, I know it sounds funny, but this is what he labeled it. They were showing images, of course, with videos of Combs doing things, right? So this is what's shown into the jury. And here he's pleaded not guilty to the charges, and this is what the charges include: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. None of this is for abuse of what happened to Cassie.
Right.
But so again, she's not on trial, but she's having to relive her pain time and time again. Not only was she with him when she was 19 years old, off and on for 10 years. So 10 years of her life, from her being 19 to 29 years old, taken from her. And so if he is convicted, he could face up to life in prison. It's interesting because all of this information is coming out. We have Lauren LaRosa, who I'm proud of, at the Breakfast Club. I've discussed her a couple of times, with the incident over at the Breakfast Club. But she's actually one of the young media people who are in the room, who is a courtroom reporter right now, and she's in the room. So she's seeing everything. I personally don't like the details being given. They're all to the T, but I know some people, they like it that way. But her saying things like, it looks like Diddy may have a case, the descriptiveness of what's going on, the words being used. I just couldn't watch her breakdown of it. However, I did watch other people's. But if you need to get breakdowns of that sort, these people are giving it. Just
Yeah.
to let you know. When, with all that being said, all this information that's being provided online, people are listening to Lauren LaRosa underneath her comments, and they're saying, because the details are so graphic, Cassie has things to do with this. I got online yesterday. I want you guys to hear me. I got online yesterday. I logged into the internet. I logged into specifically Threads, which is the smallest platform where people think they are just celebrities because you're a little behind. And again, images that may be shown may be triggering to you guys, just to let you know. But so many people were on there speaking and saying that Cassie deserved, because she took part. And this is women and men. But the most surprising that I seen, it wasn't from black men. I expected that because we got men with mics. We got noms. We got men with mics out here. But it was from the black women. And I can be honest, and I can be,
Wow.
to have these conversations online, to center it. When I was seeing that, and again, Threads is a very small place, and us black women also were combating all those other black women who were making these conversations. But it was the likes, it was the ratios of the engagement with those posts, the likes, the reposts by people that you may know, by people that you know are abusers, who are saying things, or people that you never knew accepted abuse, or would be apologist for these things. Free Tory from Chris Brown on social media. Tammy Roman going online asking, would it be considered sex trafficking if these freak offs, and I'm traveling from New York to go to Miami and here and there, and drugs were there or whatever, would these be considered sex trafficking? All these conversations that are happening online, to me, we're talking about the fact that, why are you guys saying that because she was involved, the abuse never happened? Because she was involved, the abuse never happened. One woman said, well, she went as far as, and I wish we could pull up some things. One woman said that the way Alex, which is Cassie's husband, and I just want to point out, Cassie is with child right now. She's a mother and with child as we speak. Dr. Carl Mack is actually calling me. Hold on, let me talk to him.
Yeah.
Funny.
Hey, well, tell them to tune into the show because we going and let them know I didn't know about the show until this morning because
tell Dr. Mack to bring his stuff on.
Dr. Mack is talking real quick. Go ahead, Dr. Mack. You can say what you're saying. They're listening in.
I just want to say that I've gotten a lot of calls of people loving your narration. Who is she? Who is that sister? That's that queen. You humble yourself when you talk.
Thank you so much. He's been gassing me up since yesterday, y'all.
I heard it.
He's been showing love. I just thank you so much, Dr. He said they love my little voiceover, okay? For today.
Look, tell Dr. Mack to cut his camera on.
Hey, brother, you might want to take a break and let the queen take over the narration.
Okay. Okay.
About her battery.
And about her battery. Dr. Mack.
So many folks that called and was just so impressed with your voice in the app, and I'm so humbled by you being a participant in this, and I just want to say happy birthday, and we so love you, my queen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mack. I really appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that. Love you, mean it. We're about to get back on the show. Ben's trying to tell you to get on, but thank you, Dr.
I'm telling we're about to play that clip in a second. Now that he mentioned it,
right?
Tell Ben, somebody called and said, "Tell Ben his wife did an excellent job."
He's laughing. He heard you. He's heard you, Dr. Mack.
Tell him the whole audience heard him.
All right.
Right.
All right.
I'll get my camera fixed. Y'all act right when Dr. Mack call.
Look. Hey, listen. While we waiting on you get your camera fixed, let's play. I want to play because this is Rebecca doing that.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Azor.
Yes.
And commentator on the show, Like It or Not. Quincy Jones was born on March 14th, 1933 in Chicago, Illinois. And on this day in 1963, he was nominated for 2 Grammy Awards, Best Original Jazz Composition and Best Performance by an Orchestra for Dancing. But let's be real, that was just the beginning. Across his insane 70-plus year career, Quincy racked up 80 Grammy nominations, the most ever at a time, until Jay-Z snatched that record in 2021. But out of those nominations, he took home 28. The man was a musician, a producer, a band leader, arranger, composer, conductor, and a director. Basically, if it had to do with music, Quincy was in the mix. His trophy shelf, that's stacked. 1 Primetime Emmy, 1977, a Grammy Legend Award in 1992, the Jean Hersholt Humanitarian Award, 1995, Kennedy Center Honors, 2001, the National Medal of Arts, 2011, and a Tony Award in 2016. And that's just a few. The real question isn't who he worked with, it's who hasn't he worked with. Lionel Hampton, Dizzy Gillespie, Ray Charles, Ella Fitzgerald, I know, Billy Ben, the Eckstine, pronouncing. I Frank know. Sinatra, Sarah Vaughan, Aretha Franklin, Miles Davis, Barbra Streisand, and the list is endless and timeless. But it was his work with Michael Jackson that cemented his legacy into the supernova category. Quincy produced Off the Wall, 20 million sold. Thriller, 70 million. And Bad, 35 million. Oh, and let's not forget, he co-wrote We Are the World, 20 million copies, and he scored 33 films. On November 3rd, 2024, Quincy Delight Jones Jr. began composing his eternal album, In the Sky. His impact, forever.
As one of the beautiful children of the world, happy birthday, Queen Rebecca Azor.
Hey, we're going to get pulled down. End it off. Mute that.
I love that.
Watch how fast we get taken down just because that 30 seconds. That wasn't even 10 seconds.
You know it's Michael.
Hey, Rebecca, that was a phenomenal.
It was.
Like, no, high key. Like, honestly, you can go and read more of it. Because it's just you have a really great presentation in your voice and your narration. That was brilliant. So
thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Of course, I am. I just want to point out that I am trained. So let's put that out there. Your girl's professionally trained. So
Yeah.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful. But thank you. I listen back. That's one of the few things that I can listen to when it comes to listening to myself speak. I said, okay, Rebecca, you got that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you, Dr. Mac. I know. Look, today's show is all over the place. We went from Cassie straight to Dr. Mac cutting in, showing
Look,
love. And
look, when Dr. Mac interrupts, everybody stands still. We can shift the show.
Exactly.
look,
Mhm.
he literally left me a voicemail, and I said, "Why is he leaving a voicemail with that kind of voice on here? Like, why are you doing that? You should not be. Because this is what if I had a man right now? And here, let me let y'all listen.
Oh boy.
Because when he came in at the
Oh,
end, I was like, oh.
listen. Wait. All right, hold on. Look, because when you got technology, okay.
Good morning, Queen. It's the old
Ooh.
man. Well, back. Listen, tomorrow's your birthday. I made a slight change to your recording. If you could, please take a listen to it and hit me back with your thoughts. Peace.
Ooh.
I said, excuse me. What? Your voice is just too. It's the golden voice, sir. As we speaking of voices, you got the golden voice, Dr. Mac. You got the golden voice, Dr. Mac. You can't keep leaving that on single people phone either. You can't.
Look, at the end of the narration,
caught up.
At the end of the narration, when he came in, I'm like, damn, who was on? That's Dr. Matt.
Dr. Matt, we haven't heard him sing him. Washboard apps. Anywho, thank you, Dr. Mac, once again. It's true. Be just on here like, hello, Queen.
Hello, Queen.
And it's
I can't even do it.
And then you feel like somebody is playing some R&B in the 100 best R&B, the love songs.
Look,
with the fireplace.
Dr. Mac,
the commercial on BET.
The commercial. Now,
from the sounds of it, Dr. Mac could just, y'all know how they do cameos where superstars, Dr. Mac could just call folks and leave voicemails and get paid.
Oh, yeah, yes, he could do that.
For real.
And win. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A millionaire off of that.
Jesus.
But
see why my mama was about ready to risk it all.
Okay. Your mama's a married woman. Married woman. But who can't do any of those things, who can't seduce anybody, who can't do anything and should be buried under the jail? Diddy. And so now we back on it. Diddy. And so, as I was gonna say before we got, Dr. Mac definitely called, it is the people who are excusing the behavior or acting like it never happened, ignoring what never happened, because Cassie isn't on trial for this and they are asking her about it. She's having to relive it. Okay. And they asked her about the video and that they played in the court. And even with that video, under so many people's posts that was saying, Cassie responsible too, man. She took parts in these things. She's talking about how she took parts in it. Let me tell y'all something. As somebody who has been in an abusive relationship, as somebody who grew up in an abusive household, no tea, no shade to my family, but just because you stay doesn't mean that you weren't abused. Just because you leave does not mean that you weren't abused. Abuse in this case is grooming. A 19-year-old girl who probably was promised a career, fell in love with this man, thought she can change him. Or also, there is this level of power. We're forgetting this element of power here. This man was so powerful in her life. She's watched him do things to people. God, like what he's threatened to do to her boyfriends, blew up one of the people that she was dating for a brief second. Kid Cudi's car in his driveway. Blew it up. Abused this woman as if she was trash on the streets. And this is just one time that we've seen Cassie. So imagine all those other times, and you're telling me that he needs to be out of jail. He needs to be out. People were saying his daughters definitely are too young to see this, and I agree. So why is when Cassie was 19 years old not too young for her to have been in a situation like this, to have been groomed? Why? You're always moving the goalposts. You're always moving the goalpost. When we're watching this, and again, online, we're getting these conversations, and three things happen simultaneously, back to back. We have the Diddy case. We mentioned Cassie just now. Halle Bailey, excuse me, which is the sister of Chloe Bailey and also our beloved Little Mermaid. Okay, that's who Halle is. If y'all don't know, some of y'all probably was mad that she was our Little Mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
Halle had a baby by a YouTuber, rapper, streamer named DDG. I believe his name is Daryl. And it came out that she put a restraining order against him and was granted it. And in what TMZ had first initially reported, and then other news sites had reported as well, Halle was abused and there's photos to show it. And Ben, if you can grab those on TMZ, Halle had stated within the reports that she was grabbed, abused, of course. Her tooth was chipped from him banging her head against the steering wheel, with the altercation within the vehicle. And then there was a moment where he came to her house unannounced, is what she said, that she felt creeped out. He came to her house unannounced, took a picture of her bed, and then left, sent her a text message and said, "Now I know what you're up to. Now I know what you got going on." Basically insinuating that she is with people in her home, other men, and they weren't together at this time, and putting fear in her. So again, we're talking about the dynamics between Diddy and Cassie, and now we're talking about the dynamics between Halle and DDG. DDG is a very powerful person in the streaming world, very popular, very powerful. Everybody cares about what he thinks, what he's gonna say next. They tune into him. He's been made rich because of his streaming.
Yeah.
And
trash.
so yeah, and everybody just gets on and loves him down. And so immediately I said online, kid you not, I believe Halle. She did not have to show me any evidence for me to believe that she was abused. I believe her because she said it. She said it. And so with that being said, I want people to know that when people have power, and when people and it's not saying that Halle does not have any power. Halle is very respected, Halle is very loved, but immediately they diminished her. They diminished everything that she said, everything, because DDG said he didn't do it. DDG was allegedly streaming and said he found out that that literally he found out at that time. And once DDG did that, at the end of that video, I really wish we had it so we can play it. The friend says R. Kelly for whatever reason. So that tells us all we need to know there. These are a group of people who cater to they say, go ahead, Bubba. I'm going to do something really quick. Go ahead, Bubba.
Okay, I was about to say he was with. I saw that video, Becca. He was with Aiden Ross, who is a trash ass human being as well too. He recently made comments about Doechii as well too on a live stream about how she was acting at the Met Gala or whatnot. But just the comments that he was spewing is like NWM. And when I tell you that's what it was, so to see him in that same video with DDG, it was just like he's like, "Nah, bro, don't even worry about it, bro. That is tripping." Just those things that he was saying. People with mics, bro, is really irking my soul these days. And for the simple fact that people are going to these streams and believing these trash human beings is really annoying as crap. Especially Aiden Ross, bro. I don't wish harm on nobody, but trash human beings. That's all I say.
You know, Aiden can't even read though. You know what I mean? He's like a real, like high key, one of the most ignorant and illiterate people I've ever seen in my life. Like, you ever seen the video of him trying to read the definition of fascism? It's and I laugh, and I don't laugh at illiteracy ever. But Aiden Ross needs to be laughed at and mocked at. But the thing about it is the more ignorant you are in the system, the higher you get to go. You just throw a microphone behind you and you say some stuff that's gonna make a lot of incels, a lot of boys who are mad at girls, love you, and then you have a nice little house or whatever in a car, and you have all these young impressionable boys who follow these guys, and these guys are but the thing is it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper. You would think that at some point dudes just take a step back and be like, okay, what they're saying about women is ridiculous, because the stuff they say is just absolutely ridiculous. But they get deeper and deeper and deeper into their hatred of women following behind cats like Aiden Ross.
Now, these people are all associated together, and like they're all in the same crew. And these are the people that are in the comment sections, in the conversations, but these are the ones that are again, these are popular people. They're everywhere. But for me, it's our friends, our family on these social media sites that are in under the comment section. Hell yeah, it ain't happened to her. She deserved that. She's lying. Why we gotta believe it? So let me tell you, somebody underneath my when I posted that about Hallie, I said I don't need any person. I don't need to see evidence for me to validate the fact that they were abused. Now I understand that there are people that lie. I understand that those things happen. However, I will believe women.
Amen.
And I also, and I also believe a man. If you say you were abused, why would I say that you're lying? Why would I take that moment away from you? But here's the kicker: there was evidence, and they're still saying it did not happen.
Right.
If it did, I remember mentioning this to somebody. I was talking to someone, and I was telling them, it was a male, and I was telling them, hey, I've been through a situation where someone put their hands on me. And the question that they asked me was, well, what did you do?
Because you gotta, Rebecca, as ridiculous as that is, you gotta understand how many of these police officers are those guys. Like literally structured. The percentage of police officers who are abusers is obscene. But go ahead.
Yes. And so that goes also leading into the Meg the Stallion, because Tory, unfortunately, but a few days ago was reportedly stabbed 14 times.
Dang.
But I heard I heard that he wasn't actually stabbed, but it was somebody next to him that was actually stabbed.
So that's what I heard. But what was reported officially was that he was stabbed 14 times. And he was stabbed 14 times. And because he was stabbed 14 times, they got him into the hospital. He was reportedly in stable condition. And after being in stable condition, they then came out with a press conference and all the things. And of course, what did this all turn into?
Child.
Meg, the case relived and opened once again.
Yep.
Why? In coincidence, I'm not trying to be the person to bring up any, conspiracy theories, but this actually happened.
Right.
Meg's former best friend Kelsey's bodyguard, because why does Kelsey have a bodyguard? Never heard of her before this whole situation. But her Kelsey's bodyguard stated that Kelsey was the one who actually shot Meg.
Yeah, I've said I heard. So
that has nothing to do with Meg the Stallion not getting abused, because Tory was tried in the court. And they found him guilty on the charge.
Come on. Because
do they always get it right? I don't think so. But this time they said that this man shot her. And he's in jail for it. Then they said that she was never abused, never yelled at, never. People believe that you need to have the black and blue eye to be abused. You need to have the dragging, and it has to be currently for them to be able to see it right now, this minute, the moment that you said it happened, so they can now believe you. That's when it matters. Emotional, financial. it takes a toll on your whole life. Sometimes you get so in love with someone that in the time of the abuse, you don't even want to leave because you want that person to change. These are the natural things of abuse. Sometimes, like here in Cassie's case, you can't leave. The moment you leave, you're getting kicked in your face, drugged back into the same place that you've been trying to run from.
Yep.
You're in rooms, you're on drugs, you're doing all of these things where you are like, now this is my world, this is my life for 10 years. 10 years. And then they say, and we don't believe it. You were a part of it. You associated yourself with it. You're responsible for it. So now your abuse is null and void. And that's what I want us to stop doing as a people. It made me so upset I had to get off the internet yesterday. It really affected my mental because, again, how do you, somebody said, Rebecca, why are you having this type of conversation where you're telling people that there should be no evidence? And I said, but there is evidence in all three of these situations, and y'all saying
every
that
single
there
one
was no abuse. So what are you talking about?
Right.
Where are we going with the conversation?
And now going to the point where they're talking about this, some new video comes out showing that Meg didn't get shot, but the evidence shows and everything shows there was glass and bullet fragments in her foot. So the comments that I've been seeing about these people, some calling her, this B is gonna get what she deserves. Just the comments, I'm like, how can y'all be this stupid, man? When the evidence, and in the video that they put out, to me, doesn't show anything. It shows where a bottle drops on the ground. The bottle didn't even freaking break. Are y'all dumb? Y'all gotta be. Y'all just gotta be.
This
And
is the problem. Like this information, this new privy information that comes out, it still doesn't say that she wasn't abused.
Hello.
I just want people to know that. Like, whether you stay or leave, whether there's a picture, not a picture, it shouldn't, and that it does not validate the levels of abuse, why you got abused, those things. There's just no, this whole conversation, the apologist, when it comes to celebrities, the fact that we saw Chris Brown free Tory.
It's because we got this horrific. I think at some point we're gonna have to just really deal with the fact that there is an evil unification.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter if they're black, if they are white, if they're Hispanic, Asian. You have an intersection of men who hate women so much. They hate them so much that even after having sex with them, they hate them even more, right? You literally hear those conversations on Twitter, online all the time. Like, I just, can't even look at her after I had sex with them, right? This kind of deep rooted, seated hatred. And somebody called it earlier. It's a simple word for it, but it's the precise word for it. It's like we have black men who are so patriarchal that they will align with white supremacy every day of the week just so that they can get their hatred for women out there.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, y'all, I have to run because work is beckoning me right now.
Hey, man. See you later, bro.
Yes, I love y'all. Mina, happy birthday again, Becca. I love you.
Give us that air horn one more time before you go.
Give me it. Hold on, wait, I gotta go to it.
Somewhere in there.
My
wait a
channel's
minute.
not
Hang
in.
on. It's in now. Hit it one more time. There we go.
And Q said happy birthday, Rebecca.
Thank you so much. Could you play the clapping for me one more time?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Bravo! 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 Magnificent.
Thank you so much.
All right, James, man.
I love y'all, man. Hey, and I'll talk to y'all soon, okay?
All right.
Noah, Ben, you're so right. Look, hey, Han, how are you?
I got to
She said, hey, Han. Yeah.
I got you. Oh, here we go. I got you.
There, look, you done made it awkward for Bubba. He like, take me down.
He said,
Take
"Let
me
me.
down
Somebody
now.
gonna take me down.
Take me down. Like, why?
We're gonna take me down."
I'm still here. Take me down now. No, but I was
No.
saying, you know, survivors. I wrote this yesterday and I wanted to go back and read it because it was a bar. But survivors do not owe us the right response for their abuse. And when I say that they like the right response, the what the world always says they need to see. And that's in this case evidence. But the thing is, we have evidence in all three and with all three names. And even with Kiki Palmer, I'm gonna bring her into the conversation because she was seen back with her child's father, those things. Does that still erase what we saw in video? That there was an abusive relationship? Does that still erase from these men going online and attacking these women for everything they got? And attacking their motherhood, attacking their womanhood, attacking their qualifications in their and whatever they're a master in. And some of these women is music, acting, all of these things, and they diminish them down to nothing. And then the noms, the niggas with mics, the noms get out there and they start pushing this narrative about women. Pushing this narrative about women, that Black women don't like Black men because they're talking about and calling out their abusers. We need to stop with this mess because the sooner that we can say this is happening, the more women will be able to come out and say this is happening. Ben.
We got a real here it is. Have you ever watched Handmaid's Tale?
No.
I watched most of it, but then there was like this one episode where anyway, there's a reason I just cut it off because I'm like, you know, at the time they had white women they created this entire sorrow for white women that Black folks had already gone through, and so I stopped watching it. But that's not even the point I'm trying to make. If you watch it or if you read the book, you will see how they successfully predicted exactly what we have going on right now, which is a unification of men of all types in their hatred for women across the board. And we are in that phase now. We're in that Handmaid's Tale stage where they are literally organizing themselves around the principle of the hatred they have for women. You look at losers like Myron Butler, whatever Myron is. No, not Myron Butler. That's the gospel singer. Amru Fadol, the dude from Fresh and Fit. You know Myron Butler.
Yeah, look, I know. That's why I was cracking up. I said, "Ben, not Myron."
No, Myron, not Kirk Franklin's Myron, but no, not but the dude from Fresh and Fit, right? He's making a career out of how much hatred he can sow into getting more men to hate women. You got Sneeko, who is aligned with Kanye West now, who's aligned with Nick Fuentes now. And you have this entire contingency of men who are boys who absolutely hate women with enough hatred to honestly destroy society around us. They're willing to tear down everything that we have simply because I guess the woman that they wanted in their life turned them down over and over and over again. That's what we're faced with. But right now we're at the stage where they have microphones and they're building their audiences larger and larger and larger. I mean, you get one of these podcasts and they have hundreds of thousands of listeners to every single episode. Some of them have millions of listeners to every single episode. And so the real struggle is the fact that they're raising another generation. I had to help my son, my 7-year-old. He was watching just some a video on YouTube, and I'm in there with him. So, you know, I let him watch YouTube if I'm right there with him, so we could talk about anything that comes up. It's crazy, right? And there was a video of this little nerdy looking boy. All right, cool. All of us nerds at some stage, some phase, fine. But he's having this argument with a girl who he overdubbed her voice with AI. and made her say all of the craziest things that you can imagine. Like, I want a man who will take care of me, but I don't want him to be free. I want him to be in a concentration camp and just send me money, and he works there and send me money and take care of me. And so they're at the point where they're just creating the most absurd and ridiculous scenarios. And I talked to my son about it, and what he took out of it was that women are spoiled. I said, this is exactly why I need you to understand what's going on, because one, this was artificial intelligence, right? It was made up. Two, it's there precisely to catch you as early as possible to help sow seeds of hatred towards women. I don't know if a lot of men who are even progressive, men who are woke, or men who are liberated, or whatever you want to call them, I don't even know if we all realize the degree to which the hatred for women is at the core of all of this. Like, I say oftentimes that white supremacy is the greatest demon on the face of the planet, but really there's one above it, and that's patriarchy. And that devil is deep. It goes all the way back to the writing of the composition of the King James Bible. King James hated women so much that he had his mother executed. Rebecca,
what?
King James hated women so much that he participated in the execution of his mother. He had the opportunity to save her life. Not only did he not save his life, he helped, he like encouraged it. So the hatred of women is so structured in society, and it's just a natural inclination in men that they play on, and they inflame it. And we're at the stage where you now have niggas with mics, spreading it to millions and millions and millions and millions of kids, and the whole new generation is getting ready to raise up who thinks like Sneeko, who thinks like Aiden Ross, or who thinks like any number, Myron, whatever his name is. Not Butler.
Not Myron, but I'm so mad you so churchy like that, man. I'm so bad you so churchy like that. But all in all, yes, these men are all putting these people on trial, and they are not. None of them are actually on trial. The questions like basically, why did she leave, or she must have liked it, or she not. And there was this story's tea, and I was online. I seen somebody post something that I know. It always be the people from back home. And what app is it on? Facebook. Gets online, starts laughing and saying, I knew she was never innocent. But the thing that came to my mind was in 2020, when pictures surfaced of this person beating down their now wife, beating her down so bad where she had to take pictures for proof, black eye, bruises all over her body, all of this. And this person has the gall, unmitigated gall to get online. And then because he's popular, bring in all these men from back home under there, calling her everything but a child of God. And I'm talking about Cassie. And then I saw a girl who I went to school with, again, back home. She said, I've always known that Kelsey, I'm the one that always said that Kelsey shot Meg. And everybody was like, and we all knew that, and we all knew that, and we all knew that. Candace, who you brought on the show, a lovely guest, Candace Bimbo, the author. You remember you brought the Red Lip Theory author?
Oh, Candace.
Yes.
Yeah, really. Yes.
She actually put online, and I'm gonna go because I need to read it verbatim because there's another aspect to this conversation. And Candace pointed it out very well. Basically, where you see
I'm about to say, Lord, I hope she didn't like go off in the wrong direction about it.
No, she actually talked about this very well. I'm gonna go and talk and I want to say, hold on. Because a lot of people, here we go. We have this aspect of the conversation too, guys. We tried to warn Hallie, and she put that in quotation marks. She said, no, you didn't, because you can't warn somebody you don't know and you aren't in community with. What you did was log online because that's the closest you'll ever get and yell at a 21-year-old to end her relationship. And because she's experienced abuse in that relationship, you now feel justified in that yelling. If you need someone to inform that you're exhibiting, if you need Oh, she said, if you need somebody to inform you that you're exhibiting loser behavior, I'll volunteer as a tribute. But I say that to say there are some people who are online under the guise of supporting Hallie, but also just being the I told you so's. And this is again another reason why women don't speak up. You are now going to be hit with, we told you don't go back. We said, this person when we first saw them weren't good for you. It literally is diminishing what happened to you. It's diminishing all the things that you experienced. So you never want to speak about it or speak up on it again. So, yes.
It's sad because it's the saddest part about this, especially from the Black perspective, is that in a time where we need Black folks and Negroes to be unified in opposition to white supremacy, we got a whole thread of Black dudes and their counterparts. There's a thread of Black women who go along with them, but it's primarily Black dudes who hate women so much that they would rather align with Nazis and they will destroy. I mean, this goes even back to the Kevin Samuels, God bless the dead, right? The entire your ability to make money off of the hatred that people have towards women, and this is the thing that I never understood. So what I do understand is rejection, because hell, everybody's been rejection. I mean, most people been. I guess there's probably some folks who's never been turned down in their life, right? So I get the maturity that you have to go through to get over yourself and get over the fact that no, you're literally not going to get every girl that you want, right? I get that. The part that I don't get is when you let that become your personality, where everything about what you do is the hatred towards women, and everything in every aspect of your relationship, it's about, can I dominate that woman? I never understood that, because for me, it's always been about like, of course, early on, like it's early on, this everybody plays power games, right? Let's men and women play the power game, right? But if you get past the power game and you actually with somebody and you can enjoy them, you can have joy, you could have an experience, it's so much better when you go into it to enjoy a person versus dominate a person. But we have an entire generations, plural, where it's been honestly about how you could dominate. And I'm be honest with you, like I hate to be religious with it, but if you honestly go back to Leviticus, where they say don't for a man not to lie with a man like he lies with a woman, and they say that was about homosexuality. No, in cultural context, the way women were abused in sex was so horrific that they had to make a law so that men don't treat men the same way. Do you hear what I'm saying? It was so barbaric. It was so exploitative.
Which makes more sense, actually, Ben. Which actually, you breaking it down that way, it makes more sense.
So it is a historic phenomenon. It has been since, I mean, heck, let's go back to us blaming Eve. It's baked into the system from top to bottom, the hatred that men have for women. And all the while, I'm just sitting back like, would you not rather just really have an enjoyable relationship with the person? And I mean, in every way, like you can have so much more joy sexually, relation-wise, just everything. But we have this chip on our shoulder that we never got over. And I'm assuming it's because somebody turned you down along the way and hurt your feelings, and you were never able to recover from that. It's crazy.
No, it is. And I think that here's the problem here. The fact that we have to sit here and continue expecting these survivors to owe us something. Okay, I don't like that whole conversation about it. These losers online will continue to push a lot of rhetoric that doesn't make sense. But the thing is, it sticks, man. On social media, it sticks like a Bible verse. And that is why I feel like I cannot associate myself with those types of. When I see it, I immediately block it. But yesterday,
say it one more time. Say it one more time for me. I needed to register a little deeper. Say what you said one more time.
Okay, so a lot of the things that people are saying right now on social media, it's sticking. All of the negativity, all of those conversations, all of those rooms. You know why? There are a lot of people who wait for these moments to pop out, right? To pop out and attach themselves to the rhetoric that they've always, it's been in their heads and all this other stuff. But in today's day, I got on social media yesterday and I could not escape that conversation, Ben. I could not escape the apologist. I could not like the rape apologist, the abuse apologist. I could not escape any of them. And as I began to scroll down, I saw people that looked like me who were leading the conversations. People who Benjamin P. Dixon, they were therapists.
Nah, come on, man.
No, kids, you not. A therapist chimed in and said Cassie was wrong and Cassie should have left.
She should have left the relationship, is what you're saying?
Yes, Cassie should have left the relationship.
You know,
but when they say that though, Ben, they're gonna say, "Well, we said that she should have left." It's true. It's a fact. She should have left. But you know how he's saying it, and everybody underneath is going to use that therapist statement and say
build
this
on top of it.
Yes. And so I had to get offline yesterday because I live in a real world. I know that social media seems to be this big place, but it also is a place where people will go and find things that they always thought, attach themselves to it, like it, repost it. And the fact that I was seeing people again, just like with what we saw with and I know it's ain't got nothing to do with nothing, but just like when we saw with the elections, and I was telling you there were people that I know that were liking anti-immigrant things.
Yes.
And doing all that. I was seeing that yesterday when they were liking these apologist posts, these posts that were negating the abuse that these women went through, these posts that were putting the women on trial, these posts that were calling women promiscuous, hoes, like those insinuations within their threads posts, Twitter posts, X posts, whatever, all of those things on every social media site that I saw. And I'm like, I cannot for the life of me involve myself in that. It was breaking me down in ways unimaginable, because not only am I somebody who's experienced this, lived it, grew up in it, but to see a world right now that looks at a woman and says she didn't display abuse right enough for me, so it didn't happen.
It's kind of like
why now?
Yeah, that's the next question they ask. And what's sad is that, like you already said, you actually have women, and some of those women who experience some of the same things, then they turn around and say that same kind of language towards another victim. It really is a sickness that is that we all can potentially suffer from. It's more than misery loves company. It's in that family. I don't know exactly. I don't know if you could pull it out of that, but somewhere in that family of misery loves company, you find people who have been abused, and you see them abusing and extending that abuse, and expecting more out of someone that they didn't even themselves have enough strength to do. Most people, not even just women, but most human beings are not capable of moving from structured existence into I have no idea how I'm going to survive. That's what Cassie would have had to done, right? She would have had to move from 10 years of structured existence from 19 years old. So she never had an opportunity to create a structure that she could stand on for herself. Diddy was messing with her when she was a child, right? And so now people are saying, oh, well, she should have known better. She should have had enough wisdom. How? Who gave her that wisdom? Where did the wisdom come from? Who was there to support her? She should have moved. The only wisdom she had in her life was coming from Diddy.
Yeah. No.
And go ahead.
No, he definitely groomed her. No, it's fine. This conversation can go every which way, but people are forgetting that she was 19 years old. 19 is always, again, they move the goalpost when it comes to how we describe a 19-year-old girl. A 19-year-old girl within a man who was literally 40 at the time, almost 40 years old. I don't, recall, but almost 40 years old, has, it's this whole powerful life. Everybody respects him in such a way. And I'm pretty sure he promised her a life. And when she got with him, the time spent does become somebody that you care and you love. And even in how they were expressing how she was within the courtroom, like there was still the protection there. And her being pregnant, her having her husband having to relive this, it's not enough for people to shut the hell up. They're still saying that Diddy still deserves another chance at life. What about Cassie? Was she never supposed to deserve another chance at life because she fell in love with this man who literally claimed 10 years of her life?
And I wonder how much of this has to do with the wealth aspect, right?
Mhm.
Because we let rich people get away with anything on this planet. I mean,
Absolutely.
we still have not. We let Donald Trump play everybody about the Epstein files and say, "Oh, I'm going to release the Epstein files," knowing that's like the one thing all of America can agree on. Whoever these pedophiles were, exposed them. Right. And so here Donald Trump gets into office and he plays them and says, here's some information, but all he gave them was what we already knew. And so now everybody's like, all of MAGA is like, well, where are the files? Where are the files? But they let Trump get away with not releasing the files. They let other people get away with the stuff that they do. Why? Because they admire them. They want to be that. They want to have those lives. Some of the men who support Diddy, they want to be Diddy. Right.
Yeah.
Some of the women who go against Cassie, they want to be in that position. They'll put up with it because they want that structure. They want that money. They want that access. They want that fame. They'll put up with that. Right. And
Yeah.
so it's really a question of a person's personal integrity and what they're willing to put up with and who they admire. And you're going to see, if you take the money out of this equation, take the money out of any of the in many of these abuse cases. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of broke niggas who get away with abuse. But in terms of this scale, this kind of attention and this kind of acceptance of it, the more money you have, the more they allow you to get away with. Why? Because people want that. They
Yep.
want to be that kind of powerful.
Yep. And it's like, they don't want to face the facts about why survivors stayed in a relationship. When they're saying their reasons online, Ben, they never want to go through like a nuanced conversation, the layers of it, especially, and like you were saying, Ben, misery does love company. People who have been abused and their story, they don't have they never were vindicated in their stories or whatever, or are used to people in their communities telling them that don't blame Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie is just the man. He's doing that whole thing. Like, that man ain't no good. But your community was telling you, girl, listen, just stay with him. Okay, maybe if you do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, he'll stop beating your ass. There's layers to this thing. And if that's all the community that you have, you believe that I'd rather have a piece of man than no man at all.
And what drives them crazy right now is that there's a wonderful generation of women who are like, no, actually, I'd rather be alone.
Yeah.
I love that video of the French dude who was just going through all of he was like just giving all the secrets of women who, they lay diagonal across the bed. And it's not that they're not interested in the possibility of the relationship. They just don't really feel like, having to share their space with somebody. They don't want to do, and he just went down this list over and over again of things that women have come to enjoy much, much more than having to triangulate this type of personality, triangulate this type of abuse.
So yeah, basically, no, absolutely, Ben. And all of that said, people don't want to sit with the fact that Black women are less likely to be helped because of how they triangulate, because of how people have it, they're not believed. So of course they're less likely to be helped than any other woman when it comes to abuse. So when a woman tries to come out and say her truth, you're already saying that didn't happen. Do you think that she's going to continue to speak out? Do you think that she's gonna and then they're gonna teach the next people just not? This is gonna be something that is reoccurring again. As somebody who's been abused and somebody who comes from an abusive household, as soon as my parental spoke out, they questioned her motives. Why would she do this? Why is she breaking up her home? Why did she go and speak to somebody about this? Instead of, why are you trying to protect this man? This is a daily situation. Mind you, I love my people, but this is something that they went through. And again, in my culture, at some point when they were growing up, it is common for a man to be able to do that to the woman outside of this country. So there's so many, again, different layers to this whole thing that people don't want to talk about, which like we need to get down to it. We need to start breaking those things down, because you don't get to come online and tell these women that their stories are not right. You don't get to come online and tell these women that because the way that you told it ain't the way that I'm used to hearing it, so that your abuse is now we're not going to validate that. You don't deserve any vindication in your life. You don't deserve to be free from feeling like you've been in bondage with this thing on you. Hallie came out and said, I know what's going to probably happen when I file this restraining order, but this is what it is for me. And so here's I wanted to read a statistic that over 40% of Black women experience domestic violence in their life. And to me, those 40% of women are always going to be tagged with angry, dramatic, and strong. When you hear these men on the mic, when they're talking about these women, those are going to be the three things that they say. She was too angry. She must have been too dramatic. These Black women are always in their masculine energy. They're too strong. None of that literally, and it's so simple. None of that takes away from the fact that there was abuse. None of that takes away from the fact that Tory Lane shot that lady. None of that takes away from the fact that we watched what happened. And it also spilled into verbal abuse in the online space for Keke Palmer. We also seen what DDG has literally let his audience do to his child's mother, Hallie. And then again in that video where you guys are talking about how DDG is his whole circle, his circle of abusers, all in the same stream. Him screaming out R. Kelly at the end. Again, that tells us all that we need to know. The signs are always there for those type of people. But again, we have apologists. We have people that will erase the woman's whole experience based off of how you like that artist, that athlete, that person. Your obsession with them makes them as if they got all the infinity gems. No, they're untouchable. They're so powerful you bow at their feet. But the women, they're garbage. They're trash for speaking out. Even though there's video, even though there's pictures, even though there's actual police reports, all of this. So I think, here, and Ben, what really sucks to me, and I'm gonna be honest with you, is just the conversation that I see coming from our people online. I can't.
Our people are lost, Rebecca. They're lost because of niggas with mics.
Yeah, noms. Right? You could say noms, Ben.
It's they're lost because in the absence of, and this is intentional, right? Like they've intentionally ensured that the only people who Black folks can listen to are individual podcasts that have any number of problematic ideas on any number of things. And so it doesn't surprise me that you get this kind of mentality that's coming out of this generation of Black folks. And don't get me wrong, abuse has been universal, is as old as time, right? But there was a shifting in the consciousness of Blackness and Black folks, right? There was Black womanism, right? There was this empowerment that came that even superseded feminism. And we're seeing a reversal of that. Why? Because of noms, because of people who have these microphones and they have the ear of the culture and our entire population, and you don't have any corrective force. There's no counterbalance to what we hear coming from any of these podcasts. There's nothing, and it's all scattered. But when a major issue breaks, when you see something happen, in this case with Cassie, they all come and they all congregate and they all are saying the same ignorant kind of things. It's intentional, man. Like this is exactly where they need us to be, because if they can't even get us to agree on something simple like, hey, yeah, nah, you shouldn't be abusing anybody. We can't even agree on that. Then how can we agree on even what white supremacy is and how it's infecting us? Oh, we can't. This is why you go to TikTok and some of the biggest Black channels out there are those people simping for white supremacy. It's
Absolutely.
the same exact thing.
Absolutely. And you're right, Ben. And I think that's why I prefer to not even get involved in those conversations. You will lose your mind. You will lose your mind trying to I got on there, and y'all know I'm just trying to be a better person. I got on there ready to cuss everybody out. Like I started to write things and then delete them right then. And I said, no, let me just get off the app in totality. I got off, I scripted something up that I'm going to record about it. But not even about the case, the shooting, just about these women and how I believe them. And that's on period. There's no way, there's nothing else I need to say past those words. I believe these women. And the fact that people are telling me not to is crazy. It's ridiculous. People are reaching for all kinds of excuses to say that these women were not abused. And I don't know how, starting with Cassie's not on trial, but yet she's sitting in this room having to tell her story over again just for them to build a case against Diddy when it comes to sex trafficking, because he had put her in a predicament where she was used in those moments. So rehashing this while she's living her new life. And that is the problem when people don't believe women. They will make you relive this over and over and over again, even when you are trying to move on. And they will create a path for the abuser in their mind where they get a chance to move on. And Diddy has done that for the past few years, almost decades, where he has moved on freely. He's made a new album. He's gotten close with the pastor. TD Jakes has was his personal pastor. He got into a relationship with another young artist, changing her whole thing. And this is, she even said online, threatening.
Yeah, what was her name?
Her Young Miami.
Young
She
Miami.
went online to threaten Diddy's latest mother of his child, baby mama. Young Miami threatened the mother of his child, the latest one, and said, you know, basically, I will have you on your. Do you know Diddy will have you on your knees? Like simple, right there.
Here's the thing, and logic doesn't matter to these people, but really just watch the game. Watch how they want to hold Cassie accountable for the system and the structure that Diddy set up, but they don't want to hold Diddy accountable for the system and the structure that he set up. They're trying to use her as a way of saying, oh, you participated in da 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 da. Let's invalidate her entire experience, blah blah blah. Let's use her to, now we can use that to get him off. And it just shows you that the entire intent is to protect that system, that patriarchal system. I said this a couple of years ago, man, when I was out on the side of the beach crying out to the Lord and meditating and stuff. But it hit me, like I would say maybe, I guess now 4 years ago, it hit me like a ton of bricks, that it's the patriarchy. And if we don't kill that, it's going to kill us. It is at the core of all of this. It's at the core why we can't unite to take down white supremacy. And so it's a poison. It's a poison. It's been a poison throughout world history, but it's becoming even more malignant now. It's becoming a cancer now, because of, like you said, niggas with mics.
Yeah.
Oh, you say niggas own mics.
No, niggas with mics and niggas and mics, niggas with mics. You know, the noms. That's what I call them. I really think that it's time for us to, not us, because we don't do that, but these people, we got to get to a place. And I think the only place is we got to, even though it's happening, we got to ignore that. And the only way to attack it is to continue to talk about it on these like long form channels and all this. I can't do it in those spaces. It's the people that you think are for them, or on the right side of things. It turns out that they're not. And it's going to drive me, honestly, off my rocker if I continue to follow those types of things. So I want to stop. I want to stop joining conversations or doing 6 jobs to block the people who are centering the accused. I want to, I literally want no parts of it, because I know I'm part of the crew that wants to protect the harm and the ones that are harmed. And so with that being said, I can only do that by having these conversations and surrounding myself with people who do the same. Because I cannot fight anymore. People who, they will drain you. They will drain you. They will, you argue with them, they're going to argue back. They're using ChatGPT for eloquent conversations.
But it's so funny. It's just like, do y'all not know we can recognize instantly
It's
when
true.
you're tweeting with, or you messaging with ChatGPT? Like, y'all, that we know what you're speech pattern is like. You don't
It's
sound this
true.
intelligent.
And
Come
they are, and even ChatGPT is limited in how it can give us natural, notations or tones or whatever. It's very limited in that. Everybody's very robotic. But even with that being said, I want no parts of it, Ben. It drained me yesterday.
Well,
It
see, here's
brought
how I
me
fight them now. This is, and you don't have to do this. Obviously, you do what's in your best health. But what I do now is like just have zero regard for civility, decorum, and respect. Like if you are going to enter into the conversation at level ignorant, then I'm going to one up your ignorance and let's just be ignorant together and just move on. But when I do it, obviously, I got to inject some intelligence in it because otherwise it's just like, a spat. But like, honestly, this is why I'm leading now the Great Cracker campaign of 2025. Right, I did it in 2024, but
Yeah.
you got a lot of white folks out here who are really cavalier, calling folks nigga every single with the hard ER. It's like a game to them. So
and they don't care.
okay.
And then
And
you
so
got a lot of people out here who are literally looking at women who are abused and saying it didn't happen, and she probably needed more of it, and she's only there for money. And yeah, I'm nope, you won't find me. You won't find me around then one of that. I just gotta remove myself, Ben, because too much times I put a lot of effort into trying to fight them back by putting out the truth. This is the facts. They don't even care about the truth.
they don't. So don't expend your energy. See, this is where Mark Twain speaks to me. This is like one of the few I have like maybe 3 white dudes in history that speak to me. Mark Twain is one of them. John Brown is another one. I'll make up a third one. I got to figure out who the third one is. But ridicule, scorn. Really, if you can emotionally detach yourself, because that's the hardest part, is to emotionally detach yourself from it. But really just look at their level of ignorance and not only call out that ignorance, but do it to the point where you actually literally humiliate them and expose them and honestly fracture them. That's the only way you can engage with these folks. Otherwise, they will sit there and drain your entire life force and you'll leave with just but no, I don't even give them that opportunity anymore. You want to act ignorant, I'm going to act even more ignorant, but I'm going to do it with a level of intelligence to let you know that you really are dumb. Like you really are not supposed to be in public with this level of ignorance. Like how did you even get out of the bed this morning? And it's so easy when it's a little more difficult when you're dealing with the abuse situation, for sure. It's a little more difficult when you're dealing with Black folks who think that they're woke and they have a little bit of language of wokeness and then they still doing ignorant stuff. But it's extremely easy when you're dealing with MAGA because they're just high key, literally just stupid. So if you can't detach yourself from it emotionally, then by all means just stay away from it because they do it. They do it to drain you. They literally do it to drain your life force and leave you triggered.
Yeah, they do, especially when it comes to Black women. And I'm the one that, is going to be like, it's this constant conversation that forces Black women to always step up to the mic, right? It's a lot of niggas with mic that want women to step up to the mic to prove what's happened to them, to give you their period tracker, to see when this happened, to literally let me get your Ring camera footage so I can see and piece that together. No, I want it to stop. But again, the internet investigators, the internet therapists, the internet all judges are always going to put these ladies on trial. Black women will always be on trial in the court of public opinion. And that's where I bow out and I go somewhere where we can have a conversation that removes them and protects them. And that's where I'll always be. Because I just can't,
That's a better space for you anyway, Rebecca. That's
Mhm.
more of you. You're an encourager. And I tell Jada all the time, like there's a lot of stuff because y'all listen to the same gospel songs. Like whenever we're in the green room and then you got music playing in the background, oh, I know that one. My wife talked about it. And my wife this morning, she was like, Ben, nah, we gotta talk. She said, because she said, when you go out there and you're like, ah, and she's like, but for me, I'm trying to help
It's
create
the balance here,
unity
though.
and heal
It's a balance here, though. You can
joy
be
and yeah.
you can be that and I'll calm it down, right? But
Yeah.
enough is enough. I can't keep getting mad at folks that are gonna stay stupid.
Mm.
And at the same time, I have the right to be mad though. Don't get it twisted. Because if I do unleash, it's absolutely warranted. And at the same time, I just can't do it anymore. Yesterday almost took me emotionally alive. And I was like, no, because no matter how much I fight with them, I still believe what I believe. And I said what I said. Those women were abused.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's it. And so, yeah, with that being said, yeah, no, yeah, but you got last word because we at 1 o'clock.
Oh no, let's get out of here. Let's go. I got a whole lot more
No,
work.
Ben, in your you was gonna go in. I heard it.
Cause it's like, you know, you're gonna have to ask. I would never ask a woman this because there's a place for everything, right? But if a woman's out there saying that, I would love to see another woman be like, you know, just really confront the fact that they must either they like that abuse, like are they do they enjoy getting their head beat across the head? But then for men, my thing is like that's given the highest level of small dick energy I've ever seen in my life, right?
Absolutely.
Like you do to women that you would never step to a man like that ever.
They would never
you wouldn't
do
even
so.
raise your voice at another man. You wouldn't even raise your voice to me, and I'm 5'7", right? But you have the nerve to do this to a woman, and so it just really shows a level that I think we don't really tap into enough, right? Because some of the biggest and loudest men out there are the abusers, and we associate that with like male dominance. But to me, it just gives off small dick energy.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely, and we don't associate with that over here. Unlike it or not, we swing it across the gravel. It hangs, drags.
I didn't go that far.
we don't. It's not over here. So, and we protect Black women over here, and any woman over here. There is no abuse that is okay. There is no abuse, and we are real about it over here. So when a woman says, "What's up?" I don't care if it was the brick lady. I don't care if it was the Carlisha girl that drove from Alabama. See those.
Oh
things,
my God, you and my wife
so
are too much alike. She just brought up that Carlisha
I'm so
yesterday.
serious. I forgot her name, but it's something of that sort. But we had the right to believe what was happening in that moment because we are never believed. Did she make us look crazy? Yeah, but we are never believed, and I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
No, because it's plausible. It's not only plausible, it's likely.
And here we have facts, and you're telling me not to believe. That's the craziest part about it. Here we have facts. We have photographs. But I will not wait for that evidence because by that time, somebody will die. By that time, the next person is going to be abused. And the person online that was leading the conversation about minimizing this woman's experience is now the abuser. Enough. Anyways, man, we're at the end of the show, y'all. Listen.
Did David ever come back?
He came back. He said we got 9 super chats with messages and 9 with no text. And I only got one Cash App on my birthday.
Oh, not one Cash App on your birthday.
It was one Cash App, and I'm gonna just go ahead and read it.
No, go ahead. We're grateful for them to go give them a shout out.
For happy 10-year anniversary of turning 25. Thank you, Jay. Somebody named Jay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your Cash App. I appreciate.
Listen. But before we go, it's her birthday. Now, we 35, right?
I'm 35.
So let's get 35 people to send her $35 for her birthday, and then we only get 10% of that.
Old.
Yeah, 35. That's old.
It's grown. Remember, I was saying I'm grown, and then but now I'm literally grown. Well, I'm still young grown, but I was baby grown, right? And when I turned 30, now I'm in the middle sector of grown. Now I could really be like, don't speak to me like that. You hear my voice?
Yeah.
Are you? No, I said no. Absolutely not. You will not. Look at my phone call. I don't have to pick that up.
Yes.
I'm getting rest.
Yes.
Tonight.
You're gonna come to a stage where you just say, "I don't even need a phone no more."
Because Ben, you're there.
I've been there, and I don't know.
Because you got your wife and your family, you can do that.
Yeah, well, that's
right.
True. That's true.
Now, me, it's just me in the world, right? My family has themselves, and I still want to see how they're doing. But once the Lord blesses me with a little Haitian man, or
you like them African men. Come on,
whatever He blesses me with, then so be it. And once that happens, and I pop out a big head, long face baby, then I'm cutting the world off. The world of God. But I am off the internet. I think I just want to do a good you know, I don't need the internet, and I want to say this probably is gonna be my last week before I do like a good fast. As far, when I say internet, I'm talking about social media. The only social media I want to function with right now is YouTube. Funny enough, because I can post my work and go, because seeing what everybody else is in their minds, how they feel, how they're giving it up, it's terrible. It's terrifying me. It's doing wrong. Oh, Andrea, or
Yeah,
Andrea. I said Andrea.
Andrea. I
Andrea,
say Andrea, but
thank
Andrea.
you so much for your cash app. I appreciate it. It is so funny. It's $35.68. $35.59.
It's
No,
the
69.
conversion. I believe it's
$35.
conversion.
No, it's $35.69.
Ah, Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, but let's go ahead and just run these super chats real quick, and then we're out of here. Let y'all go.
David just ran through them. There you go.
Oh.
Go, no, go. There you go. Go and go.
Oh, happy birthday. Oh, look, happy birthday, Carrie Shaw. No, happy birthday to me. Thank you, Carrie. Is that on my channel? Because I ain't see it. Laura Estrada, I appreciate. Happy birthday, Queen. Receive your roses. Thank you. I appreciate it. It doesn't matter what channel it's on. It all goes back to how we support this channel. Happy birthday, Becca. Maybe someone's will gift you some Trump coins. I don't want them. I don't want them, William. Sophie, thank you so much. Or Soul Life. I don't know why my mind dyslexia. Sophie, it's Soul Life. Soul Life does this thing. You guys really support me on the page. I always do this goal setting for the super chats. And like mine was 15 today. So Soul Life started it off with these super chats here. Thank you so much. Omega Star, thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You are amazing today and every day. Thank you so much. Love you, mean it. Soul Life again. Thank you so much for your super chat. Lynn, thank you. Happy birthday to my incredibly beautiful and talented Taurus sister. Hey, what's up with it? What's up? Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day because you deserve it. I appreciate it. And thank you for the orange too, the orange. That's my color today. Thank you, Archaic Soda. Ben, is that what it was? I need you to help me. Archaic Soda. Look, Ben. Oh, it's not you running that. It's
no, it's David.
Oh, David.
Yeah,
Archaic
Soda. Yeah.
Omega Star. Yeah, Ben's like, yeah, I was there. Thank you so much for your happy birthday. David, thank you for coming back. 5 more super chats. We can do it, peeps. And you guys definitely did. Omega, thank you. Soul Life, appreciate you. Soul Life, one more time. Soul Life said, we gonna get it done. Soul Life, thank you again. And Celeste, the CXL, happy birthday, Rebecca. You look stunning per usual. Thank you. Love you. Mean it. Omega Star, once again, I appreciate you. Thank you for your super sticker, Low Tech 42. I want to say Andrea, but you got to tell me, Andrea Ravinsky. I know I got that right, but here's a 140 for your YouTube's cut. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate you all. If you guys definitely want to continue to support, you could head over to Cash App. I get it right now. Ain't no cut. Maybe like a cent, 5 cents or whatever. But you could also support with the super chats, like, share, subscribe. Please. I'm almost at 10,000. So I would like to be at 10,000. That would be a great
10,000. Go over there. Now, I don't suspect that there's anybody left on my channel, especially those who are watching right now, who are not already subscribed to Rebecca Azor's channel. But if there are, I need y'all to go over there and do that right now.
Because I feel like this show is some of y'all who did not go.
It's absolutely free, and we need her to cross 10,000. How far away are you?
I am. I don't know, Ben. I'm at 9,231 right now. So
okay.
We carry
7. All right. So I need 769 people from my channel. Get over there. And we don't have that many people watching right now, but those of you watching the replay, get over there and do it.
Thank you so much, guys. I love you guys. Mean it. I appreciate you. And happy birthday to me. I love you guys. We will see you possibly on Saturday if I ain't doing nothing. Yeah, but we'll rock it on Saturday. All right.
That's it.
All right. I'll see you guys. Love you. Mean it. Bye.
Shout out to Andrea.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like it or not, y'all. Rebecca Azor is in the house. You know she got a funny story to tell. Talking politics, culture, or real life ish. I live in life in the ATL.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks." That's a quote directly from the president for all of you today.
And then if the U.S. were to take some type of military action, would the president go to Congress to seek war authority?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. I gave you the statement from the president. He'll make a decision within 2 weeks.
What's your message to everyday Trump supporters, not the Tucker Carlsons or other big names, but everyday Trump supporters, grassroots who voted for President Trump to stop the wars, rejected this in the primary, going into another war, like voting against Nikki Haley, and they want to see non-U.S. involvement in this war? What's your message?
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts.
That was the White House press secretary assuring us that our dementia-riddled dipshit president has the best instincts, because of course he does, even though he's reportedly not taking tactical nukes off the table if and when he chooses to go to war with Iran. He has the best instincts, but more on that story later. But right now, presumably, he needs to mull over whether or not he should go to war with them at all for a little bit longer, at least until he can hear from every Fox News host. Although, you know, he already is kind of already at war with them since he's assisting Israel with their war. So it's a bad situation. But what makes it arguably worse in so many ways than the lead up to the Iraq war is the fact that we're living in a post-truth society now where misinformation travels faster than ever before. On top of that, we're now stuck with a president who's even more power hungry than George W. Bush was. As Mehdi Hassan put it, even George W. Bush and Dick Cheney got congressional approval for Iraq. And to his point, it's not like it'd be hard for him to get congressional approval since only a small fraction of members of Congress oppose war with Iran. And that's embarrassing because it means that the majority of the so-called opposition party is totally fine with a fascist madman leading us into another forever war in the Middle East. But I get the sense that Trump has been convinced to actually go to war with Iran because it'd make him more popular, which may be why he doesn't want Congress getting any credit if he does take this path. And of course, you know, this is all conjecture on my part, but he accused Obama in the past of wanting to start a war with Iran to improve his poll numbers. So if he thinks that there'd be a similar rally around the flag effect for him, then he might just do it. There's a reason why neocon warmongers are currently love bombing him, because they know that flattery works with this guy because he is a massive fucking narcissist. And unfortunately, because of all of this, it does seem like Trump is, at the moment, leaning towards a full-scale war with Iran. On Wednesday, the Wall Street Journal reported that he already actually approved an attack on Iran, but he hadn't yet given the final go-ahead. But as The Hill reports, Trump has since denied that report. But I mean, seeing as how he's a compulsive liar, and sources tell independent journalists like Ken Klippenstein that he's serious about war with Iran, I'm inclined to believe the Wall Street Journal's report here. And aside from pressure from the neocon establishment, there's one other factor that helped lead us to this potential war with Iran, and that factor obviously is Israel. The New York Times explains in painstaking detail how Netanyahu goaded Trump into joining his war with Iran. They write, the American intelligence assessment was that Mr. Netanyahu was preparing not just a limited strike on the nuclear facilities, but a far more expansive attack that could imperil the Iranian regime itself, and that he was prepared to go it alone. The intelligence left President Trump facing difficult choices. He had become invested in a diplomatic diplomatic push to persuade Iran to give up its nuclear ambitions and had already swatted down one attempt by Mr. Netanyahu in April to convince him that the time was right for a military assault on Iran. During a strained phone call in late May, Mr. Trump again warned the Israeli leader against the unilateral attack that would short-circuit the diplomacy. But over the last several weeks, it became increasingly apparent to Trump administration officials that they might not be able to stop Mr. Netanyahu this time, according to interviews with key players in the administration's deliberations over how to respond and other familiar with their thinking. In other words, he's too weak to control the leader of a client state. What a beta male. Now, the authors explain that this isn't the first time Netanyahu has done this. He's been huffing and puffing about going to war with Iran for a very long time, but you see, he's always backed down because when it was clear to him that the other American presidents he was also trying to go into war would not be there to support him, then he couldn't do what he wanted to do because he can't do this alone, despite him saying he can. And he's been lying about Iran being weeks away from having a nuclear weapon literally for decades now.
The deadline for attaining this goal is getting extremely close. And Iran, by the way, is also outpacing Iraq in the development of ballistic missile systems that they hope will reach the eastern seaboard of the United States within 15 years. By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb. The foremost sponsor of global terrorism could be weeks away from having enough enriched uranium for an entire arsenal of nuclear weapons. That would place a militant Islamic terror regime weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
And no other president up until this point took the bait. They've been close to taking the bait. They might have wanted to, but they didn't give in to Netanyahu's pressure. But Trump, however, is different. He's more of a cuck. And Netanyahu wasn't just convinced that Trump would follow him into a war, but we now know that Trump gave him the blessing and subsequent assistance for the war that he's starting with Iran. And now that he is this close, the neocons have come out in unison to nudge him over the edge in the direction of going to war with Israel against Iran. You have Senate Republicans posting about how popular war with Iran would be with the Republican Party base. They've also deployed their minions to Fox News to emphasize why war with Iran would make us safer, and more importantly, it'd make Donald Trump look like a hero.
We do know that Iran poses a threat not only to Israel, but also to the United States of America. We see where they use proxy terrorist organizations all around the globe to target American citizens.
You need an ICBM to get to America. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, I think the odds are unacceptably high that we would find out with a mushroom cloud over New York City or Los Angeles or Tel Aviv and Israel.
President Trump is a historical figure already. He's about to go to another level of history making. 4 presidents have promised to make sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. It will be Donald J. Trump who delivers on that promise very soon. Well done, Mr. President.
So we're seeing unprecedented levels of ass-kissing because Trump is a narcissist whose only consideration is what would benefit him. He's not thinking about American troops or the Iranian people or the ramifications of another forever war in the Middle East. He's just thinking, how will this make me look? See, the neocons know this, and it's why they're winning right now. It's why they were able to dictate his foreign policy in his first term, because he's very easy to manipulate, because he's not a very bright guy, and he's also a narcissist who succumbs to flattery. But the brown nosers aren't just complimenting him and telling him that he'd go down as some kind of a hero if he does a war with Iran. Some are literally claiming that Trump was chosen by God to do this. For example, Trump shared this creepy text with his ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who told Trump that God spared him in Butler, Pennsylvania, to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. And he later adds, "You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters. his voice, referring, of course, to, I guess, Jesus. And I feel like this is so insulting to Christians because Mike Huckabee is basically saying God chose this rapist war criminal who's a compulsive liar, who cheated on his wife, who has been accused of sexual harassment by dozens of women, to be like his proxy on earth, as if he's the fucking Pope. It's so bizarre. But, you know, aside from this being utterly demented, it apparently resonated with Trump, because he decided to share it on social media, and he didn't say, yeah, I'm sharing this because it's fucking deranged. He shared it because he loves the flattery. And since Trump seems increasingly convinced that he does indeed have a divine mandate to do this, well, it's led to the justification of potential horrors that could only be described as biblical, no pun intended. And what I mean is, we're beyond the prospect of mere strikes on Iran or potential regime change. Trump is now reportedly not taking nukes off the table.
There have been a lot of headlines this afternoon, including one from The Guardian that claimed that the U.S. military has doubts about whether the bunker buster bombs could get the job done, and further claiming that only a tactical nuke maybe could finish it. And it further stated that the president is not considering a tactical nuke, that it was not one of the options that was presented to him. I was just told by a top official here that none of that report is true, that none of the options are off the table, and the U.S. military is very confident that bunker busters could get the job done at Fordo.
Holy shit, I don't even know what to say. This is an absolute madman, and the fact that this is being floated right now is genuinely just so terrifying that I don't have the words to articulate how terrifying it is. But I mean, if bunker buster bombs could do the job, then why would you not take all other options off the table? Why are nukes a possibility if you don't think you're going to need to use them? Because you want to. Because you want to press that big red button, right? I mean, before Trump was elected the first time, he talked about how it was weird that we can't use nukes. Remember, there was that report, I think it was from Mika and Joe from MSNBC, where they were talking to Donald Trump, or there was, I don't remember the specifics, but like Trump was saying, why can't we use nukes? Why can't we use nukes? He wants to press the button. He's talked about nuking hurricanes, maybe because he just wants to see the explosion. I don't know. We can only speculate, but needless to say, this is a very, very dangerous fucking moment. And I don't think that it's something that Iran or the United States could recover from. So, you know, when you combine fanaticism, no care for self-preservation, and radical religious beliefs with nuclear weapons, that is a danger. And ironically, that's exactly what former White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany is saying about Iran.
You combine fanaticism, no care for self-preservation, and radical religious belief with nuclear weapons, that is a danger.
The lack of self-awareness here is truly astounding. And I hate to break it to these people, but regardless if Iran wants a nuke or not, it's obviously going to be something that they get for deterrence and not to use as a preemptive strike, because countries with nuclear bombs are more protected from the threat of Western imperialism. That's just objectively and empirically true, which was brilliantly explained by Mehdi Hassan on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Ukraine gave up nukes, got invaded. Saddam Hussein gave up nukes, got invaded and executed. Gaddafi gave up chemical weapons, got invaded, raped and killed. Again, if you're the Iranians, are you not looking at this thinking, this means we need nukes? I would rather not give them an incentive to go get nuclear weapons. I'm anti-nuclear weapons for anyone. So I don't want Iran to have nukes. But the best way for Iran not to have nukes is not to attack them. That makes countries want to have nukes more. It's just rational to go, oh, the countries who have nukes like North Korea, they don't get invaded. So why give them an incentive to get more nukes? Why not actually have a weapons of mass destruction-free region? You know which country does have nukes in the Middle East? Israel, in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. You know which country doesn't allow IAEA inspectors into the country? Israel. You know which country hasn't signed the NPT, unlike Iran? Israel. We should talk about Israel's nuclear weapons, which actually incentivize others in the regions, not just Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, to think about nuclear weapons of their own.
Exactly. And the Americans who typically gobble up imperialist propaganda never ask themselves, why is it okay for us to have nuclear weapons, but not other countries? What makes us better than them? Why is it bad for them to have it, but not for us to have it? It's not like we're going to drop it on other countries just flippantly, right? Well, I mean, maybe Trump kind of wants to do that, but like, why are we different? Why are we better and superior to these other countries? Now, just to be clear, I don't think any country should have a nuclear weapon. Not Iran, not the United States, not Israel, but they've been demonstrably effective at stopping imperial powers from fucking with them. But it has to be because, you know, we're living in this cartoon reality where we're the good guys and they're the bad guys. And if the bad guys get a bomb, then the good guys get bombed. I mean, it's cartoonishly idiotic, but it's the exact line of propaganda that is being pushed by networks like Fox News, who are hornier than ever for war, and they push this shit because it works, unfortunately. Now, here's just a small compilation of the drivel that they're feeding to viewers and Donald Trump specifically in order to manufacture consent for another disastrous war.
Satellite images revealing the location of a previously unknown Iranian nuclear site. Now, the facility spans nearly 2,500 acres, and this is a big discovery. Jillian Turner has more from the State Department. Good morning, Jillian.
Pretty explosive, Dana. These satellite images that we have obtained exclusively show the alleged site location and even the layout of the secret, previously unknown nuclear weapons facilities inside Iran. This, of course, raises fresh concerns about the regime's role in these ongoing nuclear talks with the Trump administration.
In order to prevent the mullahs from getting a nuclear weapon, this facility must be destroyed. Tonight, the way I see it, there are three options. One, Israel could use a tactical nuclear weapon to wipe out the site. They don't have bunker buster bombs. That would obviously be not only highly controversial, but come with massive risks to the region. It is not a good option. Option number two, Israel can send in a team of commandos on the ground, also very risky with a much lower chance of success. The third best option involves the United States of America, our military, which is equipped with these 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs capable of penetrating that mountain. Israel does not have this critical weapon in its arsenal, and they do not possess the large bombers that are capable of dropping an ordnance of that size. So now President Trump has a decision to make.
To the isolationist crowd, my question would be, what makes your position materially different than the beachside foreign policy of Joe Biden? Sticking your head in the sand is no different than sitting in the sandy beaches of Delaware and saying don't. When we just said don't, which is what Biden said, what it got us was two global wars, one in Israel, one in Ukraine, both of which are raging. It got us the fall of a country to the Taliban. These are the facts. The facts are this. Iran is in the weakest position they have ever been in, not because of the United States, because of what Israel has done. This is a narrow window I don't believe we will ever have again.
This is good versus evil. You're either a patriotic American who's going to get behind the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, or you're not.
I hope he does. I think it will secure his place in history as a peacemaker, because after the nuclear program is dismantled, and he has said for 10 years they may not have a nuke. He said it last night. He said it 10 years ago when he came down the escalator. He's been consistent. They may not have a nuke. After it's destroyed, he'll go into the history books as a great peacemaker.
So as you can see, we are living in George Orwell's 1984. They are literally telling us that war is peace. And Hugh Hewitt is not the first person to say this. You know, up is down, left is right. The truth doesn't matter anymore. They will say whatever to justify a war with Iran. That's what they want Trump to do. And they're successful at that. So if Trump can somehow twist himself into a pretzel thinking that he'll be able to bolster his anti-war bona fides, which he has none, to be clear, but if he thinks that he can be viewed as the pro-peace candidate in some twisted way by going to war with Iran, and he'll come out looking like a hero and be remembered all throughout history, you might just do it. Now, they're also, as you saw, squawking at the MAGA holdouts to fall in line. They're also concocting bogus evidence about secret nuclear facilities discovered in Iran, even though Trump's own national security director said just in March that they weren't trying to get a nuclear weapon, and that was an assessment that the international community had made. You also have dickheads like Sean Hannity who are presenting Trump with options as if he's some sort of a fucking brilliant military tactician and saying, oh, well, based on my expertise, you know, not going to war isn't an option. I mean, it's outrageous. This is how you get moments like this. If you were too young to know what happened in the lead up to the Iraq War, history is repeating. So here's your history lesson. So when you step back and you look at the bigger picture, you don't have to wait 2 weeks to get a sense as to what Trump is going to do. You've got the media loudly manufacturing consent. It's not just Fox News, unfortunately, it's also CNN as well. MSNBC to a lesser extent, but they still platform voices who are very pro-war. CNN has done some good segments, but having said that, though, there's not enough pushback given the severity of the moment. But you've got media manufacturing consent for war. You've got the Republican Party on board. You have no opposition from the Democratic Party, no real anti-war movement in this country. And on top of that, you have new polling data showing that there's actually some support for war, especially among Republicans, which was showcased on CNN, which either wittingly or unwittingly will normalize it and create a bandwagon effect. And on top of that, you've got pressure from Netanyahu, who's already at war with Iran, and you have pressure from donors who they helped him get elected. And, you know, we can't hear these conversations taking place, but I'm sure that the individuals like Miriam Adelson, who sent him $100 million, are making some phone calls that we're not going to be privy to. Like, when all this is considered, you can see that we're very clearly headed in one direction right now. It's war with Iran. Now, my hope is that things change between now and the end of this arbitrary 2-week time frame that Trump gave us. But as it stands right now, war with Iran looks all but certain. And I genuinely hope I'm wrong here. I hope to God I'm wrong here. But the way it looks right now, and having lived through the Iraq war days, I fear the worst. Well, I'm sure, as you now know, Donald Trump did decide to unilaterally take us to war with Iran over the weekend, although what's weird is that there's now a concerted effort to convince us that we're not actually at war with Iran. As Vice President J.D. Vance put it,
we're not at war with Iran, we're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
Oh, well, thank goodness, because given how we're bombing them and they're now retaliating on U.S. targets in Qatar, I was beginning to think that this was a war. But it's not what it looks like, apparently. I guess we should not believe our eyes. So if that's the case, then what exactly is it? And according to our very honest vice president, it's more of a foreign entanglement than anything. And even though most Americans are exhausted with never-ending foreign entanglements, J.D. Vance assures us that things are going to be different this time.
I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives. So this is not going to be some long, drawn-out thing.
Do you feel better yet? So the president isn't some impulsive idiot who was literally persuaded by Fox News coverage to go to war with Iran, as the New York Times reports. It was a thoughtful decision. And this isn't going to be some long, drawn-out thing, even though Trump is now explicitly calling for regime change on Truth Social. So it's not a war, but if you're opposed to war, don't worry, because it's going to be different this time. How exactly is this going to be different than Iraq? The answer is it's not. Which begs the question, whatever happened to this promise? On November 4th, the official GOP Twitter account tweeted that Trump and Vance were the pro-peace ticket, but fast forward to today, and they're telling you that war is peace, actually, which is interesting because I mistakenly thought that people who were serious about peace would pursue diplomacy instead, but I guess not. And J.D. Vance explains why that's the case, even though this is not a war with Iran, but he explains why diplomacy is no longer on the table. And shocker, he's not blaming Donald Trump for that.
Well, I think the foreign minister is exactly wrong. We didn't blow up diplomacy. We only took this action, Kristen, when it was clear, as the president said, that the Iranians were tapping us along.
Wow. They think that we forgot about the little fact that Trump, not Iran, withdrew from the JCPOA that they were complying with. Trump withdrew in 2018. That agreement prevented Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, and they were in compliance with it. So Iran did not blow up diplomacy. We did, literally. And even though the Trump administration assured us that he had to bomb Iran because, you know, they were definitely getting a nuclear weapon and they were an imminent threat, even though Trump's own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, said that they were not pursuing a nuclear weapon back in March, well, she's now done a complete 180 in order to keep her job. And she now claims that she was taken out of context, and she says that she supports the president's war with Iran, despite literally selling no war with Iran t-shirts back in 2020. But shockingly, much like with Iraq, we're already finding out that we were lied to again, which is no surprise to people who've been paying attention. But now that the truth is already coming out, they're saying it doesn't matter. This is according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I think that question being asked in the media, that's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
that is the key point in U.S. intelligence assessments. You know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
The political decision had not
I know
been
that better
made.
than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
It doesn't matter that there's no evidence to support their main justification for war with Iran. That's where we're at. You know, we said we're going to go to war with Iran, and the American people are going to shut the fuck up and deal with it, period. But also, it's not really a war, wink, wink. So shut up about that, too. Don't call it a war. And also, we're not at war with them. And the thing that we said a week ago that was going to happen, it doesn't matter that there's no evidence for that. I feel like I'm going crazy. There's a reason why notorious neocons like Bill Kristol are joking about starting up the Project for a New American Century again. This was the organization that helped Bush manufacture consent for war with Iraq in 2003. And Bill Kristol very clearly sees that the neocons are once again dominating U.S. foreign policy. But to be clear, it's not like they ever lost power. They were always steering the ship. It's just that they had to be more covert in their imperialist ambition so as to avoid political blowback. But the thing that's changed now and why Bill Kristol is saying that the neocons are back, baby, is because the rest of the political establishment has also fallen in line behind the neoconservative agenda, much like they did in 2003. For example, all of these supposedly anti-war Republicans have all lined up behind Donald Trump, unsurprisingly. So days before Trump bombed Iran, Charlie Kirk, who's basically the chief propagandist for Donald Trump, cited a poll saying that Americans don't want to be involved in a war with Iran. But of course, after Trump bombed Iran, he tweeted that Americans actually do stand with the president. So he pulled a Tulsi. But he's not alone, because right-wing influencer Gunther Eagleman applauded Trump for not getting involved in Israel's war with Iran. But less than a week later, he tweeted support for Donald Trump's war with Iran and said that he made the right call because, of course, Tomi Lahren also applauded Trump's war with Iran, even though she tweeted that we should stay the hell out back in 2019. And this is just a very small sample of supposed anti-war Trump supporters who changed their tune immediately after Trump chose to go full George W. Bush. And there's a lot more examples, but I feel like by now you all know that these people are hypocrites and they have no principles, so it's not surprising to see that they're doing this. So I don't have to show you 30 different examples. I think we all know by now that this movement is not a movement. It's a cult, right? And there's a strong disincentive for those within the cult to doubt it, because the one principled Republican who actually chose to stand up and oppose war with Iran is Thomas Massie. And guess what's happening to him? Trump is threatening to destroy his career because Massie is now being targeted by a brand new super PAC Trump launched to end his career. And when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's claimed that she's against war with Iran, I think she sensed that she was flying a little bit too close to the sun herself, and she chose to delete a tweet accusing Trump of doing a bait and switch on MAGA because he chose to break his campaign promise of no new wars. And in another unnecessarily long screed on Twitter about why she's opposed to war with Iran, she was sure to emphasize that she, of course, absolutely still supports Donald Trump, even though she disagrees with him on this one issue. And to be fair to her, it's not like you have to completely disregard a president if you disagree with one thing, but this is a very big disagreement. This is no small thing. And in an appearance on Steve Bannon's War Room, she explained just how serious this was and why she was opposed to war with Iran. And to her credit, she forcefully condemned war with Iran and implied that Trump broke his campaign promise, but she still refuses to criticize him directly.
6 months in, Steve, and here we are, turning back on the campaign promises, and we bombed Iran on behalf of Israel. Yes, it was on behalf of Israel. We're entering a nuclear war, the World War III, because the entire world is going to erupt. And you want to know the people that are cheering it on right now? Their tune is going to drastically change the minute we start seeing flag-draped coffins on the nightly news, on Fox News that brainwashes all the baby boomers, and on CNN that brainwashes all the Democrat baby boomers. And that is exactly how this is going to go down.
While I agree with her that mainstream media is part of the problem, notice how she never actually named Donald Trump a single time. She vaguely referenced the campaign, but she never said Trump is the one who broke his promise. She says the campaign broke its promise. because that gives her plausible deniability to when Trump says, hey, you said I broke my campaign promise. She could say, no, the campaign, i.e. people around you, you know, they're giving you bad advice. So it's a group of people as opposed to one man who ultimately gets to decide at the end of the day. And the reason why she refuses to name names is because her loyalty to Donald Trump and her career in Congress is more important to her than avoiding what she says she thinks will inevitably devolve into World War III. And, you know, at the time that I record this video, guess what? She still has not signed onto Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's war power resolution to stop Donald Trump from going to war with Iran. To this day, Thomas Massie is the only Republican to sign on to this. Moreover, after AOC called for Trump's impeachment since he chose to go to war with Iran without congressional consent, which makes it illegal, well, guess who chimed in to defend Donald Trump from this attack from AOC? Of course, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene, who viciously attacked AOC, saying, shut up, you pathetic little hypocrite. You fully supported our military and IC running the proxy war against Russia in Ukraine, and you voted to fund the Ukraine war under your president with dementia. You don't get to play anti-war and moral outrage anymore. Oh, so she's the hypocrite and not you, when she's the one who signed on to the war powers resolution to stop war with Iran, and you haven't. Make it make sense. See, this is why I've said repeatedly that MAGA is not anti-war, because they have no underlying principles or philosophy driving them. It's just loyalty to Donald Trump. It's a cult of personality, and that's it, period. And the best that we get from self-proclaimed MAGA lawmakers like Marjorie Taylor Greene, aside from Thomas Massie, is tepid criticism of war with Iran with a full commitment simultaneously to support the president no matter what. In other words, he doesn't have to worry about losing support because, as she says, war with Iran is bad. She's making clear that she will never abandon him if he breaks his campaign promise. And I'm not saying that, like, Trump wouldn't go to war if Marjorie Taylor Greene told him not to and was more direct, but this demonstrates that she lacks conviction here because she knows what would happen if she fell out of Trump's good grace. She'd get the Thomas Massie treatment. But even though she's carefully avoiding attacks on Donald Trump directly, she is still getting attacked by fellow Republicans for her opposition to war with Iran. Case in point, Mark Levin called her a shameless nitwit and said that she's dumb. So what she doesn't understand is that you can't actually oppose war with Iran without making any enemies. But she wants to have her cake and eat it too, because she doesn't want people to think that she's a hypocrite when she is. She's doing the bare minimum and expects us to view her as an ally to the anti-war movement when she's not. She's a fraud. The only Republican who gets credit is Thomas Massie. So I say all this to say that Trump doesn't feel constrained by the anti-war contingent of MAGA because that doesn't exist. But to make matters worse, there's no anti-war contingent at all in the country, with the exception of the 59 Democrats and Thomas Massie, who signed on to the resolution to stop Trump's war with Iran. The overwhelming majority of lawmakers, including Democrats, are supporting the president's war, unfortunately. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, Chuck Schumer, leader of Democrats in the Senate, was attacking Trump for being too weak on Iran.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it.
Congratulations, Chuck. He didn't chicken out after all. Good job. You certainly showed him. But, you know, the question is, what about Hakeem Jeffries in the House? You know, he's the leader of Democrats there. You know, he never tried to goad Trump into a war with Iran like Schumer. And he also said that there's no evidence that Iran was an imminent threat to us. And he said this at the press conference about the president needing congressional approval to wage a war.
The use of military force, which is offensive in nature, must be approved by the House and the Senate. That's according to the Constitution. It's not optional.
All right, so now we're getting somewhere. The question is, why hasn't he signed on to Ro Khanna's war power resolution yet to restrain the rogue president who's in violation of the Constitution? Well, a reporter asked him about that, and his answer was predictable.
Would you support the Ro Khanna war powers resolution?
I haven't taken a look at it. Thanks.
Amazing. There's a resolution that's gaining momentum to restrain Trump, and the leader of the opposition hasn't looked at it. See, this is why Trump took us to war with Iran, because there's no real opposition to it from people in power. The pro-war side is winning because they are decisive and organized, whereas the anti-war side is being overlooked and ignored by leaders of the Democratic Party. And even though Chuck Schumer himself is going with the same line about how this is illegal and Trump needs congressional approval, in the event a vote were to come up, are we sure that Chuck would vote against that? Are we sure that a lot of Democrats would vote against giving Trump approval to go to war with Iran? I mean, I say that because Chuck Schumer did try to go Trump into war with Iran in the first place, or at least tried to get him to not negotiate with Iran. I mean, also, Chuck Schumer is doing nothing to rein in members of his own party from manufacturing consent for war on Fox News of all places. For example, Senate Democrats like John Fetterman are going on Fox and they're attacking Democrats for not falling in line and supporting Trump's war with Iran. I'm not making this up.
Do you think there are people in your party that are willing to make a pivot here and say, good job to the military, Mr. President, you did the right thing. If we're going to do anything more, come to us, to Congress? Or do you think that the knee-jerk reaction will prevail?
Absolutely. I mean, just because sometimes it's a decision that President Trump did, it's like maybe like reflexively you have to be opposed that. For me, again, I've been always calling to destroy these nuclear facilities. Now, let's talk about the context in the middle of all that now, too. Now, our party has been often wrong, and they were pushing for a ceasefire last year, and now Israel pushed through that and has broken Hamas and Hezbollah as well now, too. And now here it is right now. Israel has air supremacy over Iraq right now, and now here's where where Iran is right now. Their capabilities are severely limited, and now that was an entirely appropriate to finally take out those nuclear facilities.
So Democrats were wrong to call for a ceasefire. Therefore, they must be wrong again with regard to Iran, and they should support the Republican president and approve of his illegal strikes on Iran. What do you even say to that? The small number of Democrats who did call for a ceasefire, they were proven right. Hamas has not been destroyed, and Palestinians in Gaza are being subjected to a genocidal campaign of eradication as we speak. The people who supported a ceasefire early have been proven right. But this asshole thinks that he was proven right because we live in bizarre land now. This is why Americans have no faith in our government, the ones that pay attention anyways, because it's insulting how much they just fucking lie straight to our faces with impunity. But it's not just the politicians, because as was the case in the lead up to the Iraq War, media once again is fully on board because of course they are. So let's hear from Joe Scarborough from Resistance headquarters at MSNBC and see what he has to say about Trump's decision to illegally bomb a country that was no threat to us.
As I said on Thursday or Friday, the president had no good options. What would Monday look like if he hadn't have moved, if Iran wasn't already at 60%? And an ability to create nuclear weapons in a short matter of time, right? I mean, I'm not this morning. I'm not championing either side of this. Although I ask you, David, how difficult would it have been for any president to not take that shot if they knew that Iran was even being attacked by the United Nations? I find it hard to believe that Bush 41, Bush 43, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, go down the list. Any presidents wouldn't have felt compelled to take that strike.
And this, my friends, is one of many reasons why things are so bad. Because it doesn't matter how loudly we say we don't want something or how loudly we say we do want something. We never get what we want because we don't have a say. It's a democracy, sure, but it's really a democracy in name only. The military-industrial complex calls for blood, therefore the entire political establishment must oblige, regardless of what the American people say. And the sad part is that, he says other presidents, including Democrats, would do the same thing. And I agree with him. I do think that Hillary Clinton probably would have done the same thing had Israel antagonized Iran in the first place and chose to bomb them. But that's kind of the problem, right? There's a problem there if there's no anti-war options ever on presidential ballots. The anti-war movement somehow is small and fringe and has no real influence anywhere, even after Iraq. It's insane. This is why Bill Kristol basically declared that the neocons are back, because he's right. He's unfortunately right. And again, it's not like they were ever not in control. I want to emphasize that. It's that the prevailing anti-war sentiment among the American public required the neocons to be less explicit about their imperialist intentions. But after seeing America elect a rapist felon who tried to overthrow the 2020 election, I think they probably realized that our dumbasses could be convinced of anything. You just got to give us enough propaganda. Hell, they're not even trying to be persuasive this time. In the lead up to the Iraq War, they were at least trying to convince us. Like, they assumed that we were rational people who needed to see the evidence. But this time, they're literally just telling us that war is peace, for fuck's sake. So it doesn't matter if Americans are for or against war with Iran. They'll try their best to manufacture consent for it. But if they fail, they'll do it anyway because fuck you. There's profits to be made. There's donors to be appeased, and those are the people who get them elected. Therefore, what we say doesn't matter to these politicians. It doesn't matter that we're facing a climate catastrophe or that 68,000 Americans die every single year due to a lack of health insurance. Our government does not represent us. It represents the ruling class and large multinational corporations who profit off of war, which is why the crises that affect us have no bearing on any of the decisions made by Congress. So, like it or not, we are at war with Iran because America is no longer a democracy. And the only way the people will be able to be in power again is probably through regime change, as much as I hate to say it. And I'm not talking about Iran.
I don't want to go here, but Gotham. Have you seen what Batman is up against in Gotham and what the guy running for mayor is up against? That's what it reminds me of. They're taking Wall Streeters and make him walk out onto the ice in the East River as and hope, and then they fall through.
Yep.
I mean, there is a class warfare that's going.
So what's happened here, I think,
is the rich type.
There's a division within the Democratic Party in New York City and New York State, and it's emblematic of the division that we see nationally. How far left does the Democratic Party want to go?
We had Kathy Wild sitting in the chair you were in yesterday, and she said the business community is terrified. I mean, describing it almost as a panic attack.
The new mayor, potentially, of New York is going to freeze the rents, and everybody eats for free, so they don't have to worry.
Really?
Yeah.
But how about the rich?
No.
Do they get shot?
No, yes.
Let's bring in New York City business owner Richie Romero to react to this. What was your initial reaction when you heard about this victory?
Honestly, I didn't sleep because I had to talk a lot of people off ledges last night that were calling me nonstop, moving out of New York, etc.
Really?
No need to talk him off the ledge, brother. Let him jump. That was just a tiny, tiny little fraction of the enormous shitstorm that ensued after Zohran Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo in New York City's mayoral race. And my favorite thing ever is this allegation that the working class is waging class warfare against the wealthy. I'm here to confirm that we are indeed doing just that. The days of the wealthy waging an asymmetric war against the working class are over. These oligarchs have taken everything from us: our financial security, our system of governance, the habitability of our planet, our futures, and we are here to take it back from them. And as panicked as they're feeling right now, they should feel thankful that it happened electorally, because with the way things were going, it felt like the peasants were on the verge of breaking out the pitchforks and foregoing the democratic process altogether, if you know what I mean. So in some ways, these wealthy slobs should be thanking Mamdani, because his method of change is preferable to a French-style revolution, which is what a significant number of Americans were ready for since things have been going so bad, and seeing that they had no expectation whatsoever that our political system was even capable of producing a victory like this. But Mamdani's win has reinvigorated a portion of the population who is just ready to give up on America altogether, myself included, admittedly. And every single centrist, neoliberal Democrat should be shitting their pants right now, because this proves that once and for all, the energy of the Democratic Party is with the progressive wing of the party, and that bodes really well for the future of the Democratic Party. Now, I've got so many more reactions to share with you, but I first want to take a look at an analysis from CNN's data analyst, Harry Enten, who confirms that Mamdani's win is not some sort of a fluke. In fact, data indicates that he is representing a new direction that the base wants to take the Democratic Party in.
Let me tell you, this was a political earthquake that should have the Democratic establishment running scared. What are we talking about here? Well, New York City primary upsets like Mamdani's, this is truly one for the record books. There are really only two that I could think of that are anything like this, and that was back in '89 for mayor when David Dinkins won over three-term mayor Ed Koch. Koch was running for a fourth term. The voters said, there was big turnout then, just like there was big turnout last night. And of course, more recently, if you want to take a look at a national picture, think back to 2018, New York's 14th Democratic primary going for Congress, when AOC beat House Dem Caucus Chair Joe Crowley. This, to me, is very much like that, energizing young voters, energizing voters on the left, and providing what truly was a historic night last night in Democratic circles.
And, you know, look, on paper, this is a mayor's race. This is also New York City, special city. But is this more a New York City thing, or is this more of a sign of a larger national trend when it comes to the Democratic Party?
Yeah, just like AOC's victory in 2018, this did happen locally, but I think you can take it up nationally. What are we talking about here? Well, you know, you think about Democratic establishment, you think about Democratic Party leaders, pretty much all of them were behind Andrew Cuomo, but the bottom line is the Democratic base is fed up, done with the Democratic establishment. This is true in New York, it's true nationally. Democrats who say their party leaders should be replaced. Look at this. This is a recent poll from Reuters Ipsos. 62% of Democrats nationally say their party leaders should be replaced. Party leaders like Andrew Cuomo, party leaders like Jim Clyburn, who, of course, endorsed Andrew Cuomo. You think about all the Democrats that were behind Andrew Cuomo in the establishment. The Democratic base is fed up with them. And the bottom line is nationally, the vast majority of Democrats think that their party leaders should be replaced. But it's more than this, right? Of course, Mamdani ran a pretty far left campaign, right, compared to what we normally see in Democratic circles. But the bottom line is, you talked to me 20, 30 years ago, there was no way I thought a Democratic socialist could win a nomination for mayor in New York or nationally. But look, Democrats who identify as liberal nationally, in 1994 is 25%. You go to 2004, 33%, 2014, 43%. Now the majority of Democrats nationally identify as liberal. If there are Democratic establishment folks who think this is just going to be contained in New York, I say this is a warning sign to you. It very much may not be.
What is this feeling? Is this hope? Is it optimism? I don't know what to do with these emotions. The last time I felt this way was after Bernie Sanders won the Nevada caucus in a landslide in 2020, and I wish that I could capture this feeling and put it in a bottle and save it for when I need it the most, because like this is a high that you chase after that you can never find. But I feel rejuvenated now, almost like this spark of hope has been reignited in my heart. And I know I'm not alone. I know you all feel the same, but I am forcing myself to be a little bit more cautious here because it's not over until it's over. And I say this because in 2021, socialist India Walton pulled off a shocking upset as well in the Buffalo Democratic mayoral primary, and she defeated the incumbent Byron Brown. But he subsequently launched a long-shot write-in campaign and took lots and lots of money from Republican donors in an effort to stop her in the general election. And unfortunately, it worked. So I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade, but the Buffalo race is one of many cautionary tales warning us that the Democratic Party machine isn't just going to go silently into the night. They will do everything in their power to stop Mamdani in the general election. You already have Eric Adams running as an independent, and I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Cuomo did the same thing. So we still have to fight to make sure that this win is indeed a win. But I will say that the thing that's changed since 2021 with India Walton's race is that the Democratic Party's base has seemingly become much more radicalized in the second Trump term, and they understand finally that milquetoast corporate Democrats aren't going to save us from fascism. But the general election is still a ways off, and I think that we owe it to ourselves to enjoy this. We should take the time, at least for a little bit, to be the biggest sore winners in the history of sore winners because of how much bullshit we've had to endure for so fucking long. And that is what we are going to do right now in this video, my friends. It's time to gloat because so many centrists like Matt Iglesias and so many conservatives like Charlie Kirk are having meltdowns of epic proportions today, and their tears are providing me with much needed fuel. So let's start with the reactions from hysterical right-wingers who were clearly flooded with a spectrum of emotions ranging from racism to xenophobia, and when you add in the element of socialism, I think it's safe to say that their heads were this close to exploding. For example, Jay Aubrey shared this screenshot from Fox News, where they fearmonger about Mamdani's socialist promises, including no-cost childcare, baby baskets to newborns, and a $30 minimum wage. Oh no, whatever will New Yorkers do with all of that extra money in their pockets? They must be horrified at the thought of living a little bit more comfortably. So sad. Now on Twitter, AOC shared the cover of the New York Post, which says NYC SOS, who will save the city after radical socialist batters Cuomo and Dem mayoral primary. And she juxtaposed that cover with the cover after she was elected. And she adds, billionaires use the same scare tactics every time to divide working people. It's all to create hysteria and keep us from achieving the affordable, dignified life we deserve. We won't fall for it anymore. Here's to working towards a safe, welcoming, affordable future for all. Now, when you seek out the responses from conservatives on Twitter, that's, of course, where they really let their freak flags fly. For example, we have Pastor Greg Locke saying, New York City has fallen. The demonic sounds of Islamic prayer calls will soon be heard throughout the streets. The trash will pile higher than ever. Jews and Christians will be hated. Rape will skyrocket. NYC will be the next London. My God. Keep crying, asshole. Charlie Kirk says 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,753 people on 9/11. Now, a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. I mean, he's just going straight up like full mask off, Klan level racism here. Jack Posobiec says, a foreign-born Muslim socialist just won the primary for New York City mayor. Are we allowed to talk about mass immigration now? No, you're not. Mike Cernovich adds, a Marxist Hamas lover cleared another hurdle to become New York City's next mayor. Laura Loomer tweets, there will be another 9/11 in New York City and Zoran Mamdani will be to blame. These people are genuinely insane. Stephen Miller tweeted, NYC is the clearest warning yet of what happens to a society when it fails to control migration. Actually, he's an example of the good that comes out of immigration. Marjorie Taylor Greene says this hits hard, and she shared a picture of the Statue of Liberty wearing a burqa. I mean, they don't even care what the Statue of Liberty says about immigrants, so it's ironic that she is acting as if the Statue of Liberty and its message has been disregarded when conservatives are the ones that did that. Gary Kasparov says, socialism is like polio. It comes back when people forget about the horrible damage it did last time. Actually, you're thinking of fascism, Gary. Megan McCain says, conservatives have no place in New York City, and the ones who argue my point defiantly still living there are going to fuck around and find out. Laura Ingram says, you think NYC's turn to socialism and communism is just a New York thing? It's not. Uncontrolled immigration, greenlit since the 80s by the Uniparty, is remaking every American community. We imported anti-Americanism, cultivated it in schools. Now comes the poisonous crop. Well, I, for one, can't wait to see that crop bloom even more, Laura. Ben Shapiro says, you did it. You finally did it, you maniacs. You blew it up. And he shared a picture of the Statue of Liberty on the beach from Planet of the Apes. I feel like this is much more restrained than what he's feeling internally right now. So he's trying to play it off jokingly, but you know, he's really nervous deep down. Matt Walsh tweets, 40% of New York City's population is foreign-born, not just second and third generation immigrants, foreign-born. Almost half the city wasn't born in this country. NYC isn't an American city anymore by any reasonable definition of the term. It's a tragedy and a disgrace. Just like saying the quiet part loud that he hates all immigration. And finally, Patrick Bet-David chimed in saying, Florida just got a little more crowded. Okay. Shut up, Patrick, you dumb bitch. So as you can see, they don't know what they should be more mad about. The fact that he's a socialist or a Muslim or an immigrant, it's just all so triggering to them that they can't help but seethe with rage. I think that we can do better, though. We need a gay immigrant, trans communist vegan from outer space to win the next election so they really lose their shit. I'm talking about levels of woke that will rip a hole in the space-time continuum, because these same people, they just elected Donald Trump, a criminal rapist who tried to overthrow the 2020 election. I'm sorry, but they can permanently shut the fuck up forever about American politics. Their input should be disregarded in perpetuity. If you pushed for Donald Trump to become president, you have no right to complain about extremism or any candidate on the left ever again. These people are destroying this fucking country. So it's hilarious that they think we care at all about their hysterical opinions. Hey, conservatives, suck my dick. If I wanted to hear an asshole, I'd fart. We are not stopping until we find the reincarnation of Che Guevara in this bitch, okay? We're gonna give your dumbasses healthcare and education and childcare and a habitable planet, and you're gonna shut the fuck up and take it. But I'd be remiss to not talk about all of the liberals, the centrists, who are deeply distraught over the Democratic Party's voters finally choosing something new for a change. Now, Donica tuned into News Nation to see how Chris Cuomo was taking the news about his brother's cheeks getting clapped by a Democratic socialist, and his face says it all. And the chyron is the cherry on top, reading, "Extremism has taken root in America." But what's funny is that chyron and his face was actually just a coincidence, because I looked up this segment and he wasn't talking about Mamdani there. He was talking about extremist socialists like AOC who, quote, support Hamas. But I think that that's just a small taste of what's to come. So I, for one, can't wait to see how he reacts to the end of his family's political dynasty by an extremist like Zohran Mamdani. Hey, Chris, I say this on behalf of all so-called extremists on the left. Fuck you. Fuck your brother. Fuck your whole family. Go be with your fellow Islamophobes in the Republican Party, because you're no longer needed here. This is our party now, bitch. Cope and seethe. Cry. But this morning, on Morning Joe, Vodka Snowflake took a video from his TV on his phone, and the audio is terrible here. But if you listen carefully, Scarborough's comments genuinely made me laugh out loud.
The numbers that came in last night, shocking. And here you have the New York Times, of course, with an editorial saying that the winner last night, Mamdani, is not qualified. And then you have the Wall Street Journal, of course, just saying this is no time to elect a socialist, who's saying he's all for globalizing the infantata. I mean, yeah, that's, I don't know if that's what a lot of people in New York City think they need right now, but it sure looks like that's what they think inside the Democratic primary.
Yeah, it is truly a stunning result in New York.
Mamdani wants to globalize the infantata. Oh, I love that so much. I think what he means is that Mamdani wants to give cribs to infants. Ta-da, we did it, something like that. At least it sounded like he said infantata, but it made me laugh hysterically, unreasonably so for some reason. But I love how he's trying to remain calm, cool, and collected as if he's not dying inside. And part of it is, I think he's trying to not get into a leftist Cope compilation, but unfortunately for him, he gave us just enough to make the cut here. I'm so sorry, Joe. And while I was looking for the full version of that clip to get better audio, I couldn't find it, but I did find another point where he brought up Mamdani, and guess what he referenced once again?
Well, listen, I think we're going to hear more, Rev, about him saying that some people who say they need to globalize the infantata is not a bad thing. Is not anti-Semitic. I think we're going to be hearing an awful lot more about that. We're going to be hearing about his economic plans, a socialist in New York. There's going to be, I think we're going to have a very competitive, interesting general election.
He is so goddamn mad, but he's trying so hard to not sound like it. Hey, Joe, go back to the Republican Party, my friend. We don't want you here in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party base doesn't agree with you. They agree with Zohran on the issue of Israel-Palestine, and your disingenuous anti-Semitism allegations aren't persuasive to anyone anymore. They only make you look desperate. So get the fuck back to your own party. See, the problem is that these center-right Republicans, they all fled the Republican Party once the GOP went full fascist, and then they pushed leftists out of what should be our party, when they should have been trying to take over the Republican Party, not the Democratic Party. See, we have to do everything in our power to drive these people out of the party, kick their asses to the curb, and then lock the door behind them. Because for so long, the left has been the ones who've been marginalized, who felt like they weren't welcome in the Democratic Party. But now is the time to make it clear that they are the ones who aren't welcome. This is our party now. But I've got to be even more clear about this. Again, Joe Scarborough, you are not welcome in this party. I don't care if you consider yourself a moderate or what you identify as. There's no room for genocide denialism in this party, so fuck off. But I've got even more reactions from centrists who seemingly hate socialists more than fascists. For example, we have this Twitter user reacting to the DNC chair congratulating Zoran, saying, "We're congratulating a socialist? We're so cooked." Lauren Summers says, "I am profoundly alarmed about the future of the DNC and the country by yesterday's NYC anointment of a candidate who failed to disavow a globalize the intifada slogan and advocated Trotskyite economic policies. I hope candidate Zoran Mamdani, who showed great ability to learn and adapt during his campaign, will continue to evolve in ways that provide much needed reassurance to people committed to a free from prejudice market economy as an American ideal." Fuck off. Gen X girl shared this exchange with Drew Pavlo, who says, "Zoran's election is a catastrophe for Western civilization. We are losing our country." And then somebody responds saying, "You're not an American." And then he responds to that saying, "I am spiritually." Jesus Christ. Max Abrams says, "I have never wanted less to do with the Democratic Party." Fine, then fuck off. Liz Wolfe says, "I don't think the Zoran stands realize just how fucked this city will be when all the high earners migrate out of Jersey and Connecticut. You cannot act so entitled to other people's earnings and expect them to not put up a fight. That's what the rich people are doing to poor people, you dipshit." And Zoran Mamdani, I think, specifically said that he wants to make the tax rate for rich people in New York City the same as it is for New Jersey. So, good job there looking at his policies, dipshit. You're just like knee-jerk defending rich people as if that makes you the reasonable one. It makes you the unreasonable one, Liz, so shut the fuck up. Matt Iglesias chimed in saying, "I certainly hope he follows the Fetterman-Gallego-Katz client trajectory." Yeah, that's not surprising coming from somebody who's never had a good take in his life. Rachel Beitkoffer says NYC is just going to have to go through the full San Francisco experience to recover its sanity. Why don't you just join the Republicans already, Rachel? This one is good. Harry Sisson chimed in saying, "Lesson of the night. Please, Democrats, embrace social media and new media. It clearly works." Harry Sisson is pretending like he was on board with Zoran when he said nothing about Zoran. Furthermore, it's not social media that worked. It was his policies. It was his socialism. It was his refusal to kowtow to the Democrats who wanted him to support Israel. It was his condemnation of Israel's genocide. That's what did it, not media, Harry. Now, last but not least, Brianna Wu says, "Democrats as a brand are cooked. We're going to get the reputation of socialist terrorist cheerleaders who hate our own country and will deserve it. Normies have got to reclaim our party. I spent a decade working with the far left. They kill any institution they touch." Hey, Brianna, you're the one supporting terrorists, and it's our party now, so fuck you. I could read these comments all day. If there was a way to liquefy these tweets and inject them into my veins, I would actually do that, literally, because this is better than drugs. I just cannot get enough. I could read these comments all day. So to everyone watching, I don't want you to limit or filter yourselves in any way. I want you to feel emboldened. Don't be afraid to celebrate in the most insufferable way imaginable, because the only people you're going to offend are the ones responsible for our pain and suffering in the first place. So let them taste their own medicine. We all know that if Andrew Cuomo won decisively, they would be doing the same thing. So let them taste their own medicine. And most importantly, hang on to this moment and really cherish it, because we don't know how long it's going to be until we feel this way again. But if this victory is an indication of what's to come, that feeling might come sooner again than we expect. Oh my God, we actually have breaking news that's not negative. I'm not here to tell you about our imminent demise or somebody doing something terrible and getting away with it or something evil that Donald Trump just did. I have good news that is the best news, like earth-shatteringly good news, like change the trajectory of the country levels of good news, not to sound hyperbolic, but like this is 2018 AOC beating Joe Crowley levels of holy shit. So Zoran Mamdani basically defeated Andrew Cuomo. There's a caveat because it's not over yet. It hasn't been called at the time that I record this video, but with 90% of precincts reporting, as you can see, Zoran Mamdani has a commanding lead over Andrew Cuomo. And since this is ranked choice voting, by the time all of the other votes are distributed, odds are he's going to grow his lead and win possibly by a landslide. And even in Staten Island, he is doing very well. He's not beating Andrew Cuomo there, but he's doing very, very well. And I've got to say, what the fuck? I basically had given up on this country. I'm not joking. I basically had given up and just accepted that nothing good is possible because time after time after time, the candidate that progressives and young people want was always defeated. They trot out Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and the establishment, and, you know, they get money from billionaires, and they smear the person we want, and then voters fall for it. This time, Democratic Party voters showed that they're not fucking around. They're ready for real change. And this to me is so goddamn encouraging. And just to like put into perspective how unexpected this was for me, I have an entire video tomorrow about Zohran Mamdani. And I prefaced the video by saying I'm recording this not knowing the results yet. But if Zohran loses, I'm basically going to crash out. Watch the whole video so you understand what I'm talking about. And so I didn't record it for nothing. But basically, it's about how, for once, the Democratic Party, their base in particular, they can't keep rejecting the candidates that young people want and then complaining about the direction the country is headed in with fascism. So that's what that video is about. And I recorded that video because I did not expect to see results tonight that are this positive, that give us any indication of who's going to win, because I thoroughly expected Andrew Cuomo to have a lead and then not really get the full results until a week or so later after the second round, third round are taken into account. So I just didn't expect anything real to happen this quickly. But Zohran is doing so good that tonight we basically know he won. Like, it's not confirmed. I want to emphasize that. But for all intents and purposes, I think it's safe to call it, this election has been won by Zohran Mamdani, a socialist, a 33-year-old Muslim man who has been smeared as an anti-Semite, who's been attacked for being a socialist. The right has been freaking the fuck out. Individuals like Laura Loomer and Charlie Kirk have all but endorsed Andrew Cuomo just to stop Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo has taken millions of dollars from billionaires like Michael Bloomberg to smear Mamdani. And throughout all of that, he out-campaigned them, and he pulled off one of the biggest political upsets in the modern era. Like, this truly is on par with AOC's defeat of Joe Crowley in 2018. This sends a huge message to the Democratic Party. This is what we want. You want to win? This is how you do it. And, you know, before I would just say, well, it doesn't matter because the Democratic Party is just going to say, no, fuck you. But Zohran has kind of proven that the voters, they're done playing games. They saw fascism and they now realize, oh, I see that the antidote to fascism is progressives, it's socialism. And in the era of fascism, obviously fascism is more scary than socialism. So you know what? Let's let the youngins choose the candidate this time. Let's opt for Zohran Mamdani. And I've got to say, this was completely unexpected. This bodes well for the future of the Democratic Party because, look, if Zohran lost this, then I don't know if the Democratic Party would even have a future. And it seems a little bit nonsensical to stake everything on this one local race in New York City where the overwhelming majority of us don't have a say. But really, this was going to determine the trajectory of the Democratic Party going forward. And if voters, again, opt for somebody who's establishment over the progressive, then I feel like in 2028, assuming we have free and fair elections, they're just going to go for another terrible candidate. Who's it going to be this next time, right? Is it going to be Gavin Newsom? Is it going to be some billionaire who chooses to buy his way into prominence? But this shows that the voters, once and for all, are fed up. To look at the results and see that it's not a disaster, which has basically always been the case since Bernie 2016, I've got to say, I think it probably feels good. I don't feel much right now because I'm just kind of like stunned and in a state of shock. But as I digest this news more and as it becomes official when it's called by reputable sources, then I'll begin to realize, oh my God, like, this is it. So, yeah, I don't have much else to say about this. I just wanted to come to you with some good news because I typically don't have good news and I feel bad that all I talk about is negative things. But I mean, I don't really control the news cycle. It's hard to be positive in this atmosphere. Nonetheless, we have good news. At least it seems like good news, not confirmed, but it seems like good news. And I've got to say, I'm happy. I'm very, very happy. I think that the alliance between Brad Lander and Zoran Mamdani is really going to pay off. I think that when most of Brad Lander's votes are distributed to Zoran Mamdani, like this really could be a landslide here. So buckle up, because if Zoran really is the winner, and it seems like he is, I still, like, as you can tell, I'm not sure because it seems so surreal. If this is real, then there's going to be an earthquake in Washington, D.C. There's going to be levels of hysteria, racism and Islamophobia, the likes of which we haven't seen since fucking 2008. The shrieking from mainstream media, from corporate Democrats, from Republicans about socialism and communism is going to be huge. It'll be overwhelming. But all of the crying that we are about to see, if this is indeed real, it's solidification that we finally, for once, have these motherfuckers scared. And that's a good sign. So relish in their fear. Drink their tears, because that is a sign that for once in our fucking lives, we won an election. Okay? Ever since Bernie 2016, I was just like accepting that nothing good is ever going to happen. I got my hopes up again in 2020. Started to get my hopes up this time, but I'm like, no. Fight that feeling, Mike, because you're going to be sorely disappointed again. And I fought that feeling to the very end. And now it actually happened for once. It seems like it. I'm still skeptical. But wow. He fucking did it. He fucking pulled it off. What's next? Kat Abu Ghazala? Is she going to win too? Are good things possible again in this country? Maybe. I don't want to read too much into this, but this is really huge. This is really fucking huge, and I really don't think that that can be overstated. It's not just about New York City and Zoran Mamdani. This is about something that we have been trying to accomplish for a very long time now on the progressive left, and the fact that we may have finally pulled it off where it matters the most. All right, that's something to be proud of, folks. So take this victory, or this presumed victory, and hang on to it, because we don't get this shit very often. Well, friends, this is random, but we're going to take a trip through time back to 2018. This was a much simpler time in America, and a viral moment from back then went viral again, and I decided to go down the rabbit hole, and I thought that it'd be fun to take you all with me. Now, keep in mind, these were the pre-COVID days, and I think that a lot of us didn't know how good we had it. I'm not saying that everything was peachy keen, but compared to the 2020s, the 2010s feel almost utopian by comparison. And I'm nostalgic for those days when I still had at least a little bit of hope left in me. I wasn't as cynical, and, you know, revisiting this story kind of conjured up those feelings, and I thought that you all would want to feel the same. But I mean, just to kind of like set the stage for you, one thing in this era that I found hilarious was the desperate attempt by Republicans to make it seem as if young people and people of color and LGBTQ plus people were leaving the Democratic Party in droves and migrating over to the Republican Party and supporting Donald Trump. Now, listen, young people being disillusioned with the Democratic Party is nothing new, but the idea that they're falling over themselves to become Trump supporters was indeed hilarious at the time, and it's still pretty funny. Nonetheless, the right manufactured an astroturfed campaign to kind of make it seem as if this was actually happening when it wasn't. You had Candace Owens pushing Blexit to insinuate that Black Americans were becoming Republicans in large numbers. It wasn't true. You also had Brandon Stroka's Walk Away movement, which was, I guess, the gay-friendly version of that. Needless to say, nobody was buying it. If you look at the views from Blexit, they got no views. There was just no traction for these movements. So even though the right is typically good at manufacturing things, they weren't very good here. You know, Brandon Stroka's grift presumably fell apart, given how he had to pivot to a different grift where he was LARPing as a January 6th insurrectionist who was fake crying while Marjorie Taylor Greene pretended to console him. I don't know where this was at. I think it was at ZBAC. Weird shit, I know. But I mean, that's what you've got to do when your original grift falls apart. You've got to get creative and think outside the box. And Brandon thought inside the box. Now, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself because one individual that capitalized on this whole walk away / Blexit phenomenon ended up doing something that inadvertently changed her life in the most profound way imaginable. I'm, of course, referring to Princess Q, who famously tweeted in October of 2018, "I will not hide any longer. The left has made us feel as if black Republicans should hide, but not anymore. Hashtag blacks for Trump, hashtag walk away, hashtag MAGA." Now, I remember seeing this come across my Twitter feed at the time, but I didn't really think much about it because you've got to remember, this was a pretty common phenomenon back in 2018. It was the heyday for people like Dave Rubin, Candace Owens, and Blair White, who exploited their identities and threw their own communities under a bus to sanitize the Republican Party's bigotry for a paycheck. So it wasn't automatically suspicious to me. There were no apparent red flags with Princess Q's post. She just kind of looked like another attention-seeking grifter who was trying to capitalize on this fake walk-away/Blexit movement. But of course, that was just the beginning of the story, because after her original post blew up, she decided to use her viral fame to feed into the rights victim complex, specifically so she could cash in. She tweeted after that, "Thank you all so much for your overwhelming support. After seeing this tweet, my parents cut me off and refused to pay my university tuition. So if you can find it in your hearts to help this young black Republican pay for school, it would be appreciated." She then linked to a GoFundMe, and the donations started to pour in immediately. But her narrative was only just getting started, because she followed up saying, "I'm now getting kicked out. My mother literally woke me up out my sleep and screamed at me, 'How could you support this monster? She doesn't even know him, so how can he be a monster? I just wish they understood.'" She added, "This morning is getting worse and worse," and she shared screenshots from a text exchange that she had with her mother, where her mother supposedly told her that she has 2 weeks to find somewhere else to live, and says, "Maybe one of those Trumpies that you love so much can take you in. I'm so disappointed in you," and later says, "You have until the 14th, and that's that," and closes by saying, "I have nothing else to say to you. You might as well not be my daughter." Now, the thought of a parent doing this to their own child isn't necessarily unthinkable, because it happens pretty commonly, unfortunately, to children who are gay and trans, but not because they're fucking conservative. So that right there should get the red flags to start to go off in your head. But to the right, they love this because she was giving them the perfect victim narrative that they've been yearning for forever, right? The idea of a conservative being treated like an LGBTQ plus teen, to them, was perfect. It bolstered this idea that conservatives are being persecuted. And as a result, they thought, this is the person we have to support, because her story is all of our story. She represents all of us. We are as persecuted as her. And what did they do? They raised $150,000 for Princess Q. That's a lot of money. The problem is that the story was complete fucking bullshit. And once Trump supporters started to put together the pieces, it was already too late. And after she duped them into giving her all of that money, she came clean once they already kind of figured it out. And she said, "Actually, I'm not a Trump supporter at all. In fact, she thinks Republicans are fucking stupid." And to add insult to injury, she didn't even have to buy the MAGA hat that she was wearing. She told Elle magazine that she found it outside and said, "I snapped a couple of pictures in it before my head started burning," and threw it away. And she explains, "The Trumpies saw my old tweets about Obama and realized I might have been lying, but I was faster and took everything before it could be taken from me." Goddamn. In other words, she made out like a bandit. But she also gave Trump supporters a reality check and explained to them that donating to her in specific circumstances where she was useful for their narrative doesn't absolve them of their racism. She says the Republican Party needs black faces, so they throw money at any black person that says they support Trump so that people stop thinking of them as the racist party, but it's never going to happen. They also fail to realize that they don't have to outwardly hate black people to be racist, because they still create policies and laws that keep black people poor and unsupported, especially the 3 strikes law that they love to uphold, and it does nothing but send poor black and brown people to jail for the rest of their lives. But we're supposed to ignore that and say that suddenly they're not racist because they paid a black girl's tuition? It's laughable. So to recap, not only did she scam them out of $150,000, she then proceeded to roast the ever-loving shit out of them and call them stupid and racist. Now, needless to say, Trump supporters were not very happy about this, to put it mildly, and she says that they did not hesitate to lob racial slurs at her and call her a wolf or a bitch and whatnot and harass her. But when she was asked by a journalist at Elle why she did this, aside from the money, she explained, "Voting is coming up, So I just wanted to remind people that Republicans are stupid and shouldn't hold the majority anymore. She continues, minimum wage is pathetically low and it's not a living wage either, so how are we supposed to survive? And then the people who say go to college and get a better job, like anyone can afford that, and it won't guarantee you a job either. She added, imagine if the Republicans had put as much energy into actually helping this country and not lining the pockets of the filthy rich as they do getting their racist image washed. But it's interesting that she made that point, because here we are again, not even a decade later, and Republicans are trying to gut Medicaid to line the pockets of the rich even more. It feels like nothing ever changes. But in the end, she did tell New York Magazine that she felt bad and decided to give back all of the money that she got from MAGA. And that was the last that we heard about it. That is, until we got an update this year, after she went even more viral again in 2025 for the same story, of course. So somebody posed the question, no gatekeepers, please. What's a side hustle that you feel like more people should know about? And Derek the Style Guy shared her original tweet, as well as the story about her MAGA scam, which blew up again and went even more viral than her original post, which led to an update from the legend herself, who says that the $150,000 she got from MAGA helped her to finish college with no debt. On top of that, it also helped her move to Los Angeles and demonstrated her bona fides in social media and marketing psychology, which helped to spearhead her entire career. So this scam literally changed her life for the better. But the question is, how was she able to do all of this if she gave back the money? And the answer is, well, because she didn't actually give back the money. She followed up by saying that she only said that because that narrative was useful so that way MAGA weirdos wouldn't go after her, which makes sense. And that concludes the story of the cleanest, most devious scam in internet history. These days, she's not super political. She's pretty active on TikTok, but she doesn't talk about politics. If you want to follow her, I'll link to her account down below. You know, she only mentioned the scam one time in one video where she says every day she's grateful for her big, beautiful brain, but that's all she said about it lately. So the lesson here is that MAGA is the most gullible group of people ever. And even though her scam was obviously a success, it still pales in comparison to the numerous scams Trump pulled on his own supporters, from Trump University to his meme coin and NFTs and Trump branded Bibles to his $600 watches that have embarrassing typos. Nobody has scammed MAGA more than Donald Trump himself. And this is why being in a cult is so dangerous, because it gets you to suspend logic and critical thinking, which makes you vulnerable to scams from people within the cult who know that they can easily take advantage of you. So out of all of the times that MAGA has been scammed, at least this one helped a regular person excel in life. It helped her launch her career. So even though Princess Q's plan was comically diabolical, it was undeniably genius, and she pulled it off to fucking perfection and played them like fiddles. So hats off to the legend.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load, and even better than that, that you find your true calling and destiny in your willingness to take the ultimate.
What's going on? We live. We here. I am in Chicago. See, last time I streamed with y'all, I was in St. Louis, and I still, you know, that's hometown. That's home base. You know what I mean? That's where I was born and raised. And I got some really great projects going on right now, there right now. But anywho, I'm here in Chicago. I moved to Bronzeville. It's a neighborhood in Chicago, historically black neighborhood. It's near Hyde Park. But it's going well. You know what I'm saying? I'm enjoying it. And hold on, who we got here? We got Soul, brother Soul Life. What's going on, man? We gotta throw it up. You know, I gotta email you because you already know I'm not as tech savvy as you. So we gotta get a couple things together. But man, I'm having a good week. I live about 10 minutes away from Lake Michigan. Well, like on walk, I can walk there in 10 minutes. And it's hot as hell, man. Look, I see if it's one thing about me. I'm gonna get to the news in a minute, but I gotta share this. I love running outside when it's like 95 degrees, you know, because it's just something about the danger element of it all. You know what I mean? It's just something about the feeling that I could die doing this shit. It's really not a good idea, but it just makes it more exciting. You feel me? But no, I like running outside when it's really hot. You got to be careful, but it helps you get into Some crazy ass shape. Oh, you messaged me on Discord? All right, brother, I got you. I need to get more familiar with Discord anyway. But I have been quite busy with the move. I'm sure, you know, any of y'all who have moved, you know how time consuming, how tiring that can be, but it's going well. Now, let's go ahead and get into the news of the day. Now, first of all, I want to go ahead and talk about Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani, you know what I'm saying? Yes. What up, Letterhack? What's going on? Hold on. We got Pinkerbell in here. We got Carl. We got Devil's Advocate Productions. Oh, we got Michael Reich. Thank y'all for joining me today. Now, look, so basically, you know, first and foremost, congratulations to Zoran. Congratulations to the New York electorate who decided to stand up and do a little something different. Because, you know, Andrew Cuomo, he's one of those people that you've been there, done that with, you know, and as you know, his father was a powerhouse in New York as well. And they're just a powerful family. But New York, Andrew Cuomo went down in disgrace. You know, he got caught up in SA allegations and things like that. Basically got exposed to be a creep. And Eric Adams is honestly one of the weirdest dudes he's just a strange guy. And it's like every time he would open his mouth, he would get in the headlines all across the country for saying something dumb. And as you know, he got caught up in corruption charges and a whole lot of scandals. And then Donald Trump stepped in to pardon him and you know, get that together. Because if you kiss Donald Trump's ass in any way, if you give him money or something like that, he'll probably come to the rescue. So, you know, if you got some trouble on your hands, you might want to keep that in your back pocket. Don't say that you got it from me, but I'm just letting you know, look, if you owe motherfuckers money out here or you caught up with the law, just give Donald Trump, you know, a couple $100,000 if you got it. You probably don't, but if you do, give him a couple $100,000, you know, make a couple tweets about him and how amazing and brilliant and genius he is, and he'll pardon you. So at least there's that. At least we got that going for ourselves, because ain't nobody perfect. You never know when you're going to get caught up with the law. So just keep that shit in mind. But yeah, anyway, but yeah, Eric Adams, he's done. And I think that, you know, it's really promising to see Zoran Mamdani, not just because of what he stands for, not just because of his ethnic background, who he is, the fact that he's 33 years old. I mean, basically, everything that progressives need, and not just like the progressive movement, but what this country needs in terms of moving towards the future. I think that Zoran Mamdani really is someone who can fill us with hope and encouragement. I personally am not surprised that he won over the first round. And the reason that I'm not is because I tend to believe in the public. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't come down hard on the public, because if you follow me across any of the networks, you know I talk so much shit about the American people, because, you know, we got to take responsibility. But at the same time, I have faith in people's ability to come together when it matters. You know, oftentimes when humanity's faced with challenge, whether that be a natural disaster, whether that be huge economic issues, or just something that really brings us down to earth, the best of us can come out. The worst of us can come out as well, but oftentimes it's promising to see the best of us come out. And I think that, as I point out all the time, the old guard, I mean, these motherfuckers is like 85 years old. There's only so much more they can do. And all these people freaking out, which we're about to go ahead and check out now, some of these people freaking out over Zoran pulling off that victory. Their time in the sun is over. Their policies don't work. Generations of people don't have access to wealth, don't have access to opportunities. We live in a time where you have to be a rather exceptional individual in superficial categories in order to get ahead out here. Yeah, you can work really hard, but that just doesn't really guarantee you that much within the economy. It just doesn't. You know, like it's sad to say, you know, more and more we're living in a world where if you're not like really good looking, really charismatic, funny, so, you know, something about yourself that can stick out. You know, you got to have something that's really strong about you. Maybe you're a really good artist, but then you got to figure out how to get it out there. But basically, we don't live in an economy where just work hard and you'll climb the ladder. No. You got to have 2-3 jobs. You got to have a bunch of side gigs. You got to figure out a way to tap into the social media market. There's so much shit that you got to do these days. But let me go ahead and pull up Bill Ackman. You know what I'm saying? This billionaire jackass who he's so concerned. He's so concerned about New York. You know, we just don't know how we're going to make this shit work. Everybody's about to move. Now, y'all remember that they always do this. Hold on, where my thing at? I thought I showed it. Okay, there we go. There's the article. I had to find it. So Bill Ackman, let's just go ahead and read what he has to say before I give my commentary on it. First and foremost, hundreds of millions of dollars to anyone willing to challenge Mamdani for NYC mayor. Now think about this. I don't like this guy, so I'm gonna put hundreds of millions of dollars into the campaign. I mean, Elon Musk showed us the model for it. I don't like this. I have hundreds of millions of dollars to waste. Bro, do you know how much money you have to just, I'm going to put hundreds of millions of dollars into this campaign because I don't like this. I mean, the hubris, the arrogance, but then again, he can do this because of how our campaign finance laws are set up, because of the culture that in this country. This is just another Tuesday. Well, shit, it's Thursday now, so what the fuck am I talking about? Let me shut up and get to reading this because I'm just babbling now. So what did he say? A mayor, I don't know what he sounds. I forget his voice. It's kind of wiry, but a mayor who disrespects the NYPD and has called for their defunding will get less effective policing. Yeah, because, you know, the police don't already bash people upside their head enough. We need more of that going down because, as we know, after decades of research, you know, the war on drugs has been so successful. So successful. We know that works. We know that locking people up for just trying to make ends meet, we know that works so well. No, yeah, that's right. It doesn't work. And Bratton's broken window theory will operate in reverse. A mayor who condones hate speech. Oh, yes, he condones hate speech. Why? I don't know why Bill Ackman's saying this. Probably something to do with, my guess would be that it's because Zoran is in support of like Palestinian lives or something. So it's like, he's an anti-Semite. That would be my guess. I mean, I don't know, but you know, the shit's not that complicated. So it's probably that. Okay, so he condones hate speech, will incentivize more hate speech and violence. What about Donald Trump? You know, the guy who you backed. You feel me? Like the dude who, what about him? What about the Republicans? Let me finish this and I'll get to it. Words matter. And yes, they can inspire people to kill, as we have recently tragically seen in our country and around the world. New York City under Mamdani is about to become much more dangerous and economically unviable. Yes, because people can already afford things. You know, it's already so cheap. People ain't got no problem paying rent, mortgages, you know, groceries, bills. It's just so affordable. You know, it's already so great. Now he's just going to fuck it all up. Okay, unlike our federal government, NYC cannot print money. Yes, you're so wise. And this federal government won't bail NYC out if things go bad. In fact, Mamdani would be a windfall for the Republican Party as New York becomes another failed major city run by Democrats alongside Seattle, Chicago, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. It's al as whatever that shit is. What is he et al? That billionaire called. I'm too broke to understand what the fuck he's talking about. That's that billionaire shit right there. My broke ass don't know what the fuck that means. As Senator Fetterman so eloquently, John Fetterman, yeah, okay, let me not get to him, so eloquently stated today, I describe it as Christmas for July, in July for the GOP. Okay. All right, let's dissect this. It's not that complicated, but we're going to dissect it. Okay, I already went here. Hate speech and violence. You know, we got the whole Donald Trump Republicans and all of that, but I guess that's cool because their hate speech is against people of color. So who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. And let's see where we got. Economically unviable. See, now here's the thing, right? First, before I get into that, New York, Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles, and San Francisco are among the most successful cities in the country. And Bill, guess where Bill Ackman is? New York. That's right. All right, so he continues. Importantly, there are hundreds of millions of dollars of capital available to back a competitor to Mamdani that can be put together overnight. Believe me, I am in the text strings and the WhatsApp groups. This dude is just sucking himself off. Believe me, I've got the money. Trust me. Trust me. I'm friends with all the people with the big balls and the big long forearm cocks and the And that, I mean, okay, bro, we know you have money. See, Bill Ackman is one of those people, right? Who he's one of those types of guys to where he thinks that because he's a finance bro, he knows everything. You know, like everything's about money. No, everything's not about money. But the people like him, everything is about money. That's why, you know, they see everything through the lens of finance. We can't afford this. We can't pay for this, but I can have all the goddamn money. You know, these people are so brilliant in their greed. Greed is good. What movie is that? Greed. Actually, greed is good. He says, so if the right candidate would raise his or her hand tomorrow, the funds will pour in. I will pay you hundreds of millions of dollars to get this man out of here who, you know, might make life cheaper for regular people and provide benefit programs that give access to those in the lower middle classes to climb the social ladder a little bit. No, we can't have that. We can't have it. We cannot have it. But what we can have is Donald Trump. We can have that. You know, that's totally cool. The tariffs, totally fine. Starting a war with Iran, totally fine. That's cool. Who gives a shit? You know, cutting Meals on Wheels, that's great. Social Security, who the fuck needs it? Who needs Medicaid? Who needs Medicare? Who needs this shit, man? Y'all just a bunch of broke ass losers, basically. I am sure that Mike Bloomberg will share his how to win the mayoralty IP. Bro, he hasn't been mayor. I can't read. I have to move on because I can't. I'm just talking over everything because these people are just ridiculous. I mean, what is there to say? These are just rich assholes who don't want those beneath them to come up. I mean, it's not more complicated than that. All right, let's see what Donald Trump. I got something up here. Oh yes, let's see what he had to say over Zoran. This should be fun. This right here should be fun. What we got? We got Trump fumes. Oh, Trump been fuming. He been fuming. All right, here we go. Trump is throwing an absolute tantrum over Zoran Mamdani's win. If you haven't heard, if you haven't read it yet, this is what we're here for. This is the shit we live for. It finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zoran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has won the Dem primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. We've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. He's got AOC +3 dummies all backing him, and even our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, is groveling over him. Yes, this is a big moment in the history of our country. Donald Trump he just sounds like a hating ass bitch. Don't he? He just sounds like an angry, jealous, bitter, hating ass bitch. That's what he sounds like. Congratulations to New York City and Zoran Mamdani. Get ready, everyone. He's going to make everything free. He's going to make everything more accessible. How terrible is that for our country? It's going to be World War III in New York City. Like, they don't have anything. What are they even complaining about? They don't know. They just racist and stupid. Just a hate. No, that's what he is. He a hating ass bitch, and he a old, stupid racist. That's all it is. But yeah, hilarious, Donald Trump. The left has gone too far. He looks terrible. Motherfucker, you look terrible. With your bloated wig wearing ass. Every day, this man is such a clown that he wears face paint. The irony with this, there's endless irony with this dude. I mean, and notice, you know, too, as he gets us all into yes, exactly, he's a fan. That's what it is. He's a fan of Zoran. That's all it is. But no, this I mean, how is this real? Like, I still can't believe sometimes that we really put this dude back in office. Like, but we did. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. Yeah, he's not very smart, but you're a genius. Pardon me. All right, hold on. I think I might have a little bit more before we move on, because I got some commentary, just a little bit more commentary about this. Because overall, this really is great news. It's very promising. I mean, in New York City, also, one of the biggest reasons that this is such a big deal is because the whole world pays attention to New York City. New York City is the capitalist hub of the planet. It is one of the cities, it's everybody pays attention to it. It sets the tone for a lot of things. And if this can happen there, I mean, yeah, New York City is it's blue and all of that. It's just promising. And he's 33 years old. You know how big of he's as old as me. You know how big of a deal it is this is just great news. And again, I think that, one of the things before we move on, one of the things that I've been getting very involved in is politics in my hometown of St. Louis, because I think it's important for all of us to realize that, on the federal level, there's just not going to be that much movement, particularly not for the rest of the Trump administration. We still have absolutely no idea who's going to be in the runnings. Excuse me. We have no idea who's going to be in the runnings for president in 2028. I mean, sure, like we can speculate on a few people. Like I'm sure Pete Buttigieg will run. I'm sure Gavin Newsom will run. Cory Booker rather will probably run. But the truth is that that's still far enough away. We just don't know. And even if we get a decent progressive candidate, there's only going to be so much that they can actually do, because yeah, we got the corporate Dems, but the Republican Party, that whole block is there. But again, I think that whatever city it is that you're from, if y'all live out there in California, if you live somewhere on the East Coast, the Midwest, wherever it is, get more familiar with how your city actually functions and operates. Like I've been learning so much about my city of St. Louis, and the issues that it has. A lot of the issues St. Louis has to do with fragmentation. There's not a lot of centralized control in the city of St. Louis. It's broken up into like 500 municipalities. And only the city of Baltimore is the only other place that's as fragmented as it is. And that causes a lot of issues with actually getting things done, because so many of these municipalities don't really have anything to do with each other when it comes down to it legislatively. So a lot of the stats that you read about St. Louis, it's only counting very small areas of it. Get familiar with how your city operates, because if you don't know things like that, how much of an impact can you really have? But yeah, I've been learning so much. I've been connecting with great people, people in the urban league across the city and across America, lots of people on city council, and just different people who really run and operate the city. I'm putting together a project right now. I'm excited to share it with you, but let's move on. So Trump's big, beautiful bill did not make it through the Senate today. But Trump is still rallying. He's trying to rally Republicans behind it. So let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. Trump hosts event to rally Republicans behind his big, beautiful bill. Big, beautiful bill that will, take healthcare away from millions of people and raise the debt and the deficit and cut this and cut that and give money to people who don't need it and take shit away from people who do need it. The same old typical Republican BS. All right. So the president held an event in the East Room of the White House to rally Republicans behind his tax legislation. We're cutting $1.7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. You're not going to feel any of it. How is that so? He doesn't know. He just says shit. And your Medicaid is left alone. That's just he just lies. Donald Trump is the most shameless liar politicians lie, but not like this dude. He just lies. Your Medicaid is left alone. It's left the same. Your Medicare and your Social Security are strengthened, Trump said during his remarks. And then he went on to say that the Democrats are cutting your Medicare and Medicaid in half. This dude, he's such a piece of shit, man. You are cutting people's Medicaid and Medicare in half. That's what you're doing. No, it's the Democrats. It's not me. It's Joe Biden. Like, what is it? We're not even like 6 full months into this dude's presidency, and it's already this far. I genuinely don't know how we're gonna make it another 3.5 years with this fool. I don't. I really don't know how we're gonna make it. Something's gonna happen, man. Unfortunately, the Democrats were like, 128 of them, which we'll get to in a minute, recently were like, no, we can't impeach Trump because it's just symbolic, and man, fuck that, man. We don't got time for that shit right now. This dude, there's no telling what this man's gonna do. This dude is out of his mind. This shit isn't funny anymore. So we're going to do a real job, so important. So if you can call your senators, call your congressmen, we've got to get the vote. Go ahead and get that vote. I mean, this dude is campaigning. He is on a war path to take your health care away. Yes, man of the people, yes. Hey, what else is there to say? This dude is a scumbag. And it says here, we expect that bill to be on the president's desk for signature by July 4th. And won't that be such a happy holiday present? Happy birthday, America. Fuck your healthcare and fuck your kids. Always keep that pinky finger up. Don't forget that shit. Happy birthday, America. Isn't that wonderful? I know that there was a ruling by the Senate parliamentarian this morning. Look, this is part of the process. This is part of the inner workings of the United States Senate. But the president is adamant about seeing this bill on his desk here at the White House by Independence Day. We hope so, Trump said as he left the event. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump, I really don't know. Some form of this is going to pass, but it seems that he's ready to go on a war path with any Republican who doesn't vote for this. We know Rand Paul is not supporting it, at least so far he's not. And it's not because he cares about Medicaid and people's access to things like that. No. It's because of the debt and the deficit, bro. It's the debt and the deficit, bro. Okay, what else is Trump up to? Now, did y'all see this? Did y'all see Donald Trump trying to bring back asbestos? Let's check this out. I haven't read this, so we're going to read this live together. This fool is trying to bring back asbestos because I don't know. I mean, what is this, man? Okay, let's just get into it. Thousands of Americans die each year from asbestos-related diseases, including mesothelioma, a toll that prompted the Biden administration to ban the carcinogenic substance. Yes, I said that right. There we go. Pat myself on the back right there. I can read. Long used in roofing materials and auto parts. Now, President Donald Trump's Environmental Protection Agency is moving to reconsider that ban, despite years of advocacy aimed at preventing such deaths. See, man, I thought, over the last couple of months, I kind of removed my attention from the federal politics. Not totally, because it's how I pay my bills, but enough to where I had to shift my emotional energy and my emotional attention elsewhere just for a little bit. And now that I'm done dealt with that shit and I've made my way back into this shit, it's just like, I mean, what? You already know Donald Trump on the lawn. They've been at war so long that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? 3.5 more years of this. I don't think so. In the next 5 months, that Trump has been in office, in the 5 months, his administration's Environmental Protection Agency has been on a deregulation spree, though that's nothing new. But yeah, this is what Republicans are always about. So far, the agency's leaders have expressed interest in rolling back regulations around forever chemicals. Yeah, let's poison people. Who cares? Reversing a cornerstone finding that greenhouse gases are dangerous for public health. Who cares, man? Just pump out those chemicals. And you know what's so crazy about this type of stuff? Like these people, right? These people who are always, talking about their fascination and obsession with capitalism. Really, it's corporatism, but they're always talking about capitalism, but then they're like, no, take the regulations back. I don't want to change. I don't want to adapt my business. I want to keep doing the same old shit because I'm lazy and I'm entitled and I shouldn't have to try. I mean, bro, it's just that is the cornerstone. I mean, it's the cornerstone of corporatism and wealth, but you know, it's the cornerstone of white supremacy too, man. Like this notion that I shouldn't have to try. Things should just go well for me. Everything should just go my way because of who I am. It's the same old shit, man. It's just entitlement. I mean, think about how big of a rotten piece of shit you got to be in a position to be like, I want to put asbestos back in everything. Let's put harmful, deadly chemicals back into the products that people consume and use on a daily basis because fuck them. I mean, like, how much, what difference? What difference is it really going to make? My audio, hold on, I seen you said something about the audio. I don't know. I do have another mic. So if this go round, if the audio was all messed up, then next time what I can do is I can use my other mic because I have had issues with this one. But I think we good. You said maybe he just wants asbestos diapers. Asbestos diapers. Yeah, because you know, like why, you know, fuck your babies. You know, not as if fuck your health, fuck your kids, and fuck your babies. I mean, it's just like these people are evil, man. These people are rotten sons of bitches, man. Oh my God. But yeah, okay, appreciate you, Soul Life. But yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it. Because as y'all can probably see, I don't fully have everything set up. You know, I'm just here in the living room. I still got bins and boxes behind me. I ain't got no books on the bookshelf yet. We fresh out. We fresh out. But no, these people are evil. Let's put them back in there. Okay, let's see. Is there any more info? Polluter lobbyists. Yes. But no, that's the truth, man. I'm such a capitalist that I don't want to adapt to the marketplace. I want to keep using poisonous chemicals because I shouldn't have to try. I mean, that's really all it is. Okay, we got Candace Owens. We got Candy Owie. No, I think we're gonna save that one. Give me a moment on that. Let's see. Man, let's check this out, right? What types of people is the Trump administration hiring? I mean, we know we got the whole cast and crew from every fake show, fake reality show. We got Dr. Oz, we got JFK Jr., and then we got a bunch of billionaires like Bassett, who's the head of the Treasury, the billionaire. No, he's the head of the Commerce Secretary. He's one of the two, Commerce Secretary or head of the Treasury. And then we got the other guy, who's the head of one of those two, who's also a billionaire. We had Elon Musk. He's out now. We got Linda McMahon, who donated $20 million to the campaign. We got Kristi Noem. She's always dressed up like Indiana Jones, ain't she? What do they call her? They call her something Barbie. What do they call her? Fed Barbie or some kind of Barbie they call her. Yeah, she always cosplaying and shit like that, looking like Indiana Jones. But yeah, let's check out and see one of Donald Trump's latest hires, Ice Barbie. Let's just call her Ice Barbie because that works out. Yes, cosplay Kristi. That's exactly right. And damn right, RIP to Cricket, man. Cricket ain't deserve that. Yes, dog killer Barbie. We got to get shirts made. We got to get some This Space shirts made with Kristi Noem face on it. And then just like a blank, like insert here, just like, you know, some blank Barbie. You feel me? That's what we got to do. Cosplay Barbie, dog. Oh yeah, y'all are killing it right now. Puppy killer Barbie. Yes. But check this out, you know what I mean? You know, because if Donald Trump's administration wasn't a big enough clown show already, we got a 22-year-old college grad with no security experience now leading a government terror prevention team because he's a huge fan of Donald Trump. That's my boy. He likes Donald Trump. Give him the job. Be like, what are your qualifications? I have posters of you all over my room. I bought your Trump Bible. I read out of it every single day. you're hired. I mean, you know, that's all you really got to do. Come in wearing Trump gear and you good. A 22-year-old college graduate with no previous government leadership or security experience appointed to a major posting at the Department of Homeland Security is now drawing further scrutiny from President Donald Trump's Democratic critics. Thomas Fugate, that is his name, a former Heritage Foundation intern and self-described Trumplican, joined DHS in a leadership role at the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, known as CP3 in May. The CP3, which works to combat terrorism, school shootings, and other hate-driven violence, oversees an $18 million grant program intended to help communities battle violent extremism. The appointment of the recent University of San Antonio grad. Yeah, it's like putting the intern in charge, basically. Hold on, I want to get to this picture of my dude. What y'all think he looked like? Hold on, I'm gonna give y'all 10 seconds. What is your guess? What do you think this kid looks like? He looks exactly the way that you think that he would look. I'll take a sip of my water and let y'all's imaginations run wild. All right, let's check out what my man's Thomas Fugate. Bam! Woo! Look at that mug. Look at that mug right there. He is the most serious looking man I've ever seen in my life, straight up out of casting. Look at this dude. He's only 22 years old, so I don't really want to talk too much shit about him. But whoo! Jimmy Neutron is in the building. Look at them sideburns. He got them pork chop sideburns going on. You know he mean business. You know my man's means business. What is this? This seems to be something unrelated, but it's JD Vance. So yes, doesn't he look ridiculous? Look at this dude. This dude look like, oh my God. I'm tired as hell right now. Otherwise my jokes would be much more fluent. I'm very exhausted, but my man's is looking like a right-wing Austin Powers, is he not? Jesus, this okay. Let's go ahead. Look, what is JD Vance talking about?
Beachside Rehab, a private recovery center, offers Florida's most effective.
Any of y'all need some rehab in Florida? Who wants to go to rehab in Florida? Speaking of Florida, that's what a lot of the people were saying when Zoran won the election. They were like, "Oh, Florida." Patrick Bet-David was like, "Oh, Florida's looking great." Yeah, everybody about to move. You know. Zoran won, so now everybody just about to move to Florida or Idaho or Texas because people can afford to do these things, you know, like people can afford to just up and move whenever they just don't like one little thing about something. It's quite common knowledge that Americans are balling like that. Okay, let's check this out. What is JD Vance talking about?
The message to the Iranians is it would be the stupidest thing in the world if they did. If you look at what happened last night, we had an incredibly targeted, precise, surgical strike on the nuclear
that failed. The strike that failed.
Facilities that are the target of the American operation. Our national interest is for Iran to not get a nuclear weapon. Our strikes last night facilitated that national objective. If the Iranians want to enlarge this by attacking American troops, I think that would be a catastrophic mistake. And as the president...
Shut up. Let's just get back to it because we've already seen that, and just shut up. Well, I don't think there's really that much else to say other than, you know, we got this 22-year-old grown-ass man, 22-year-old, 57-year-old looking ass, ready to go with the slick hair back. This is some 1970s ass shit, is it not? Hold on, we got another picture. Oh, who is this? I don't know who that is, but there we go. Okay. Oh, we got Stephen Miller. You already know Stephen Miller. H.P. Lovecraft looking ass is going to have something to say about Zoran Mamdani taking the W. What's he got to say? Mr. Crypt Keeper. If you don't know what H.P. Lovecraft looks like, then go ahead and Google him right now, because that is exactly who Stephen Miller resembles. And H.P. Lovecraft, though he contributed greatly to the literary, our literary consumption, he contributed greatly to people like Stephen King and just all of that. He was he was a racist weirdo. He was quite the racist weirdo, in fact. But great works. All right, let's see what my man Stephen Miller's talking about. What you got to say about Zoran winning, taking the W? Trump consigliere Stephen Miller contributed to the ongoing meltdown over Zohran Mamdani's upset victory in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary with a nod to what's known as the Great Replacement Theory. Yes. Yes, indeed. All right, let's just read what he has to say. He said, the commentary about NYC Democrats nominating an antichrist socialist for mayor omits one point: how unchecked migration fundamentally remade the NYC electorate. Democrats change politics by changing voters. That's how you turn a city that defined U.S. dominance into what it is now. In another post, he continued, NYC is the clearest warning yet of what happens to a society when it fails to control migration. Because, you know, like back in the day when New York was all white and there was nothing but white people in New York. Oh, guess what? That was never the case. New York City has always been pretty much the most diverse place in the country. It's the place where people used to enter the country from. Back in the day when Italians and the Irish were not considered to be white people. What are you talking about, Stephen Miller? He doesn't know because he's an idiot. Stephen Miller, the balding... This dude looks like a freshly shaved ball sack, don't he? Don't he? He got that smooth ball sack head. I mean, these people are just losers, dorks and losers with lots of power. I mean, what do you think Stephen Miller sees when he looks at himself in the mirror? Right, exactly. Back in the good old days when America was filled with nothing but white people. That's a much better point because the country used to be filled to the brim until that tragedy happened. Hold on, what we got? Who in here talking about Star Wars? What we got? It's the first Star Wars game since Knights of the Old Republic. What game are we talking about? You got to because now y'all done got me off topic. Now we talking about Star Wars, and I will sit here and talk about Star Wars for the next 20 minutes of my time because I love me some Star Wars. And the Star Wars, the Star Wars fan base, they don't like anything. It doesn't seem like the fan base enjoys much of anything, but I still like me some Star Wars. Yes. Star Wars Outlaws. I haven't played that yet, but I want to. It seems pretty cool. But I haven't yet played that. The Cal Kestis, those games are really cool. The Jedi Survivor, I really like that one. And then Battlefront 2 is, man, that shit just slaps all the time. Every time I turn on Battlefront 2, I get out the minigun. You know, the character with the minigun? You damn right. And I'm blasting everybody in that motherfucker. I'm turning that shit on and everybody finna die. Damn right. We're gonna have to get some Battlefront 2 live going on with the This Space fam. That's what we gotta do. All right. Hold on, my bad. Let me get this off. Oh yeah, now see. Now, if y'all didn't know, I'm a massive nerd, so I'm gonna be looking. I'm gonna be looking into the comment section. And if I catch y'all talking about Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or anything Marvel or anything DC, Warhammer 40K, and anything else that's very nerdy, you got a friend in me. You know what I'm saying? You got a friend in me. Now, let's go ahead and check this out. Check out some realities. Okay, first let's talk a little bit about Candace Owens. Stealing from the Empire is always good. There's a lot that you can learn. There's so much you can learn from Star Wars. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Warhammer 40K. You know what I'm saying? What's your favorite? Who your favorite people in Warhammer 40K? We got Slanesh. What's the nasty dude's name? The sick disease dude who Nurgle. Yes, Nurgle. Oh yeah, the Emperor. Oh yeah, no, y'all. If you didn't know, you know now. Oh, the orcs. Oh yeah, because them motherfuckers they like fungus and they just, yeah, no. See, Y'all done got me off track, man. Y'all done got me off track, but we talking about cool shit, so it's all good. Okay, now let's get back to Candace Owens. Oh, my back. Oh, holy shit. Ooh, my back. I'm okay, y'all. I am okay. I just need to go get the foam roller. After this, I'm gonna get the foam roller and roll my shit out. Oh yeah, Donald James, you gonna have to get hip, man. You're gonna have to go ahead and get hip to the 40K universe. It's something else. Hey, but honestly though, 40K has some really cool books and stories, like short stories and shit. Really cool stuff. Check it out. All right, Candace Owens. I'm embarrassed I told people to vote for him. Yes. All right, let's check out the insights of Candace Owens. Candace Owens, my bad. It looks like the honeymoon is over. Conservative political commentator Candace Owens, a longtime supporter of President Donald Trump, now says she's embarrassed she voted for him. She also said, because we covered this on Indisputable yesterday, and she also, she was saying that, well, I was still going to vote for him over Kamala, and she said her name wrong. Of course, she said Kamala, because no one knows how to say her name. But she was like, I still wouldn't have voted for Kamala, wouldn't have voted for the Democrats. But Donald Trump, he's just been a constant disappointment. So let's go ahead and see what she had to say. This is not the candidate that I voted for, but it is the candidate that you voted for, Candace. It's exactly the candidate that you.
Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, he can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen and it is happening. But
sounds like you regret it to me. But again, it's just too little too late. Like, who gives a shit? Like, first and foremost, let's pretend on the one hand that Donald Trump wasn't already president. Let's pretend that that's the case, right? Let's pretend that he wasn't president and we didn't have decades of records on him being a fraud, being a charlatan, being nothing but a game show host, a dude who was always getting bailed out by his dad. Let's pretend we don't know that. His campaign in 2024 was the worst campaign anyone's ever seen, and he still won. So it's, this dude talking about eating people's pets, the dark-skinned Haitian people. The Haitian people are eating people's cats and dogs, and they're eating people's pets. And tens of millions of people were like, yeah, that's happening. That's actually happening. He's right. The dude who ain't got nothing to say but racist bullshit. The man who, I'm going to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine within 24 hours. All of America's problems will be solved in 24 hours. Vote for me. Candace, we know you're disingenuous. We know that this is what you do for a living. But still, it's like either you're disingenuous or you're stupid. Because who in their right mind could have possibly watched this shit and thought, that's the guy? Which is why, man, which is why I still to this day, I have a lot of heat and a lot of fire for the American people for doing this shit, man. Like, yeah, there's so much to say about the Democratic Party and all of that, but man, come on, man. At the end of the day, we're the ones who elect people. We didn't ever have to be in this position in the first place. A lot of this needs to be addressed by our public education system. The Democrats have to actually deliver. All of that shit is true. But at the end of the day, we choose who's in office. We could have had better people in office. We could have had Bernie Sanders. We could have had God knows who if Americans actually gave a shit about this. Our community cares, but man, so many people in this country they don't care. They don't care. And they look at Donald Trump and they're like, yeah, that's what we need. That's who we need in there. Like, okay, I'm just ranting and raving now, but it's so frustrating because we just didn't have to do this. We didn't have to do it, but there's so many. This shit is everyone's fault. It really is. It's everyone's fault. But people like Zoran Mamdani win an election, so it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's not the end of the world. we're in a bad position, but we're also in a position to win. We're also in a position to bounce back. We're in a position to sell our ideas. We are now of age to be leaders, whether it's in a positions of elected office or just in our communities of some kind, in business, whatever it is. It's our turn to step up and rise up and come together. And I have full faith that we can do that. So again, it's not all bad. Okay, so do we have any more clips of her on here? Oh, this is probably the whole thing.
America.
No, but that's like, we're not gonna watch all of that. But still, the dude who, we're gonna put tariffs on everything. We're like, bro. And again, in his first term, all he did was cut taxes for corporate America and wealthy people and completely bungle the COVID response. That's pretty much all he did. And tweet and play golf. That's all he did. All right, let's see what's up. Oh, we still got this up. We still got this up right here. I don't think I don't think that I'm gonna or do I want to see? I just kind of want to see how Caroline Leavitt responded to this, because like now basically all White House press conferences is Caroline Leavitt or Pete Hegseth or anybody else who's talking just basically being defensive and throwing fits. I mean, telling everybody to just shut up. You're wrong. Actually, this was a very successful mission. Iran's nuclear program is completely obliterated. Don't believe your lying eyes. Shut up. That's all it is. And then, of course, let me pull this up. We got 128 Democrats who, y'all in here talking about Lord of the Rings now. See, this is the coolest group of people, man. This is definitely the coolest group of people. I'm gonna enjoy continuing to be here with y'all. We got 128 Democrats cross the aisle to help Republicans block AOC-backed bid to impeach Trump over Iran strikes, including Hakeem Jeffries. I already wasn't a fan of his, but now no. We don't have time for this shit, man. Donald Trump needs to go. He needs to get out of office. However that can happen. He needs to go. This dude is a problem. No. Let's not do that. Why? There's no why. The bulk of the House Democratic caucus voted down an effort to launch impeachment proceedings against Donald Trump on Tuesday. Led by Rep. Al Green, dozens of House Democrats, including Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, voted on Tuesday in favor of beginning an impeachment inquiry into Trump strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend. What better reason could you have to impeach someone besides launching an illegal war? What better reason could you have? This is a better reason to impeach than the other 2 shits that he got impeached for. This, because and it's like a key campaign promise that he did not deliver on. But the majority of their caucus was against such a response to the announcement of U.S. involvement in Israel's war against Iran. Many instead have attacked the president for the sudden nature of the strikes and lack of congressional oversight, shying away from the total condemnation of the effort to knock out Iran's nuclear program, which failed. It was a failure. It didn't work. And again, that's why I said it's like these people did this shit illegally. It didn't work. And then when they get questioned about it, they're like, shut up. No, it did work. You're all lying. Shut up. Because they're a bunch of 12-year-olds. $128 voted it down. I mean, that shit is just pathetic, man. It's pathetic. I mean, basically the whole identity of the Democratic establishment is anti-Trump, and you not gonna vote on yes on this? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Get these people out of office, man. Fuck all of them. Get them all out. Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries was one of them, and again, he's He's looking to be the next leader of the well, I mean, shit, he is the up in line after Nancy Pelosi to be leader of the House on the Democratic side. Nah, man, I'm definitely not a fan of this guy. I mean, I wasn't really before, but now it's like, bro, this dude is lit. This dude is literally a danger to the whole world. Nah, Orange Man Bad doesn't work anymore. Yeah, well, this shit, these people, what a bunch of pushovers, man. They've been Orange Man Bad. They've been doing Orange Man Bad for years and years. And then when y'all have a real solid reason to impeach him, it's like, nah, we ain't gonna do that. I mean, it's just pathetic. All right, we got this. Farmers admitting this is an article from a few days ago, but we got farmers admitting that, basically that white people don't want immigrant jobs, which is, it's not a surprise. Like, we know that immigrants hold this country up in terms of working jobs that are essential, but that Americans don't want to work, In the interviews with the Washington Post, multiple farmers their dismay with the loss of farm workers under Donald Trump's harsh immigration policies and his administration's waffling on subsidies. In a deep dive focused on one farmer who voted for Trump, 36-year-old J.J. Fick of Kirk, Colorado, the Washington Post is reporting that he, along with other farmers, are facing possible ruination now that the roundup of immigrants have begun in earnest, and promised help is uncertain. My bad, y'all. The federal government has promised JJ a $200,000 grant spread across 2 years to cover the cost of a seasonal farmhand from Latin America. See, look, and then here's the other thing too, right? It's like, so we're going to take away the workers, then we're going to give you money to make up for it. And this is what Trump's tariffs did last go round. I mean, this is not about tariffs, but still, it's like these people who act like they're so against government subsidies of any kind. It's cool that the big corporations get the subsidies. But you don't have to give these subsidies if you didn't take away their workforce. This is money that can go elsewhere. It's ridiculous. JJ had joined 81% of Yuma County's voters, and so 81% of y'all voted for Trump, who he considered the better of two bad options. I wonder why. I wonder why Donald Trump is the better of two horrible options. Kamala or Donald Trump? I don't know. Bro, it's just, I roll my eyes every time I see that. Yeah, exactly, Seth. I mean, 128 people voting down an impeachment inquiry against the man who launched an illegal attack against Iran. But y'all the resistance, right? Come on. These people are so pathetic, man. So damn pathetic. But look, I want to close out with something a bit unrelated to Donald Trump and the fecklessness of the Democrats and what have you. I want to talk about, with these last couple of minutes, the topic of the so-called epidemic of male loneliness in America. Now, put a one in the chat if you think that male loneliness is a legitimate epidemic, and put a 2 in the chat if you think that this is more of a skill issue. I personally believe it's more of a skill issue. Now, it is true, that people can be lonely. People can go through hard times. People can struggle with making and maintaining friendships. But the truth is that that's just part of being human. It's not because society is unfair to men. That has nothing to do with it. A lot of it also has to do with, people growing up in the digital age, because this impacts Gen Z and down more than anything else. More than older generations who played outside when they were kids and, still had to call on house phones and didn't have internet, didn't have all these apps and stuff. That plays a huge role in just people's ability to socialize. people's ability to deal with their emotions, to deal with anxiety. You know, when you grow up looking at an iPad and experience so much through a computer screen or through a phone screen, that really robs us of our social development. So that's a huge thing too. But the bottom line is that, you know, I too have been depressed many times in my life. I've been suicidal in my life. I've been a drug addict in my life. I've been all types of a hot mess in my life, but that was my problem. Those were my issues. That was my shit to deal with. It wasn't because society's unfair to me. It wasn't because I don't have access to anything that can deal with this. It was because I was falling short in areas and I had to gain the insight to get out of that. You know, now I do things. I pay much more attention to, you know, water in my own garden, water in my own grass. The friends that I do have, I put more of an effort into contacting them. Let's hang out. Let's get together. How you doing? How you feeling about things? How can I expect to have friends if I'm not a good friend myself, if I'm not putting in effort to be a better friend myself? When it comes to things like dating, you know, again, that's just it's a trial and error type of thing. You got to learn, you know, again, socialization, but you got to learn who you're compatible with. You got to learn what you will and won't put up with. I mean, there's just so much that you have to do. And I think that it's just a lazy cop out to pretend like it's really, to me, it's less about a loneliness epidemic and more about an entitlement epidemic. It really is. There are resources, maybe there aren't enough. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to create more resources for people who are going through issues. But again, the truth is that life is hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, life is hard, man. And you're gonna go through things. And this issue kind of seems to impact younger people more, you know, people in their 20s. That's just part of being in your 20s, man. It just is. It's just part of growing up. So I think that it's important for us to have empathy with people who are struggling, you know, because you never know you never know what kindness can do for people. You never know what people are going through, how they're feeling. They could be a day away, an hour away from something as drastic as taking their own life. You really never know. But I think that when you find yourself in a dark place like that, it's not the world's responsibility to get you out of that. It's your responsibility to get you out of that. And the higher you climb, the better the view is. And trust me, man, there's so much goodness in life that's waiting on you. So yeah, it looks like pretty much all of y'all put twos in the chat too. But also a lot of the time when you see this these types of discussions, like online and forums, like different types of communities, it's typically more so about disliking women in some type of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, these whores, these OnlyFans girls, they're sluts, but I'm obsessed with them. Like, we got to do better, guys. You know, women are making money these days. Women have more freedoms these days. Well, you know, Roe v. Wade just got reversed, so that's a battle. But you know, let's do better, man. Let's do better. I think some of what I would like to do going forward is try to help set a better example for the young brothers who are coming up after me. But yeah, nah, man, I don't think that it's a legitimate societal issue, man. I think that we need to address certain things as a society. But you good, man. You gonna be all right. But nah, man, I had a good time with y'all today. We ranted and we raved about Donald Trump's lunacy. We ranted and we raved against the 128 Democrats who, why would you not vote in support of this move to impeach a man who just launched an illegal war on Iran? Why would you not do that? How? Yeah, I'm gonna let my brother Ben, I'm gonna let Pastor Ben go ahead and come up here and do his thing and continue it on. But you know, again, I had fun with y'all. I'll be back next Thursday. I have things set up. I won't have the moving bins behind me. I'm trying to handle my business. But yes, men, let's do better. Let's be better. And y'all have a good one.
Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and gender non-conforming individuals to an actual episode of the Benjamin Dixon Show. This is not pastor office hours. This is not AI reflection time. It's time to get down to some politics because we are dealing with we're dealing with something that needs to be addressed very immediately. And I want to bring your attention. All eyes are on New York City right now with the victory of Zoran Mandami and the pushback that he is immediately getting from not only Republicans, not only MAGA, but Democrats, which is why I wrote this piece over on Substack. I'll drop the link. Whatever the Democratic establishment does to Zoran in NYC's mayoral race, we do to them, period. In the midterms, don't look at us to talk about the threat that Donald Trump poses to America. If you undermine Zoran the way you undermined India Walton in Buffalo, New York, just up the road from NYC. We've seen this before. We have seen where the Democratic Party, the establishment, will completely sabotage the campaign of their own duly elected primary victor, their nominee. And what will they do? They will sabotage them. Some of them will just go out and outright vote independent. So good. If you're going to vote independent against Zoran, then we're going to vote independent in 2026 and 2028. That's what we have to do. We have to hold the line and we have to let them know right now that if they play games in New York City, because why? Because he's a Democratic socialist. I find it hilarious that we have Democrats who are dropping the Democratic portion of Democratic socialists in order to make socialism even scarier. Oh, he's a socialist. He's a communist. He's a Leninist. He's a Marxist. We have Democrats who are sounding like Rush Limbaugh. May he rest in piss. Excuse me, that's not very pastoral. I told you guys this is the Benjamin Dixon Show. This isn't pastor's office hours. I'm going to share some clips with you. I'm going to share some audio of New York State Senator, or rather New York Senator from the Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Senator from the state of New York. I was going to get it right after a while. Took a couple of tries. I'm rusty. I've been doing a lot of preaching. I haven't been doing a whole lot of politics, which is why I'm on a preaching sabbatical right now. My wife, Pastor Jada, she is doing all the preaching on Sunday mornings and on Wednesday nights because I needed to return my focus just for a little while back onto American politics because they're going to run the same play again. They're already mounting up to do it. Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, is currently poised to run as an independent. He already has Republican support. In fact, they are discussing finding the current GOP nominee for mayor in the city of New York a job in the Trump administration. Because if they can get him a job in the Trump administration, that means Eric Adams will be able to run as a Republican. And don't you just know it? If you paid attention to what happened in 2021 with India Walton, I'll read a bit of my article so I can give you more of the details. But if you paid attention to what happened in 2021 with India Walton, you will realize the same play happened. Matter of fact, it was a black man mayor. Funny how that works. They will be so pro-black until what do we have? India Walton, a black woman who was a Democratic socialist, a nurse, a mother, and a Democratic socialist. And then they couldn't accept the fact that someone from outside of the establishment beat the establishment nominee. And what did they do? Well, Governor Kathy Hochul at the time refused to endorse India Walton. And so far today, she has refused to endorse Zoran. This is her today. I want you to take a listen. She's asked very directly, are you going to endorse? Here is her response.
Will you support his candidacy and will you back him?
You know, the election just completed. I had a chance to call and congratulate him on the Tuesday's primary and look forward to having conversation. Obviously, there's areas of difference in our positions, but I also think we need to have those conversations. But in the meantime, I truly am not focused on the politics. We're 6 months away from Inauguration Day, and that'll determine who I'm working with for the next 4 years. And that's important because what I'm doing, I'm focusing on affordability and making New York City safe and making the state safe. So that's my primary objective right now.
So are you skeptical then of him and then also the way?
That's a whole lot of words. That's a whole lot of words when all she should say, vote blue no matter who. Isn't that what they tell us to do? Is not what they tell us to do is to vote blue no matter who. Every election, whenever the primary is won, unless it is someone who is not from the Democratic establishment. That is the catch. That is the gag. And that is why we have to put pressure on them immediately to let them know that whatever they do, whatever the Democratic establishment does to Zoran in NYC's mayoral election, we do to them, full stop, period, point blank. Because if we don't let them know that immediately, then they are going to feel free and comfortable to do whatever they want to do to Zoran, because he's a big, bad, scary socialist Muslim. The Islamophobia this week has been top shelf. Excuse me. I mean, it's just the first thing. This has been the highest level of Islamophobia that I have seen in this nation since immediately after 9/11. And the fact that it's coming from Democrats, that, my friends, is not so much shocking, but revealing. It shows you that deep down underneath that there is a bunch of Democrats who are just as racist, just as bigoted, just as problematic as anyone from MAGA. Matter of fact, they're planning right now to align with MAGA, because the only people I see giving more hate to Zoran than Democrats is MAGA. And so they're preparing to have a MAGA Democratic establishment merger. And it's going to happen through Eric Adams. That bastardized child that will come from MAGA and the Democrats. And I call it that because look at this. In every other situation and scenario, they want to convince you that MAGA is basically the Antichrist, which they are. They are a system of Antichrist. There's no question about it. But the Democrats are willing, some of them, not all of them, the Democratic establishment has shown that they will side with Republicans to undermine their own candidate like they did in Buffalo with India Walton. I want to read a few lines out of the Substack piece, and I hope that you would go over to the Substack and subscribe for free and get all of the words that I'm putting down. Zoran Mandami has just won the Democratic nomination for mayor of New York City. Andrew Cuomo, rejected by the voters, now threatens an independent run. Current mayor Eric Adams, a man under federal investigation who abandoned the party and embraced Trump's DOJ protection racket, has already declared his own independent candidacy. The stage is set. The players are known, and we already know how this play ends unless we rewrite the script, which is why we must be perfectly clear from the outset. Whatever the Democratic establishment does to Zoran Mandani in the mayoral general election, we will do to the Democratic establishment in 2026, in 2028, and in every contest going forward until nothing remains of your power structure. This isn't a tantrum. This isn't a threat. It is a strategic reflection of your actions and your energy directly back towards you. Because progressives have seen this all before, haven't we? We remember exactly what the Democratic establishment did to India Walton. India Walton, a working class black woman, nurse, mother and proud Democratic socialist, won the Democratic primary for mayor of Buffalo, New York, just up the road from NYC. She defeated four-term incumbent Byron Brown. She won fair and square, running on a platform centered on poor and working people. But the establishment could not stomach the thought of a socialist mayor, let alone a black woman they couldn't control. So what did they do? Watch this. Governor Kathy Hochul refused to endorse her. Just like she did today, she has so far refused to endorse Zoran. The state and national Democratic Party stayed silent. Byron Brown, backed by Republican donors and operatives, mounted a write-in campaign. The party establishment didn't stop him. They stood aside or helped. They worked with Republicans to undermine their own nominee, and it worked. They stole victory directly from our black sister. Whatever the Democratic establishment does to Zoran in NYC's mayoral election, we do to them. We absolutely must. We have to let it be known right now. We have to. We need to let it be known right now because it is a preemptive strike. We have to let it be known right now. We can't quietly wait and see what they do. We have to shape their options. And their options are very clear. They are going to destroy the entirety of the Democratic establishment. And you know what? Maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe they need to go ahead and show who they really are for all of the holdouts. Like me, I was a holdout. I was a holdout, and I voted against MAGA every single election. 2016, I voted against MAGA. 2020, I voted against MAGA. 2024, I voted against MAGA. Why? Because I understood very clearly the existential threat that Donald Trump posed to America, and we're living in it right now. Are we not? We're certainly living in it right now. However, if the Democratic establishment does what they are shaping themselves, they're working themselves up. They're trying to get the confidence. The Democratic donors are right now discussing what they're going to do because they're so afraid of Zoran. He's such a big, bad, scary socialist Muslim. That's what they're saying. And if they are free to run that campaign and then, watch this, run it parallel to MAGA running the same campaign against Zoran, what on earth, why would we support Democrats ever again? And I mean ever again. Oh, well, Pastor Ben, in 2026, if we don't stop. Listen, I wrote the article. I haven't published it yet, but I wrote an article about how much we have to stop MAGA in 2026 if we want to save democracy. But I won't lift a finger to do anything to help a Democrat, especially a Democratic establishment, someone from the establishment. I won't lift a finger if the establishment shows us right now today that they are so opposed to actual progress that they're going to align with MAGA, just like what our brother Jason was just talking about. Jackson, what Jackson was just talking about all of those Democrats who voted against impeachment, walking in lockstep with MAGA. What's the point? Somebody tell me, what is the point of trying to stop MAGA when the people we use to stop MAGA end up doing MAGA type stuff? You have to forgive me. I'm in a new season where I'm trying not to cuss. That's the one part of the old Ben Dixon I'm trying to leave on the table. I'm trying not to I don't want to bring that Ben Dixon back, but my members might be listening, but if they're going to do the same type of ish as MAGA, how are we actually stopping MAGA? If you think I'm being too hyperbolic, I'm burying the lead. Maybe I'm burying the lead. Let me play this clip. Let me play this clip of Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. And she is on the Brian Lehrer show. Don't know how to pronounce my brother's last name. Forgive me, Brian. But I want you to listen to the rhetoric that this Democrat is using on another human being, let alone another Democrat. She sounds just like MAGA in this clip. I want you to listen to what this Democrat said and tell me if you understand why I feel the way I feel.
When Jews were killed to when Jews fought back against Nazis. It's quite despicable. I'm sorry. Hi. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call and question. I wanted to ask two very pertinent questions about the threats facing the Jewish community, unfortunately, from Zohran Mamdani. There was a bill that I was reading about that, unfortunately, he wants to target synagogues and Jewish institutions which donate to nonprofits, which are medical institutions like United Hatzalah and Magan David Adam, which is like the Jewish Red Cross. So how do we make sure that Jewish institutions are protected from his plans to punish and fine our institutions which fundraise these medical nonprofits, which do work both here in the United States and in Israel and other countries in the world? And also, how can we hold Mr. Mamdani accountable for his glorifying association of Hamas and other terror bombings of the Intifada in 1990s, where over 1,000 Jewish Israelis were killed, to his revisionist Holocaust knowledge, to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews were mass exterminated and faced threats? He compared when Jews were killed to when Jews fought back against Nazis. It's quite despicable. I'm sorry.
Okay. I want to pause it there before the senator comes up and speak. I'm trying to find this bill that he's talking about where Zohran is going after Jewish institutions. Maybe somebody in the audience, maybe you can help me, because I couldn't find it. And, you know, I'm a pretty good researcher. I usually could find anything, but I dug into this and I can't find anything true about what he's saying. I have not been able to find anywhere where Zohran glorified Hamas. Now, I know that one is untrue. I know that one's a lie, but I wanted to pause and say, maybe you have seen some kind of article where Zohran was attacking the Jewish institutions, but I couldn't. So if you find it, please drop it in the comment section. But now here is the host, and the host is getting ready to bring in Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you for your call. There's a lot in there, Senator, some of which may be inaccurate. So I don't know. I can't fact check everything in real time, but do you know any of that to be inaccurate or accurate, including the original premise that he would somehow target synagogues if they were contributing to groups like Hatzalah, ambulance services, in a way that he could hurt the synagogues? I just don't want to give out information that's false, but I also don't want to shrink from information that's true.
Well, the caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad. This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. So these are the kinds of things that if Mr. Mamdani is elected our mayor, we'll need to assure all New Yorkers that he will protect all Jews and protect houses of worship and protect funding for not-for-profits that meet the needs of these communities. Those are the things he'll have to do as our mayor.
He would certainly say that he has committed to protecting all Jews in New York as mayor of New York. Do you dispute? Do you doubt that?
Well, one of the issues I did talk to him yesterday was exactly this issue, and he has agreed to work with me on this and to protect all residents. So this is something I care deeply about, and so I will be an advocate on these issues. These are things that I think are important to New Yorkers, and I will work with him when he gets elected, if he gets elected, to make sure everyone is protected. I also, on the federal level, work to get resources for all our religious sites in the state and in the city. I lead the letter for funding for I lead the letter for the funding to protect synagogues and churches and temples and places.
What about mosques? I'm sorry, I just had to interrupt. Like churches, thank you. As a Christian, I appreciate that. Temples and synagogues, I'm quite sure people of the Jewish faith, they appreciate that. But what about mosques? Can we get protection for them, or are they just out? The Islamophobia, folks. It's the Islamophobia, and I appreciate Brian pushing back, but she doesn't stop. She goes further. Listen in.
Of worship across our city and state. And these are things that he has assured me in my one conversation that he will protect everyone. But I understand why people are concerned because of past statements. And so this is just an issue that I will work with him on for sure.
I just feel compelled to say we can find no evidence that he has supported Hamas or has supported violent jihad, as that caller was asserting. Can you?
Again, Brian, I don't have all the data and information, and I've never sat down with Mr. Mamdani. So I've asked to have that meeting. I'm going to have that meeting. We will talk through all these things. He can tell me his views of the world, and I can learn them firsthand. I think the reference that I had read was global intifada specifically, which has very serious meanings.
I think she has no idea what it actually means, global intifada. But we're going to look that up. We're going to study that today. We're going to dig into that. But why, if you don't have the evidence and you don't know, Senator, then why on God's green earth would you go out there and promote something? Why are you trying to pander to the Zionists? Because if we're really going to talk about threats, you cannot talk about threats and not talk about the threat that Zionists pose to Palestinians. And we have the actual data on that. We see how many Gazan children have been slaughtered. We know exactly what's true about that, yet I see you not speaking about that. Instead, you're speaking about a fictitious, imaginary, a false flag, concocted fear-mongering campaign to undercut your own candidate. What happened to vote blue no matter who? Y'all forgive me. I'm so peaceful and zen now, because the Lord has been so good to me and it's given me peace that passes all understanding. And I meditate and I pray, I fast and I'm doing all these things. But when I see devils, when I see demented, evil machinations being done on our side, it's one thing. I expect this from MAGA. This is their playbook. But when it's done on our side against someone who all the man wants to do is help the least of these, I think Christians should be standing up for this brother, because he's the most Christian candidate that I've seen in this country in a long time. But let's keep listening to the good senator. Y'all forgive me is it okay if I just got to tap back into the old Ben for just a few moments here?
That are violent and destructive. So
which he says, and I pressed him on this on the show on Monday, but which he says are not calls for violence, because intifada is a much broader term involving all kinds of uprisings and resistance and things like that. So I just want to be clear about how at least he defines it. And maybe he needs to be more clear. I don't mean this, I don't mean that. He did say here that he didn't want to be the word police, even as the mayor of New York, if he's elected. But I do also want to be clear that he said he does not support violent intifada. Is that fair?
So Brian, I didn't hear your exchange with him, but if I was speaking to him directly, I would simply say that is not how the words are received.
Scandalous.
And it doesn't matter what meaning you have in your brain. It is not how the word is received. And when you use a word like intifada to many Jewish Americans and Jewish New Yorkers, that means you are permissive for violence against Jews. It is a serious word. It is a word that has deep meaning. It has been used for wars across time and violence and destruction
her blood is getting worked up
against
now.
the Jews. It is a harmful, hurtful, inappropriate word.
Oh, you scandalous scallywag. Oh, you intentionally obtuse cretin. She works her blood up so that she can sound like she has righteous indignation, but you define the word that way. Actually, no, let me back up. If it is the case that there are Muslims around the world who have to rise up against their oppressor, and their oppressor happens to be a Jewish Zionist, then I'm sorry if you're scared of the word. I'm sorry if revolution is intimidating to those who are in power. I'm sorry if liberation is intimidating to those who are in power. I'm sorry if intifada is intimidating to colonizers, to settler colonizers, to apartheid. So for anyone who is sitting in the seat of the oppressor, anyone who's doing the oppressing, of course you're going to be afraid of somebody standing up. And I'm sorry if the word intifada has a broad spectrum. I love discussing things based on the gradient, based on the spectrum that goes from the minimum to the maximum. On the minimum side, intifada means peaceful resistance, right? It can simply mean resisting through fasting. It can mean resisting through silent protest, or it can mean resisting through nonviolent protest. But if you find yourself in such a situation where you are being slaughtered indiscriminately, like the people of Gaza, Intifada most certainly can call for self-defense. And if that happens to be violent, then maybe we need to examine why people have to be violent to defend themselves against oppressors. Oh, but she's working her blood up now. You know, this is the Karen, the MAGA Karen is coming out of her. That white supremacist is coming out of her. She has defined a word specifically in the context of how it's most useful for her political agenda, which is what? To undermine Zoran. So, Kirsten, all the rest of the Democratic establishment, whatever you do to our good brother in New York City, we are committing, me personally, because I was a holdout. There are progressives who made their mind up in 2016 when they saw what you did to Bernie Sanders. They're like, nah, I'm done. I'm out. I didn't though. I supported. I voted. I held my nose and I voted for Hillary Clinton because I knew the kind of threat that Donald Trump was. There are progressives who never went back to the Democratic Party because of what happened in 2016. But in 2020, I held my nose despite the fact that the Democratic establishment once again undermined Bernie Sanders. Now, if I'm going to be fair, which I tend to try to be, in 2020, it was really just a brilliant political move. Right? I was in South Carolina when it happened. I was covering it. I was watching it in real time when Congressman, I could see his face, James Clyburn, along with Obama, along with some of the Clintons, convinced Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar and the rest of the establishment Democrats to drop out just before Super Tuesday so all of their support could coalesce around Joe Biden. But they kept Elizabeth Warren in so that she could continue to split the progressive vote. And when they made that move, they got rid of Bernie Sanders in 2020. Now, I'm not as mad about that because it really was like, dang, we should have seen that coming. It was kind of like, it was a fair political move, right? And a lot of people saw it, they were upset about it, and they decided they're never going to vote for the Democratic Party again. But I stayed. Why? Because I knew the kind of threat that Donald Trump was and is to this country, right? So I'm the holdout. Me, Pastor Ben. I don't know about anybody else in the audience. Some of you were smart enough to peep game right away. God bless you. But I held out. 2024, I voted for Kamala Harris despite not having primaries. And I'm telling you, I'd do that again because I have an intuitive thing. I trust the wisdom of Black women. So I was going to vote for Kamala Harris no matter what. So maybe I was, maybe I wasn't in good faith then. I don't know. But I tell you what, I stood by and I opposed MAGA in 2016, in 2020, and in 2024. So you can't tell me nothing. But if I see the Democratic Party do to Zoran what they did to India Walton, a Black woman in Buffalo, yeah, I'm going to use whatever little political capital, I don't care how small my platform is. I don't care if all I have is a podcast and a blog and a Twitter account. Just ask Michael Bloomberg what I can do with a podcast and a blog and a Twitter account. Listen to this incredulous cretin.
For anyone who wants to represent a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people. And I would be very specific in these words, and I would say you may not use them again if you expect to represent everyone ever again, because they are received as hateful and divisive and harmful. And that's it. So I appreciate that he told you he didn't mean that, and that's great. That's
and
a great
I think
place
we
to start.
also clarify, or he was clarifying that he never said globalize the Intifada. He was asked in an interview if he would denounce the phrase globalize the Intifada. And then that led to this kind of conversation, that you were just referring to, but that he was never out there saying globalize the Intifada. He was asked about other people who used it. So just to be precise about what happened there. Yes.
Well, as a leader of a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people, as the largest Jewish population in the country, he should denounce it. And that's it, period. And you can't celebrate it, you can't value it, you can't lift it up. And that is the challenge that Jewish New Yorkers have had, certainly since October 6th. October 7th. It is exactly what they have felt. It is why Jewish students in our universities have felt unsafe. It is why Jewish students have felt that their schools did not have their back and cared about them or their learning, because the people doing these protests use words that have meanings that are far more violent and horrific than they may have intended. But when you hear things like intifada, when you hear things like jihad, when you hear from the river to the sea, it is received as slaughter the Jews and destroy Israel, period. It's how it's received. And if you talk to any group, you talk to our LGBTQ community, you talk to our Black community, you talk to
don't you dare fix your skinny, narrow lips to speak on behalf of the Black community. Kirsten, don't you dare do that, you devious devil. You speak for the Democratic establishment and you speak for Zionism. How much money did she take? Let's look that up real quick. How much money? And you know who I can find? Somebody in the audience can find that faster than I can. Go find out how much money Kirsten Gillibrand took from AIPAC. That's what we need to know, because that's who she speaks for. You don't speak for Black folks, I'll tell you that much. Black youth were the biggest demographic for Zoran. So don't even fix your little narrow behind to say that.
community. There are words and there are imagery and there are things that are said that they will hear it and feel it as a dagger to their throat. And so if you want to be a leader, you have to recognize how these things are felt and received, and saying there should be no word police is irresponsible. Because as a leader, you have to protect everyone, period.
One more thing before you go, for you as a member of.
Now that's it. Glad they cut it off. I couldn't take any more. It's running my blood pressure up. I've been doing good. I've been zen. I've been so peaceful. I have been so like, man, y'all don't understand. Like the last couple of years, the reason I've been off the scene is because I just had to find myself and had to center myself despite all of the evil that was going on around us. I had to be able to anchor myself into something that would give me peace that passeth all understanding, as the Bible says. But, you know, it wasn't an anchor for me to remain at rest. If I could say that. Sometimes you do have to take rest. I had to take a rest because, you know, by the time we were done with the George Floyd protest, and by the time the jig was up and we saw that these devils had no intention in engaging in good faith with us, no matter how much we organized, we found out that they would undermine our efforts all the way. And I'm talking about Democrats as well as MAGA. At the end of that, I really, and when I saw what was happening with the pandemic and how they had just left us to ourselves, and not only left us to ourselves, but really made the conditions such that we had no choice but to go out back into the pandemic. And we saw 1.5 million people die and nobody batted an eye. And then the economy just kept on going along as it was grinding us to a pulp. When I saw all of that, I kind of lost my zen. I lost my chill. I lost my ability to do these politics without like throwing something, you know, without breaking something. And so I had to take a step back and I had to center myself, and I had to ground myself in something deeper and something that could hold me. But the catch here, though, folks, is you can't rest forever. You can't be on a break forever. You can't sleep forever. Eventually, you got to get back up and fight once more into the breach, dear friends, once more. And so now I've found the way to unleash all of the righteous indignation at full throttle, full force, because they deserve it. If anybody deserves global intifada, wouldn't it be fascists? And considering that we are underneath a global fascistic regime that is more interested in quarterly profit margins than it is the well-being of humans, do we not have the righteous cause? Is there not a cause for us to rise up? If you look up intifada on whatever platform you want to use, y'all know I like AI, but I did a quick comparison and a contrasting of intifada in all of its forms. And then I asked it to, you know, juxtapose it to in Christianity. And it is the same concept. Philosophically, structurally, theologically, it is the same concept as a just war theory. Waging war for justice. Now, this does not mean that there have been people who have used it and twisted it and done evil with it, because for the love of God, have we not seen Christianity be used for evil all across the globe? So yes, both Christianity and Islam can and have been used to do harmful, horrible, horrific things. But to use that against this man and to use it in such a bad faith way, where even this, I mean, the host, I don't know a lot about the host, but I can kind of guesstimate that the fact that that senator was going on his show, that he's not like, uber progressive. I'm not going to call him milquetoast. I appreciate the fact that he was willing to hold the line on facts. But even as he was very gently and respectfully pushing back with facts, she decided to cut on her Karen. It's the word itself, working up her blood so that she can have a platform, a footing to stand on when she has nothing to stand on. Listen, Democrats, I just want to make it clear, I will be your worst enemy. I don't have much of a platform anymore. I've lost a good significant amount of my following, and my Twitter account is one of the most suppressed accounts on the entirety of the internet, right? So it's an uphill battle for me to have impact, and that's okay. But you know what? Oh, I'm one hell of a person to have on your bad side. And if Democrats do what they're shaping themselves up to do to Zoran, I tell you, it's gonna, it's a thin line between love and hate, and I ain't never loved you. It is a thin line between love and hate, and I have never loved the Democratic Party. I've only voted with them because I knew, and I still know, the threat that Donald Trump and MAGA poses, which is why we're going to assure mutually assured destruction here, folks. Why not give this nation over to fascists in 2026 if voting for Democrats is just going to be a slower version of getting there? And if Democrats align with MAGA to get rid of Zoran, then we might as well just make sure it all falls down in 2026. F around and find out. I called it, Bo. I caught myself. I almost said it, Bo Z, but I caught myself. Listen to this, brother. Listen to what he is facing with these devils. And these aren't all MAGA. It's a lot of MAGA. A lot of them, yes, but not all of the MAGA is doing what he's talking about here. Take a listen in.
It pains me to be painted as if I am somehow in opposition to the very Jewish New Yorkers that I know and love and that are such a key part of this city. To your question of why not a more visceral reaction, part of it has been colored by the fact that when I speak, especially when I speak with emotion, I am then characterized by those same rivals as being a monster. I get messages that say the only good Muslim is a dead Muslim. I get threats on my life. On the people that I love.
I
Discover
no,
elevated.
we don't need that commercial. I'm gonna tell you the truth, folks. I've got a serious problem with evil. You have to forgive the religious jargon. I was talking with Kyle Kalinske, who, by the way, I got a chance to, and he thank you. I want to thank him and Crystal for letting me, one, come on, and two, letting me talk about this space, specifically this space where you're watching me now. And if you're listening to the podcast version of this, I need you to go over to YouTube and subscribe to this space. Go to thisspace.tv and subscribe. I was talking with Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk. And actually, I think it's the Kyle and Crystal show. And Kyle was like, listen, Ben, you know, I'm an atheist. And I'm like, yeah, man, I've been following your work for years. And he said, and I normally don't use this kind of language, but he said, but it's at the point where I have to just identify this for what it is. It's evil. And then he said something that I heard only in one other place, which was a television show. And when I heard it on the television show, it was so profound. It just struck. I wrote it down, and I've been trying to say it anytime I get an opportunity to say it. But there Kyle was on the show, and he said this. He said, evil is organizing, and it is the most organized out of everybody. And he said, good is catching up. I say, yeah, that's the diagnosis. evil is organizing. Here's the thing that holdouts like me, again, I'm the holdout because there've been plenty of progressives who have said enough. You shall not pass. You know, the enough was from if somebody can tell where I pulled enough from, then you are truly a person after my own heart. But I'll tell you, it's from Mortal Kombat, the movie, Raiden. Enough. Like there have been progressives, they walked away the first time. And it reminds me of what Maya Angelou said. If a person shows you who they are, believe them. Believe them. But because in good faith, I understood and understand the threat that Donald Trump posed and poses, I consistently held my nose and voted for the establishment characters. But then in 2021, when I saw what they did to my dear sister, let me tell you, let me bring up this sister picture again, because what they did to her, oh man, made me, that's another reason I had to step down and take a little break. Because when I saw what they did to India Walton in Buffalo, New York, I'm going to tell you, I lost it a little bit, because it just showed me and reminded me exactly how malevolent and how bad faith these people are. You know, it's not enough. Even Democrats, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. They refuse to take their loss and go home. You know, that is the handshake agreement of democracy. When you lose, you go home. You don't have to come out and be the biggest supporter for it, all that fake stuff that a lot of them do. But you don't go behind and around and circumvent the will of the people in order to maintain power. And that's exactly what they did to our dear sister. I'm highlighting her. I'm moving the mouse over her. India Walton. India Walton, 2021. What did they do? Governor Kathy Hochul, this person right here on your screen, she refused to endorse India in 2021, and today she has refused so far to endorse Zoran. In 2021, Byron Brown, the mayor of Buffalo, even though he was a Democrat and he lost his primary to India, he ran as an independent and got voters and support and funding from Republicans. What is Eric Adams doing? Getting support from Republicans, running as an independent. The Democratic establishment did nothing to stop him in 2021, Byron Brown. And we're going to see what y'all do here in 2025, Democrats. And let me say I, because again, progressives have made the decision a long time ago, and maybe I'm admitting they were right and I was wrong. Because what I see shaping up right now, I'm telling you, I would never vote for a Democrat again. I don't care if Satan himself is on the Republican ticket. Because all y'all are just his little imps. What's the difference? What's the reason? What's the why? Why should I vote for a party who will, as soon as they lose an inkling of power, align with Nazis, with MAGA, the very people you're telling us are fascists and they want to destroy democracy? Yeah, I know they do. Which is why I voted blue no matter who. But now it's your turn to vote blue no matter who, and you all are talking about running the sexual predator, allegedly. I'm only saying allegedly so we don't get sued on this space. Andrew Cuomo. And the man who was under investigation and decided to abandon the Democratic Party so that he could get DOJ protection from Donald Trump, Eric Adams. So I think my time, no, I still got 15 minutes. Look at that. And I still got time. I think I better let this one go. don't let this one go, I'm not gonna blow a gasket. I can't say that because I've got too much control. I do know what I want to talk about. The second thing I want to talk about before I only have 15 minutes left. I want to talk about something that I need each and every one of you to do in this space. Right? This is what I need you all to do. And please come with me. I know it's an emotional roller coaster. A lot of people, when they used to listen to my old podcast, they were like, Ben, it's just so intense and it's up here and then it's angry all the time. Da, da, da. 'Cause there's a lot of stuff to be angry for. It's a lot of stuff to be angry about. But over the last 4 years of my hiatus, I have learned the value of being able to breathe and let it go. I need us as a family, this space specifically, the 50 people, well, 47 now. Where did the three of y'all go? What we just dropped from 50 to 47. What are we doing here? I need the 47 people who are watching this now to help me do something. And I want to do it in honor of the Minnesota couple that was killed. Melissa Hortman and her husband, Brian. And matter of fact, I want to just bring up the tweet because it'll be easier for me to just give you the directions based on that. It's something that we need to do almost like a ritual, like a sacred ritual. We need to hold, let me steal the phrase. The phrase I'm stealing is from the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths. We hold these truths. And I want to challenge us as a family to actively remember, and you can choose whatever you want to remember, right? I can't tell you what truth you want to hold. But as a matter of ritual, I think that we need to every single day on social media state whatever truth you are holding. The truth that I'm going to do my best to hold myself to and to hold every day is going to be the truth about what happened to Melissa Hortman and her husband, Brian. That they were targeted and they were killed by a Donald Trump supporter, a man from MAGA. Here it is on your screen now. 12 days ago, Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, were killed by a Donald Trump supporting MAGA Christian. That's exactly what he was. That's exactly who he is. I don't care. Pause. I'm not reading from the tweet right now. I'm just talking for those of you who are listening. I don't care that he is trying to implicate Tim Walz. The evil machinations of MAGA include the willingness to lie about everything. What would be the icing on the cake of this monster's victory? Because ultimately what he did was, she was the tiebreaker in the state assembly there. And by killing her, they are now at a evenly divided chamber. And so the government has been frozen and they can't make any progress until a special election. So even though he's in jail, his goal, his agenda was victorious. Now, what is the icing on the cake there? The icing on the cake is to be able to implicate Tim Walz, and not to actually implicate him because, of course, there's no evidence, there's zero evidence, and everybody peeps game. But what does that do? It gives social media the fodder that they need to prevent us from, one, grieving as a community, as a nation, and to prevent us from being able to point very directly to the threat that we are facing as Americans from MAGA. MAGA is running their own version of and I don't even want to sully the holiness of the true meaning and the written Quranic meaning of jihad, right? I know that it's a term that's been used and bastardized and used for violence. But if you read the Quran and you understand the true context of jihad, you will understand why I wouldn't even apply that to what MAGA is doing. They're on an unholy crusade, and I don't even have to put that modifier there. The crusades were unholy to begin with. So MAGA is on their own crusade, and they're willing to kill. They're willing to lie. And they're using social media, and they're waging an information war against us where most of us can't even get our equilibrium. We can't hold our balance because why? Because they lie so quickly. They lie with such repetition. They lie about anything. They lie about everything, whatever is necessary to keep them in power and keep moving their goals towards the destruction of democracy and political violence. They are willing to do. And I believe the antidote to that, is every single one of us on a daily basis to state on our social media platform, what truth are we holding? Here's the truth that I'm holding, that 12 days ago, Minnesota State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, were killed by a Donald Trump supporting MAGA Christian. Since then, MAGA has blamed the victims and the other targets. They didn't give the nation a chance to mourn. They chewed up the very idea of grief and spat it back into our faces. I'm going to tweet about Melissa and Mark every day so that we don't forget them, nor the depth of the evil that we are up against. We hold these truths. Now, I'll probably do a hashtag. I didn't have the hashtag when I did this morning at 6:44 a.m. It was just heavy on my heart because you see these monsters, these very real, they're humans, right? I'm not trying to, create a myth around them. They're very human. They're very real, but they're operating with a level of structural spiritual wickedness in high places. I'm not going to preach to you, but I just got to reveal to you what's really going on. When I say spiritual wickedness, I am not talking about boogeymen. I'm not talking about, ghosts. I'm not talking about a red man and horns and a pitchfork. No, I'm talking about methodologies, machinations, agendas, protocols, where they have inverted every possible truth that matters. They'll look at you and say climate change isn't real, despite we all are feeling the impact of it already. They will look at you and say that this shooter in Minnesota was hired by Tim Walz when they know that to be a lie. They will look at you and say Donald Trump won in 2020. They will look at you and say anything that they have to say to get their agenda across. And if we can't hold the line with some fundamental truths every day, we got to do it like a ritual. We got to do it just out of a sacred pattern every day to remind yourself and to remind the internet. And I don't know what your truth is, but I hope that it would be a truth that falls in line with the dilemma that we're facing broadly. But if you have a personal truth that you need to just state every day, maybe you need to state about yourself that you are loved because people are constantly telling you you're not loved. We hold these truths. Maybe you need to speak the truth that your identity is exactly what it should be. What you have identified yourself as, the pronouns that you have chosen, the gender that you have transitioned to, the person that you love, no matter what gender they are, you are fearfully and wonderfully made, and God still loves you. Maybe you don't want to put the God part, maybe you don't believe in God, but I'm just here to tell you, if that's the truth that you need to assert, hashtag we hold these truths. And I refuse, I'm telling you, I am not going to die letting these devils redefine truth. The sky is blue and the grass is green, even though we live in an upside down world where they will tell you that the sky is green and the grass is blue. If that's what suits them, they will tell you that this man who killed State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, forgive me, I think I called him Brian several times. Forgive me for misremembering his name. Mark is her husband. That's the truth I'm going to hold. Because how else do we fight back against the speed of the algorithm? I mean, the speed of the news cycle. Many people have already forgotten that these two people were assassinated because of this man's commitment. Talk about the threat of jihad. This man was in pulpits preaching and trying to conjure up some kind of spirituality, trying to get some emotionality to make it seem like he actually had the Holy Spirit on him. So he did what he did, praying first. Now I can tell you his prayers weren't going to God in heaven. His prayers were going right to his MAGA mind. But he used Christianity as the driving force for him to go out and assassinate his political rivals, Kirsten Gillibrand. And you want to talk about jihad? When we have a movement that is the height of insidiousness, the height of spiritual wickedness in high places. And again, when I say spiritual wickedness in high places, I am not talking about mysticism. I'm talking about highly coordinated with the precision of the algorithm, executed intentionality to invert every truth, to undermine every foundational bedrock of belief and common bonds that keep civilization going. They sit back with the precision of their demented and evil calculus, and every story that comes across the timeline, they'll invert it. They'll find a way to lie about it, and then they spread it all across the country, and then they'll spread it all across the globe. So when I say spiritual wickedness in high places, I'm talking about the stuff that moves with the precision of the algorithm. How else do we beat that, my friends? Except for we hold the line methodically every day. We hold these truths every day. We hold these truths every day. Tomorrow, 13 days ago, Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark. I'm going to hold that truth as long as I can. And I invite you to join me in it. If you tag me in whatever truth that you're holding, I'm going to retweet it every day. I don't care if it's 300 of you. Right now, it's 51 of you. If 51 of you tweet out the truth that you're holding, you use a hashtag, we hold these truths, or you tag me in it, I am going to share that truth. And we need to pause, and we need to reflect, and we need to rest. We need to catch our breath. We need to breathe in the fact that we are holding the line for truth in the middle of the most wicked and insidious period in American history. Not that we haven't done evil things as a nation before, but the purity, the pure malevolence of their actions and their functions and their methodologies now, to completely obliterate the entire possibility of us understanding and agreeing upon truth. I don't believe we've seen anything like this. And I think the only way for us to fight back is to methodically, boom, hold these truths every day. And here's my last truth. I'm excited to pass the mic as we get ready to go to the next hour to my good friend, AG, the Angry Ginger. Because I know one thing, that brother holds the same truths. And I'm so glad. I don't care, y'all. If I had to say anything in the last minute, I don't care what you believe, what you don't believe. I don't care who you love. None of that matters. All that matters is, will you hold to the truth? Will you change your mind when you're presented with new evidence? Will you look at the science? And if the science is saying X, Y, and Z, you will say, okay, X, Y, and Z it is. Are you going to refuse to oppress anyone? Are you going to stand on the side of the oppressed no matter where we find them? That's the kind of guy that's coming up behind me. AG, the floor is yours. I'll see you all next time.
What's happening, everybody? What is going on today? My man, Pastor Ben. Can you guys just for a second, recognize something here? And that is the diversity of the voices. Okay? We just had Pastor Ben, a man of faith, a great dude, preaching the gospel. And now you got a soulless ginger. You just got a man that clearly speaks well about everything that he believes. And now you got a trailer park kid on here that could possibly be considered looking like I might be in MAGA. I mean, bald head and bearded. I mean, we both bald headed at least. We got that going on. I'm not freshly shaven. I'm back from the beach. I'm back from the beach, guys. I'm back from the beach. And let me tell you, it was nice to disconnect. But every time that I go on vacation, some crazy stuff happens. Last year, I went to the beach, and Donald Trump was shot at on my first day of vacation, so I had to get on his stream. And on my way back from the beach, Joe Biden dropped out of the race. And this time, Donald Trump decided that he was going to bomb Iran while I was on my goddamn vacation. But let me say something. That's not my fault, guys. We all streamers, I've seen it. I saw Francesca on vacation. I saw Kyle Kalinske on vacation. I don't know that it's completely just my fault, guys. I'm not taking the whole blame for this one, all right? Well, what's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are having a good day. We're almost through the week, almost to the weekend for those of you that work the Monday through Friday. For those of you that don't, I'm sorry. I apologize. I hope you make it the rest of your week as well. And it's tough nowadays. Some of the things Pastor Ben was saying that I think that if you watch my show, you know I 100% agree with, is this mind-bending twisting of reality that is going on right now. And that is Donald Trump wants to keep you in the dark of what is really going on, and he wants you to believe the things that he says. And if it wasn't for all of these people, like Matt the Letterhack, like Pastor Benjamin, like Left of the Box, like Devil's Advocate, like Kyle Kalinske, Adam Mockler, if it wasn't for them coming on these channels and sharing these bits of information, this news with you, there's not a single one of us that know anything about it. None of us. Because mainstream media ain't reporting none of this stuff. Mainstream media don't care. It don't matter if it's CNN or MSNBC or Fox News. They have their script. They say what the corporate overlords are okay with them saying. And they're afraid to step outside the box and report what's actually going on. If we didn't have the alternative media that we have today, we would all believe that the Iranian sites, the nuclear sites, were obliterated by Donald J. Trump, his damn self. He hopped in a B-2, flew the fuck over, and dropped 30 Tomahawk missiles all by himself. All by himself. We obliterated. The fires are underneath. You just can't see them. But because you have people like Pastor Ben, because you have people like Matt the Letterhack, you know that that's not the truth. And that is, to be honest with you, that is this administration's goal. It's to keep you in the dark. They defunded the NOAA, right? They don't want you to know that there are tornadoes killing people in the country. They don't want you to know, now that we enter hurricane season, the type of damage that's going to happen to these states that don't have FEMA anymore. They don't want you to know that there are ICE agents with masks ripping people off the streets, detaining them, and sending them to detention centers with no due process. And I myself, when I got on here and started making YouTube videos, I just like to make fun of like how crazy all the MAGA people were. And we're going to do a little bit of that tonight. I think we might play some illness or education tonight. That's a game that most of my viewers know about. It's about trying to figure out what the main cause of all of this craziness is. Is it mental illness or is it lack of education? Now this is something we're doing for the country. Okay? We are proactive. We're not doing this just to make fun of these people, though that's the largest part of it. But we're also trying to determine, do we need more money in the mental health sphere or more money in the educational sphere? We all know it's both, all of the above. But it's still fun to play the game. So tonight, we're going to take a look at some videos. We're going to watch some stuff. And we're going to keep doing what my channel has been about. And that's building community. Because I didn't come in with the background, the history that a lot of these people have. You know, a couple times people have, you know, discussed like what they did before they did YouTube. A lot of these people, they have degrees, journalism, they have connections with media that have gotten to where they are and who they are. Me, myself, I don't have that. I grew up in a trailer park. I grew up about as poor as you can in the United States of America. And luckily, due to some very progressive policies, social safety nets, growing up in the state of California, the great state of California, I'm here today. And I get to do what I do. And I'm so appreciative for that. And I want to just like pay it forward. And I want everybody to benefit from the things that I've achieved and the things that I've learned in 20 years of leadership. And building a community is quite possibly the most proactive and best thing that you can do in this environment. Because the more people that know about what is really going on, the more the world knows. The more the country is aware of what's going on. This man that just won Mom Donnie in New York. What do you think the spin would be from mainstream media? What do you think it would be if it wasn't for people like Mike from the Humanist Report? What do you think it would be? It wouldn't be what it is today. Do you think without community, people would know who AOC really is? Do you think without social media and what she's built, what she's achieved, do you think you'd know about any of that? Because I don't think you would. Information is the tool of the people. Information is the way that we stay in this fight. And that's what we're going to do. Because I'm not tired. I hope you guys aren't either. So let's check out some stuff. Let's see if I can push some buttons, actually. It's been 2 weeks since I've been on the StreamYard. So we're going to have to relearn what buttons to push. Let's see what we got. Let's see over here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to click this button over here. All right. I'm glad you guys are here with me tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging around with an angry ginger after you guys watched a really awesome show from Pastor Ben. Let's see. Let's go. That's just a tab. That's a tab. Here, we're going to redo this. What have I done? I pushed the wrong buttons again. There we go. Cancel that. This. And let's go over here. All right. Oh, calm down. So a lot of you guys know I'm not a big fan of TYT. Not since the Cenk thing. Not since everything happened with Cenk. But I do like the damage report. I still like Jay over there. You know, I still like some of the people that surround Cenk in the TYT atmosphere. So, I want you guys, let's see if we can get this up here. There we go. There we go. All right. So I just got on here, and I saw this. As most of you guys know that watch my show, a lot of the stuff I do is live reacting because I work all day. I work from early in the morning to late in the evening, and I come home and a lot of times I see news that I wasn't privy to when I was at home or when I was at work, which is pretty much home because I spend more time there, as most of you do, than you do at home, which hopefully one day we'll fix. Hopefully through a progressive agenda, we might actually have some time off. We might actually get some time to hang out with our families. You know, maybe even have a vacation every once in a while. So when I got home and I got ready for this show and started hopping on here and checking out, listening to Pastor Ben, I saw this video and I thought this seemed interesting. So I wanted you guys to check this out with me and see what you guys think about this, as I get to see what I think about this. As this video is Elon Musk plummets in public disaster as his staggering Starlink scheme unravels. As most of you know that watch the show, I'm a guy that, like, I try not to dabble too hard in the conspiracy theory. I like cold hard facts. I like logic. I like critical thinking. But I tell you what, some of the stuff that's been going on with this election, with Elon Musk, with the Starlink connection, has been rather sus. It's been pretty sus, guys. And so, when I saw this video, I thought, we're going to have to watch this. Because, once again, you ain't going to hear about this. You ain't going to hear about this. So, shout out to TYT. Shout out to the Damage Report. I give credit where credit's due for having this video. And we're going to see if it's just clickbait. We're going to find out together. And you guys tell me, and then maybe, here in a minute, we might pull up a Good Liars video. And we might play a little, is it illness or is it education? All right, so let's watch the video. And hope you guys, we got some woke Mike in the chat. We got Reverend, we got Kelly. It's good to see my people in there. Bo, I see you in there, Bo. It's good to see you guys. I'm glad you guys are showing up and represent for the Angry Ginger Army. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys. You guys know I love you. You know I love you.
Elon Musk entered politics after buying Donald Trump and the Republican Party for $250 million to benefit himself, to benefit his stature, his power, and his money. And some of that might still be working out, or at the very least, Donald Trump is trying to help him out, even though he's now transitioned out of the government. And we'll show you the evidence of that. But in terms of his overall impression that the American people have on him, it didn't exactly go well. And I know what you're thinking. Yeah, that's why he left government, so that he...
Yeah, and here... because everybody knows I'm the pause champ, all right? Hal Sparks has nothing on me. Just so you guys know, if Hal Sparks ever claims to be the pause champ, you let him know that we'll have to handle this in some manner. We're going to have a pause off or something. Here's the thing. You guys, if you guys watched my last show here on this space, I introduced you guys, some of you guys knew about him, to a man named Curtis Yarvin. I do not think that Elon Musk has exited politics. I do not think that Elon Musk is done doing damage. But what I do think is that Elon Musk did accomplish the things that he was supposed to accomplish. Him and his 19-year-old Doge, what would you call them? The apostles? The really shitty kind of budget-ass Timu apostles? They did the damage that they wanted to do. And... you know, I like Letitia James. And I like hearing Letitia James say things like, you know, we put a cease and desist on him. We told him to stop. We told him to delete that information. But if you think that Elon Musk deleted the information that he got from our government on our citizens, I have some beachfront property in the state of Arizona that I would love to sell you. Because... he has that information, and it's his information. And in my humble opinion, I believe that we haven't seen it get used yet. I believe that these tech oligarchs, specifically Elon Musk, as they all jockey for position, for power, I believe he hasn't shown his hand yet. And I think that there's still, the worst is still to come. And you know, I think that when we talk about what these tech oligarchs are doing, I want people to remember something that is my opinion, once again. And that is, I don't think this is for money. because these guys, they have a lot of money, you see. And money is resources, really, when it comes down to it. The more money you have, the more of an ability you have to survive. This is proven out through studies that they've done on, life expectancy, right? You have access to health care, you have access to shelter, you have access to food, and money also equals voice. We also all know from Lee Jamiller's videos and other fine people on YouTube that when the upper 5% of our society does not involve itself in policy, it's most likely that it won't be passed. And when the upper 5% is involved in that policy and the citizenry is not, and they choose to go against that 5%, a lot of times it still passes. Because this country is controlled by corporations and the ultra wealthy. And this is what we stand against. And what I try to tell my viewers constantly is this isn't about money with these guys. It's about control. Because the more resources that they can hoard, the more control they have. The more scarce that they can make employment, the more you have to look for a job, the more you have to struggle to pay your rent, your utilities, or put food on the table, the more they can make you do what they want you to do. So when he says Elon Musk exited the government, I completely disagree. I think he's just like any other contractor, whether it's Blackwater or it's Palantir. I think he's just stepped outside, like most politicians do after their career is over, to a place where he can find more control, more money. So I'm going to disagree, but we're going to see what this man has to say.
He could repair. In terms of his overall impression that the American people have on him, it didn't exactly go well. And I know what you're thinking. Yeah, that's why he left government, so that he could repair his reputation. Okay, well, let's check in and see how that's going for him. So here is Elon Musk's net favorability going back to the beginning of last year. He was even...
I just like that they have a net favorability chart on Elon Musk. Man, history is going to be crazy. The kids are going to learn some really strange shit. It's like Economics 101. So anyways, kids, this is what happens when you're a tech oligarch and you spend $240 million to buy a president, enter into the government, destroy people's access to social safety nets, Social Security. This is what happens to you when you try to buy friends.
At that point, before all the politics and the doggy and the cheese head and having to see his lily white belly in the air, he was only a couple points above even. So then you see him gradually going down as he gets more tied in with Donald Trump. His endorsement, he's barely above even. At election day, he goes negative. Trump's term begins, and that's when Musk enters politics himself and is no longer just standing adjacent to fascism, but is actively engaging in it. He goes down and down and down. And now if you look at that rightmost orange line, when he left government, you did see a tiny rise in his favorability. And it made it seem brief.
All right, but come on. Let's just be honest. That was mostly just people like, thank God he's finally gone.
As if, maybe not a bad strategy. Now, notably, he's still like 15 points underwater. But then you'll see that lasted for like 3 days, and then it fell off a cliff.
Didn't people try to say, too, that Elon Musk was trying to set himself up to, change the rules and then run for president? I think that might be out the window. Unless, hold on. Unless we get into this video and we find out this dude actually did just rig the election. And then we might be seeing like a 97% for Elon Musk.
Cliff again, and he might have stabilized there. We're gonna have to check in another 3 months or 9 months or something like that. But
stabilizing at negative 18%.
This represents at the current point, he is down about 25 to 28 points in favorability since the beginning of last year, and all it cost him to do that was roughly $300 million. That's However, don't forget how much money he made in those first 3 months. Don't forget that every one of these people
have played the stock market, whether it's Marjorie Taylor Greene or Charles Schwab, and I guarantee you, Elon Musk, they've all used it. They've all used it. Look at Tesla's stock back where it needs to be for him, right? Like where he likes it to be. Look at how much money, if you were Elon Musk, if you were Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you're Charles Schwab or Don Jr. or Eric Jr., how much money? How much money have these people put into cryptocurrency? He didn't spend $240 million. The ROI on that is probably pretty goddamn good. And like I said, once again, it ain't the money. That money, all that money does is it goes to a place where they can continue to grow that wealth gap between me, you, and them, so that way they can better control your life, so that way they can get your ass into a factory, so that way you can build the servants, the robot servants that are going to be Elon Musk's friend, okay? Because Elon Musk ain't got no goddamn friends. Ain't nobody want to hang out with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the kid on the street that owns the Super Nintendo, okay? You don't like that kid, but there ain't nobody else with a console on the street, and his mom buys pizza when you guys stay the night, all right? That's who Elon Musk is. Elon Musk is a friendless, pasty-ass, upside-down, pear-shaped, wannabe politician that is now $240 million in Donald Trump's pocket. Okay? But he got his money back. Don't act like he didn't.
That's what he spent. He set that much money on fire so that way more Americans could actually hate him. Now, the joke in the end might be on us in a couple of different ways. First of all, although Tesla's stock price has not been doing well over the last year, it has never been tied to anything real. And so it's doing much better than it should. And so he has that going for him. It's down, but he's still able to maintain the vast majority of his wealth off of that because it's just not.
Right, he sold X to himself. I mean, every time that I think that I'm like, this is about as corrupt as this government can be, like the years and years of us talking about corrupt politicians in our system and the type of damage that they've done to the trust that the American people have for them. We're talking about Nancy Pelosi on the insider trading all the goddamn time. All the goddamn time. Every time that I think that the corruption has reached a level that it's the corruption singularity. I have no idea how much further this corruption could go. Because every time I think about it, I'm like, this has to be the most corrupt we've seen, right? No, they're selling their own companies to themselves. Donald Trump owns a Truth social media company that he tweets on in gigantic, large-ass blocks like an old-ass man that doesn't know how to hit shift and enter to separate the paragraphs. They're going to sell the stock that their own people own, okay? They're selling more stock. They're going to dilute the shares of the people that own their shares so that way they can then buy Bitcoin. So that way they can then take that Bitcoin and put in a reserve for Truth Social. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is having dinners. It's hard to remember all this shit, right, guys? Don't forget this shit just happened. Just like Pastor Ben was just saying. Those poor people in Minnesota were murdered like a week ago. But it's hard to remember. Was it a week ago? Was it 2 weeks ago? Was it 3 weeks ago? Was it before we bombed Iran? Was it after we bombed Iran? I can't fucking remember. But don't forget, Donald Trump had a dinner with 25 people that own the most of his meme coin, which has no goddamn value. So that way he could tell them what he would be doing in the near future with cryptocurrency. This fucking government is going to potentially create a strategic reserve for the government with Bitcoin. Do you know what that's going to do to the price of Bitcoin? It's going to skyrocket. It's going to skyrocket. If you guys want to know more about a lot of this stuff, you guys should watch my dude CoffeeZilla or over on his other channel, Voidzilla. He breaks a lot of this stuff down, and I love watching that stuff. So check him out. The government corruption. I'm not sure where it stops.
Connected to reality. And so it doesn't matter if their sales go down a ton. It's not tethered to anything objective. But he does have other businesses, and those could actually start doing better soon because the Trump administration is wildly.
Dude has a town now, which is just another part of the Curtis Yarvin plan. Freedom cities. You can't, like, I'm writing a book, guys. I'm writing a book, and it's science fiction. I'm on chapter 8 now, okay? That's a lot of progress for me, okay? That's a lot of words for an angry ginger. Let me tell you this. It's part of the book, right? We talk about Forever California and East Solano. We talk about Prospera and Honduras. These aren't conspiracy theories. These are tests. And now we have Boca Chica in Texas, which is now Elon Musk's city. It's his city. I don't give a shit what they twist it as. I don't give two shits what the CNN, MSNBC, or Fox is telling you it is. And I definitely don't give any fucks at all what Donald Trump tells you it is. But you're going to call it a freedom city. It's a freedom city. That feels real good. I'll tell you what, all the patriots should go ahead and move their asses into these freedom cities. Go ahead and leave the rest of the country to the people that still have a fully functioning frontal lobe. Please do. You think he's upset about his $240 million? He has his own city now. It's a small city, more like a town. It does have a beach, though. And he can blow up his rockets all he wants. Because each one of these tech oligarchs want that too. Mark Andreessen wants his own city. Elon Musk has his own town. Mark Zuckerberg, that's going to be a weird-ass city. I'm going to be honest with you. This is probably going to be clones. Probably weird-ass looking clones with like a strange-ass surfer curly hairdo going on and some sunblock that for some fucking reason Mark Zuckerberg has never rubbed fully in. I can only imagine what this shit's going to look like. I just looked at Jeff Bezos' his new bride today. I'll tell you what, take a look at a picture of Jeff Bezos' new wife. Rich people are fucking weird looking. That's not I would say that's not natural, but I don't think anybody believes it is. It's some of the weirdest shit. They're going to be Mark Zuckerberg clones and women that look like Jeff Bezos' new wife just walking around. And believe me, at one point or another, even the Patriots, you ain't gonna be allowed to live there. They said in one of the things, they said, Peter Thiel said in a speech, you can look this up. Peter Thiel said, we want to be able to buy land, but the problem with buying land is a lot of times you gotta take the people that are there, and you don't want those people. Who are those people? We all know who they don't want. And it's going to come as a surprise to many MAGA people. They don't want you. You smell bad. They don't want you on their lawn. The only place that they want you isn't in one of their freedom cities. It's in the factory. They want you smoking a cigarette outside on your one break that you might get. There might not be breaks in these cities. You might have to smoke your cigarette while you're on the line. That's where this stuff is going.
Corrupt, obviously. Chaos, crime, and corruption are the three C's
Luck,
of this
you know what
era
I'm
of
saying,
politics.
Luck.
And Trump is now pushing states, including Pennsylvania, that you have to shift your strategy for helping to spread broadband access to cheaper options like Starlink. This whole thing about...
Yep. So ask yourself, when Donald Trump was going through his papers and he got triggered by the word equity, which was a plan by the government put in place to bring internet to underserved places, right? Who is underserved? Rural areas. Who lives in rural areas? Trump supporters. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You can be a kid from the trailer park just like me and put two and two together. Have you heard anybody speak up since that happened? Have you heard any Republicans come out and say, well, hold on now. Hold on, my brother Billy Bob lives down in the cut. We can't, that's his only way that he's able to hear me talk is by being on the internets on Patriot Web. Okay, brother, we can't take his stuff away. What if he can't hear my rhetoric, my brainwashing? No, they're not saying that. Not a single person. You haven't heard a goddamn thing about it. The only people that talked about it were people going, isn't it funny that Donald Trump decided to squash a program because it said equity? He is your grandfather. He's the guy that comes to you and goes, I saw a headline. Did you read the story? No, I didn't read the story. I didn't need to read the story. I read the headline. Headline says these immigrants are taking my kids out of school and they're putting the immigrants in my school. Also, just so you know, there's like 1 billion homeless people, and all them homeless people are out there. They're like stealing McDonald's and like, you know, they're protesting Target. You know, like, they're not talking about it. Why aren't they talking about it? Because the dude that paid $240 million owns a fucking internet company. Who do you think those people are going to get internet from? The wildest thing about this administration, and that is saying something, is how much shit they say directly to your face. How much bullshit that they say right to your face. And in my opinion, that's a strategy, right? They want you to feel crazy. They want you to look around at these other MAGA people and be like, how the fuck? How did you not? Did you not see them say that you're not going to have internet? Now you have to buy Elon Musk Starlink? You're like, oh, I kind of like the Starlink. It's actually pretty fast. The wildest thing about all of this is how much they can lie right in front of you, be corrupt right in front of you. It is hyper-normalization. It is accelerationism. And it has only been 5 months.
Like getting like rural fiber and all of that to make
You
sure
know I
that
got my pause
super
game on,
high-speed
Pinker.
internet
I
is
always
available to
pause
as
it
many
at the
people as
worst
possible,
moments.
including lots of Republicans. Screw that. We want you to spend the money on Starlink. And so they are helping to juice business for a massive campaign donor of theirs. This is obvious quid pro quo corruption, and it's also the most expected and unsurprising thing over the past couple.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask the chat a question. Don't forget to hydrate. Let me ask the chat a question. What do you guys think? What do you think when let's say, let's act like elections are still gonna happen. Let's play fantasy games. Let's role play for a minute. No, I know what you guys are thinking. Not like that. I'm not gonna wear a nurse's or a maid's outfit. Okay, not that kind of role play. Calm it down. Chill out. Let's role play for a second. Let's say that there's still gonna be elections. Let's say a Democrat wins. What do you think? Do the Democrats play the same game? Let's have a real fantasy. Let's have a real fantasy projection here. Let's say AOC wins the presidency. Let's say that. Should AOC just come out and do the same goddamn thing that Donald Trump has done? Should she just come out and just 150 executive orders in the first 5 months of giving people health care, of UBI, of expanding the Supreme Court and putting more liberal justices on it? Because I can tell you this. If a Republican wins, if J.D. Vance wins, if he wins, do you think this shit's going to stop? Do you think that all of a sudden they're going to go, oh, well, now that Trump's gone, we're not going to do this crazy stuff no more. Now that Trump's gone, I guess, forget it. Let's just go back to being the two wings, one bird, moderate conservatives. Do you think that's going to happen? Because I don't think it is. My personal opinion is you force all the good things on these people. You force health care, single payer, down their throats. You force a 4-day work week with UBI down their throats. You put regulations on things like AI that these tech oligarchs refuse to allow. 10 years in the big ass ugly bill. Big ass ugly bill wants no regulations concerning AI technology over the next 10 years. Do you know how much damage unfettered AI in the next 10 years in the hands of these goddamn people, how much it can do? 10 years is a long, 5 months has been a long goddamn time. 10 years is going to be fucking out of this world. That's like dog years. 10 years from now, I'm going to be like 114 in dog years. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think it's time. I think it's time. I think it's time for the left to grow a pair of nuts. Or just a fucking spine. That'd be sweet. I mean, is that asking too much? I think the left needs to grow a spine. And if they get the House, they get the Senate. It's time to impeach this ass. All right? And if they win the presidency, they win political power, it's time for them to use it in the manner that this administration has used it. And I think that every single conservative out there should be really goddamn happy, feel really goddamn blessed that the left isn't conservatives. That the things that they want for this country are just equality. That you just allow people to live the lives they want, love the people they love. They want to take care of homeless people. They want to take care of like poor people, impoverished people. Things that will improve our society, which will improve your life. I think that the conservatives out there should be really happy that the person that they hate so much on the other side only wants the best for everyone.
Of months. And it potentially, by the way, could be a lot of money. So the program that they're trying to shift the focus of is a $42.5 billion program. And as I said, it originally prioritized fiber projects, but under the new rules, states are going to have to select winners based on the lowest cost. The change will make applications from wireless and satellite internet providers, including Elon Musk's Starlink, more competitive.
There you go.
Now, look, you might think, well, you know, low cost is probably a thing that should be prioritized in a program like this. And sure, but cost isn't the only thing.
No.
I mean, even setting aside concerns about corruption, what about like uptime, reliability, the way that the corporation works?
Access. What did you just see with Grok? If you guys are watching some of this news that's involving Elon Musk. Grok came out and somebody asked him a question on some right-wing person's tweet. And Grok has been being pretty goddamn woke, to be honest with you. And Grok said some woke shit. And Elon Musk, what did he say? He said, feed Grok all of your... Let's just use the real words, because these aren't the words he used. Let's use what he's saying. Feed Grok all your conspiracy theories. Feed Grok all your conspiracy theories. What do you think's going to happen when all of these people can only use Starlink? Do you think it would be a good idea to allow a dictator like Kim Jong-un or Vladimir Putin? These are real examples of people that limit internet access. Do you think it'd be a good idea to let those people determine what you can and cannot look at? What will and will not be throttled as far as your information and your access to the information? I don't think so. I'm good on that.
There's a lot of other considerations, and it's not like these were
Grok.
only wild
Right,
blue
D.
states that were engaging in this. Red states, too, were having to balance a lot of different concerns. But that's not how it works in our corrupt society. Instead, no, you give the money to our donors. He gives us $300 million. You give him countless billions. That's how it's supposed to work. And at the end of the day, by the way, this is going to be a very small amount of money in comparison to what he gets off of like Golden Dome or whatever. But I just want to remind everyone of how varied and constant the corruption actually is. Now, that said, let's talk about another aspect of this. As we've described in other videos, Musk is once again suckling at the teat of government, gobbling up contracts that his corporations don't deserve. But at the same time, the work he's already done in government is continuing to cause problems. And Trump and those who are left in doggy after Elon Musk left are having to clean up the messes. So there's new reporting.
They ain't cleaning up shit. Donald Trump doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't read intelligence reports. People think it's crazy that Trump is walking around saying that this attack on the Iranian nuclear facilities was so successful. They're like, oh my God, but there's all this information from within your own government that says, you know, hey, that this actually might not have been as successful as you thought. In fact, it might not have been successful to the point of anything. It might have just closed a couple doors that they have to unbury and then they just get back to work. People think it's crazy that he doesn't know these things. First of all, even if he did know these things, he would still say it was successful. But I'm actually on the side of he doesn't know any of these reports exist. He ain't listening to anything. He ain't getting any intelligence reports. His ass is golfing. When Donald Trump won in 2017, and everybody was losing their shit, and this was before I was really engaged in any political stuff at all, right? And people were saying, like, man, this is scary. So many bad things could happen. Like, this dude could do some of the worst stuff to our country, could burn this down. I said, hey, guys, I go, we got an out. We're going to be okay. You know why? I go, this guy don't want this job. He don't want this job. He only wanted to run for president because his reality TV show was going away. He needed a way to stay relevant. He don't want this job. He wants to golf. I go, so we're okay, guys. You know what he's going to do? He's going to put a bunch of people in a bunch of positions. They're going to do the job, and he's going to go fuck off to Mar-a-Lago. And he tried to do that, actually, for a little bit, but none of those people, they would do what he told them. General Mattis was like, yeah, no, your ideas are stupid. And what we had during that time was just a revolving door of people that were saying, even William Barr was like, dude, I can't do that. Bro, I've done a lot of corrupt shit in my life. I can't do that. That's career suicide. And in that first, part, that's what we had. But now he's put those people in place that do what he wants. So now he's not looking at intelligence. He don't know what's going on in this government. He has no idea. He is playing golf and waking up each day looking at Fox News and CNN and determining who he's pissed off at today. What the biggest, most theatrical thing he could possibly do to get his name in the news. That's all he's doing. This dude don't know what the hell is going on.
Seen it for time. The work he's already done in
They're not
government
cleaning
is
up
continuing
anything.
to cause problems. And Trump and those who are left in doggy after Elon Musk left are having to clean up the messes. So there's new reporting. CNN did a great breakdown of some of the numbers, and we'll talk about a few of them, about how the Trump administration is continuing to have to scramble to rehire key federal workers after the doggy firings. Again, because it turns out that before you fire tens of thousands of people, you should probably think about it. And this is both stupid and costly. Now, look,
And it's because they used an AI algorithm to do it. Like I said, this is all, this ain't some Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like fucking, you ain't gotta like do some kind of mental gymnastics, connect all this stuff. These people had an idea, and that is they can fire a ton of people in the government using an algorithm from AI to determine what jobs to get rid of. This is why the Enola Gay got taken down. This is why Donald Trump is triggered by the term equity and thinks that we should just, get rid of this program. It's because people like Elon Musk convinced Donald Trump, which probably wasn't that hard while he was stuffing $240 million into his pocket, that you don't need employees. We got AI. We got AI. Guys, I did it again. Sorry, John. I'm sorry for that pause, dog. But you got to stay there for a minute. Because we got AI. They said, don't worry about it. We are right now test subjects in the great techno-oligarch experiment. And guess what? We're the ones that are going to have to find the bugs. We're the ones that we're going to have to say, hey, hold on. My grandma can't call into Social Security. Her shit got cut off because you think she's dead or you think she was born in a foreign country. So now she can't access her Social Security anymore. Can you guys fix that? Maybe we'll ask Grok. We'll see if Grok can do it. This is all connected, man. These techno-oligarchs believe that they should be in charge of this country. They can run it better than anybody. They can run it more efficient than anybody. And if you've ever seen a tech startup in your life, you know how much of a shit show that is until that one day they get lucky because somebody that works for them has a breakthrough. Not them, not Elon Musk, not Mark Andreessen, not Mark Zuckerberg. Somebody that works for them has a breakthrough, and that's when things get better for them. And that doesn't always last very long. That's why there's so many failed startups. And the last thing we want to be talking about is the United States of America being part of a failed startup. That's going to end badly. That's going to end in revolution.
Also think it's wildly immoral and dehumanizing to fire all these people without even understanding what their job is and then ask them to come back. That's terrible. I understand that that's not going to be persuasive to Elon Musk or these other tech sociopaths. They believe you break stuff and whatever. These aren't people. They're just numbers on a spreadsheet.
Break stuff and move fast. That's literally what they say. You break stuff, move fast. That is the entrepreneurial. I can say it, guys. Okay, that's in the trailer park vocabulary. This is what they do. I'm not going to try to say it again.
But again, the other number on the spreadsheet is how much you're spending to do this. When you fire all these people, ostensibly to generate savings for the government, and then you end up having to pay even more money over litigation and rehiring them, this was stupid in every way that it could be. And so, look, I want to break down some of the specifics to really sell this. So here's one of, I think, the most offensive. And so earlier this month, Voice of America called back dozens of Farsi speakers, one of the languages that's...
By the way, here you go. Here you go. Clay Rising in the Red Scare. McCarthy attacked the Voice of America too. If you want like a good example, of who Donald Trump is, just take a look at Joseph McCarthy. There's a lot of connection between Joseph McCarthy and Donald Trump. Roy Cohn, who was Joseph McCarthy's main dude, his main assistant, was one of Donald Trump's best friends. He's the guy that got Donald Trump off the ground when he wanted to build buildings in New York that was controlled mostly by the mafia. Roy Cohn also taught Roger Stone, who is one of Donald Trump's personal lawyers. And he also looks like he may or may not have starred as the main villain in Who Framed Roger Rabbit as well. That's a possibility. If you want to know, the idea of what this administration embodies, there's a lot of moving parts, but you can understand. You have the Project 2025 people. Weird-ass Pee-wee German Stephen Miller is part of that faction. You've got the tech oligarchs that think the Curtis Yarvin way of doing things is the way to move America forward and turn it into a giant corporation ran by multiple CEOs in different states. No more governors, no more presidents. You have a king that's a dictator and then a bunch of CEOs under him. And then Donald Trump, the buffoon that he is, Orange Jim Jones, the leader of the cult, he gets to be the puppet king. And he's okay with that because, like I said before, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants other people to do the job. He just wants to take the credit. He wants other people to do things, and then even if they don't succeed, he wants to say they did so that way he can take credit for it. Joseph McCarthy had the same narcissism, the same want for legacy, the same need to lie, the same insults for the press, the same wanting to get rid of the Voice of America that Donald Trump does. And that's not a coincidence. That is by design. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Used in Iran, who had been on paid administrative leave since March. So
hold on, pitchforks. 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 You just got into my favorite one. I think I said this last time I was on stream. Pitchforks. Pitchfork says Republicans are so bad at reading you could write a smut called Jesus Loves You, and I doubt they'd read enough to ban it. That's what I said. I said, if you want to give these people any credit at all for any type of any genius, evil genius, as somebody pointed out last time I said this, I think it was maybe Tombstone. Can't remember. Somebody said you need to add an evil onto that to make it okay. If you want to give them any credit for evil genius, the smartest thing these people did was they put it in books. They wrote that shit down. Project 2025. There is no greater kryptonite to a Trump supporter than a 980-page book. If you pick up a book this size, this is about 1,400, right? Nah, we there, right? It's about 1,000. This is the size. This is the size of Project 2025. If you told a Trump supporter that Project 2025, all they got to do to find anything out about it was read that book, they go, I'm good. I'll just listen to what Trump says. You know, he don't even know what Project 2025. He never heard of it, man. Like, there is no more genius idea than to control the Trump cult by putting the information in books. People keep saying, they're like, oh, you think that Curtis Yarvin stuff's real? You think like Mark Andreessen and you think Peter Thiel and all those guys are trying to take over? What kind of evidence do you have? I'm like, they wrote books. They give fucking speeches. They're longer than like 30 seconds. So I know you get most of your information from memes and TikToks. But if you watch the 24-minute speech of Peter Thiel saying that monopolies are good and, you know, he wants to build cities in the middle of the ocean with cities for him and his people, you guys would actually know what the fuck is going on. The smartest thing they ever did was put that information in books. It's kryptonite to a Trump supporter.
They were fired because we probably aren't going to need anyone who speaks Farsi or anything like that. Donald Trump's definitely not going to get us in a war. And then, oops, we need to bring them back. And they did. And do you know what they did after that? For many of them, they fired them again. They fired them, then they brought them back, and then they fired them yet again. And the expectation will be, well, if we ever need them, you know, when Trump starts the war again, I guess we could just rehire them. And look, they do it.
But once again, I'm gonna disagree with them there. That's not a bug, it's a feature. They're firing these people and then they're rehiring these people because they've been told by the courts to do so. It's not like they're like, oh, like, hey, we need these people. Believe me, they would let the country fall the fuck apart if they could. It's the judiciary system, slow as it may be, unwieldy as it may be, is finally catching up to some of these things and is saying, hey, like, you can't fire these people, and at the least we need to take this to the Supreme Court to make sure that it's just. There's that video by the More Perfect Union where they go to that town in West Virginia that's completely decimated from the loss of manufacturing jobs. And the budget office is in West Virginia. It's one of the larger employers in the city. And they fired 100 people that work at that government building. One of the young ladies in the video goes to the office because she says, yeah, you know, the judges say they had to rehire us, so now they're rehiring us. She said, so I showed up today to pick up my laptop and my badge so I could get back to work and start, you know, being able to feed my family again. And the guy goes, oh, so what happened? And she goes, well, they just told me to go home. And they said they'll get back to me. This isn't a bug, it's a feature. They're not hiring people, then firing people, and then hiring them and firing them because they're waffling on whether or not to have them back. It's because this is the way they get away with doing it. Donald Trump is a master at stalling the courts. He's a master at manipulating morons. And he's surrounded by people that have made their entire livings off of getting around regulations and doing things that they're not supposed to. They're not hiring and firing these people because they're waffling on decision making. They're doing it because they know that this is the way they get away with it.
An important task, but I honestly hope at a certain point they tell the government to go F itself. I think that you have to stand up for yourself at some point. But it's not just Voice of America. At the Department of Agriculture, they halted plans to lay off 25% of its staff at dozens of facilities responsible for responding to the bird flu. Thank God. I could have told you that on day one. It's taken till now for them to figure that out. The National Weather Service, which lost more than 560 employees to layoffs and early retirement incentives earlier this year, received permission to rehire about 1 in 4 or 5 of them for its forecast offices around the country, despite a federal firing freeze, because their job is important and necessary. They're still not back up to the level they were at before, which is bad news for people across the country, particularly when it comes to such inclement weather that it could actually lead to a danger to your life, but at least they're reversing some of it. The Department of Health and Human Services reinstated 450 employees at the CDC who were fired as part of a massive reorganization in April, including workers focused on HIV and childhood lead exposure. Again, in their defense, nobody could have predicted that those were important positions that you shouldn't fire people from. But whatever, they're rehiring some of them. More than 200 employees at their firings rescinded at the CDC's National Center for HIV, Viral Hepatitis, STD, and Tuberculosis Prevention, along with 158 at the National Center for Environmental Health. And so it just repeats itself over and over and over again.
40%. That's what they're projecting funding for medical research will be cut by. And you know where I got that information? You guys want good news? You know where you should go to find good news? Find yourself a stocks page, okay? You want to find a place where they will talk like honestly about what's going on with the economy, talk honestly about what's going on in any given sector. Find yourself a good stock page with good stock reports. Find the sector that you want to know about, whether it's retail or health, and go and look at that and read. Find yourself a good stock and go and look at it and read the reports behind it. Because I got this information while reading about a pharmaceutical company that's in the privatized sector. And research is going to be cut by the government by up to 40%. That means that these private companies are going to find themselves in the lead. This is not financial advice, just so you guys know. In the lead for doing these types of things, right? Because no longer is the government funding it. You want to know what's going on with steel? Go check out a stock page. Go look at the stocks. You can read all about Nippon Steel and Donald Trump. And it's, for the most part, pretty factual.
And you need these people. Now, you don't necessarily need everyone or every program, and you can engage, as the government always does and always has, in efforts to make these cuts. But you don't just put a person in who is most notably known for being a dumb donkey and then tell them to go wild and just fire a lot of people. And then we'll rehire them back, and it'll cost more than just keeping them there the entire time. That's no way to run a government. It's also, by the way, no way to run a business.
Oh, man. Okay, how do I remove this guy and then back to this guy? Look at me go. Clicked my buttons correctly. Like I said, my main problem with all of these videos and all these people is that they're still talking about things like this is sane. They're talking about these things like this plan that these people have, right? But the reality is that that's not the plan. That like you're talking like, oh well, he probably did this because of this, and they had to do this because of that. No, this is all part of the program, man. This is all part of it. The stock market plummeting, and then going back up. Donald Trump stood in his Oval Office and said, "This is Charles Schwab. He made $1 billion today. If you guys ain't making money right now, there's something wrong with what you're doing." Do you think did he bring Joe Schmo in? Did he bring in some MAGA dude off the street and was like, "This is Billy Bob. Billy Bob, he made a lot of money. You know, he bought Tesla stock when it was 140. He bought 2 shares. He made $300. That's a lot of money to Billy Bob. That's a lot of money." No, he brought in Charles Schwab because those are the people making money right now. Because that wealth gap is going to continue to grow because that's the plan. Like, my main issue with everything that's going on with voters and how they perceive what's going on in this country right now, especially voters on the left, is you're trying to make sense of something and you're trying to make it right with yourself and you're trying to think about from your point of view, like, okay, well, like, how could this? And I do that too. I tell my wife all the time, I wake up each day going, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe today is the day that we're all wealthy. Maybe today is the day that we enter the utopian society that Donald Trump has promised his supporters. But that's wrong. Because it's disregarding the fact that it's not utopia that Donald Trump is promising his supporters. It's you get to see brown people get deported. And that's what they jerk off to. I mean that shit. That's what they do. They love that shit. You know, that's why the janks of the world, TYT, sorry, used your video. Now I'm gonna be mean to you. That's what the janks of the world want you to believe, that like these guys are gonna wake up one day and be like, oh, you know, actually this was actually kind of bad. No, it's deportation porn. They love that shit. This is what they voted for. Believe people when they tell you who they are. The tech oligarchs, when they say they want cities that they can control, when Curtis Yarvin says America needs to get over its fear of dictatorship, that's not hyperbole. That's what they believe. And they got the guy that would do it for them. They got the guy that would do it for them. You know, we got to stop. We got to stop trying to make sense of this administration that obviously has a plan that really no left-wing person's going to be able to understand. Because you're empathetic, because you can't understand why somebody would go so far to be evil to people that are here in our country working and trying to contribute to paying taxes into a social security system that they'll never even get to use because our goddamn immigration system is broken. Because we don't get these people through the system fast enough, and we don't get them into jobs, and we don't get them into healthcare. We don't get them out of the impoverished areas. We don't give them the rights that they deserve as Americans. They don't care about any of that. That's what they want. And it's not going to make sense to you. Because to you, that's crazy. Why would a person be like that? Because that's the way these people are. Let's see if I can find. Let's see. Let's play a little game. Let's play a game. For my... Oh, stop it. Okay. For those of you that watch my show, we play a game called Is It Illness or Is It Education? And the thing about this game, just so you guys know, is that what we do, and this started a long time ago. So, last time I played this game, you guys had a good time over on my channel. But I used to play this game just on videos and when I wasn't live streaming and stuff, right? And so, what... Here, let's go bigger. There you go. Or actually, I like it. I think it might be better here. Whoops. All right, we'll go there. All right. So when I first started doing YouTube, we would do just reaction videos to Jordan Klepper videos. Because it really, like, this is what I was just saying, right? Like, it boggled my mind that people existed that believed, like, crazy conspiracy theories about, like, adrenochrome and Democrats self-sacrificing children, and Joe Biden was being played by James Woods, and the whole gematria thing. Like, all of that stuff, right? So, I got popular on my channel, and I grew on my channel because, like, my reactions were real. I was like, no way, JFK Jr. is dead. And why would he come back and be Donald Trump's vice president? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. How would that happen? And, you know, it was fun. And like I said, I got a lot of views. I've kind of gotten away from that content because a lot of people said, you know, hey, let's do something a little more important. Let's not just, you know, make jokes. even though I really like to make jokes. And that's how we got to where we are today with the channel. But I like to go back and I like to play this game. And we call it, is it illness or is it education? And what we do is with each person that pops up here, we take a look at them, we kind of go over who they are and whether or not these people are mentally ill or if they lack education. And you can come up with other answers too. Usually in my channel, we have a poll, but I don't have the ability to do a poll here. We usually do a poll with the commenters, and we say, what percentage believes that it's mental illness? What percentage thinks that it's education? Then we usually throw a couple other things. Is she drunk? Did she drink 10 to 12 White Claws before she came? Is it blatant racism? Does she jerk off to deportation porn? So feel free in the chat. Feel free, guys, in the chat to go ahead and link your answers. I'll give you guys time. I'll give you guys time. This young lady here with USA earrings, a Trump hat, and a shirt that it looks like says, I told you. What do you think? What do you think this is? Now, for you guys that don't know who this is, so that way we're shouting out all these channels, because like I said, it's a little more awkward for me than I do on my normal channel, because I usually link the channel and I usually shout out the person and all that stuff. This is the Good Liars. If you don't know who the Good Liars are, you should definitely be watching the Good Liars because they're hilarious. But this is their video, Conspiracy Theories at the Military Parade, in case you want to share it with your Trump-supporting friends. So what do you guys think? I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to tell you right now. Is she tiny or is he huge? I think he's huge. She looks like she's about the same size as most of the other people, right? Kind of looks like it, but she might be tiny. That man might be in a wheelchair next to her. I don't know if you guys saw the videos today of the protesters at the Capitol getting arrested. They're arresting people in wheelchairs and zip tying their hands. Like these people were going to just, hit the throttle and take the fuck off, and there was going to be a wild police chase a la Cops in the Capitol. They were zip tying people in wheelchairs. That's just crazy. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. I'm going, guys. She's got the look of education. I'm gonna be honest with you. Mental illness sometimes does hide, but this one right here, I'm gonna say lack of education. I'm gonna say maybe dropped out 10th grade. That's what I'm going with. That's what I'm going for. All right, here we go.
Do you think JFK Jr. will be here today?
I don't know.
You think there's a possibility? It's a possibility? But he did die in 1999 in the plane crash, right?
That is up for discussion.
Okay, if she's tiny, how tiny is this lady? Okay, if she's small, how small is that lady? Oh, we gotta go back.
I personally...
You think there's a possibility? It's a possibility? But he did die in 1999 in the plane crash, right?
That is up for discussion.
I
personally don't think he did.
Oh, okay.
If you guys don't know, I said this before, I'm like, 10 years from now, if we survive, there's going to be a job for me as like a MAGA historian, guys, because I know all of the theories. I know all of them. That woman believes that Hillary Clinton was involved in that accident and that JFK Jr. knew that Hillary Clinton was going to take him out. And so JFK Jr. faked the plane crash and actually is still alive. And though JFK Jr. would probably be the political opposite of Donald Trump, he somehow would be Donald Trump's vice president. I'm going lack of education. I'm going lack of education. All right? I'm going lack of education on that one. You guys think that they made her look smaller on purpose? You going with meth? Meth is always a pretty good answer. I'm gonna be honest with you. Meth is always a pretty good answer. All right? Lack of education, Roxanne. All right, got a couple of people that agree with me. Very good. Very good. 10th grade, my level of education, but I can't say that word. Why do you got to write a word that big? And now I guess I don't know. And I probably did teach it to myself if I did. Oh, Luck Dragon, ketamine. Good call. Luck Dragon with ketamine. Oh, can I do this? Can I? Oh. Oh, look what I can do. Holy shit, I discovered a button. Oh, this is about to be real good times. Oh. Man. I didn't know I was going to get to do this. That is amazing. Good job, guys. Okay, you guys tell me how to say this word. Somebody out. I'm going to give it a try. Autodidact. Autodidact. Okay, I learned everything that I know from reading books, guys. I just want you guys to know that. From reading books. Oh, wait. Maybe interbreeding? Inbreeding. That's kind of education, but that also could have illness as well. That's a good call. That's a good call. That's a good call. All right. All right, here we go. All right, you guys ready for number 2? Oh, yeah! Oh, we're at the parade. Oh, sweet bikes, guys. Nice, sweet bikes. Looks like he's been at the Target. Looks like he went to Target. I thought we were boycotting Target. There goes about $2 to $3 million of our money. No big deal.
We are here in Washington, D.C. for Donald Trump's big, beautiful birthday military parade. Behind us is the stage where Donald Trump will be sitting as tanks and soldiers.
If you guys haven't watched the Christopher Titus video, what is it called? Fast and the Furious F Up by Donald Trump. You guys got to watch that Titus video. Just the squeaky wheels on the tank at the beginning. It's Donald Trump moronicy ASMR. Donald Trump buffoonery ASMR. I'm working on that. I'm working on that.
Roll past him. There's been a lot of military parades over the years. You know, Kim Jong-un, North Korea.
Oh, wait. Okay, guys. Here we go. We got a polka dot umbrella. Obviously, she spent all her money on that Trump visor because she could not afford a Trump shirt. All right? So it looks like all the money was spent on a Trump visor. She found her red shirt that she has, and she's wearing that because she's got to be in uniform. This woman does not have the 30 mandatory flair. So, you know, I'm going lead poisoning. Lead poisoning. That's what I'm going with on this one, guys. I'm going lead poisoning because that's also another good one. All right? 50-50, it's either meth or lead poisoning.
Putin, Adolf H. Do you think and soldiers roll past him? There's been a lot of military parades over the years. You know, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, Vladimir Putin, Adolf H. Do you think Donald Trump throws the best military parades?
Who knows? I've never been to any of those, and I hadn't seen this one yet. But this one is pivotal.
Oh, guys, and one of my favorite things about watching these videos is pausing it and looking at the people in the back. Look at the Hawaiian-themed American flag dress. Two people with walkers, like, holy Jesus, my friends. Holy Jesus. It is People of Walmart video edition, and it is kind of amazing, to be honest with you. It's always nice to pause it and take a look at the background. Oh.
Even think it's about this one yet.
Best military parades?
Who knows? I've never been to any of those, and I hadn't seen this one yet.
That is
But
amazing.
this one is pivotal. I don't even think it's about, he says it's about celebrating 250 years. We'll see what it's about.
Do you think the military parade is actually about something much bigger?
Yeah, but we'll see. I could be wrong.
Would you like to see Donald Trump enact martial law?
Well, we are under martial law.
Right now?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Since when?
It's been for several years, but the people just don't know it yet. But he's going to make it public in the next few days, I think. That's what I think.
And what does that mean?
Hold on. Hold on. Because when she was saying that those tanks and shit are there, not for a parade, but for another reason, I was like, ma'am? Do you mean like he gonna use those tanks on us?
Martial law for everyone right now. That's a huge story that you're saying right now.
Well, the proof is out there. If you look for it, I've seen the documents.
I would like to see these documents. I would like to see said documents. I mean, Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We've been under martial law for a couple years, so like under Biden we are under martial law too? I need more. I need more of that interview. I have so many questions. Meth plus QAnon. Hold on. There we go. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. All right. Okay. That's definitely on there. All right. Yeah. Alan, good call. Good call, Alan. That's a good one. Yeah. What's the chance she doesn't know what martial law is? A solid chance, right? Like, if you ask these people what due process is and if it's important, they're like, no, not really. And you're like, so, okay, so what is due process? And they're like, oh, I don't really know what it is. Hold on. We got KRISTINA. KRISTINA. Good call. Me and KRISTINA are on the same page. Good call. They'll come back to her? That's good. Let's hope she does. That's good. That's good. Let's get a follow-up on that. I need a part 2. Part 2.
Wow. What do you think's really going on right now in the United States?
Oh, we got a twofer. Now we got a reoccurrence here. We already know. Lady on the right. We didn't get to see the full flare the first time though, guys. Okay, now we're getting the full picture. We got USA earrings. I told you. It looks like she's eating some quinoa cookies. Those are definitely maybe. Here's the thing about Trump supporters. The Trump supporters, since RFK Jr. got involved, all of a sudden decided that they know about the chemicals in their food. This is wild, considering that these people 10 or 20 years ago, if you would have told them to eat free-range beef, they would have been like, Tyson chicken was good enough for my granddaddy, and he's good enough for me. Okay? But now all of a sudden they want to be healthy. They want to, like, you know, take that blue methylene shit and stuff like that. The next thing you know, you're going to have a bunch of blue-ass Trump supporters walking around with blue skin from taking that, from the colloidal silver. Okay? I worked in the health food industry for a long time. I know what I'm talking about. She's also got a fanny pack. She's got a nice fanny pack. USA. And she's got what looks like an entire American flag tucked into her fanny pack belt. That is that is the mandatory amount of flair. Now, on the left, what we got there is what seems to be a little bit of an underdressed young lady. I'm saying young, that is, I'm being nice. Okay, it looks like maybe she's got a little J.D. Vance eyeliner going on there. And the mandatory Christian cross. Because, of course, these people are the most Christian people that you will ever meet in your life. They are the very epitome of Jesus, guys. All right? Everybody knows that if Jesus came back today, he would be wearing a mask, abducting people off the streets, and deporting them without due process. We all know that that's what he'd be doing, okay? What do you guys think? Yeah, I like the... Okay, good call, pitchforks. Pitchforks. Perfect. Pitchforks. Uneducated and evangelical overlap. Very nice. Very nice. That's a good call. That's a good one. That's a good one. Pitchforks really coming in hot. Pitchforks. Good job. Good job. All right. So here we go, guys. I'm going, let's see. I'm going with sister wife had sex with brother husband. That's what I'm going with. I'm going with Alan earlier. I'm going inbreeding. And I'm specifically talking about the woman on the left, because the woman on the right, we already know what's up. But the woman on the left, I'm going sister brother had sex with wife. Wait. Sister husband. Mother. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's getting so complicated. Brother husband had sex with sister wife. That's what I'm going.
States of America.
It's,
Hold on, we got to get that question one more time. Oh,
wow.
It's so
What do you
packed.
think's really going on right now in the United States of America?
Oh.
It's, we're a Jesus revolution. Yeah.
I think
Jesus revolution. That's a new term. I don't think I've ever heard of the Jesus revolution. You guys know about Jesus revolution? Somebody let me know.
Coming back. This is the greatest thing going on that since Jesus walked the earth.
What? Hold on. What? Let's get that one more time.
Coming back. This is the greatest thing going on that since Jesus walked the earth, and the greatest story ever told. In the end, the greatest story ever told.
Wait, Donald Trump being in office is the greatest thing since Jesus.
Donald Trump's part.
Like, not like the abolishment of slavery. That seemed like it was pretty good. Not like it's like Donald Trump like is bigger than women getting the right to vote. Like reducing the line of poverty. I don't know, coming up with the polio vaccine. This is the was this in a prophecy? Was there a prophecy that said that Donald Trump, like all the other good shit? Well, actually, now that I think about it, this could actually be the reason Jesus comes back. I was gonna say maybe it was good things, like, you know, like I said, defeating measles, like in America, until Trump got back into office. I was like, maybe, like, you know, Jesus would come back and congratulate us and be like, hey, man, like, you guys did a pretty good job. Fucking dap it up. Knuckles, you know, high five. I thought maybe that was it. But to be honest with you, this might actually be a prophecy. Like, Jesus might have to come back to do battle with fucking Orange Satan. They might be onto something, guys.
In the end, the greatest story ever told.
Wait, Donald Trump being in office is the greatest thing since Jesus.
Donald Trump's part of the rescue.
What the rescue from what?
Rescue of all the evil going on in our world.
Who is working with Donald Trump right now?
Oh, we're back to this lady. All right, so we get round 2 with this lady. If you guys want to change your answers, we got round 2 with that lady, okay? I'm actually gonna change my answer on the last lady. I'm gonna change it from just incest to incest with like a Southern Baptist twist, okay? That's what I'm going with. I'm going sister, wife, Southern Baptist, preacher, brother, husband. Boom. Boom. Follow the logic, guys. Follow the logic.
Behind the scenes.
Going on in our world.
Who is working with Donald Trump right now? Behind the scenes.
Hold on. T. Freeman. That's a winner. That's a winner. Moonshine and prescription meds. And when we talk about moonshine, T. Freeman, when we talk about moonshine, we're not talking about like somebody knew what we're doing. We're talking about the type of moonshine that they didn't filter enough and you might go blind. That's the kind of moonshine we're talking about when we're talking about these people. Like, this is the type of moonshine that you might not wake up to have a hangover the next day. And let's go, what was big in the belt for a while? OxyContin. Possibly moonshine that has not been filtered correctly and OxyContin. That's what I'm going with on that one. That's pretty good. Brainworm. Also a good one. Also, there we go. That's a good one as well. It could be a brainworm. They seem to be prevalent. I think that it's like, you guys know how like dogs and cats, they get ringworm, right? And if you pet the cat or whatever, you maybe get the ringworm. Do you guys think that's the same for RFK Jr.? Like, if you get too close to RFK Jr., do you get the brainworm? Is it like head lice? Does the brainworm jump? I don't even know if that's true. Do head lice jump? I might be wrong about that. What if RFK Jr. uses the same pillow? Okay? What if RFK Jr. was hanging out at your house and had his head on your pillow? Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why RFK Jr. would be on your bed touching your pillow. Okay? That's between you and RFK Jr. I'm just saying, what if RFK Jr. was to use your pillow and then you were to lay like with your ear on that? Can you get that brainworm? These are questions for science, guys. These are questions for... They cut 40% of the funding for scientific research. We're the only people left. This is very important to America, guys. Very important. If we're not doing this, nobody is. Just bringing it up. Just letting you guys know. Kelly Anderson. I think I did too. Straight gasoline made me crack up. Oh, you guys are killing me. Oh. See? Pitchfork knows. Pitchfork, we're on the same page. People can get ringworm too. That's what I said. That's what I said, Goth. I was pretty sure I was right about it. Yeah, we're asking the real questions. The real questions. These are important. Yes, this is a short answer. Oh, dude. No, apparently it's still going strong. It feeds off dumbassery. It's doing pretty good. All right, round 2 with this lady. Round 2 with this lady. We're never going to get through this. We're never going to get through all of these because I can't help myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
World.
Who is working with Donald Trump right now behind the scenes?
Ooh. Before she says it, who is it? Who's working with Donald Trump behind the scenes right now? Okay, this is a lady that said martial law is in effect. I'm going... I mean, JFK Jr. is 100%, right? Like, okay, this is like, is it illness or is it education? But Family Feud, okay? Think of it that way. Like, we're gonna like be fucking like ticking off boxes. So multiple answers could be true, okay? I'm gonna say, so did she say JFK Jr.? That's what I'm going with. JFK Jr. is gonna be my first guess. My second guess, these people love to blame Obama. These people love to blame Obama. I'm throwing Obama up there. Did she say Obama? Let's see. Who else? Damn. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson. I'm throwing Tucker Carlson in there as well. Stephen Miller. That's a good one, Christina. Yeah, that's good. Jesus! Tammy! Oh, Tammy. Okay. And the survey says... Did she say Jesus? Oh, I need sound effects. I'm gonna work on this, guys. It's only my second show. I'll work on it. Hillary T. Freeman. Hillary. That's a good one. It's a good one. All right. Okay. Let's see what she says. And the survey says.
Mostly God.
Oh. Doubt she's so proud of that answer. Dude, look at that. She's like, mostly God. That's the kind of like, when someone smiles at you like that, that is scary as fuck. Oh, Alan, did you call it? Was that before or after the bell? Guys? You guys are the judge. You guys decide. Mostly God. Oh, shit. We are so cooked.
That's what I think.
Wait.
God and whoever's walking with him.
Donald Trump is like getting orders from God? Like actually talking directly to God?
I think so.
You think Donald Trump is talking to God?
Okay, and one of the things that I really like about watching the back is every once in a while you see a Trump supporter that probably hasn't drank all of the Kool-Aid, like the brainworm isn't like in there drinking the great blue dini yet, and you see him every once in a while side-eye the person that's talking. This black dude in the back just like kind of looked at her like, come on, ma'am, please don't be on camera.
God, and when he enacts something, an executive order or something, it's because God actually told him?
Alan pre-watched.
But I believe he's
Good call.
getting his instructions from God. Yeah, I sure do.
How would you rank it, like as far as like most important things? God number one, and then Trump?
Of course.
Oh, that's surprising. Because there was a study that they did that said that Donald Trump was more important to most of these people than their own family members and even their preacher. But apparently, God, at least God still got God holding this place down. Pretty good. You got to give it to him. Dude's holding strong.
Of course, he's just he's just a tool like the rest of us. And
I agree with that.
I agree. He fucking beat me to it. God damn it. He beat me to it. I was about to say, I agree with that. Oh, Jesus. No, I mean that. Please, Jesus.
Everybody excited for the parade?
Oh, fuck.
Tepid response here.
We are here at Donald Trump's military parade, and you are here with a sign that says what?
Whoa. Oh, this is peak specimen, guys. This is peak specimen. Okay, I'm going to say something, and some of you guys are probably... Matt the Letterhack's about to cancel my channel. This is the last show I'm going to get to do, guys. Enjoy it while I'm here. This is over as soon as I say this shit. Matt, calm down. Hey, you guys know about the crocodile hunter, right? You guys know about the crocodile hunter who lost himself in lost his life in an unfortunate stingray accident? All right? Crikey, okay? That was my dude, Steve Irwin. We all love Steve Irwin. It really, to be honest with you, society started to go downhill after certain things happened in society. Steve Irwin died, Harambe died. Okay? That's when things really started to get bad, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. But if you know who Steve Irwin is, Steve Irwin was known for, on occasion, grabbing a wild animal in a very gentle way. Okay? A very PETA-approved way. And then, in the most amazing Australian accent, would discuss the gender of the animal, perhaps probe them for cancer, show different characteristics of the animal, and then one day a stingray took that rather offensively, and rest in peace to my man Steve Irwin. All I'm saying is this. So these fuckers had ICE, right, with masks, going around snatching people off the streets, detaining them with no due process, and then deporting them. This is... Hold on. Stay with me. Don't turn the channel off yet, Matt. This is my proposal. It's an indecent proposal. This is my proposal. The next Democrat that wins repurposes ICE to chase down Trump supporters like this dude with masks on, no due process, but we're not going to deport him. We're not even going to detain him. We're going to be the Steve Irwins of ICE. And all he's going to do is he's going to probe them anally for cancer. Believe me, they're going to enjoy this. They're going to fucking enjoy it. Come on. There's a lot of full closets on this side of the spectrum, okay? We're just helping them learn more about themselves. I'm just saying, we checked them for any type of colon cancer. That'll loosen them up, okay? And then, all right, guys, then we hold them down and we tag them for study. Like this one right here, we start giving them like species, like scientific species, Latin names, okay? Magicus nochinicus, okay? I think that's Latin, pretty sure. We get Pastor Ben back in here, he can help me out. I'm just saying, there is a real, I'm gonna pitch this pilot. It's gonna happen. Matt, don't cancel me. Thank God my people are here. They know all about this. All right, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? We got that's not a real cowboy hat. That's not a real farmer hat. Those overalls aren't dirty. First of all, I'm gonna point out something. That tattoo does not go around the entire bicep. This man got the tribal barbed wire on the side of his arm and did not finish the full rotation. You know, for those of you that have tattoos, you know what that means. You know that he could not take the pain of having that tattoo completed, or he could not afford it. One or the other. It's probably a mixture of both. What are you guys going with? I'm going with Bad Tattoo Inc. That's what I'm going with. Bad Tattoo Inc. That's what I'm going with this one. This man did not have the money to pay a professional tattoo artist to do that tattoo. I know a couple people that do that shit for cheap. Okay? I'm going to tell you how I got a tattoo on my back. I didn't pay for it. I'll tell you that much. I know a little something about Bad Tattoo Inc. All right? I'm going Bad Tattoo Inc. Straight to the brain. Roids and huffing paint fumes. That's a good one. Okay, that's a possibility. This guy. I love my people. I love my people. That dude says dope. Wait. Woke Mike wins. Woke Mike wins. MS-13, guys. MS-13. Oh, God, we're never going to get through this video. All right, Alan Hinkle's with me. Oh, God, those overalls are glorious. What do you think, guys? Is he commando? That's another question. Commando or no? Oh, man. Oh, sorry, Natalie. Okay, sorry. Natalie, you know about me. All right, here we go.
January 6th was an inside job.
Oh!
Parade.
Dude, that was not a letdown.
We are here at Donald Trump's
Natalie.
military parade, and you are here with a sign that says what?
January 6th was an inside job.
So how did they get Donald Trump on board with the inside job, though, to send people there?
What are you talking? It was people were already there.
No, I'm saying if it was an inside job, how did they get the president? That's as high as it goes.
Because because it's up to Nancy Pelosi to do the security on that.
You're saying Donald Trump absolutely not part of the inside job of January 6th. Then?
Absolutely.
He's not.
He is
not.
not.
Was not part of the inside
Was
job.
not.
Okay.
That wasn't a letdown. Oh, shit. I wasn't ready. Oh, my God. There's so much America. Oh. The suspenders are sewed onto this shirt. Oh, man. Oh, that's amazing. And that hat, I don't know if you guys saw that hat. That had that little fucking Taurus on the front. He probably took that right off a Dodge. Right off a Dodge Ram. Put that on his hat. This is glorious. This is glorious. Those overalls weren't glorious. This is glorious, guys. Holy shit. You guys, look. You guys might not understand, but this is peak fitness right here, guys. If you get in a civil war, these are the people you're gonna be dealing with right here. You guys better be scared. All right, these two in a foxhole across from you, right there. Hey, you done? If this man he chases you, I guarantee this man is fast like cheetah. All right, you ain't gonna outrun this guy. Usain Bolt wouldn't have a chance against this man. Okay, look at him. He's all postured up and ready. And if he don't get you, his wife gonna. All right. She got some cool ass glasses on. All right? Matching t-shirts. You think that's going to be the uniform? That might be the uniform. What do you guys think? I'm going brother, husband, sister, wife. That's what I'm going here. They are. They are. Oh, man. Hitting the lanes. Oh, God, that's amazing. They do look like... these two bowl like a 212 combined. All right, 212 combined. That's a bowling joke. They do look like bowlers. They do look like bowlers. Oh shucks, my prayer group. Gravy Seals. Oh, Pinker Bell coming through, Pinker Bell. Oh man. Who gives it? The Lord giveth, dude. The Lord giveth, and Donald Trump receives. Oh, man. Oh, these are good. Oh, man. Oh, this is good. I love you guys. You gotta laugh. You gotta have a good time. All right? If you don't have a good time, what are you even here for? All right? Don't let him steal your joy. You guys ready for this? I don't know if I'm ready for this. I obviously wasn't ready for it when it happened. That shit surprised me. Like, they're peacocks. Fucking wild colors. Scaring off the enemy. Holy Jesus.
since 2016.
He is not.
Was not part of the inside
Was
job.
not.
Okay.
I've been supporting him since 2016. I'm glad he made it in office. I think he was elected in 2020. I don't know what happened there. Bunch of mumbo jumbo with the election, but he's back.
Numbers. That's that. To Trump supporters, just so you guys know, guys, Trump supporters, when they say mumbo jumbo, they mean math. They're like, they were like, they counted, and then like I went to sleep, and then when I woke up, there was more numbers than when I went to sleep. That's some voodoo. Okay, guys? Like, you don't go to sleep and there's a 3 and then wake up the next day and there's a 6. All right? That is not how that works. That is mumbo jumbo.
He's killing money. I don't know what happened there. Bunch of mumbo jumbo with the election, but he's back. He's killing it. I'm here for him.
You think there's a bunch of mumbo jumbo in the election in 2020?
Yeah. I was actually laid up and kind of watching what I could get on the news feeds, and everything was going down. People making announcements, people dropping off ballots, people dumping.
This guy is, he's going to say 2,000 mules. He's going to say 2,000 mules. Survey says 2,000 mules.
Ballots and mailboxes, people dropping off ballots, people dumping ballots in mailboxes where they're having the mail-in voting ballots. So I don't think that was right. All that was sketchy,
Yes.
and I'm pretty sure it like influenced heavily in the election. So I'm just glad that we kind of straighten it out now. We got 4 years to straighten it up and get it flying right, and I think we're on the right path.
And what did you think about the mumbo jumbo that happened on January 6th at the Capitol?
So on my truck, I had "Free the Patriots" on my truck when I come out here for the inauguration because I believe that they were wrongfully persecuted.
How about the PDF files that got pardoned? How about the dude that murdered that lady? How about that guy? All of them? All of them? This is why nobody can take these people seriously. This is why nobody can take any of these people seriously.
Persecuted.
Were you happy when Donald Trump pardoned all the people who were,
He's going to say
even the violent offenders?
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
And even the ones that were beating up cops?
So I didn't see any of that. What I saw was a lot of video footage of the cops instigating stuff.
Oh, shit! Who knew this shit would come full circle? Oh, the cops instigated it. Guys, this is the same argument they use for when black people get shot by police officers. This just came full circle. I guarantee this man at one point or another in his life has seen a black man got shot, and when asked about it, he told somebody, he said, "Hey, when you get pulled over, you just gotta follow the rules, man. Look, you don't want to be shot by a police officer, then you follow their instructions. Okay? That's what you do. All right? You don't run from the police. That's how you get shot. All right? This just came full circle. Full circle. He has now brought it all the way back around to the police should not have instigated the violence that they were victims of. Thin blue line, guys. Thin blue line!
And that might have been
when they were trying to get in the building?
Well, when you see people being invited in and then you prosecute them for that, that's where I think a problem is. And I think it was just a setup, an entire setup.
And why is Donald Trump your favorite president, if he is?
Because he is executing the plan.
Yeah.
Oh, we're back to these ladies. It's hard to keep up. Sometimes I'm just trying to ingest all the fucking craziness that these people say. Wow. Thin blue line, guys. Thin blue line. And just so you guys know, too, this is for everybody. This is for the people. Okay? It's hard to see with the shininess. Okay? This is a book that everybody needs. Okay? This is a book that everybody needs. You need to buy yourself a copy of this, and you need to buy it now. How to Cope When You Are Surrounded by Idiots, or if you are one. I'm going to just start handing these books out, to be honest with you. I'm just going to start passing them around. I'm going to start passing them out. It feels like I should.
The plan that JFK started.
Oh, really?
Because he is executing the plan.
and then you prosecute.
And why is Donald Trump your favorite president, if he is?
Because he is executing the plan.
The plan.
The plan that JFK started.
JFK.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the plan?
To save the world.
Oh, okay. And
Literally.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. Plan to save the world.
And
It's a huge rabbit hole. It's hard to explain.
that sounds very big. What is the plan to save the world?
What do you say?
Oh, they're QAnon. They're QAnon. That's the QAnon thing. Like, these people believed, remember when that big ship got trapped in, what is it, Suez Canal? When that big ship got caught up in there, these people believed that Donald Trump was going to go to that ship, that he had intentionally wrecked that ship to stop it. So that way he could get there, because Hillary Clinton allegedly had children inside of a storage unit. This is what these people believe. This is the insanity. Like, I'm not making this shit up. I know it sounds like I'm making this shit up. This is real stuff. They believe this. Look it up. Because like the storage thing had an H and a C on it or something like that. Go check it out. It's real talk. I didn't make these things up. They did.
Gosh, where do you begin with that?
But I have it on good authoritarianism that this is going to be the biggest parade ever.
The biggest, most beautiful military birthday parade of all time.
Yes.
I'm a southern redneck dirt.
Oh, wait, let's let him finish.
Farmer from down south.
Oh, okay. All right, guys. He's a southern redneck dirt farmer from down south. He's got his ultra MAGA hat on. That might be an actual white supremacist t-shirt. I can't tell. I didn't know that they had merch. I thought those only were sold in Germany during World War II. This man apparently has one. Let's get that one more time.
Of all time.
Yes.
I'm a southern redneck dirt farmer from down south. And Trump is a damn New York Yankee from Manhattan billionaire. Do you think I like Trump?
Well, honestly, just from those two things, that comparison, I would think you wouldn't, just because he's a billionaire and he has such a vast amount of money.
Am I going to get trolled, guys? Am I going to get trolled? Solid question. Or is this man about to come through with the craziest thing you have ever heard in your life? Did I get trolled? Or is this man about to say the craziest thing you have ever heard in your life?
And he's a New Yorker, but are you going to say you like him?
Well, the answer is, what he's doing is just wonderful.
You really don't like the mainstream media.
Absolutely not.
What'd they do to you?
Do you work? They didn't do anything for me except lie, and they're screwing up the country big time. Now, which one do you work for?
I don't work for any of those.
Do you have an opportunity to stomp on their tallywhacker?
Do what?
Oh my God. He said tallywhacker. Oh my Lord. He said tallywhacker.
Stomp on their tallywhacker. Do you know what a tallywhacker is?
Like their penis?
Yeah.
Were you upset that?
Yeah. He said yeah. Oh Jesus. We're getting to the end of my show here. I'm glad that we're going to get it. Let's watch this guy. And then we'll be wrapping it up, and I'll let you guys get back to the people you actually like to watch. Oh, man. All right. Last one, guys. Dude, was there like a fucking deal on American flag overalls? Did I miss this? Like a 2-for-1 from China on Amazon or Temu, may shine on some American flag overalls. It's pretty good. These are nice glasses too. Look, I'm just gonna go straight up with this one. Lack of education. This man's about to spit the most incredible knowledge that I have ever heard in my entire life. Right now, he's about to drop a truth bomb on me that I just cannot. I'm not going to be able to understand it because I just do not have the ability to understand the type of truth that this man is about to lay on me. That's what I'm going with.
That ICE was arresting people who were heading to their immigration hearings to try and go about it the right way?
No. You're illegal. You're illegal. Either we have laws or we don't have laws. If you
if they're going through the process to become citizens.
well, if they're going through the process, then that's totally different.
A bunch of people like work on a farm and are harvesting
Okay,
things
Lauren.
and just
I'll let
are
it play.
rounded up and deported. Is that okay?
If they're working, fine. If they go out and get drunk, drive without a license, and kill somebody, send them back.
Right, but people are being taken from, like, say, a farm situation. 10 people rounded up and deported. How do you feel about it?
Well, shit happens, I guess.
Wow.
That's fine with me.
We're here with Raja at the military parade. Tell us what brought you here.
Well, we're on our way to Redneck Rave in West Virginia.
And what is Redneck Rave?
Just a lot of good fringe music, new up-and-coming artists, kind of like hip hop and redneck.
Okay, we're gonna end the show there. No. He said hick hop. No. My dude. Is nothing sacred? Is nothing sacred, guys? Hick hop? If you've never seen hick hop, don't. Just do your safe. So don't Google that. Don't Google
Grave. Yeah.
Hick hop?
Hip hop, like country rap, country rock, just new stuff, fringe. They're really, it's really cool if people check it out. Redneck Rave.
Well, it's called the Redneck Rave?
Yeah, Redneck Rave, yeah.
And so on
we're hoping to survive. We're Canadians, but we're not sure.
And what do you feel about Donald Trump saying Canada is going to be the 51st state?
We want to say we're fine with it, but let's change the name to Americana. So
Okay.
not America or Canada, but Americana.
Wouldn't be a parade with.
Well, that's enough internet for me today. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Well, guys. First of all, don't check out Hick Hop. Do yourself some favor. Do not check out Hick Hop. Okay, guys? It's a bad idea. And if you do check out Hick Hop, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my stream may have been the gateway to you having that happen. So I apologize. I apologize for that. Oh, boy. Like I said at the start of the show, guys, we're diverse here at this space. And, one of the things that I like to do with my show, and, I hope Matt was aware of this before bringing me on here, is I like to expose all this stuff. So one of the things that I think that Donald Trump has used against the American people since the beginning of him running for election in the first term is mass psychosis. And mass psychosis is when you have a group of people, a lot like war, that go through a certain amount of trauma, tragedy, dramatic events, extreme events. And then there are lulls in between. They're short lulls, but they make you feel like kind of what just happened with the mayor in New York being elected. Times of like hopefulness. So, in my opinion, Donald Trump and his administration manufacture crises. They manufacture outrage, hate, anger, vitriol for their constituency. And what that does is you make people angry, you make people angry, you make people angry, and then you give them a moment of hope. And that's kind of like what we're going through right now, was we just got a moment of hope with Mom Donnie getting elected, or not elected, getting the primary in New York. But those moments of hope are always really short-lived. And what they do is then they go back to dramatic situations, extreme situations. So what Trump does with his supporters is he gets them really angry, really angry, really hateful, really filled with vitriol. And he says, aren't you scared? Aren't you afraid? Don't you hate these people? And then he goes, hey guys, we did something good. We got the Iranian nuclear facilities. Moments of hope. And then he goes right back to anger and hate. And as you go up and down
what this does is it makes people more easy to control. This is something that you see in hazing. This is something that you see in the military. And that is when you get people used to really extreme dramatic events and then give them moments of hope that are short-lived and then continue to do this over and over again. What you do is you break them. You make them feel like they're not in control of their life. And human beings are a control species. We feel like we're apex predators because we're constantly in control of the things around us. But when you take away the control from us, we fall very quickly down that hierarchy. We fall very quickly down it. We find ourselves at the bottom and we're not apex predators. And when you realize that, you start looking for a strong man to be in charge. And when this happens, once again, I'll use the Democrats as an example. You look around for somebody to be in charge, to be in control, to take accountability, to take responsibility, and do something important. And Donald Trump uses that against these people. And I've always said since I first came out here, because I know there's going to be a couple of you that watch this show that were like, hey, this isn't right. You shouldn't be making fun of these people. I got that when I was first on here. I had a lot of left-wing people that would come into my chat, and they'd say, it's not funny. You shouldn't make fun of people that are mentally ill. These people are mentally ill. You shouldn't make fun of them. And I said, look, at the end of the day, these people are saying some messed up things about other people. These people are doing some messed up things about to other people. These people stand in support of things like deporting, undocumented immigrants who haven't done anything wrong. I'm going to make fun of them. Because at the end of the day, you cannot let the inmates in the insane asylum burn it down. You can be okay that they're there with you. You can even be empathetic to their plight. But the last thing that you can do is allow them to harm the other people in that facility. And what these people are doing is they're setting fire to the building. And there's going to be a lot of innocent people that get hurt because of it. And I personally am not going to sit here and say, well, I don't want to make fun of them. That's mean. Because to be honest with you, one of the ways that you combat psychosis, mass psychosis, one is through education. And we tried that route. For an entire year, I tried the route of talking to MAGA. I come from the trailer park. I speak their language. They like cursing. I curse. You just saw the Donald Trump F-bomb video. They love that shit. So they love me too. I look like them. I'm a bald white man with a big beard. If the Civil War pops off, I will be a psyop. I will be working behind enemy lines. You can't educate these people out of the problems that they're having. And so the only other thing that you can do is mock them. Because there are people out there right now that are watching this movement that are like, yeah, I want to be able to say the R word. Yeah, I like a president that says the F word. And they're looking at these people. And they're going, maybe I'll join up. That's what happened with the disenfranchised Bernie Bros. That's what happened with the RFK supporters. That's what happens with the independents that think both sides are bad. They joined up. And I'll be damned if I'm not going to sit here and make them think twice about it. I'm going to shame you. I'm going to mock you. I'm going to make fun of you. You going to join up? You better have some thick fucking skin. All right, guys. I love you to death. I got to get out of here. I appreciate you all for being here. Thanks for dealing with me. Thanks for dealing with the show. Continue to support this space. And, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Hope you guys have a good night.
Hello. You know, so many of us go through life doing one thing and dreaming of doing something else. I'm one of those people. I'm in show business. I'm very fortunate to have that job. But quite frankly, if I'd studied harder or been graded more fairly, scientist or...
Albert Brooks was born Albert Lawrence Einstein. His father, Harry Einstein, known as Nick the Greek Chef or Parkykarkus, was a comedian whose fame came with the rise of the first wave of American mass media. Harry had been a Hearst reporter and an ad man who took up comedy as a fun hobby. During the 1920s, as American mass media came into its own, Harry started appearing on WEEI in Boston doing comedy skits while he headed the radio department at a furniture company. His friends, including the band leader Joe Rhines, began encouraging him to do comedy full-time on the radio and quit the advertising business. Finally, Harry took Rhines up on the offer to appear on his radio show as a Greek character. These appearances were so popular that the national radio networks began to take notice. Harry was invited onto the Eddie Cantor show, which was a huge break. If you've ever seen Boardwalk Empire, you can see how popular Eddie Cantor was.
The dumber they come, the better I like them, because the dumb ones know how to make love.
Nick the Greek Chef became a regular feature on Eddie Cantor's show and then on Al Jolson's radio show. This was the mid-1930s, so the jazz singer had already come out, but comedy films were popular around the country.
You can brush off a Russian won't take Russian. You may brush up Russian, but never brush a Russian. Oh, you pronounce it Russian, you reach the same conclusion. A Russian won't take Russian, so you may do your worst.
And Harry's Greek Nick Parkykarkus character appeared in a handful. Eventually, this led to Harry's own radio show, Meet Me at Parky's, which debuted in 1945 and ran for 3 years on NBC. NBC would feature heavily on his son Albert's career as well. On the radio, he was Nick Parkykarkus, hapless Greek restaurant owner. From there, Harry worked steadily as a comedian, eventually collapsing and dying of a fatal heart attack during a Friars Club roast of Lucy and Desi Arnaz in 1958. This death traumatized his 11-year-old son, Albert Brooks, who would use comedy as a way to cope with this huge loss. I only go into so much detail about Harry Einstein because I think Albert Brooks' career mirrored his father's. Radio had been this mass media movement giving everyone in America the same news at the same time, and solidifying the networks, including NBC, as household names, crucial to the families across the country. By the 1970s, when Albert Brooks, now no longer Einstein, and his older brother Bob Einstein, who would go on to play Super Dave Osborne and Marty Funkhauser, were getting situated, there was a new mass media format which had boomed from 9% to 90% of families during the 1960s. Television gave Bob Einstein his start writing for the Smothers Brothers, and gave Albert Brooks, who was part of the radio comedy team The Credibility Gap, national prominence when shows like The Tonight Show on NBC had him on as a guest to perform stand-up.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, hey, I could have fooled you. You know what I mean? What, to get laughs? I could have fooled you to get laughs, but that's not what it's all about. I'm trying to be honest with you. I couldn't resort to cheap tricks? Come on, I can drop my pants as easy as anyone in the business, you know what I mean? I can get the comedy shorts from Sears. I can stop a makeup man in the hall and say, do me a favor, draw a funny face on my chair.
Like Nick the Greek Chef, Albert Brooks created a persona for his act: narcissistic, egotistical, and nervous, a consummate Hollywood insider. His comedy landed him a role with Scorsese in Taxi Driver, and 5 short mockumentaries that he wrote and directed for SNL.
How many times have you gotten nice laughs at a party, had a friend turn to you and say, you know something? That was pretty funny. You should think about being a comedian. Well, your friend was right. Yes, the comedy fraternity of show business is a fast-paced, nutty, funny world. There are always openings for good comedy talent. But you say, I just don't know if I have what it takes to become a professional, Albert. So I say, why not find out?
Finally, in 1979, Albert Brooks was ready for the career he'd really be known for. He decided to write and direct his first movie. This movie was Real Life, a daring and ahead-of-its-time spoof of what would later be called reality TV. He co-wrote Real Life with Harry Shearer, who had just been hired by SNL, who would go on to be a member of Spinal Tap and half the voices on The Simpsons, and Monica Johnson would become his longtime collaborator.
I think you're overreacting.
I mean, I know what you're saying, but I think it showed you in a very good light. It was very interesting.
I appreciate that, but I'm going to have to continue to work here after this film comes out. And I don't know if I owned an animal and I saw me losing that horse, whether I would trust me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, you see, people go to doctors for personal reasons, and you gave off something very good in there.
I say it's ahead of its time because it parodied the first example of reality TV before we knew that's where TV was actually going to be heading. At the time, it was idiosyncratic and experimental. The TV series, An American Family, was created by Craig Gilbert. Gilbert followed around a typical American family from California, the Loud family, in 1971 for 7 months.
You take him to lunch, and he'll eat 4 steaks and a couple of chickens, really. No strain. 3 or 4 meals at a sitting. 8 or 9 salads, and then he doesn't eat for about 3 or 4 days. He doesn't sleep. He'll go without sleep for 3 days. Doesn't sleep. How old is he now? About 95. Not really. How old is he? No, he's 20. He's 20 years old. 20? Yeah, just health is just ruined. Completely ruined. Is it? He'll never make it to 25. Does he have any talents at all? Which would provide a living? Yeah, he's going to end up as a salesman. He's got a personality. That's about all. Yeah.
Audiences followed along as Bill and Pat Loud, who were on the verge of a divorce already but seemed to epitomize the American dream, had their idyllic life fall apart with camera crews following them around. Albert Brooks parodied that TV series in 1979's Real Life, putting himself at the center as the filmmaker character. This is already a meta representation. Albert Brooks makes constant reference to his frequent Tonight Show and Ed Sullivan appearances and his 5 short documentaries. Here they're actual documentaries, not spoofs, as proof of his resume. He descends upon this nervous family, played by Charles Grodin and Francis McCain, and ruins their lives in short order. This version of reality TV parodies the American Family version, treating it as an experiment, working with medical clinical professionals, which already exists as a multi-sided contradiction. As holistic and psychological as you want to be about it, television is a commercial product which sells advertisements on entertainment. The network executive character who doesn't get it, Albert Brooks, is the creative force, and the Psychological Institute are at a constant loggerhead. These are totally different incentives.
Had you heard of the Institute before the project began?
No.
Which of the tests did you enjoy the most?
I enjoyed working with the computers.
I wouldn't say that I enjoyed any of the testing.
But Albert Brooks manages to expose questions that would come to plague reality TV decades later. Reality, as portrayed on the television, is always going to be mediated by the cameras. Cinema verite was already a tenuous concept, going back as far as the 1922 film Nanook of the North, which proclaimed to show Inuit people in their natural environment. It was really mostly staged by the showman and explorer turned director, Robert Flaherty. Television, of course, is a medium that demands constant entertainment for a mass audience. But the sad truth is that most of the time, real life, as we experience it, is boring and uneventful. If it wasn't, television would probably not be a popular way to spend the time. Reality TV, on the other hand, is rarely boring. And so the question of authenticity, or in wrestlers' terms, kayfabe, has always been part of media analysis. Albert Brooks is already grappling with that in real life, as he is the real central chaotic force in the film. Real life was far ahead of its time, and the reviews, which were lackluster at the time, show that. Essentially deconstructing a genre which had only been invented 6 years ago and was not even mapped out as a genre. Albert Brooks slammed into another fascinating thing, which has plagued reality TV from the beginning. In the 6 years since it aired, the American Family had their lives ruined and turned upside down by the press from their reality show. Making a normal family into celebrities for their normality had not been done yet, and was damaging psychologically and draining emotionally. Albert Brooks parodied that phenomenon in real time, as he and the Yeager family become the story in the news media.
Feels big, huh? Oh, yeah. Feels good?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
You're trespassing. Get film on this guy.
Nothing on this.
You're trespassing. Get out of here. You're trespassing.
Now, wait a minute. This is a news story.
No, it's a movie. This is copyrighted. Get out of here.
How do you copyright somebody's life?
Hunt a few bars and figure it out. Get out of here.
Second set of cameras, tracking a family who are being watched continually by the first set, which adds another layer of mediation. At one point, the news anchor asked the family to stage a breakfast they were already in the process of eating.
family having breakfast. And I thought maybe when you're done, if you could get them to put on another quick little breakfast thing for us to film it, it'd really help us out.
I beg your pardon? At this point in the 21st century, I think that a basic understanding between TV audiences and the industry has been reached. We don't want the typical American family reflected back at us. We want freaks. We want something special, something different reflected back at us, with a TV pretending that it's reality. And Albert Brooks gives us probably the best freak he knows, himself. Shows like Jersey Shore or the aptly named The Real World pretend to do what real-life parodies decades before they even existed. They show us their mismatched cast, plucked from obscurity, sleeping or having sex, or even in quick moments of boredom. But it's a show, and these are characters, and this is all unreality. And, as Albert Brooks learns in real life, that is ultimately for the best.
I never thought I'd say this. The studio is right. The audience loves fake. They crave fake. Reality sucks. I can do fake. I'm capable. I just won't get a chance. I won't ever be able to work again.
Come on, take it easy. Anyway, before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Also, we are now monetized, so if you have any pressing questions during this live stream, send us a super chat, which helps me keep the show running, and which I am obligated by international law, human rights law, to answer. We also have a Patreon, patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. All of our after parties are on there forever. Okay, let me introduce the panel. Conan Neutron, host of Protonic Reversal, co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, and frontman for Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends has a new split LP with Lung, Adult Prom, available now on Bandcamp. Jay Underworld, illustrator, book cover artist, artist for Give Them an Argument, co-host for Movie Night Extravaganza, and Bad Takes. Christina Oakes, This Barbie is streaming on Twitch, twitch.tv/Cosmopolitics, Twitter, Instagram, and Blue Sky at Cosmopolitics. Send her some subs on Twitch. Sam Cedar is the host of The Majority Report, an MSNBC contributor, actor, comedian, and voice actor playing Hugo on Bob's Burgers. I, of course, am your host, and the world's first reality TV producer to say it's okay to be fake. Fake friends are okay. Forrest Miller. Let's get that depressed family up and moving.
I'm here to make friends. Sam, welcome back. It's great to have you back, man.
Thanks. Yeah. That was great. That was a great intro. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think I put too much into it, but it's okay. You know, we keep it moving.
That's all the time we got, folks. Good night.
I also have to get a new headshot. I think that would it's awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
Like,
that's actually what my mother said.
15 years old, I think.
Yo, but that
Mom
line,
huh.
that line that's like, how do you copyright a person's life? Hum a few bars and figure it out. Yeah. It's so eerily prescient right now with like the rise of like cops like playing Taylor Swift music or whatever to make sure that they get filmed, and like all of these different ways that people like copyright actual moments of existence.
Yeah,
that kind
Paris
of blew my
Hilton did some weird tried to copyright some weird things, and I can't even remember what they are off the top of my head, but
sex tape.
Was that one of them?
I guess.
All right, I don't care. Anyway, so what's notable for real life? I'm an Albert Brooks fan, and I've seen the vast majority of his movies. I did not know about this one until Sam, you and I were talking about like, hey, what would you want else to do? And then I like read the description, I'm like, that sounds incredible. And then and I think the it wasn't the poster, but like one of the screen caps was one of the people with those weird helmet cams.
Yeah.
But I was like, what is that? What? And it's funny, and for those that haven't seen the film, and I'm assuming of some of the people watching, not everyone has. Those are the cameras. So he's basically predicting like GoPros and like modern, filming your phone and stuff. But in 1979, and the conceit of which is this crazy like cyborg looking helmet where they have their hands kind of in it, and which is great because anytime there's like some crazy pregnant dramatic moment, then these like cyborg looking things right around that are filming it, which is it's a great bit. It works really well. Yeah, there we go. Thanks.
The one part of it that works really well too, when they're doing the montage and he's like, I'm gonna show the French how to do a real montage. You see them in like a moment of intimacy, and Charles Grodin, like the Mr. Yeager character, looks down. You can tell he's looking into the eyes of the camera, like uncomfortably, like realizing that he almost is like having sex with his wife with the camera watching him.
Yeah. I really thought, and I kid you not, before I like read the synopsis, I was like, is this about like, there's a reality show, but like they replace them with robots? It was like, oh no, those are the cameras. Okay,
that's
makes
what
sense.
I thought too.
Because you think about what
it's Harry Shearer under those helmets, by the way.
Is it really? Fantastic. Yeah. I love that idea, because think about like in the technology of 1979. Like it doesn't exist like how it does now. So how would you shoot something like that? So it just shows to the man's cleverness.
Well, I don't even know if there was. I'm thinking to the video cameras that existed. Well, I guess the video cameras would have been quite big, but nobody was shooting anything on video.
Yeah.
Nobody was shooting.
The first camcorder, which I'm looking this up right now, which put it on your shoulder. It's not like the small camcorder.
No, they were big.
Oh, I had one. I remember.
Was released for Betamax in 1983. So this is 4 years before even the giant ones.
That's what's amazing
they're
about
digital
it.
too. Like that's the interesting thing, is that they're digital. They got those massive cards that they have to send in.
Yeah, which is a funny bit. I mean,
but it's prescient too, because think about like, okay, now we have GoPros with like a micro SD card and whatnot, right. Or people could just, you could do 4K on your phone, which blows my mind, frankly.
Yeah,
still. But he was ahead of all of that with this, and so it was amazing to have, and it's explained in such a way that makes sense for the time, but also kind of like, oh yeah, it puts you right in it, right? It's really well done. And between this and the thanks, Letterhack. Notice I stop when I get complimented. Anyway, the thing with Albert Brooks, and I really realized this watching the documentary recently too, is just like, man, was pretty forward thinking. Really like almost too ahead of his time for his own good.
Yeah, on everything he did, from his act where he literally did the act where he pretended to be the guy with the elephant, but the elephant got sick and he has the frog on his shoulder, so he's doing the same tricks as he would with an elephant with the frog. And the other one where he's doing the recorder thing with the letters, and each time you press the letter, and he's like, and that bit's been done by so many other people since then. Like,
and he would try them out on like Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
And Johnny Carson would encourage him to do it, which Johnny Carson is not known as like a forward-thinking comedian necessarily, right? Like he's kind of, at least by this point, he's kind of the guy that's like, all right, that's like the old guy that, like a Letterman type figure, where it's like the older guy that like he was once kind of ahead of stuff, but like he might have lost or something like that. Like he has all the politicians on. And he's encouraging him every time to come out and try something new and surprise him, which is kind of an amazing fact from that documentary.
Well, the interesting thing I think about like Brooks in terms of his comedy is that he was deconstructing comedy before comedy was like a really full-on thing. I mean, it existed on these like these variety shows, which were really big. Like everybody had a variety show. Cher,
like podcast now.
Smothers Brothers.
Yeah, it was actually very.
At one point.
Yeah, but he was deconstructing something. So like when I got into comedy, and all the comedians the school of comedy I came from was very like, I don't want to say it was anti-comedy, but it was pretty close to that. Like there was a real reaction to like the explosion of stand-up in the 80s and how sort of like commodified it had become. And so the comedians that I ran with I think Albert Brooks was really a big influence because so much of it was anti-comedy. I mean, to be honest with you, like I hadn't seen much of his stand-up at all. I mean, I don't know if you call it stand-up really. I hadn't seen
his acts.
His acts. Yeah. I mean, everything I knew him from was his Saturday Night Live shorts or his films or his comedy albums. I still, he had a comedy albums of prank phone calls that were all not good, and they were all just deconstructing, the prank phone call. And so much of like his comedy was that, and it was interesting because I realized like most of the comedy work that I ultimately did live was more like the bits that he was doing. When I came down to New York, I was doing a little bit of stand-up, but really it was sort of this weird, it was the alternative comedy scene was just exploding in New York. I mean, exploding is probably an overstatement. It was happening in New York. And
even like Andy Kaufman, right? Like that kind of anti-comedy thing is following directly behind the footsteps of Albert Brooks, but like
definitely
it's still like it's like within his footprint, right? Like those characters.
I mean, Brooks was deconstructing comedy, and I think like Andy Kaufman was almost anti-comedy at times.
Yeah.
And like you can track like Albert Brooks and like Gary Shan, like they were all they were deconstructing all that stuff. And I mean, for me, when I was doing comedy, like it was Albert Brooks, again, because I was doing video stuff from the beginning of my doing comedy. Albert Brooks, Kaufman, and Lenny Bruce, which is a different sort of like genre, but Brooks was, I think influenced particularly my generation of comedians, like like Janine and Garofalo and I was
Bill Hicks. I would put in there.
I mean, I don't know if Bill Hicks really. No, he was more of like a straight sort of stand-up. He was more, I would say, Lenny Bruce was more of an influence on Bill Hicks than Albert Brooks. I mean, it's more like conceptual stuff. Like, I mean, I think like probably David Cross would say that some of his comedy was influenced by that. There were others, but I mean, I think a lot of Ben Stiller's work obviously was like influenced by Albert Brooks. But for me, it was like more like my film stuff. Like you can even see it if you go to my YouTube page. There's a intro video that is like also maybe 10 years old. We've got to update that, but the channel one. But I'm doing basically my version of an Albert Brooks thing where I'm like, rubbing a statue and like, oh, hi, I didn't see you.
Hi, I didn't see you there.
Yeah, that was completely Albert Brooks.
I actually had to watch that video way too many times because when we were doing the one for Michael, we were trying to figure out like how to do like a end show for TMBS. And so like he was like, well, watch the one that Sam did on the page. And like I don't want to do something like funny like that, but I want to do like like something that says at the end of the video. So
I don't even remember what I did outside of that opening thing. Like that was the only thing that I was terribly interested in, just the sort of, pretending I'm, but I can't tell you how many of like the videos. I did a video for this MTV show. I wanted to do what Albert Brooks had done on SNL. That was like, I would have been happy to do that as my career at one point. And I got, the Sklar brothers, they're comedians out in LA, and they at one point got a show from MTV, and MTV felt like they wanted me to do the like a video, like an Albert Brooks on the first episode of I think it was like Apartment 2F or something. And it was my version of an Albert Brooks like thing. I think I basically was using it to, I was editing Who's the Caboose, which is a feature I did. And I used the budget from the MTV show to pay the people I needed to pay on my movie. So like I hired the editor for the movie, and the whole premise of the video was like, MTV gave me $20,000 to do a funny video. And, funny is a subjective term. For instance, I think it's funny that I would pay my editor, and I literally paid him on screen so I could pay him an acting fee in his apartment where we were editing. So I paid him a location fee, and I just said, like, I think it's funny that I'm paying my editor of a movie I'm doing with the budget here. And then I did the same thing with, paying my DP and paying Benjamin, who owed me money, John Benjamin, who was my roommate, who owed me money, so he could give me the money back. It was all just basically embezzling the budget and
as a goof, as a bit.
Showing it on camera to both legally protect myself but it was all, I feel like, all Albert Brooks, basically.
And I feel like there are elements of that with Shandling too, with the It's Gary Shandling Show as well
Definitely.
as Larry Sanders Show, which were both deconstructions of their respective genres and probably 20 IQ points too high for the general populace.
And they were, I think, they were peers and friends, and I think that, without a doubt.
But the thing, so watching real life, and I know I'm not the only person that thought this because I'm the one that pulls the letterbox one-liners. It's hard not to think of Nathan Fielder now, where it's like, oh, so you saw Albert Brooks real life, huh? And that's kind of, you're like, oh, that's gonna be my whole thing now. Okay, and then I like that show. I'm watching The Curse now. A friend of the show, Katie Byron's the production designer on it. It's great. It's really awesome. But yeah, it's like, oh, anyone that. Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? He does his own thing with it, but it's like, oh no, you're doing a modern version of that. Okay.
Oh, totally.
Well, and it's very easy to do that. I think in like the age of the internet, right? Because you can kind of go to somewhere and interact with like real people a lot easier. I think with these like, like you get a crew and get up and running and like do your own thing before it even gets picked up by anybody at this point. I think a lot easier. Like another person that kind of does a character version of something that reminds me of Nathan Fielder is like Joe Pera, the guy that does like that old guy character. Yeah, like he literally came a town over from where I live, like in Walk Hill, and like just attended a pancake breakfast and judged the pancake breakfast as a pitch to get his own like whatever MTV show. And it's like interacting with the real life people, and they're not really quite sure if you're like doing a bit or if you're the same way in the beginning of this movie he's interacting like with the townspeople or whatever in Phoenix, and you can see that it's just kind of like this awkward scene, and obviously he stages it, but it's like a real concept,
but he's doing it in concept. Is doing the character of Albert Brooks, which is kind of a prick, frankly. The character of Albert Brooks like sucks. Which is, I as a sidebar, it's amazing that like he might have the best bad depiction of himself in a movie from like anyone that has like a version of themselves in a movie that I've ever seen. Just for us to tag on that point, Sacha Baron Cohen, right? Ali G, like I know some of it hasn't aged super well, but like Barat, Bruno, all that. I mean, that's like there's a lot of sort of that transgressive that you can do it until you become so famous that everyone knows who you are, and then it becomes more difficult to do. But you're doing it like
somehow Sacha Baron Cohen was able to just make up new characters that still look like him, and he was able to get another fucking 2 seasons out of that concept. He was just like, oh, I'll be like an Israeli guy now.
Yeah. Well, the Mossad character that they put together for that short-lived show that like was more like kind of like got him rather than funny.
What is America thing?
Yeah, What is America? Yeah, where you got.
They actually the first episode they filmed the family like that, like within my town in Aiken. I was like, oh, and my mom's like, yeah, we used to clean for that lady, and I'm like, great, Sacha Baron Cohen's in town.
There was a Republican state rep that like lost his job because of that show.
Because he was doing that weird, I remember.
But he just kept egging him on to do more and more like just ridiculously racist stuff. Basically,
he did somehow manage to get Giuliani with the Borat character in 2020.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Like,
I forgot about
my understanding is that
Giuliani's the last guy who doesn't know who Borat is. Like
they like it was worse, I think, than even they showed.
That's amazing.
Is my understanding.
I mean, is anybody surprised? But I think that like it's interesting to see a through line for like I feel like this. Movie,
it goes. There's more even like First of all, if you look at Harry Shearer goes on to co-write Spinal Tap, and then the whole thing of like the whole series genre of those sort of mock docs, as it were, that Chris Guest does, and then but there was also a lot of shows in like the early 90s, mid 90s. There was something called well, there was a movie called Man Bites Dog, which was a European film.
Yes.
That was very like clearly that person had seen real life, because there's a whole thing where like you have, people are following reality and then two camera crews bump into each other and that type of thing. But
Andy and I actually watched that show on the show that I announced for the Left Reckoning This Is Revolution thing. We watched that movie like
interesting.
the night before that. So that
was a great film. And
with my kid in the room.
There was another show. There was another show called I want to say like Married Couples or something. It was by this guy Finkelman, I think his name was, from Canada. He borrowed very heavily. I think he did another show called The Newsroom, I think it was called, in Canada, and a lot of it came from. You could see he was very heavily influenced by Albert Brooks.
So it's weird to me that this is not thought of in the same echelon as like Defending.
I think it was ahead of its time.
It's almost too early.
It was. No, I think it was ahead of its time, and it's also like very like sort of. It is very comedy heavy. I mean, I have to say, like, I rewatched it and I'm surprised at how well it holds up, because the comedies that I liked 10, 15, 20 years ago, I don't think hold up in the same way the last time I was on for 3 Days of the Condor, and I feel like that movie is just as good today as it was
still funny.
The day it was made. It's still funny. And but this really does hold up.
It does. It like in a weird way that, like, again, I'm watching The Curse now. The second episode came out and I was like, did they see this movie before making this?
I can't imagine Nathan hasn't seen Albert.
Yeah, he had to have, because it's so, other than like the technology and like the clothes, like it's
yeah,
it's kind of remarkable.
Yeah. And then if you remember, like, I don't know if you've seen all the SNL shorts. I mean, I have a buddy who used to work at Broadway Video back in the day. And so he got me like a compilation of all of them. And so I would just watch them over and over again. And they're amazing. I mean, I think they showed this in that Albert Brooks documentary, but my favorite is the one which he uses the same premise for real life that he used for that, which is, I'm a comedian, but it was always my dream to be a doctor. Well, I made that dream come true. And he goes in and he performs surgery, but he again uses the surgery as a metaphor for Hollywood. And so he has the same relationship with the surgeon who's in there as like a director does with a DP who's far more experienced, where the DP is like, you're not shooting this right.
Yeah.
And the director's like, I know what I'm doing. And then it has to come to the DP and go like, can you show me how not to cross the line? And that type of thing. Except for in this instance,
it's surgery.
Albert Brooks is committed, doing triple bypass or whatever. And
one of the things in the documentary that I found really fascinating is that he's the guy that ended up accidentally coming up with the idea for SNL, because Lauren Michaels.
I'm so glad you brought that up for us, because I kind of knew that and somehow forgot about it.
Let me tell the audience. So the Lauren Michaels had an idea that he wanted to do the Albert Brooks show, which wouldn't have lasted as long as SNL has, or as long as anything really has, right?
Well, it couldn't have.
One person, as a host, and you just have to cycle through it. So they wanted to do the Albert Brooks show. He said, well, why don't you just have a new host every week? Like, I don't want to do it every week, but I could do it sometimes. Like, why don't you just have a new host? So he basically came up with the idea that would become
guest host thing. Yeah.
Both that, and by shooting those first 5 short documentaries, he was the first one to do like the filmed pre-filmed features that they have a lot on SNL. So he came up with both those ideas, not like as something that he had pre-planned or anything, just as like a thing that he came up with,
which of course became the model for that show. Including, if you look at like the spit take class that's like happening at the comedy school, right? It's amazing. It's like at the don't reenact it, Andy, please. but it's how amazing for him to be like, yeah, that's cool, but why don't we do this other thing instead, which has never been done? And like have it be like defining like what we think of as like sketch comedy Inadvertently.
when you think
Inadvertently,
about
you know.
when you think about all those shows, right? Like there's always a host and a guest, and like people move in and out. There's like all these sketch comedians and stuff. But even something like Carol Burnett, right? Like she's still the host. She's still the anchor of the entire thing, holding it together. It's not like the ensemble cast is the ensemble cast, and then every week there's a new host. Like it's an idea it's almost deconstructive in itself. Because it's taking.
Well, they
away
were originally the support cast was called Not Ready for Primetime Players,
right?
And so there was a sort of, it was also that was sort of like a punk thing, right? Like you build in the critique, and that's like and that was what the Sex Pistols were all about too. It was like the idea is that we're going to make it, and the fact that we can't play is actually like part of our selling point.
I think that's an Uncle Alligator pitch, though. You go, you take the not ready for primetime players.
Listen, kid. All you gotta know is these guys, they can't play at all. They're not ready for prime time. That's what the pitch is about. That's Uncle Alligator. He jumps in once in a while.
Yeah, I just gathered.
That's part of the show.
It wasn't when we did 3 Days of the Condor, but somehow it's because
I didn't see that. I don't remember that. It will happen like this.
Uncle Alligator's just ready to
A
take
man
a
will
pitch.
come up and he will smile.
Listen,
he will
kid.
invite you into the car.
It's a morality play about not taking too long on your lunch break.
It's a morality play about how you need security. You need armed security at the door if you're gonna have like an office building. Every time there's like the mass shooting somewhere, they're like, "Listen, you need to have more guys with guns like watching the building." And that's the moral of 3 Days of the Condor.
Exactly. But anyway, yeah. So getting back to fantastic, but getting back to the idea of, inadvertently making SNL, right? And I know we all think of SNL as the modern thing of SNL, but you got to think about the fact that nothing like that existed before.
No,
right?
It was, and it was really, I was, I think 9 or 10 when it started, and even at that age, like, I wasn't allowed to stay up that late to see it, I don't think, but I definitely watched all those episodes very shortly after. I'm not exactly sure how. Maybe they started to repeat them when I was 10 or 11, but I was close. Right. But I still felt the impact. In fact, before I was aware of real life, the Saturday Night Live had a sketch called The Loud Family, which was their iteration of parroting that PBS show. But they were just, just loud. Their name was The Loud Family, and they were literally just loud. It wasn't quite as sort of sophisticated as Albert Brooks.
It's in the name.
Exactly. But
and that family though seems so right for parodying because they found a family that just happened to be on the precipice of divorce. Like that's like the.
Well, I think they probably found a bunch of families and they chose the one that they. I think that was the point that Albert Brooks was making. Is like this is incredibly exploitive, and I think he grew up in show business, right? Like all his friends were showbiz people. Their parents were showbiz people. They grew up in LA, and
his
like
dad had
his dad, but his best friend is Rob Reiner, and he's like hyper conscious of. He's already like the veneer is not there for him. He grows up on the other side of the veneer. And so all these things, I think it gave him an opportunity to sort of like see from a different perspective. And that's why like deconstructing all this shit, like even in that documentary, they told about that joke that he did that Carl Reiner said was the funniest thing ever. It was just a complete mockery, a deconstruction of like an escape artist.
Right. Yeah.
And because
he goes behind the curtain and he's like, help, I can't get out of here. And he's flailing around.
Exactly. And he's not even tied up. And everybody knows that. And the whole thing is that like
I'm laughing just thinking about it. Yeah.
He's steeped in an environment where your neighbor could be a famous escape artist, and your neighbor could be like a really polished comedian. And so there's really like, if you want to stand out in that context, you go the other direction, where you completely sort of like you undercut and sort of sabotage those things. And I think that was like a big sort of a part of what he was doing. And when you think about actually, like even Bob Einstein, his brother, as Super Dave, that's what he did.
Yeah.
Right. Like he deconstructed on some level, like this is when Evel Knievel was really popular, and the whole genre of like people doing risky things. He would do that, but provide what people wanted, which was to see the guy fail.
Just completely eat it. Yeah. And then I think, obviously modern audiences know him more for Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is a great character as well, but a very different kind of character.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I don't think I even saw any of that, but
I first saw him on the Saturday morning cartoon, the Super Dave Saturday morning cartoon, and that's how I first.
Which is there anything more Devo than that? That's amazing.
But yeah, I think what works about this, well, number one, his comedy, but also what works about this film that makes it hold up is that he places himself as the joke, right? Like the family isn't inevitably the ones that look like assholes. The family, I mean, they're dysfunctional, and like the Charles Grodin character is unlikable and kind of wishy-washy. But in the end, their lives are ruined by Albert Brooks, right? It's Albert Brooks that's the freak.
I would say, like, to the extent that, like, one of the biggest things I stole from, I tried to emulate, and I really, I did one film and I did a sequel to that. I did another film, but in that genre of like a mock documentary, although I called it a faux verite, was I wanted my lead characters to be on paper extremely unlikable. And so like one of those characters was Sarah Silverman, and she has the ability to play like on paper a really unlikable person on paper, but still be liked. And that's what Albert Brooks was able to do, like completely reprehensible. And you can see that's also, like Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's what Curb Your Enthusiasm is.
And I like that they point out that
and The Office, for that matter.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Both of them.
Well, the film within a film in this, I like that they point out that the lead character is coming off unsympathetic in that first scene, right? Where he's kind of gesturing around with his family and he's like, we don't usually talk like this, like, because the cameras are obviously watching him, and he's like, you could tell he's having like a panic attack the entire movie, right? Like he's panicking, thinking about like, how are they going to see me? Like, I need my business to thrive, all this stuff. So that character is the one that's coming off as unsympathetic because Albert Brooks is behind the scenes. But like that also makes you start thinking about who the joke is actually on throughout this movie. And it's like increasingly you realize like the real character that's unlikable and the real character that's judging what isn't likable these other characters are doing is genuinely the most unlikable person that you can really be without.
And that was Grodin's actually, like Charles Grodin, that was also his, like he played that character many times.
Oh, he's great at it. Yeah.
I actually like am I think probably embarrassed to say that I read Charles Grodin's autobiography. I mean, in part because he did that movie with Albert Brooks. It was called something like "It Would Be So Nice If You Weren't Here" or something like that. And I came to really not like Charles Grodin as a person. Even from his autobiography,
but it works for him.
But it works in there. Like
Heartbreak Kid too. Yeah. He's such a scumbucket in there,
and
he's wonderful at it.
What's the one that he did with
he's very twitchy as well. Like
he did a movie with De Niro that's actually
Midnight Run.
Midnight Run.
A little movie called Midnight Run, Sam. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
But speaking of De Niro, I wanted to bring this into it.
I found one point I want to tag onto that. Difference between that and like a Sacha Baron Cohen type. He's maybe an exaggerated character, but he lets the subject kind of show their monster face, like by just like leading them on, which is very different than making yourself into the monster and like basically making an exaggerated parody of yourself, so you can have like a little bit of distance between like, hey, this is monstrous to do, and I am the monster doing it, which is kind of harder to pull off and still have people like you at the end of it.
Yeah. So
And that's Larry David is a good example for that.
I wanted to bring this into it. This is he's talking about how he was writing real life on the set of Taxi Driver. Speaking of Robert De Niro, and so I found this to be an interesting clip.
I'm already starting to develop the films that you wanted to make yourself. Were you did you see acting as a kind of springboard to doing real life, or were you really just thinking about acting at this
No,
point?
I was thinking about acting, and I had just signed. I was asked if I wanted to host Saturday Night Live, and I didn't, but they wanted me involved because I hadn't gotten anyone to sign on to the show. So I had that good experience with the Great American Dream Machine. I said I would make short films, but I wanted to stay in Los Angeles. And they kept saying, well, but we want to do this live from New York, and we want to do it at 11:30. And, I said to Lorne Michaels, I'm from Los Angeles. This whole live thing means nothing to me. I never see anything live. If you want to stay up till 11:30, you stay up till 11:30. But every show I get is taped earlier from an earlier broadcast. So I stayed in LA and made the movies, and that came around this time. And I kept asking Marty Scorsese, like during a lunch break, do you think this movie's going to be a big deal for me? I don't know. I was like, Marty Scorsese was he's probably in better health now than he's ever been. But at that time, he lived in an inhaler. I mean, he just, and he would see me and start to laugh. And I became like some sort of horror movie character because I never had said anything. Hey, Marty. I didn't say anything. I couldn't talk to him. Marty, when's breakfast?
Well, was it a big deal? Did this lead to other things like, for example, Private Benjamin, which is a few years later, but it's what was.
No, nothing was a big deal. Nothing happened. I don't think anything really happens like that. I mean, if you start expecting those things, it doesn't really happen like that. But I mean, it was a big deal. I mean, look, Taxi Driver has, in retrospect, become with the Jodie Foster and the kid. It's become this sort of American weird piece of film history. Yeah. When it came out, I don't even think it was like people. No, it was. It was received well, but it wasn't the second coming, not until Reagan was shot. Isn't that right? It was Hinckley, right? Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, I will say also that is the misconception that you could be like the fourth or fifth character in a movie and it can actually like do anything for your career in any sort of meaningful way. It can get you through it can get you another fourth or fifth character thing, but like that, one of the funniest misconceptions is to like where people think like doing that is going to explode your career. It's just going to keep you in the game.
You're going to be working.
Yeah. No, honestly, it's just like literally like it's just I didn't drown. I'm continuing to tread water. I successfully treaded water through this.
Even the best supporting actor, right? When they have like those awards, it's not the fourth or fifth. It's not. It's rare. I mean, unless it's something like Network, where it's the Ned Beatty scene and he's like in it for 2 scenes and
just
really
steals it completely.
Movie. Like unless it's that, like it's you're not even up for anything. Like there's not even like an award. They don't give you like the the B movie actor whatever like award. You know what I mean? Like
I did this movie called Next Stop Wonderland, and that was shot in Boston, and it was a small film like in the mid 90s. I think I was back there actually editing the Caboose, and Hope Davis was the lead. Philip Seymour Hoffman was in it. And, I mean, it was like a small indie film, but there was a lot of like Boston comedians in it. And at that point, I had already like done some sitcoms and this and that. So coming back to Boston, it was because I was coming back to edit the the movie, and I had gone in to visit a casting director. And so I sort of waltzed into this part on some level because I had been on, sitcom television. That's the sort of, that's the way that it worked. But there were comedians in Boston who I sort of knew who were in the movie for 90 seconds. And they had like a funny part, but they would call or they would email me, I think at that point, and they'd be like, I don't know what's going on. I haven't heard from any agents or anything. And I'm like, dude, no.
It's about to happen. No, it really isn't.
No. It's not, no. But there was that perception. But I thought that was funny. That
Can I say, speaking of small cameos, The Muse, not my favorite Albert Brooks movie. There's a great Scorsese cameo as himself in that, which is very
I don't even know if I saw The Muse.
You
like,
can miss
honestly, for me, the three features were Modern Romance, Lost in America, and Real Life. I mean, like, Defending Your Life was okay. I remember seeing that, and Mother was okay. But like, in terms of like comedy, those three were for me, and his shorts. But they were so influential.
Modern Romance is one of like Matthew Film Guy's favorite movies, and it's really funny because like he's like the film editor in the movie, like that's his whole job. So there's the scenes where he's like actually editing the film, and like so watch like I don't know, like watching it for this episode because I was like I'll watch like Modern Romance, like watching for this episode I was like Matthew Film Guy loves this because it's the film editor that's going through. He's like what if it's his Black Panther. You know what I mean? Like,
well, so it's why I like the ambulance.
It's the thing about that movie is it's all just like neuroses hanging out. And Matthew was trained in the Ray Carney School of filmmaking. Who was one of the foremost Cassavetes experts in the country, and so for Matthew Film Guy, it's all just someone's like emotional guts just being laid out on the ground essentially. But I just got a text to remind me to tell this story, which I teased on the Majority Report today.
Yep, I heard.
It's tangentially. I mean, it really is just me doing a humble brag, but
it happens all the time on this show.
Go ahead.
Or a diluted criticism of myself, maybe. But
I like you're deconstructing the bit before you tell it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really good.
So I did this movie, Who's the Caboose, which is a mock documentary, which was like, in my mind at that time, was real life combined with Sherman's March, which was a documentary by this Harvard professor, Sean McElwee. And it was really a combination of those two things in my mind. And so I did this movie. I shot it on video, which was, I think we were literally the first digital video film to film back to video that was not a documentary. Like, we did it at the same place that Hoop Dreams was done. And everybody, all of my representation was like, why are you shooting this on video? Because I was like, I'm paying for it. Like, I can't afford to do it any other way. And I did the movie, and somehow David Hershey, who was a writer, was guest editing the New Yorker's Next edition. And they used to do like the next blank or the next this. And David Hershey, called me and was like, we want to, we're going to have you be the next Albert Brooks. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm set for life. Like, this is my, and they assigned John Lahr, who was, and I think he still is, I don't even know if he's dead.
He's still alive. I looked it up.
Okay. He's a big theater critic, and he was a huge fan of Bill Hicks. And this was right around the time that, like, the New Yorker was bought by Condé Nast or something. I can't remember. This was like 97 or 98. I can't really remember.
I was 5.
And I remember going to the office and I was late. And I was late. And so I when I came into his office to meet John Lahr, I made some joke about it being, God, I can't remember what the name of the magazine, but it was a woman's magazine, like fashion magazine, because I was trying to fuck with him just because I thought it would be funny to say like, oh, I thought this was with Barbarella or whatever. I can't remember what the name of the magazine was at the time. And he stone-faced, did not like it. And he was coming with me to go to an audition. And we went to audition and the casting director treated me like in a way that I had never been treated before. And I didn't realize that John Lahr was like a well-known critic. And it was because of John Lahr. And we're walking out of the audition and I realized like, oh, that was weird. And we're walking back somewhere like 43rd and 8th or something. And he's British and he says to me, he's like, and at this point, like, you have to understand, like, I was so mad that I had been cast in anything. And I was just like, the idea, like, we're gonna fucking get headshots, you're all fuckers. You know, I was just stupidly. And he goes, how does it feel to be hot? And that moment was probably the defining moment for my career in retrospect, because I could have answered in a way that wasn't the way I answered. But I was like, I said, literally, I'm like, are you sure you're not from fucking People magazine? And that was it. And he came and watched me do what he thought was supposed to be stand-up, but it was when the alternative scene was just starting at Luna Lounge down in, it was either Rebar or Luna Lounge at that point. And I did this bit that was like some combination of The Man Who Would Be King and like the Heidegger principle, like trying to write in like about how his being at the audition changed the dynamic of the audition,
Right.
and how everybody in the audience thought I was some type of god, but in fact I just wear like a really wide leather belt that if you've seen The Man Who Would Be King, that's what the premise of that is. And I'm thinking like, I don't give a fuck about this guy. Like, it doesn't matter what he writes about me. I'm going to be the next Albert Brooks. I don't care what he fucking says. And I get a call from my agent like, yeah, so David Hershey says that John Lahr sent in that you're the worst stand-up that has ever existed.
Okay. Okay.
And
I'm going to catch some hands.
And I'm like,
wow,
okay, I don't give a shit. Let him run that. And they're like, oh yeah, no, he's not going to run it.
Yeah.
And Hershey tried to call Tina Brown to get them to put a different reporter on, not John Lahr, but John Lahr was too big. And so they had no next in that issue of like comedian. And that would have like, that was just that, you know, my career would have been dramatically different as a director had that the New Yorker magazine written that I was going to be the next Albert Brooks. But I mean, it was all basically my fault. But
yeah, you would have been top row on moving to Extravaganza instead of bottom.
Exactly. Like you guys,
me.
no repeat, no return to the show. One time only.
Right.
That's it.
That's it. It's enough. It's enough, really.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't have to come on twice to juice my career in this way.
To get that moving to Extravaganza bump, right?
Exactly.
Each time Sam comes on with one less button, he's like, please.
Exactly.
My show is struggling. I need the
show a little more skin, apparently.
But it was like, so that Albert Brooks sort of like, I mean, it was basically enough for me to say like, at least one person at the New Yorker thought it was legit. I've tried to track down that piece. Like I've met people at the New Yorker and I'm like, is there any way you can get into the archives? and see if you can find that fucking piece because I never saw it.
Yeah.
So that was my closest
The piece is
brush
just
with
it's
Albert
not,
Brooks.
It's not funny. It is not.
That's exactly his accent. His dad was the lion in Wizard of Oz. His dad was.
Really?
Wow. Yeah.
Which we're actually covering as the first movie of 2024. That's good.
Yes, because our guest has never seen it before.
Because our
what?
Friend,
I know.
Friend of the show, KT, who even pitched
I'm
it
getting
for me.
my green paint ready. I'm going to.
Had never seen Wizard of Oz.
She's obviously
never
aware of
seen
it, and she's an actress too.
I think
which is
she's in the
amazing.
chat. I think she was.
She
was
is.
in
I
the
was trying to
chat.
find
Yeah,
one
yeah.
of her comments, but there's
Yeah.
too many.
Gonna get my green face paint.
Where
ready.
did she grow up? Like in the woods?
Well, to be fair, maybe she grew up in Oz. And
well,
then
so-
in Oz, they don't watch the Wizard of Oz. They watch real life, and they're like,
Right, exactly.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. That's fantasy for them. But no, like that was my thing for like, well, why don't we do that? Because I would love to, again, someone that is very informed cinephile. She's on the show quite a bit. It's like, I would love to hear what your first time reaction as an adult to this piece of like cultural ephemera that has been around for like multi generations. That's going to be an interesting show.
I gotta imagine it holds up even as an adult. I think it's
It really
a
does, but
solid movie.
But the thing
I've
about
watched
it
every
now,
week for the last.
Not like the prison, no. It's a different show
the
entirely.
interesting thing about Wizard of Oz now is that everything is like ultra 4K, and now you can actually see where they have like the makeup on, the wigs on, and like it's like there's certain things about the Wizard of Oz now when it's all like an HD 4K. It's like, oh, this was done in like 1939, so obviously things were very different back then. So it's like watch it now.
This proves my theory that not everything needs to be an ultra high. Ultra high.
Exactly.
definition.
It shouldn't
Most
be.
things,
It
in fact,
absolutely shouldn't
don't.
be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
I mean,
ruby slippers are ruby enough.
You
I
think I want to
appreciate-
see Andy's blocked pores? I don't.
No. And the other thing too is like sometimes the aesthetics of the film itself, this film stock, actually I think improves the picture. A lot of films are filmed in digital now, and everything's like so crisp and clear, and it looks like shit. There's no depth to it because it's all flattened out in this crystal clear image.
100%.
Yeah.
And particularly with the televisions you watch.
It all looks like a soap opera, which is I don't mean as a compliment, to be clear.
Like Matthew Film Guy knows this, but like in the video that I did, I would in Who's the Caboose, we oversaturated it because everything I watched as a kid was like on UHF. All the movies I watched were 5x4 on UHF, and the spaghetti westerns that like it's almost impressionistic.
Yeah,
that's the look I like. That's why we also shoot the Majority Report in 410 or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but it's we don't do high def in that way. Like I don't have to wear makeup.
Most people don't realize this. It's actually in Super 8.
Exactly.
They have to develop everyone, and then they put it on the computer, and that's what happens.
Impressive.
We shoot it with a Pixel 2000.
Oh my god!
Wow.
I've been in the.
It's all on cassette
Majority
tapes.
Report.
I remember. Yeah.
I've been in the Majority Report office. I don't know if you want to shoot that in high def. It's
no, we don't.
behind the set is like a little live-in space, almost with the sink and everything.
Well,
oh yeah.
I have an offer to make because next time my mother and I are ever in New Jersey, my mom and I are willing to clean the office for you guys.
Ooh, boy.
Look at that,
I
free
don't
labor.
think you know how dirty it is.
Sam,
let's put it this way. We've been in that office for now 9 years, and it has not been cleaned.
We've cleaned worse. I'm talking 3-story abandoned mansions with like dead raccoons, basement flooding, roaches, spiders. It's all good.
I remember when I went in there, the first thing, like the one time I was there, the first thing I sought out was the Jeb Cup. And I was like, it's the Jeb Cup. It's here.
I feel like this is cleanliness one-upmanship right now, and I don't know what to think about it.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, Sam, that story? I think the only thing that I have to add to that is that I'm sure Uncle Alligator was said, where the hell's Paul Newman? Where's Redford? Where's Nicholson? Believe me, they prefer Nicholson with the cup than the cup of the other guy.
With the Jeb cup.
That Martin Brand character absolutely is Uncle Alligator. To be clear, to reference my own character.
It's such a perfect. It's such a perfect confluence of different like incentives, right? Like the creative incentive where it's like, well, I don't really care if I steamroll this family's life because this is drama. You know what I mean? Like it's dramatic. It's this, it's that. The the money part of it, which is a movie like this is absolutely not going to make money. Like people are not going to go like if you're making the real version of it. I mean,
yeah, not in 1979. Yeah.
And then the psychological aspect, which they're literally like trying to do like a serious scientific study, which was never going to work with this, and definitely didn't work with the American family either. You know what I mean? Like that family was pretty abnormal and dysfunctional. So it's like
just in this movie with
three directions,
with the awkwardness of the scientist guys, like because he's doing like a big show. I mean, there's a musical number, right? His is as a big show, and then they're just like so like what is happening right now? Why are we here? Like it's so like again, it's the trade that Curb Your Enthusiasm works on. You know, where it's like there's just like, oh my God, stop. Like just and then nope, we're gonna keep going, and it's a very notable thing for sure.
Let me just say one thing too about that.
Apparently, I've been promoted. I don't know what happened, but
the character on the
I was squares.
The character on the speakerphone. What was really smart of Albert Brooks, like in terms of like his servicing the plot of something that was so insane, is that guy was not the guy who greenlit the project. That guy was the guy who replaced the guy who greenlit the project.
Yeah.
So you did have an era. You did have an era in Hollywood, and it happened around that time, right? Like I mean, where you had an era in Hollywood where there was a lot of greenlighting of like these sort of avant-garde. That's where like Scorsese and that whole crew got there. That's how you got all these movies that were greenlit at that time because it was a very weird era for the studios. And by the time you get into the late 70s, the old guard had sort of reasserted itself on some level.
They found their footing, right? Like Star Wars had come out.
Right. And so they had returned back. So it had gone from like Raging Bull, whatever those, that book was. I can't remember now. But the Bogosian, Peter Bogdanovich, period, and was now like sort of reasserting itself in the post sort of like Jaws era. And so Albert Brooks like was that meticulous in his plotting that he couldn't justify a guy like that on the speakerphone who would have greenlit that project. It had to be the guy who greenlit the project got fired.
Right.
And then this guy comes in.
I think it's Easy Riders and Raging Bulls, I think is the name of the book you're thinking of, Sam.
That would get much worse in the 80s when it's like the cocaine decade where every fucking studio is it's just reshuffling these guys out like a revolving door pretty much like with like corporate consolidation taking hold again, which it's just kind of like you have this like this slight opening in the artistic medium of Hollywood from like the late 60s to the 70s where the Hays Code had collapsed, like the studio system collapsed, and then it kind of you get the action movie cycle of the fucking 80s where like it's not good for studio executives either necessarily because they're revolving door all of them out of there. I mean, but then you can just pop back up in a different studio. So I guess that's how it still is now.
Yes, absolutely. And then again, the Martin Brand character, the studio exec, like the whole thing about what do you get? The news. Oh, that's all. I'm shifting to Uncle Alligator. The news, the goddamn news. People get that for free. You think someone's gonna hire a babysitter, take a taxi cab, go all the way the hell downtown, walk to the box office, shell out $4 and say, here's my $4. What time does the news go on? Great, right?
What do you guys? What do you guys
indicative
think
of the time.
I love that. I love his Albert Brooks in general, like his career, his like tangential relationship to like The Simpsons. So in this movie, he's writing his first movie with Harry Shearer, and Harry Shearer is on the set the entire time. And at one point, they're in the car. And you can hear, yes.
But
at one point, you can hear on the radio He's doing
the Navajo kids. He says on the radio.
Yeah, he's doing the Reverend Lovejoy voice too, and he's like, we have another person coming in. It's like he already had that voice up his sleeve when he got hired by The Simpsons. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, it's again, this is the prescient nature of this film. Like, it's all over the place, right? Like, it's in lots of different ways and lots of situations. Again, it's interesting, Sam, hearing you talk about Grodin, because I kind of have recently revisited my thoughts on Charles Grodin and come back and been like, you know what, I think he actually generally was a force for good, and when he was, being a putz, like it was in the service of the script or the vibes. But like I had a problem with him for a long time. I was like, I hate that guy. And then and then I was like, why did I hate this guy? Because if you watch only the good stuff, you're like, oh yeah, he's a great like Heartbreak Kid. He's
Heartbreak Kid.
He's such an all-timer scuzz bucket. This is the second time I brought this movie, but I'm just going to keep bringing it up until people actually watch it. That's not Matthew Guy.
Or until we do an episode.
Which we should. Interesting. I mean, he is a very interesting comedic character, but I think as a person, he was pretty odious. And
that's probably what.
And it's hard to sometimes with some of these people to divorce that. Like, like I saw that documentary with Albert Brooks, and I know people who are friendly with him, and he seems like, replacement level narcissism for someone in Hollywood. I mean, I think that's like it goes with the territory. But like as a person in largely he seems like a very nice guy. I think Grodin was sort of not a nice guy. I think people sort of didn't like him. But as a character, in terms of the character he played, it was pretty good. If you're looking in that like sort of narrow comedic vein, he was sort of like an Abbott to Costello in some way.
Yeah, you want to switch over to Letterboxd?
Yeah, who didn't like him was that horse. Let me tell you. yeah, absolutely. So of course, Letterboxd, Sam, is a social media site for film lovers who talk.
I've heard of it.
Yes, have you heard of this? Yeah. You heard of this, Paul? And it is something where everyone gets to have their say. It's a bottom-up democracy, right? Not just the Siskel's and Eberts of the world. People get to chime in on the movies they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love.
Aren't both of them dead?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
So now they're not chiming on too many movies, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, they're awful silent, except for their large estates that are.
They're trash talking movies in heaven now.
Silence is simplicity, and they're awfully silent.
Anyway, all of this is expressed succinctly, and in a work on your tight five sort of environment. And of course, we pull these for this show. This is the bit that we do on the show. This is the Letterboxd one-liners for real life. Forrest, let's roll them. The best thing Gone with the Wind ever did was it inspired this movie's resolution.
I love the music. They have the Gone with the Wind music, and he's like, "Let's get the music going." Like,
it's good. Yeah, I agree. You're simply never going to be an Albert Brooks movie where Charles Grodin operates on a horse.
It's amazing that scene where you see the pulley pulling up the hooves. It's just so unbelievable. That is amazing.
I feel like in Phoenix there's a lot of like Goldwater guys, and that guy is definitely like a with like the cowboy hat and the fucking like the short like horseman.
Nudie is the actor, by the way. Nudie is the actor who played that part.
All right, there you go. We got to bring back comedians playing themselves with an edge of menace.
I mean, curb your enthusiasm a little bit, but
yeah,
that's the closest you really get.
I agree with that. Wow, this movie invented like everything, huh? Edit, even horse surgery.
They didn't quite get it right the first time. They're like, oh my god, too much anesthetic. Dude, the crazy thing is like the crazy thing about that is that it's not even that he's operating on the horse. He never gets to operate on the horse. The horse dies from an overdose of anesthetic. Like that's the part that really feels damning, right? Because you can like kind of play it off and be like, oh, I killed that horse. Like the surgery just something slips or whatever. But like the fact that it's just that he's nervous and he fucks up is so much more damning to his career.
Also, though, as a movie technique, you don't have to get into the gore.
Yeah,
it's the best way to kill a horse in a movie if you're going to have to kill a horse for.
I mean, that's what they say. That's the saying, right?
People are talking about this more and more.
I mean, it's funny you say that because the next movie we're doing is Buffalo 66, and they have the scene where they imply that his dog got killed, Vincent Gallo's dog, and you just hear him go no, and then like a slight bark. Like I feel like that's the second place. Like, all right, like we get the point.
Yeah, you don't have to show it. Pee hoarding science.
I love what he's like. What? You get your hands wet? You get your hands wet from all that pee?
It's a lot of pee discourse in that area of the movie. Yeah.
Just in that one scene, though. Like this.
It's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need any more.
Albert Brooks, could you perhaps come to my house wearing a clown costume and a bunny hand puppet? Into the Brooks verse as a tag, by the way. Pretty good.
Entertain the kids.
That is also deconstructive too. Like
Sure.
deconstructing the like the clown that is hired out to make people feel a certain type of way, and like the sad clown, I guess, trope.
Charles Grodin kills a horse.
I like how the person did not rate it.
Did not
liked it.
This review is not yet rated.
Yeah, there you go.
This should be how all reality TV shows end.
Isn't it? No, kind of.
Nah.
I know. We're going to end this. If we don't get a super chat, we're going to end it by setting Sam on fire.
No, we are not doing that.
I'm ready.
He's
available.
He's ready for the attack now.
Available.
I have terrible cramps. I am bleeding profusely, and I want to vomit on the table. That's real life, baby.
Kind of how I feel right now, but whatever. It's fine.
I'm sorry to hear that. Once a very drunk man told me I look like Charles Grodin. While I don't necessarily agree, I was moved by the compliment. There you go. Those are Letterboxd one-liners. For real life, please follow the show at Movie Night Extra on Letterboxd, logging all the stories of these lovely episodes that we do, interacting, making lists, all that good stuff. F is for fake. Oh my God, that's hard to do. Oh, at Always Flacco over there is on Letterboxd as well. That's real life. You forgot the baby on the end of that. But at Conan Neutron's me. You spend the winter in Wisconsin. You watch a lot of movies. That's how that works out. You can.
That's funny. That came up in real life.
Yes, yes, and it was a hot topic on the group chat too. If you want to follow me, I'm doing the highbrow, the midbrow, the populous fair, all that stuff. Starting up a new Criterion challenge for 2024 in a couple weeks. J. Andrew Urine Hoarder World is a horse search leader, and he's watching all the weirdest stuff. So.
Like, listen, if you ever need urine, you know who to call.
I'm just gonna make a note of that.
Or if you lose your horse.
If you need urine or a guy to find your horse, I'm telling you, I got just the guy for you. I got just the fella. He's done all my urine pictures and my horse
if you're looking for clean urine in the New York tri-state area, it's like that's your pitch.
Give me a call.
Watching all the weirdest stuff so you don't have to, or maybe so you can, is not for me to judge. I'm just calling the balls and the strikes. He's doing all of that at right about now too on Letterboxd. KRISTINA, Cosmopolitics, is this the real life? Yes, it is. When KRISTINA deigns to tell us all about what she's watching on Letterboxd at KRISTINA. That's your old handle, by the way.
Yes.
Not sure if you're aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Sam Cedar's way too busy and too cool to be on Letterboxd. But if he was, we would chat.
Yeah, we're
But he has heard of it.
He has heard of it, so that's good.
I would love to be on Letterboxd. That's like my dream is to have the time.
You'd have a big following.
Honestly, to get on that.
Like Matthew does pretty well. You know,
There's you'd have to.
Yeah,
have
well,
plans,
Matthew, he doesn't have to do a daily show.
Yeah.
No.
You have to have like a list.
Where's
of
my Mike
movies,
Cernovich documentary?
Movies, like movies my kids made me watch or something. That's your Letterboxd, like.
No, that'd be
list
wow
that you have
popular.
going.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
oh my God,
Sam,
that's actually a good idea.
Since you have to.
Saul has
go
me
to-
watching the Flash series, and I will tell you that I've watched in the past month, maybe 26 episodes of the Flash, and because I know that he should be asleep by now, I can say I'm good.
Not great, folks. Not
I get
great.
it. I get where this is going, and I get where it's been, and
DW, man.
If he's so fast, why can't he run into a better show?
I get it. Like we've resolved
He's
this
so
whole
fast,
thing with
why are
his
these
mom,
episodes
and
so
we've
long?
come to grips with it. And
Yeah.
I think like it's okay for some series to just be a season long.
but Sam, since you have to go soon, and check up on everything, do you have any final thoughts you wanted to bring to the table for this movie?
I mean, if folks have not watched like Albert Brooks's like first 3 or 4 movies, and I think you probably find like these SNL things online. Like, it is rare in my mind for comedy to hold up, and I think his comedy does, and I think it's because of there's a neuroses there that. And also like a savvy about where we were going in terms of media that is I think makes it hold up more than most comedies. So check it out.
For sure. Well, thanks so much for coming on. We should have you on again to either talk about another Albert Brooks movie or to talk about whatever.
We're gonna do the plugs next, and it takes at least 20 minutes. So I think that's
and we'll keep in touch about cleaning the studio. By the way.
She's gonna get all
I appreciate all of it. Yes, no, it was great.
She's gonna get all those dead possums out of there. It's gonna be great.
God knows what kind of animal life we have in that studio.
You're like, wow, that's why this last guest didn't get back to me. He's been dead under the desk.
People wonder why we don't do in studio stuff, and it's basically because we're afraid of like liability over rabies.
I mean, you do your live streams that you've been doing every once in a while. You should do more of those.
Yeah, no, we do some live streams, but rabies is an issue in our.
If you need any help with that too, I've got the streaming thing knocked down.
With the rabies?
No, not with the rabies, but with the live streaming, because sometimes he's kind of like, how do I
if you
do
need help
this?
with rabies, I come around with the 26 shots. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, wow.
Yeah.
What a multidisciplinarian, and on the screen too.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun.
Thanks, Sam.
I always enjoy it.
Thank you.
Good having you back.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, so we're breaking the format. J. Andrew World, take it away with the plugs, please. Make it quick.
Yeah, I was actually going to do a bit where I was going to be a libertarian caller and debate Sam about the age of consent, but
now I'm really glad he already left. Hit us with those plugs, why don't you?
Yeah, if you're watching us on YouTube, please do those YouTube things like comment, subscribe, hit the bell, and of course the big ask that we always ask you is to watch the video to the end. That actually lets other movie fans find us and lets you hear that really great Conan Neutron song. So if you like Letterhack and love the song, it gets me pumped.
They love the song.
We love the songs, folks.
And of course, if you're over watching us on Twitch, do the Twitch things. Throw us a sub. If you happen to have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe for free. Doesn't cost you a penny, but actually does help out the channel, and we appreciate you doing all that stuff. You can find us on social media. We are on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Blue Sky, as well as Threads now. Can't forget the Threads. Almost did.
I always do.
Yes.
Forgot about Poland and Threads.
Wait, Poland?
Yeah, it's very topical. That's from
Okay.
like I think a George Bush debate from like 2004.
Oh God.
Hey, you can't forget about Poland.
It's a coalition of the willing. Yeah, you forgot Poland.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a very topical joke right there. Sam would have loved it.
Are you critiquing my humor? You're gonna do the fucking bit. Come on.
Yeah, we have a Patreon. So if you want to get access to our after parties, which we have not discussed if we're doing an after party tonight. But
I mean, I'm probably we're doing 3 shows this week, so I don't really want to.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be on a plane at 7 a.m. So I'm gonna.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
we could probably skip it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So not
But
this time.
I think next Tuesday we're talking about possibly doing one. So at least then we'll do it.
My after party is blissful slumber.
Yes.
Before going through TSA.
But if you want to get access to these after parties, join our Patreon. You can go find some old ones. We have some, the one with Andy Kindler. He actually stuck around, and we had a blast just hanging out talking with him for like another hour after the show.
We're working on getting Sam to stick around, guys. Don't worry.
Him and I had a dueling Dennis Millers. Like it was
yeah.
like dueling
That was pretty
banjos,
good.
but it was Dennis Millers.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
that was a good bit.
Yes.
It was awesome.
So yeah, if you if you want more of that, if that sounds great to you, subscribe and go watch that.
There's other things as well. If that doesn't.
Since Sam isn't here, and for those of you who don't know who Sam Cedar is, check out the Majority Report. It is on YouTube every week, every day of the week at noon Eastern time, and watch the Majority Report, which is a great news show and long form interviews, as well as opinions and stuff. It's
and a fun half.
Yes, where he takes the libertarian callers, and you get that. If you actually watch it, you get the joke that I was making, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about that. What we do need to do is talk about protonic reversal.
Yes, sure.
It's so
yes. Yeah. So Protonic Reversal, my show, of course, airs on Thursdays. Thursday. Have you heard about this holiday, this Thanksgiving, guys? You heard about this? So obviously, no show this week.
Mm-hmm.
However,
interview a turkey themed band.
Yes, I'm going to get right on that. Marnie Stern, the incredible Marnie Stern, was on last week. That episode is now public, so people should check that out. There's a Matthew Film Guy reference in the fact that I talked to Marnie Stern about Matthew Film Guy being at one of our shows. So I don't know if that's there we go. Here's Matthew in the comments saying Marnie Stern. So excited. He capitalized the T as well as the S. So, that's everything you need to know. But that's a great episode. Highly recommended. Check that one. Protonic's back on regular schedule next week. But check out that Marnie Stern show. She's also played in the 8G band on the late night talk show with what's his face? What's the name of that show?
Was it Jimmy? It was one of the Jimmys, right?
Yeah, it's Fallon.
Okay.
Fallon, which I've now had. So fun fact, I've now had two people from the AG band on the show because Sid from Les Savvy Fab was on as well, and I've had three people from the Rolling Stone 200 Greatest Guitarists of All Time list.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
That's fantastic. So yeah, Thursdays, check that out.
Oh, you know what? You're right. It's Seth Meyers, not yeah.
Okay.
Defund late
Seth
night.
Meyers is a good one. Yes.
And of course, get Conan Neutron's music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com.
Name of the band is Conan Neutron, the Secret Friends. That's the name of the band, and you can get that music. It's not just Conan Neutron music. It's its own.
Correct. And in fact, Dolph Prom also has Lung, it's split LP.
It does indeed.
Which it's great.
And if you like stuff that rocks, you should check it out. Here's the front cover. There's the back cover.
Wee.
The power of production. What a time to be alive.
Front of the van, back of the van.
Also, Protonic Reversal has a Patreon, $1 a month, early episode access. People should sign up to that because a lot of people around the holidays tend to drop off. So if you like the show, which I do absolutely for free, that just gets you early access to the episodes. So.
And KRISTINA's over on Twitch. Find her at Cosmopolitics.
Yep, my Twitch chat behaved themselves tonight. I'm real proud of you guys.
I thought you were gonna say something else was behaved. When he first said that.
But yeah, definitely go check her out.
Emo Dragon, trying to support MNE and Conan as much as I can. As I've mentioned before, you will not be one of the first against the wall. I thank you for your.
When the revolution comes, you'll be safe.
Emo Dragons will be safe. Yes.
Yes. So
you have any appearances coming up or anything special happening this week?
I'm probably gonna stream after this because I know my community is gonna be like, "What was it like?" But this, for the most part, I'm on a Thanksgiving break for the rest of the week because I'm also doing 2 dog sitting jobs simultaneously. So, yeah, and I still have to work tomorrow. So, oh well, and Saturday and Monday. My vacation is ruined.
Yeah. But if you want to help out KRISTINA, go to her Patreon. It's patreon.com/cosmopolitics and subscribe over there.
Yeah, especially if you can't afford the $4.99 or $5.99 if you're subscribing on mobile for Twitch. Like, that would be most helpful.
And I think that's it. Wait, do I have any more? Yeah, no, because we normally go to the guest last, but that's okay. We're good.
Buffalo 66 with Renee on Friday, day after
And then yeah. So we got a Friday episode, and then Tuesday we're gonna have oh, now I'm gonna blank on his name, aren't I?
Rick Ives for
Rick
Solid
Ives,
Rock
Solid Rock
Trust.
which is good.
It's he's the director, and he's worked on a bunch of Marvel movies and TV shows and The Mandalorian. So like
Marvel movies.
Yeah,
but no.
Listen, kid, the only Marvel is that picture got made at all. Let me tell you.
But yeah, no, I'm excited to talk to him about his directing, because it's fantastic. Even though you heard me shit on digital cameras, he actually made the way he used the camera in the film made it work, and I can't wait to discuss that with him.
Should be good.
Yes. I guess
Right.
take it away, Forrest, with your final
Cedar seeds, right? I mean, there's a
oh
yeah. My chat kept saying, "Where is the seed? Has it gotten any bigger? Show us. He needs to show us a seed." And I'm like, "We have him on a limited schedule."
That's for
guys.
patrons only, sir.
Yes.
I had a joke I was going to make there, but I won't.
We thank you for your restraint.
Yeah, but KRISTINA, final thoughts.
Yeah, I'm a huge Albert Brooks fan, so as we've all discussed, this film is way ahead of its time. And I'm not someone who loves reality TV. I feel like my sister would have been a better guest, because that's mostly what she consumes. She loves her, Real Housewives. She loves her Jersey Shore. She loves her Southern Charm. So I'm like, oh, she would have been a better guest for this occasion. But
I hate all those things, to be clear.
Me too, to be honest. I'm more into scripted TV. But it does seem like, a lot of the reality shows today are
If
just
it doesn't have a script,
scripted.
I'm not watching it.
Yeah. But it does seem like a lot of reality shows today do have scripts, because, as my psychology teacher once said, a real reality show would just have one person that's a cameraman and a dude with a mic.
Well, a real reality TV show would
Has
just
that whole
be
crew.
a bunch of people sitting around watching TV, right? Like
Yeah.
TV's only become as popular as it is because there's all those hours to fill. To
Yeah,
actually have a reality show, you'd probably have people watching TV about themselves. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be like this weird.
and they also like manufacture the drama too, because I had a friend who was on a reality show because she was hoping that would be her big break into music, and ended up not enjoying the show, asked to be off on the second episode, and they turned her into the villain of the week. And basically, like in England, her name is
That
Mud
sounds about
because of what that reality show did. So fortunately, her music career has survived, and she's now singing opera out in Germany.
There you go.
That's why I say when we have a bad episode of this show. Thankfully, his music career survived.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely recommend this film for those who, do love like the mockumentary, deconstructive comedy. And if you're a big Albert Brooks fan, like myself. And it's funny that they mentioned Private Benjamin, because my favorite part of the whole film is when they're having sex and he just has a heart attack right there.
Yeah.
But that's another film we should cover. Oh, that'd be so good, because I love that movie.
All right. Well, Andy, final thoughts.
One of the things I didn't get to really bring up is that I kind of, Conan and I were a little bit too young to kind of like catch Albert Brooks in his prime. Because by the time we were coming of age, those movies that, his later movies, not saying that they're bad or anything, but they're just not as good as his early stuff.
Doesn't hit the same. You have to kind of you have to willfully have someone tell you should go back and check out these earlier movies because they're rad.
Yeah, and so this was my first time actually watching Real Life, which was great, and I this is I still laughed out loud at the jokes. I think the whole thing where you're like, I'm sorry, sir, we lost your horse. And he's like, don't you have somebody for that? And he goes off to look for his horse. It's like my favorite part of the whole movie, which I did not really get to bring up. But that's what these moments are for. So yeah, I really do appreciate the fact that
you're making this a meta-referential bit. Talking about the meta-referential bits. That's good.
But no, I'm so glad that we were actually able to actually look at this film, talk about it, because like I said, I probably would not have found it on my own. Got to watch Catwoman.
Conan, final thoughts.
Prescient Ryan Droll mockumentary. We haven't really talked about the fact that it's basically possibly the first. It lampooned and predicted both reality television. And again, I can't stress enough that one of the best, most negative self-portrayals in film, which is kind of amazing. I think you see a lot of people turning the camera back to the audience these days, questioning what's reality and what's prompted and scripted and why. To see this done so effectively and entertainingly, and at the embryonic phase of that, is really impressive. Also, this is his first movie, which is wild because it's really good. And so that tells you, and again, can't recommend the documentary enough for if you're remotely interested, because it's a good watch. It doesn't break new grounds in like the form of documentaries, but it's a very entertaining watch. Yeah. But if you want to see him, Albert Brooks and Rob Reiner cut up about stuff over his career. It's
about how much new ground Albert Brooks has broken over his life. But then
but the documentary itself, it's a documentary. What do you think it is? That's what it is. Hey, kid, what do you think it's going to be? Transgressive? I guarantee you it's not.
All right. Yeah. So we'll be back on Friday after Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Hope you have a good one. The holiday that I like, because you don't have any pressure to do any like religious or ceremonial shit. You can just eat. I like that.
Get on the